As the apocalypse dawns and the undead rise, Liu Yang finds himself trapped in a room with the aloof class beauty. Once indifferent to him, she now kneels, desperately grasping at his leg for salvation. At this juncture, Liu Yang awakens the fortune of many offspring system, endowing him with formidable powers, thus embarking on a journey towards the pinnacle of his life. Along the way, he encounters various enchanting female survivors, rescuing them all back to safety. Chapter 1. The Outbreak of the Apocalypse. Zhao Ming. No, that's the bathroom. It's filthy, don't bite. A girl clad in a JK uniform, her legs adorned with sheer white stockings, with a figure that could only be described as perfect and features exquisitely delicate, emits a piercing scream. Startled, she trembles, her stunning visage paling in terror. Her boyfriend appears to have succumbed to madness, fervently gnawing at the toilet, as if it were a delicacy, even disregards the several teeth he loses in the process. Upon hearing her cry, Zhao Ming turns his head abruptly, his eyes now a ghastly shade, fixating on her. Tang Mengting, taken aback, freezes in place. Zhao Ming, now a grotesque figure, lunges at her. Just as he is about to pounce, a figure rushes in, delivering a powerful kick that sends Zhao Ming sprawling, followed by a swift strike from a bat into his head. Despite Zhao Ming's attempts to rise, Liu Yang continues to strike until the assault ceases, leaving Zhao Ming incapacitated. You killed him. Tang Mengting gasps, pointing at Liu Yang in horror. Open your eyes. Is your affluent boyfriend even human anymore? Had he bitten you, you would have transformed into a zombie in an instant, you fool. Liu Yang retorts coldly. He hastily secures all doors and windows of the villa. The girl he saved, Tang Mengting, is a first-year student at Donghai University and the class monitor. Her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, is the academic representative of their school. Liu Yang, a fellow classmate, is markedly different while Tang Mengting and Zhao Ming own a residence in this villa complex. Liu Yang is merely a part-time security guard. An orphan, Liu Yang toils daily to pay for his tuition, working as a guard in this lavish community. He must clock in after classes and remain on duty until midnight, earning a mere 3,000 yuan a month. His affluent classmates often regard him with disdainful smirks, yet Liu Yang has grown accustomed to their scorn. Some are born into privilege, others are destined for servitude. Such is the reality. Unjust, yet immutable. Today, Liu Yang stood vigilant as usual when chaos erupted, punctuated by screams. Shortly thereafter, he saw a bloodied, middle-aged man charging toward him, roaring like a creature from a horror film. Without hesitation, Liu Yang drew his baton and struck the man down. Upon entering the villa, he witnessed Zhao Ming attacking Tang Mengting, and without a second thought, Liu Yang subdued him as well. Tang Mengting, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless, her complexion drained and her body trembling as she clutched Liu Yang's arm. What do we do? Liu Yang, please protect me. I'm terrified. The outside world is horrifying. You're the security guard here, and we pay you. In danger, you must be our shield. Be our shield? Are you out of your mind? Who told you a security guard can ensure safety? Class monitor? You don't expect me to risk my life for a meager salary of 3,000 yuan, do you? You used to deride me as a mere watchdog, did you not? If I'm just a gatekeeper, how can I guarantee your safety? Liu Yang smirks. Liu Yang, Tang Mengting, and Zhao Ming are classmates. Tang Mengting, the class monitor and beauty, and Zhao Ming, the academic representative, often look down upon him for his role as a security guard. Now, the class beauty finds herself in fear, silenced by Liu Yang's words. Tang Mengting could only stare. Liu Yang, uninterested in further discourse with the so-called aloof beauty, approached the refrigerator to inspect its contents. To his dismay, he discovered scant provisions, merely 2 bottles of milk. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Do you not stock food at home?" We don't cook. We usually dine out at lavish restaurants. So we have no food," Tang Mengting stammered. "Without food, we might as well await death. The outside is teeming with zombies. Escaping is virtually impossible. With no provisions, if we only drink water, we will perish from hunger within a week." Liu Yang shook his head. In this villa community, most residents are the pampered elite, seldom cooking for themselves. The mere thought of scavenging for food in other villas poses a daunting risk, with zombies lurking in between. Just as despair washed over Liu Yang, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Apocalypse detected. Global human population drastically decreasing. The host is bound to the fortune of many offspring system. By rescuing beautiful maidens and securing their consent to become your partners, you shall receive system rewards. For the continuation of human civilization, the host is encouraged to procreate abundantly. Chapter 2. Fighting? A single slap suffices. The more children, more blessings system? As long as the other party agrees to become his woman, she can grow stronger? Liu Yang was taken aback. Then a look of delight spread across his face. Initially, upon entering this villa and noticing the scant provisions, he had contemplated using Tang Mengting as a source of sustenance. In a dire situation, he would not have hesitated to indulge in a feast of beauty. However, it seemed that such drastic measures were now unnecessary. With the support of the system, survival should pose no problem. This aloof class beauty had once looked down upon him, often deriding him as a mere watchman, leading the charge to isolate him within the school. Her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, had even orchestrated several assaults against Liu Yang. Previously, Liu Yang had been a frequent victim of school bullying, a target for the wealthy offspring seeking amusement. The female classmates harbored disdain toward him as well. This was an era that prioritized wealth above all else. It was often said that there exists but one affliction in the world, the disease of poverty. Poverty, indeed, is the original sin. Liu Yang, being the poorest individual in the entire school, found himself the object of scorn and contempt from his peers. After all, they believed that someone who had to work part-time as a security guard to survive during their student years would have little prospect for success in the future. Now, the high and mighty school belle would likely never accept him as her own, even after he had saved her from zombies. She would merely expect him to protect her, thinking little of his worth. The lofty young lady had yet to comprehend her current predicament. How could she ever regard a mere security guard as a person? Liu Yang shook his head, deciding to set aside such thoughts for the moment. He needed to focus on the pressing issue of food. Approaching the refrigerator, he removed all the milk within. Tang Mengting, witnessing this, instantly protested. Liu Yang, what are you doing? You've taken all the food. What am I supposed to eat? All the provisions in this room belong to me. Give them back, she exclaimed, charging towards him to reclaim what she believed was hers. With a sharp smack, Liu Yang struck Tang Mengting across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. She was momentarily stunned, her expression one of shock. Why you dare hit me? You, a filthy security guard, dare lay a hand on me. I'm a class president. Do you believe I couldn't have you expelled from school in an instant? Oh, esteemed class president, are you quite all right? And school, you say? The people there have turned into zombies, and you're worried about that institution? This is the apocalypse. Do you understand? Whether you can survive 3 days is still uncertain, yet you cling to your petty class president title. People like you wouldn't last 3 episodes in a drama, you know? Liu Yang retorted, looking down at her from his elevated stance. But you still can't take my food. Tang Mengting cried, covering her swollen face, her voice trembling. What do you mean, your food? Had I not rescued you, you would have long since succumbed to Zhao Ming's bite and transformed into a zombie. You do not express gratitude, and yet you dare to vie with me for sustenance? Do you truly believe yourself worthy? Liu Yang uttered with a fierce tone. Whoa, you scoundrel. You are utterly unreasonable. This villa undeniably belongs to Zhao Ming. He is my boyfriend. Aren't these provisions rightfully mine? Woo-woo. Tang Mengting burst into tears. Unreasonable? Did you exhibit reason when you led the ostracization against me at school? Did your boyfriend, Zhao Ming, demonstrate any sense of reason when he assaulted me with his cohorts? I care not for your twisted sense of morality, Liu Yang exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. The memories of his past torment in school ignited his anger. I concede I was at fault before, yet as a woman, cannot you exhibit a modicum of grace? Must you be so petty? Is there not an ounce of masculinity within you? Setting aside the facts, even if I were to be 99 in the wrong, do you not bear even one of the blame? Is your poverty not a consequence of your own failures? Is it not due to your lack of effort that you find yourself looked down upon? With a swift motion, Liu Yang delivered another slap to Tang Mengting's other cheek, leaving both faces swollen, resembling that of a pig's head, now finally symmetrical. You dare to take me on in a brawl? Let me be clear. Do not attempt to employ your tactics on me. I am not a coward, nor will I serve as your sycophant. I have no moral constraints and will not be bound by your attempts at moral coercion. Should you continue your incessant prattling, I shall cast you outside to feed the zombies. Do you still dare to look down upon the impoverished? Is your wealth not contingent upon the exploitation of us less fortunate? Your affluence does not stem from the prowess of your ignorant, wealthy lineage, but rather from the fortunate circumstances of your birth. Do you comprehend? Furthermore, all these provisions are mine. Should you lay a finger on them, I shall strike you down. Faced with Liu Yang's wrath, Tang Mengting finally fell silent. She had never witnessed this side of Liu Yang before. Previously, she had perceived him as a meek and submissive soul, unaware of his inner strength. Now, Liu Yang not only dispatched Zhao Ming with ease, but also resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, devoid of any tenderness. She dared not provoke him further, opting instead to sit on the ground, covering her face and weeping uncontrollably. Liu Yang, indifferent to her plight, sought out a room to rest. He locked the door behind him, leaving Tang Mingting outside to endure hunger. After being pursued by zombies and having vanquished one, followed by the confrontation with Zhao Ming, he was utterly exhausted. As he reclined upon the plush bed, Liu Yang could not suppress a yawn. I must admit, the bed in this luxurious villa is remarkably soft. Previously, with a monthly salary of merely 3,000, I would have never imagined experiencing such comfort. Now, through the fortune of this apocalyptic scenario, I find myself here. Before long, Liu Yang drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 10 o'clock on the second day, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Upon rising, the first thing he did was drink a bottle of milk. Only after that did he step outside to begin his morning routine. Hearing some commotion from outside, Tang Mingting emerged from her room. Her face had returned to its former beauty, the swelling now gone. Clutching her stomach, she gazed longingly at Liu Yang and said, "Liu Yang, we were wrong in the past. I apologize sincerely. Please give me something to eat. I am truly famished. It has been a day and a night since I last ate, and I feel as though my stomach might consume itself if I do not eat soon." The zombie outbreak had occurred the previous morning, and since then, Tang Mingting had not eaten. It had been a full 24 hours without nourishment, and the pangs of hunger were becoming unbearable. "Huh, so you realize your mistakes now?" Liu Yang scoffed. "Indeed, I have come to understand. Please forgive me. I will never again look down upon the less fortunate or speak ill of you," Tang Mingting replied earnestly. "Very well, bring me a bowl. I can spare you a bit of milk." "Really? Thank you so much." Tang Mingting's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she hurried to the kitchen to fetch a bowl. Liu Yang indeed poured some milk into the bowl. As she gazed at the milk, Tang Mingting couldn't help but lick her lips. Liu Yang then placed the bowl on the table, and she looked at him quizzically. "Get down on your knees and beg me," Liu Yang said with a smile. "Liu Yang, you." Tang Mingting's face flushed with anger. "You're going too far. Oh, what is the matter? In the past, you offered me a salary of 3,000 a month and treated me like a dog. Now that I provide you with life-saving sustenance, you can't lower yourself to beg?" As he spoke, Liu Yang prepared to take the bowl away. Tang Mingting panicked. Wait. I never said I wouldn't kneel." She immediately knelt on the ground. Watching the once aloof class beauty, who had once looked down on him and called him a dog, now begging on her knees, Liu Yang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Being wealthy is impressive, is it? When the apocalypse comes, no matter how rich one was, everyone will find themselves on their knees begging for food. Chapter 3. Successfully obtaining the system reward. After Tang Mingting finished the contents of the bowl, a look of yearning still lingered on her face as she gazed at Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, do you have any more? I can eat like before. Please give me just a bit more food." As for dignity, she had long cast it aside. After experiencing that first moment of desperation, the feeling of being above such things had vanished. What was wrong with eating on all fours? What did it matter? As long as there was food to fill her stomach, the method of consumption was irrelevant. Having endured a night of hunger, Tang Mingting now understood that the identity and wealth she had possessed before the apocalypse were but fleeting illusions. Dignity, too, was worth little. Only food held true significance. Because of food, one can survive. However, the response she received was disheartening. Liu Yang shook his head and stated, "There is no food left. That last bottle of milk was our final sustenance. I intend to venture out in search of food. You may remain in this room and starve." "No, I must accompany you to seek food. You must protect me. I have already done as you instructed." I lay on the ground like a dog, wagging my tail in supplication. "Is that not sufficient?" Tang Mingting exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. In this apocalyptic world, should she leave the protection of Liu Yang, her fate would be either to starve to death in this villa or to venture out in desperation for food, only to be devoured by zombies. There was certainly no third option. Thus, clinging to Liu Yang's leg was the most prudent choice. "I have shown you mercy by providing food after your pitiful display on the ground. If you wish to accompany me and seek my protection, it is not entirely out of the question," Liu Yang mused, stroking his chin as he assessed Tang Mingting. As the belle of the class, Tang Mingting possessed exquisite features and an admirable physique, truly a rare beauty. Consequently, she found herself the object of pursuit by numerous wealthy suitors. Aside from her legitimate boyfriend, Zhao Ming, she harbored at least a dozen infatuated admirers. To claim she was devoid of interest would be disingenuous. Who in the class did not harbor thoughts about this class beauty? Who did not yearn to possess her? Upon perceiving the glint in Liu Yang's eyes, Tang Mingting immediately grasped the implications. She was all too familiar with that avaricious gaze. As a striking beauty, she garnered 100% rate of attention on the streets, with salacious men often wearing such greedy expressions. No, that is impossible. You are merely a security guard. What are you thinking? Tang Mingting retreated a few steps, covering her chest with her hand. Her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, was a super-rich heir possessing assets worth hundreds of millions, arriving at school in a BMW and residing in a luxurious villa. Despite this, she had not easily succumbed to Zhao Ming's advances. After 6 months of dating, they had barely progressed beyond holding hands. The thought that Liu Yang, a mere security guard scorned by all in school, would dare to entertain such notions regarding her was utterly inconceivable. Indeed is impossible? You disdain me for being a security guard, deeming me unworthy of you, right? Fine, then you may starve here. When the zombies break in, you will be devoured alive. Do you think those zombies will spare you simply because you are a wealthy heiress? Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Tang Mingting felt a wave of fear wash over her. She recalled gruesome images of Zhao Ming transformed into a zombie, frantically gnawing at a toilet. The thought was utterly horrifying. To be slowly devoured by a zombie, piece by piece, was surely more agonizing than death by 1,000 cuts. Just the mere thought sent a shiver down Tang Mingting's spine. I am willing to accept your request and agree to be your woman. Tang Mingting bit her lip, as if she had made an exceedingly difficult decision within her heart. With her extraordinary beauty, Tang Mingting had dated numerous boyfriends, each of whom was utterly enamored by her, showering her with a plethora of precious gifts. She navigated effortlessly among various wealthy heirs, yet had never been ensnared by their charms. Now, however, she found herself captivated by a steadfast security guard, resulting in an unexpected misstep. A deep sense of grievance welled up within her, and her eyes quickly glistened with unshed tears. Liu Yang received a system notification. Detection indicates that the other party has consented to be your woman. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a novice reward. The rewards included 1. Future prediction ability. 2. Virus immunity. 3. An increase of 20 points to all basic attributes. 4. Genetic enhancement. What a delightful surprise. He had received 4 rewards at once. Liu Yang was overjoyed and promptly reviewed the detailed descriptions of these rewards. 1. Future prediction. Level 1. You can simulate and predict the future within an hour, 3 times a day. 2. Virus immunity. Level 1. You can be immune to the virus of ordinary zombies. Even if bitten, you will not be infected. 3. Attribute enhancement. All your basic attributes increase by 20 points. 4. Genetic enhancement. The system has fortified your genetic makeup, ensuring that you can successfully procreate with your partner each time, including but not limited to ordinary humans. Note, saving a young woman and gaining her consent to be your woman can yield new abilities or enhance existing ones. For every 10 zombies you eliminate, you earn 1 attribute point, which can be used to augment your own attributes. Upon reading the detailed descriptions, Liu Yang was filled with immense joy. These 2 abilities were extraordinarily powerful. The future prediction ability would allow him to foresee the trajectory of the future, keeping him out of harm's way. With this skill, he could simply survive and grow stronger. The virus immunity skill was a lifesaver, while others would turn into zombies with just a scratch or bite. He would remain unscathed as long as he wasn't killed outright. In the apocalypse of a zombie outbreak, this skill was indeed a divine protection. The genetic enhancement ability caught Liu Yang's particular attention, as it guaranteed successful procreation each time, an intuitive notion of seamless intimacy. However, what it including but not limited to ordinary humans imply? Were there extraordinary humans in this world? Never mind, he thought, pushing those questions aside for now. After the excitement subsided, Liu Yang examined his attribute panel. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 18 years. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Strength: 70 speed, 70 stamina, 70 spirit, 70 possessing extraordinary abilities. With future foresight and immunity to viruses, my fundamental attributes have been enhanced by 20 points, bringing all my base attributes to a remarkable 70. This indicates that the average adult male possesses a base attribute of 50, thus I am now superior by a staggering 40 points. Excellent. At this juncture, I should be capable of overcoming 3 adversaries with ease. Ordinary zombies are no match for me, as long as I avoid being besieged. In Chapter 4, With attributes significantly surpassing others, I commenced the search for sustenance. Observing the enhancement of my powers, Liu Yang is filled with confidence. By the second day of the apocalypse, he had already acquired such formidable abilities, along with an elevation of 40 in his fundamental attributes. In comparison to ordinary individuals, he is far ahead, which will undoubtedly aid his survival in this harsh new world. Meanwhile, Tang Mengting remains curled up in bed, her expression one of discontent. To be frank, Liu Yang is somewhat taken aback. He did not expect that Tang Mengting had yet to experience intimacy. He is her first lover, Zhao Ming, who had been dating her for several months and often brought her to the villa. Could it be that their time there was merely spent playing games? Or perhaps Zhao Ming is simply incapable? This revelation has inadvertently worked to Liu Yang's advantage. Casting a glance at her, Liu Yang remarks, "All right, get up quickly. We must prepare to venture out in search of food. What else with this display of grievance? Just moments ago, you were quite vocal." Tang Mengting, with a dazed expression, rises and follows Liu Yang. Due to the earlier encounter with Liu Yang, she feels discomfort in certain areas, making her movements somewhat cumbersome. Before embarking on their journey, Liu Yang envisions the potential outcomes of their expedition. His mind is flooded with vivid, cinematic imagery, strikingly realistic. During the foresight, they encounter no unforeseen events, successfully acquiring food and readying themselves to depart. Prior to setting out, Liu Yang warns Tang Mengting, "From here on, adhere strictly to my instructions. Refrain from making any noise, or we shall attract the zombies. While foraging for food, prioritize items that will satiate our hunger. Avoid unnecessary items. Do you understand?" "I understand." Tang Mengting nods in agreement. Thus, the two of them each select a backpack and begin their journey. The villa has returned to a state of eerie tranquility. The screams have ceased, and it feels as though it has transformed into a desolate wasteland devoid of any sound. Outside, no zombies linger. The ground is littered with a few skeletons, stripped bare, from which a foul odor emanates. Liu Yang surveys his surroundings, confirming that no zombies are present nearby, before stepping outside and making his way directly to the mini fire station. As the security officer of this community, Liu Yang is intimately familiar with its layout. Inside the mini fire station lies a fire axe, an excellent weapon capable of cleaving through a zombie skull with a single strike. Soon, Liu Yang arrived at the fire station, brandishing a fire axe, and promptly made his way towards the convenience store within the residential complex. This was the sole grocery store in the villa district, stocked with a plethora of food items. If he could scavenge a backpack full of provisions, it would suffice for at least a week. The two approached the convenience store, where several zombies were meandering outside, alongside a few corpses that had been ravaged to the bone. Liu Yang charged forward, fire axe in hand. At that moment, his base attributes had increased by 40, and he deemed the few zombies beneath his notice. Upon spotting Liu Yang, the zombies let out furious growls and lunged at him with bared teeth. Liu Yang swiftly struck the head of the foremost zombie with his axe, cleaving through its skull, and with a quick pull, he delivered another blow, sending another zombie crashing to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, he had dispatched 3 zombies. Tang Mengting, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly astonished. How fierce! It was beyond formidable. Liu Yang's prowess in dispatching zombies was even greater than his vigor in bed. Was this fellow born to slay zombies? Initially feeling quite wronged, Tang Mengting had considered it an affront to her dignity to be reliant on a mere security guard. However, witnessing Liu Yang's strength, her sense of indignation began to dissipate. In this apocalyptic world, a powerhouse who could vanquish zombies without hesitation. Wasn't he the epitome of an excellent ally? As long as she could cling to Liu Yang's coattails, there was hope for survival. Let us hurry and scavenge for food. Don't just stand there. The sounds of battle may attract more zombies. We must act swiftly. Liu Yang reminded Tang Mengting, who remained frozen in astonishment. "All right, understood." With that, they entered the convenience store. Inside, a zombie was aimlessly loitering at the counter. It was the store's owner, someone Liu Yang had often visited for water, and with whom he was quite familiar. It was disheartening to see that even he had succumbed to the zombie outbreak. Liu Yang delivered a decisive blow to the owner's head, granting him release, and then began stuffing the backpack with food from the store. Simultaneously, he advised Tang Mengting, "Only take high-calorie items that can satiate hunger and are easy to carry, such as sugar, milk, sausages, and vacuum-packed chicken legs." "Okay, got it," Tang Mengting nodded. A minute later, both had filled their backpacks to the brim. They began to exit the convenience store, just as a horde of zombies began to converge from a distance. Liu Yang glanced back and counted at least a dozen. Run. With so many zombies, even I can't handle this. Tang Mingting was taken aback by the sheer number of approaching zombies and quickly bolted away. As they fled from the relentless pursuit of the undead, the two girls dashed into the nearest villa adjacent to the convenience store, swiftly shutting the door behind them. The zombies, now confined outside and deprived of their quarry, ceased their chase. Inside the villa, the original occupant had succumbed to the transformation and was now a ghastly creature. Liu Yang, wielding an axe, dispatched the abomination with resolve. Tang Mingting, perplexed, inquired, Liu Yang, why do we not simply take refuge in the convenience store and secure the door? Surely there would be an abundance of food to sustain us? Survivors in this villa community are not merely us two, Liu Yang explained. The convenience store is the sole source of sustenance, and now, perhaps, others are too fearful of zombies to venture out in search of provisions. However, the gnawing hunger will inevitably compel them to emerge. Eventually, they will risk it all to reach the convenience store. Should we remain inside, we may attract unwelcome attention from other survivors who might see us as a threat and eliminate us. Despite his enhanced strength, Liu Yang did not consider himself invincible. Remaining in the convenience store, surrounded by its bounty, would surely incite a collective assault from desperate survivors. In the face of starvation, even Amika's souls would dare to take risks. Liu Yang's current power was insufficient to render him a target for widespread animosity. Thus, it was wiser to seek refuge in a villa close to the convenience store, scavenging for food as needed, rather than exposing themselves directly within the store. As he emptied the contents of his backpack, Liu Yang addressed Tang Mingting. From now on, we must ration our supplies. We can only consume a limited amount each day. Otherwise, we will not endure for long. The skirmish earlier attracted a dozen zombies to lurk around the convenience store and our villa. The next venture for food will be far more perilous, so we must be frugal. Understood, Tang Mingting nodded. Having witnessed Liu Yang's prowess, she no longer dared to voice any dissent. Chapter 5. Is the school beauty approaching? Yusha referenced an image. Liu Yang ascended to the upper floor, opening a window to survey the zombies outside. They stood aimlessly before the villa, awaiting the next opportunity to strike. Despite having witnessed Liu Yang and Tang Mingting enter the villa, the zombies did not launch another assault, indicating their remarkably low intelligence. As long as they remained silent and out of sight, they would not be provoked. The low intellect of the zombies was indeed fortuitous. While observing them, Liu Yang caught a flicker of movement from the opposite villa out of the corner of his eye. Redirecting his gaze, he discovered a strikingly beautiful girl at the window, waving enthusiastically at him. A beautiful survivor? Liu Yang squinted to scrutinize her. Although the distance rendered her features somewhat indistinct, it was evident that her delicate visage and fair complexion marked her as a true beauty. Upon realizing Liu Yang had noticed her, the girl's face illuminated with joy before she turned away from the window. When she reappeared, she held a large drawing board in her hands. Oh, still an art student? What do you intend to do? Will you draw for me? Liu Yang stroked his chin, intrigued by the beautiful art student. Soon, the drawing board was turned around, revealing 3 words. I am so hungry. Liu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. I am hungry too. He exaggeratedly mouthed to the lovely girl across from him. She quickly resumed writing on the board. I saw you got food earlier. Could you spare me some? Ah. She noticed. It seemed she had witnessed his earlier trip to the convenience store. However, Liu Yang shook his head and mouthed back, no. A pitiful crying face emoji appeared on the board. Ha ha ha. This girl is quite amusing. Liu Yang laughed at her self-drawn emoji. He gestured towards her, then pointed to his room, mouthing, if you can come over, I'll give you food. At this, the girl perked up, leaning out the window to assess the situation outside, only to find zombies surrounding the entrance of Liu Yang's villa. Entering through the door was impossible, but the window was an option. Given that the villa area was inhabited by the affluent, there were no concerns about theft. Thus, no one installed security bars that would mar the aesthetic of the villas. The side window on the first floor provided direct access to Liu Yang's residence. All he needed to do was open it beforehand. There were no zombies between the two villas, so if she could quietly approach the window, she could enter Liu Yang's home. Upon discovering this route, the girl eagerly resumed writing on the board. Open the first floor window, and I'll come in through it. Liu Yang leaned out to observe and confirmed that both villas indeed had windows on the first floor, separated by about 50 meters, with no zombies obstructing the path. If they remained silent, they would not disturb the zombies at the entrance. This girl was quite clever, and her swift decision indicated she was calm and decisive, a rare quality in a young woman. Liu Yang descended to the first floor and stood by the window, waving at her through the glass. Upon seeing Liu Yang's readiness, the girl quickly made her way downstairs. Tang Mingting looked at Liu Yang, standing by the window puzzled, and asked, "Liu Yang, what are you doing?" "Waiting to welcome a fleeing lamb," Liu Yang replied with a smile, not turning back. One had to admit, the behavior of this art student piqued Liu Yang's interest. A young girl, demonstrating such resolute decision-making in the face of an apocalypse rather than waiting passively for death, is truly commendable. Take Tang Mingting, for instance. She would never undertake such an action. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Tang Mingting leaned over to glance out the window and noticed a girl sprinting towards them. The distance between the two villas was a mere 50 meters, yet within seconds, the girl reached Liu Yang's window. He promptly opened it, and she climbed inside before he shut it again. Once inside Liu Yang's villa, he finally beheld the girl's appearance. What exquisite beauty! She was undeniably more striking than Tang Mingting. Her large, expressive eyes radiated innocence and vitality, complemented by a prominent nose that suggested a hint of mixed heritage. She possessed a tall, voluptuous figure, embodying both an angelic visage and a devilish physique, truly a paragon of beauty. Instantly, Tang Mingting recognized her, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You're not the goddess of class 2, the art school flower? He sure?" He sure, an art student and one of the 4 renowned beauties of the school, was the object of affection for countless male students. The number of suitors who had professed their feelings for her exceeded 1,000. While Tang Mingting had a handful of admirers, He sure was pursued by hundreds. "Thank you both," He sure replied, her breathless words punctuated by heavy gasps. "Yes, I am He sure, and I appreciate your recognition." She continued to pat her ample chest, panting after the exertion. Though the distance she had run was short, the anxiety and fear had compelled her to summon unprecedented strength, propelling her forward at remarkable speed. That brief sprint had drained her of all energy, leaving her utterly exhausted. After recovering for a moment, she remarked, "I'm so tired and thirsty. I need some water." Without hesitation, she made her way to the kitchen, leaning over the faucet to gulp down water, entirely unconcerned with her goddess-like image. Liu Yang observed her actions with intrigue. He had heard of the illustrious He sure and the other 3 school beauties during his time at school. Yet, in his previous state of poverty and insecurity, he had never dared to entertain thoughts of them, merely catching a distant glimpse. Moreover, Liu Yang had heard that He sure was exceptionally aloof and had high standards, with no suitor able to win her heart, not even the wealthiest heirs. Male students at the school spoke of her with reverence, likening her to a celestial goddess, something to be admired from afar but never to be trifled with. To converse with a beauty like He sure was considered a monumental privilege. However, Liu Yang now perceives these rumors to be mere fabrications. He sure, with her carefree demeanor and lack of concern for appearances, exhibits a decisive nature that starkly contrasts with the cautiousness often exhibited by other girls. Her tone is approachable, and her character exudes warmth, revealing that she is not as exalted as the tale suggests. Chapter 6. Can you read minds? After finishing her drink, He sure approached Liu Yang and Tang Mingting, tidying her hair, taking a deep breath, and looking directly at Liu Yang. She extended her fair, smooth hand and said, "Hello, security classmate. I am He sure, delighted to meet you. I recall your name. It's Liu Yang, isn't it? The school speaks of you as someone who has avoided 30 years of detours, opting to become a security guard while still studying, thus embarking on an early retirement. You are quite the celebrity." Noticing the mischievous and cheerful expression on her face, Liu Yang realized she was attempting to bridge the gap between them with humor. He extended his hand to shake hers, and after the handshake, he held on for a moment longer. "I never imagined that even one of the 4 campus beauties, the goddess He sure, had heard of me. It is indeed an honor." As he felt the softness of her skin, Liu Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly at its smoothness, akin to jade, pure and flawless. If this were before the apocalypse, merely shaking hands with the goddess would have been a tale to boast about from freshman year until graduation. Furthermore, anyone fortunate enough to hold He sure's hand might never wish to wash it for an entire year. Feeling a bit flustered as Liu Yang held her hand, He sure's cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand, smiling brightly. "Since we are both alumni and have heard of each other, we can consider ourselves friends, right? Friends can share food, can't they?" Liu Yang's expression shifted to one of understanding. This beautiful campus flower was indeed attempting to get closer, ultimately revealing her true intention, a request for food. However, Liu Yang knew that his provisions were not easily relinquished. He shook his head. I cannot. With the apocalypse upon us, and food in short supply, every morsel is a matter of survival. I cannot simply give it away, even to a campus beauty. Oh, dear brother, please find it in your heart to help. I am truly famished. If you do not give me something to eat, I fear I will perish from hunger. Surely, you cannot bear to witness my demise. He sure implored in a coy tone. Her charm had seldom failed her before. Even a most aloof of gods could not resist her plea. Yet Liu Yang remained resolute. That is not negotiable. This is a matter of life and death. Your coaxing will not sway me. What must I do to earn some food from you? He sure asked, her voice laced with feigned helplessness. Quite simple. Liu Yang replied with a mischievous smile. First, take a shower, then come to my room, and I will tell you. His gaze scanned He sure from head to toe, a playful glint in his eye. Not only does she possess the ethereal beauty akin to that of a mixed-race goddess, but she also boasts a physique reminiscent of a devil, with long, slender legs that are straight and pristine, a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, and an astonishingly enviable waist-to-hip ratio. This flawless form is undeniably a formidable asset. Had the apocalypse not erupted, any man fortunate enough to bask in the allure of He sure would surely have his ancestors rejoicing in the afterlife. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, He sure's face instantly registered a look of incredulity. How could this individual speak of such matters with such nonchalance? He is utterly shameless. Is this appropriate? We have only just met on the first day, and did you not share food with her as well? He sure pointed towards Tang Mengting. She became my woman yesterday. Liu Yang replied calmly. What? He sure exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Tang Mengting, the class monitor and the flower of the class, had so quickly capitulated to become the woman of this mere security guard? He sure found it hard to believe. I'll be waiting for you in my room. Think it over, Liu Yang concluded, retreating upstairs to lie down and rest. Once on his bed, he began to envision the future. Half an hour later, there was a knock on his door. As expected, He sure had arrived. A smile of joy graced Liu Yang's face. The mere thought of He sure's goddess-like beauty and her captivating figure sent waves of excitement coursing through him, igniting a fervent passion within. Please come in. Liu Yang steadied his breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and called out to the door. He sure gently pushed the door open, her face still reflecting a hint of nervousness. Clearly, she had just emerged from a shower, her long, dark hair still damp, cascading over her delicate shoulders, creating an undeniably alluring sight. Classmate Liu Yang, she hesitantly began. Can we negotiate? Since we are all classmates at the same university, must we be so unyielding? How about this? You provide me with food, and I shall paint for you. My artwork is quite beautiful. I can create a portrait of you and make you look handsome. He sure's stomach genuinely rumbled with hunger. Yet, she felt it was somewhat degrading to appease Liu Yang merely for a morsel to eat. In the past, she had been revered as a goddess, with numerous exceptional men vying for her affection, all of whom she had turned down, including top scholars, strikingly handsome individuals, and wealthy heirs. Now, she found it utterly unacceptable to submit herself to a mere security guard. That simply won't do. You are stunningly beautiful, one of the 4 campus flowers. A goddess admired by all. Any normal man would desire to claim you as his own. If I were devoid of such thoughts, would I still be considered a man? Unless I were a eunuch, I would have no such lack of desire. Liu Yang chucklet, but engaging in such actions without emotion lacks soul. He sure asserted earnestly. Liu Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, You have a point, don't you agree? Surely, you must share my sentiment. Therefore, why not acquiesce to my proposal of allowing me to draw you? Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, He sure's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, she was unprepared for Liu Yang to continue. Now, all you need to do is cultivate a modicum of affection for me. He sure was momentarily speechless. She could hardly fathom Liu Yang's audacity, coupled with his illogical reasoning. Could genuine feelings be nurtured so swiftly? Moreover, to develop feelings for a mere security guard seemed an insurmountable challenge. Wasn't this setting her up for failure? He sure felt on the brink of despair. Observing her incredulous expression, Liu Yang adopted a high-pitched tone, mimicking a feminine voice, and exclaimed, Yet, to foster feelings for a lowly security guard is indeed a daunting task. What? He sure widened her eyes in disbelief. Liu Yang exaggeratedly continued. Countless wealthy heirs, handsome suitors, and academic elites have pursued me, and I turned them all down. How could I ever consent to a security guard? Yusher was taken aback, her shock evident as she exclaimed, "Do you possess the ability to read minds? How can you possibly know my innermost thoughts?" Liu Yang smirked with pride, declaring, "Not only can I read minds, but I also possess X-ray vision. On your chest, on the left side, there lies a faintly red birthmark shaped like a heart." Ah! Yusher's eyes widened, her expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost, as she quickly covered her chest with her hands. Chapter 7. The Art of Flirting with the Campus Belle. Yusher gazed at Liu Yang as if he were a specter. She could not fathom how he had discerned her private thoughts or the existence of her birthmark, a detail so intimate that only her parents were privy to it. How could Liu Yang possibly know? Seeing her bewildered demeanor, Liu Yang wore a self-satisfied grin. Prior to Yusher's arrival in the room, he had already envisioned the forthcoming events. During that mental rehearsal, he had forced a series of indescribable encounters with Yusher, leading to her eventual capitulation. Consequently, they had engaged in extensive conversation, from which he gleaned a wealth of information. Now, by revealing this knowledge, it appeared as though he possessed the ability to read minds. This foresight ability, apart from averting future dangers, proved remarkably effective in wooing women. With an air of confidence, he addressed Yusher, "Since yesterday, I have dispatched several zombies. I can even read your thoughts and unveil your personal secrets. Do you still perceive me as an ordinary individual?" Yusher remained in a state of shock. After hearing Liu Yang's declarations, her perception of him began to shift. On the very first day of the zombie outbreak, Liu Yang displayed remarkable bravery, confronting the undead head-on. By the second day, he was the first to venture into a convenience store in search of sustenance, demonstrating his courage and strategic thinking far surpassing that of his fellow survivors. Not only can he discern his own thoughts, but he has also begun to unveil the secrets of his own body. All of this indicates that although Liu Yang was once merely a humble security guard, in this apocalyptic world, he has proven to be an exceptionally reliable man, far more useful than those so-called academic elites or affluent heirs. Even Yusher finds herself unable to suppress her newfound admiration for Liu Yang. Women are often drawn to strength, and Liu Yang's current demeanor embodies that of a true warrior. With this realization, she finds it increasingly acceptable. Her heart wavers, and the final step seems within reach. Liu Yang, too, is aware of this shift. Is there a power more formidable than telepathy or X-ray vision? Just how many secrets does this man harbor? It appears that this modest security guard is a riddle waiting to be unraveled, with each word he utters igniting her anticipation. Her interest in Liu Yang only deepens. He inquires, "Do you agree to be my girlfriend now?" She nods in affirmation. Liu Yang receives a system notification. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced her to be your girlfriend. New ability acquired. Ice control." Overwhelmed with joy, he wonders if this signifies the awakening of ice-related powers. Having watched numerous films, he knows that ice manipulators are incredibly powerful, even among mutants. This ice ability must be at least a Tier 1 skill. He quickly reviews the details. Ice control, level 1, allowing the host to freeze water into ice and manipulate the ice shards to attack enemies. Liu Yang tests this newfound ability, focusing his mind as moisture in air instantly crystallizes into an ice needle. He then launches the needle, and with a resounding crack, a deep pit appears in the wall by the window. Astonished, Liu Yang realizes the immense power of this ability. If it can create a significant dent in a concrete wall, a direct hit to a person's head would surely be lethal. He continues to experiment, discovering that he can conjure up to 5 ice needles at a time, after which his mental energy is fully expended, necessitating a 15-minute cooldown period. It seems this skill cannot be used indefinitely, akin to having 5 bullets with a reloading time of 15 minutes. However, even with this cooldown, the ability remains formidable, a guaranteed headshot skill that proves invaluable against both zombies and other humans alike. After reading the skill description, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction, and then his gaze fell upon Yusher, who lay beside him. He decided to reward her generously. An hour later, the tumult had subsided. Cradling the exquisite school beauty in his arms, Liu Yang felt a profound sense of contentment. In times of peace, merely exchanging a word with one of the 4 renowned school beauties, such as Yusher, was a dream cherished by all boys. Yet now, this goddess in the eyes of others lay in his embrace like a docile kitten, uttering words of agreement to become his woman. Liu Yang found this sensation utterly exhilarating. It was as if he could awaken from a dream with a smile. Chapter 8. A woman rescued today marked the third day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Liu Yang inspected the remaining provisions. There were 15 bottles of 250 milliliters of milk, 70 pieces of 20-gram sausages, 12 loaves of bread, and 8 vacuum-sealed chicken legs. If consumed sparingly, these supplies should suffice for the three of them for a week. However, Liu Yang was a person with a keen sense of crisis. Although the food could last for 7 days, it was imperative to promptly continue gathering supplies. The longer they waited, the hungrier the other survivors would become, increasing the likelihood that they would dare to venture into the convenience store. This store was the sole source of food for the entire neighborhood. Delaying their visit could result in others getting there first. Yet, if he wished to continue collecting food, the 10 or so zombies outside posed an unavoidable obstacle that needed to be dealt with first. Liu Yang stood at the window on the 3rd floor, observing the zombies from his elevated position. With a mere thought, an icy needle swiftly formed in the air. He then aimed for the head of one zombie and launched the projectile. However, the zombie seemed completely unfazed. Liu Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? Although this ice needle attack is powerful, its range is far too limited. The zombie is only about 20 meters away, yet I can't reach it? Liu Yang concluded that, given his current mental strength and the first level of his freezing ability, the attacking range of his ice needle was approximately 10 meters. Beyond that distance, he could not exert control over it. Unlike bullets, the ice needle was too light. Once it lost its guiding force, its inertial kinetic energy could not inflict damage. It appeared that this skill was not invincible after all. He would have to take the risk of opening the door and attacking stealthily through the gap. Liu Yang shook his head. Fortunately, zombies possessed relatively low intelligence. If he were to attack discreetly through a narrow opening, perhaps they would not notice. After some calculations, Liu Yang determined he could wield up to 5 ice needles at once, capable of eliminating 5 zombies. The reloading time for each round was 15 minutes. There were a total of 15 zombies outside, meaning he would need to reload twice more, totaling half an hour. Thus, in just half an hour, he could eradicate all the zombies outside, allowing him to safely venture into the convenience store to gather food. With the timing meticulously planned, Liu Yang began his strategic execution. Upon his arrival at the entrance of the villa, he cautiously opened a narrow gap in the door to observe the outside world. The zombies had yet to detect his presence, continuing their aimless wandering outside the gate. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yang launched an ice needle. With a sharp crack, the needle struck a zombie squarely, exploding into countless ice crystals within its skull. In an instant, it was a clean headshot. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. The power of the ice needle was indeed as formidable as he had anticipated. He quickly fired a second needle, then a third, a fourth, and finally a fifth. 5 zombies collapsed to the ground, all succumbing to fatal headshots. The remaining zombies, oblivious to the fate of their fallen companions, stood still, utterly unaware of the unfolding chaos. The intelligence of these creatures was astonishingly low. At this juncture, Liu Yang found himself ensnared in a 15-minute cooldown period. Concealed behind the door, a smug expression adorned his face. With his freezing ability, dealing with zombies had become significantly safer and far more efficient. No longer did he need to engage in close combat. Even with enhanced attributes, surviving encounters with a dozen zombies simultaneously was no guarantee. Furthermore, in close quarters, the sight of a living human would incite a frenzied uproar, attracting even more zombies. Employing ice needles for stealthy ambushes allowed him to eliminate foes quietly. Just as Liu Yang settled into his cooldown, preparing to resume battle once his mental energy was restored, a woman stealthily emerged from a nearby villa, not far from the convenience store. Clearly, by the 3rd day of the apocalypse, hunger had driven her to take a desperate chance. Noticing the absence of zombies at the convenience store's entrance, she crouched and tiptoed closer. However, halfway there, a zombie at the villa's entrance suddenly detected her presence, letting out a furious roar and charging toward her. The other zombies, alerted by the commotion, followed suit. The woman was startled. "Ah!" she screamed, turning to flee back to the villa. Unfortunately, a woman who had gone 3 days without food stood little chance against the frenzied zombies. She was quickly overtaken by the first zombie, which wrestled her to the ground, mercilessly biting her. Her anguished cries echoed throughout the neighborhood. In the distance, countless zombies were drawn to the sound. The woman was soon devoured, leaving behind nothing but his skeletal remains. Meanwhile, dozens of zombies congregated at the entrance of the convenience store. Witnessing the scene, Liu Yang could not suppress an expletive. What a foolish woman. In such dire circumstances, she dared to shout and attract so many zombies. Even I am reluctant to seek food now. Originally, there were only 15 zombies at the entrance of Liu Yang's villa, 5 of which he had already dispatched. If he could just wait another half hour, the remaining zombies would also be eliminated, allowing him to safely search for sustenance. Now, that woman has attracted dozens of zombies to the entrance of the convenience store. Liu Yang's ice needle skill has a mere 10-meter attack range, and he is concealed within the villa, unable to reach the zombies far off at the store. This predicament prevents him from eliminating the zombies from the shadows. The only option to dispatch those numerous zombies is to confront them directly, which poses an immense risk. Faced with such a multitude, even Liu Yang cannot guarantee victory. Should he be besieged, his demise is highly probable. It is all that foolish woman's fault. Liu Yang concluded this simulation and immediately commenced a second one. In the second simulation, Liu Yang hid behind the door and, after dispatching 5 zombies, he did not wait for the cool-down period to expire. Instead, he brandished a fire axe and charged out. At this moment, his strength and speed were augmented, and with the immunity to the zombie virus, he felt confident even against 10 zombies, as long as he employed a mobile fighting style. Suffering minor injuries was inconsequential since he would not turn into a zombie. Thus, wielding the axe like a warrior, he swung it at the zombies. In less than a minute, he had vanquished 10 of them. However, the sounds of battle might attract more zombies from afar, prompting Liu Yang to rush towards the woman who was seeking food at the convenience store. Upon seeing a robust man, drenched in the dark blood of zombies, charging towards her with an axe, she was instantly paralyzed with fear. Trembling, she inquired, "Who are you? And what do you want?" "I am your father. Hurry up and come with me, you foolish woman," Liu Yang retorted fiercely. "If I weren't worried about you screaming and attracting more zombies, would I need to engage in close combat with those 10? Look at me, covered in the foul stench of zombie blood. It's revolting." After being scolded by Liu Yang, the woman fell silent and allowed him to pull her back to his villa. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted another 20 zombies, surrounding the entrance of the villa. Chapter 9. The Joy of Directing. The second simulation was a success. At least he hadn't allowed that woman to ruin everything. However, now there were 20 zombies at the entrance, complicating the next outing. Still, it was far more manageable than 50 zombies at the convenience store. Thus, Liu Yang proceeded according to the second simulation course. Once he successfully brought the woman back to the villa, she immediately forcefully shook off Liu Yang's hand as she entered. "Get your filthy hands off me. How disgusting." She incessantly wiped the zombie blood from her wrist, her face contorted in disgust. Liu Yang scoffed. "Do you dare to complain about dirt? Do you realize that if I hadn't saved you, you would have been devoured by zombies, reduced to a pile of bones, with not a shred of flesh remaining? Who are you trying to deceive? I don't believe you. It was not your intervention that led me here. I had already discovered sustenance within the convenience store. What do you intend, you perverse security guard? I recognize you. Each time I pass through the entrance, your lecherous gaze falls upon me. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions. You, a man of the lower echelons, are utterly despicable. Perhaps at night, you even indulge in fantasies about me, engaging in unspeakable acts." "Umph," the woman exclaimed, her expression rife with disdain. Listening to her words and observing her lofty demeanor, Liu Yang finally recalled who she was. Was she not the third-tier actress named Su Xiao, residing in Building 12? Whenever he passed the entrance, he would dutifully greet the residents as per company policy. Yet, whenever he greeted this particular actress, her face would contort into a look of disgust, accompanied by a derisive snort. Liu Yang could not deny that this actress was indeed beautiful, her allure rivaling that of He Yushi, while possessing a more mature charm and an air of superiority. It was evident that her expressions, demeanor, smiles, and even her gait had been meticulously honed, elements that were essential for an actress. The aura and grace she exuded were beyond that of an ordinary female student. While Liu Yang occasionally found himself gazing a little longer at a beauty, it never approached the realm of lewdness. Yet, how surprising it was to discover that in the eyes of this actress, he was perceived as such a cad. Regardless of her opinions of him, Liu Yang remained indifferent. This was the apocalypse, not a time of peace. What of the actress? Would she not feel hunger as well? What? How my words struck a nerve, rendering you speechless? Disgusting security guard, hurry and produce something for me to eat. I am a resident of this community. Is this how you treat the homeowners? Su Xiao demanded aggressively. Liu Yang furrowed his brow and replied coldly. Who granted you the audacity to address me in such a manner? I rescued you, and rather than express gratitude, you look upon me with disdain. Now you demand food from me in a commanding tone. Do you think you are someone of significance? I am your superior. Your salary is provided by us homeowners. Do you not comprehend this? Has your mind become muddled? How dare a mere security guard speak back to me? Su Xiao was taken aback by Liu Yang's retort, her fury escalating as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. Nearby, Tang Mingting observed the scene with a cold chuckle. Fully aware of the impending consequences Su Xiao would face, having witnessed similar events before. True to her expectations, a sharp sound reverberated through the air. Liu Yang wasted no words. In the next moment, he delivered a resounding slap to Su Xiao's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her face flushed crimson, swelling immediately. Tang Mingting's smirk deepened, though she harbored some confusion. What is happening? Why do I feel such a sense of satisfaction seeing others, like myself, being struck? Ah, you dare to hit me. You, a mere security guard, had the audacity to lay a hand on me? Do you not know who I am? I am a resident of this community, a star with millions of fans. How dare you? Su Xiao screamed frantically, her face ablaze with pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. She never anticipated that a mere community guard would have the gall to strike her. As a female celebrity, she was accustomed to being revered, surrounded by countless admirers, with male fans willing to spend thousands just for a photograph with her. Her appearance fee for any event was in the hundreds of thousands. Wherever she went, she was adored like a goddess. Yet, who would have thought that a lowly security guard would dare to lay hands on her? Female celebrity? This is the apocalypse. Who cares about your fame? Or the guard? Since I saved you, you better listen to me, or I will throw you out where there are 20 zombies waiting to feast on your flesh. Upon hearing Liu Yang's menacing words and seeing his fierce expression, Su Xiao felt a wave of fear wash over her. When she had fled to this villa with Liu Yang, she had witnessed the terrifying pursuit of the zombies. If they caught her, her flesh would surely be devoured piece by piece. That would be a fate far worse than death. Then at least give me some food. I am on the brink of starvation. I can pay you. How much do you want? 100, 000, 200, 000. I can manage it. Money is no object for me. Su Xiao resigned herself to the reality. Attempting to leverage her status over the security guard was evidently futile. Thus, she could only resort to bribery. 200, 000, a sum that could take this guard a decade to accumulate. She believed this would be a considerable amount for a security guard. Money is of no consequence to me. This is the apocalypse, and what use is money now? You can't even buy a loaf of bread. It's just worthless paper. Dear celebrity, do you still not grasp the situation? If you continue to be so oblivious, you will easily meet your demise. Liu Yang remarked with a cold smirk. Hearing these words, Su Xiao completely broke down. Woe is me. I do not wish to die. I am so hungry. If it weren't for my hunger, I would never have risked venturing out from a villa. I truly cannot bear this hunger any longer. It's all my assistant's fault for saying I had gained weight and looked unflattering on camera. They advised me to diet. The day before the zombie outbreak, I hadn't eaten anything, meaning I've been starving for a whole day longer than others. Woe is me. I am truly going to starve to death. What must I do to receive food from you? If you do not want money, that's fine. When this disaster passes, I can introduce you to a director and help you become a star. How do you feel about playing the hero in a film? Liu Yang shook his head dismissively. Don't be foolish. Over 70% of the global population has turned into zombies. How could this catastrophe possibly pass? This is the apocalypse. Do you not comprehend? If you desire food, you may clean yourself thoroughly and then come to my room. You are a star. Such actions should be quite normal for you. Don't you agree? For celebrities, the unspoken rules are hardly surprising, are they? Even the most beautiful starlet must endure relentless efforts, climbing into the beds of numerous esteemed directors to achieve her dreams of becoming a celebrated icon. I imagine Su Xiao has also entertained her fair share of directors. So, what is inappropriate about seeking a dalliance with a mere security guard like myself? This starlet was undeniably stunning. Though Liu Yang had previously dated the prom queen and the campus belle, he had yet to experience the thrill of being with a celebrity. He wished to know what distinguished these stars from ordinary women. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained her composure, her expression morphing into one of indignation. You wish to exploit me? Impossible. I am a star, and you are but a lowly security guard. In the past, I wouldn't have even glanced your way. Would I sell my body for a morsel of food? Do not entertain such thoughts. Liu Yang chuckled coldly. Ah, you are quite formidable. I look forward to your performance. Contemplate your situation here. However, I grant you only this opportunity tonight. Beyond this, even if you beg for my company, I shall refuse. At that point, do not expect any food from me. Every woman utters such declarations, yet ultimately, they find themselves knocking on their own doors. Liu Yang was not surprised by the disdain of this celebrity towards him, the security guard. Yet, he firmly believed that she would soon capitulate. Chapter 10. Has someone entered the convenience store? Liu Yang then disregarded the so-called star and proceeded to the dining table with Tang Mingting and He Yushi, where they began to distribute the food. Each received a sausage, a bottle of milk, and a loaf of bread. This constituted their lunch for the day. Given the current scarcity of food, they had to ration carefully. Despite the meager provisions, Tang Mingting and He Yushi wore expressions of immense anticipation. As they cautiously unwrapped the bread and took their first bites, their faces lit up with delight. Delicious. It is truly exquisite. In this apocalyptic world, even a simple loaf of bread seemed a rare delicacy. The aroma of the bread wafted through the air and reached Su Zhao's nostrils. She couldn't help but inhale deeply. How fragrant! I longed to taste it. Her stomach audibly grumbled. As a star, her diet was strictly regulated and meticulously planned each day, particularly due to her recent engagement in a new drama. She has been rigorously controlling her weight and adhering to a strict diet. This has resulted in her experiencing hunger more intensely than others, as well as a significantly reduced fat reserve. Now, upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread, she feels an overwhelming urge to succumb to temptation. The pangs in her stomach resemble a swarm of ants, gnawing at her insides with unbearable intensity. She gazes longingly at the diners around her, only to find that none of them pay her any heed. A prominent star, yet she finds herself overlooked and isolated. The stark contrast is too much for Su Zhao to bear. A wave of grievance washes over her, and her eyes brim with tears. Meanwhile, Liu Yang remains oblivious to the quietly weeping celebrity. After finishing his meal, he resumes his final opportunity for simulation today. This must be executed with utmost precision. Once the simulation succeeds, he will seek sustenance. Failing this simulation means he would be unable to procure food for the remainder of the day. Liu Yang is a cautious individual. Without having conducted a simulation beforehand, he would never venture outside the villa. After all, with the system at his disposal, it is only a matter of time before he ascends to greatness and becomes an extraordinary force. Surrounded by several beautiful women, he has yet to truly enjoy himself. Should misfortune strike and he perish prematurely, it would be a tremendous loss. The simulation commences. Liu Yang once again finds himself at the villa's entrance, stealthily opening a crack in the door. Utilizing his ice needles, he swiftly dispatches 5 zombies. After a cooldown period of 15 minutes, he eliminates another 5. By the time he has eradicated all 20 zombies, 45 minutes have elapsed. Given that the simulation can only project 1 hour into the future, Liu Yang finds himself with just 15 minutes remaining to gather food and return to the villa. Fortunately, the convenience store is in close proximity under normal circumstances. Barring any unforeseen events, 15 minutes would be more than sufficient. He could even accomplish it in under 5. With determination, Liu Yang darts from the villa, crouching low as he speeds toward the convenience store. Along the way, he encounters no obstacles and successfully enters the store. However, upon stepping inside, he notices something amiss. It is evident that the stock of food has significantly diminished. He recalls a previous visit to the convenience store with Tang Mingting, when the shelves were brimming with provisions, untouched by others. Now, the scarcity of food indicates that other survivors have also ventured into the store. Realizing this, Liu Yang furrows his brow. It appears that driven by hunger, some individuals have begun to risk emerging in search of sustenance. This convenience store is likely to attract an increasing number of survivors, and he must find a way to secure as much food as possible. Liu Yang promptly begins to stuff high-calorie items from the shelves into his backpack, focusing on those that are easily accessible. After a minute of gathering, Liu Yang's backpack was brimming, the zipper almost unable to close. Only then did he venture outside. A few meters away from the convenience store, he turned back, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it at the glass. The sharp sound instantly attracted the nearby zombies, 3 of whom rushed towards the convenience store. Satisfied, Liu Yang returned to his villa, knowing that with 3 zombies guarding the store, other survivors would likely refrain from entering to procure food. For Liu Yang, Dispatching those 3 zombies would pose little challenge. With his current strength, he could easily eliminate them. This served to increase the difficulty for other survivors. The food in the convenience store belonged to him. If anyone wished to take it, they would first have to deal with those 3 zombies, he mused. Upon successfully acquiring the food, Liu Yang concluded this simulation and began to act according to its progression. Once he had searched the convenience store and returned to the villa, he emptied the contents of his backpack. Upon seeing the abundance of food, He and the others were instantly captivated. He, eyes wide, exclaimed to Liu Yang, "What? Did you go hunting for food again? Aren't there a dozen zombies outside? How did you manage to get out? Just take them out, right?" Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. "Take them out? There are over a dozen zombies," exclaimed Tang Mingting and He, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even a nearby star, Su Xiao, wore an expression of incredulity. "Is it that difficult?" Liu Yang stated assuredly, then disregarded the astonished, admiring gazes of the women as he began to tally the food. After completing the count, he addressed the group. "I collected a total of 12 loaves of bread, 58 sausages, and 21 packets of beef jerky. From now on, each meal can include an extra packet of beef jerky for you." "Wow, an extra meal? That's fantastic." He face lit up with joy and surprise. "Thank you, Liu Yang, you are so kind to us," Tang Mingting added happily. Once a condescending class monitor who looked down on Liu Yang, she now realized he was entirely different from her previous assumptions. He was a formidable individual, possessing a keen mind and a courageous spirit. In this apocalyptic world, he was undoubtedly an exceptional man. Thus, her disdain slowly transformed into admiration and affection. In the distance, Su Xiao gazed at them with a complex expression, her heart in turmoil. "Am I truly to yield to this mere security guard? No, he is just a guard. I'm a big star. Yet, if I continue to endure this hunger, I will inevitably perish. Sigh, what should I do?" With that, she began to stifle her sobs once more. Chapter 11. The Starlet Compromises. Gaining a new ability after meticulously inventorying the supplies, Liu Yang returned all of them to his room. Subsequently, he took a refreshing shower and began to rest. Today, he had conducted 3 simulations and had even engaged in close combat with 10 zombies to rescue a seemingly useless starlet, which left him feeling rather fatigued. As he lay in bed, slumber soon enveloped him. When he eventually awoke, night had fallen. At that moment, he heard a knock at the door. The sound elicited a cold smirk from Liu Yang. A frosty starlet? Hardly impressive. Had it only been a few hours, and she was already so famished? "Come." Liu Yang called out to the door. The starlet, Su Xiao, slowly pushed the door open and entered. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having wept for quite some time. Upon seeing Liu Yang reclined on the bed, tears streamed down her cheeks anew. At 25 years old, she had spent 7 years in the entertainment industry. Possessing extraordinary beauty, she rivaled even the most celebrated A-list stars. Yet, despite her talents and looks, she remained relegated to low-budget television dramas, unable to ascend to the upper echelons of stardom. The reason? She steadfastly refused to succumb to the insidious, unspoken rules of the industry. In terms of acting, appearance, and physique, she had already met, if not surpassed, the standards of top-tier actresses. Yet, what was the point? As long as she refused to compromise her principles by climbing into the director's bed, her chances of success remained elusive, relegating her to the role of a tertiary actress playing minor parts. Nevertheless, Su Xiao remained resolute. She believed that her talent would ultimately lead her to success. It was merely a matter of time. Who said that in this murky world of entertainment, a pure and untainted lotus could not bloom? Su Xiao aspired to be that singular flower. However, after enduring immense pressure and resisting the temptations of the industry, she found herself unable to withstand the pangs of hunger, leading her to knock on the door of this humble security guard, Liu Yang. The more she considered her plight, the more aggrieved she felt. Observing her tear-streaked visage, Liu Yang furrowed his brow and spoke to the starlet. "What troubles you? Here, but a lament? If you haven't made up your mind, then continue to ponder. Just remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you become my woman, I shall provide you with sustenance that is only natural. Otherwise, why would I share precious food with a stranger?" His words silenced Su Xiao, and she could no longer weep. I understand now. That is precisely why I knocked," she stammered, her voice choked with emotion. Yet, she still felt a twinge of resentment. After years of striving and struggling in the entertainment industry to achieve stardom, how could she now find herself in a position to submit to a mere security guard earning a meager salary of 3,000 a month. Such a disparity. How could she possibly accept it all at once? Liu Yang gazed at the stunning beauty and the striking figure of the woman before him, particularly captivated by the unique charisma that only a star could possess, and he could not help but lick his lips. Although Su Xiao was merely a third-tier celebrity, she boasted millions of followers. Countless men regarded her as an idol, and many would willingly embrace death for a night spent with her. At this moment, the star had actively opened her bedroom door, and Liu Yang naturally felt a surge of excitement. "Don't just stand there. Come here quickly. After we're done, I'll treat you to something to eat. Moreover, once you become my woman, food will never be an issue," Liu Yang confidently declared. At this juncture, he possessed formidable abilities and extraordinary attributes that surpassed even the strongest. In this apocalyptic world, while he might not be the most impressive, he could certainly ensure that food would never be scarce. Furthermore, his strength would continue to grow. Ascending to the pinnacle of life was merely a matter of time. "All right, I understand. I agree to become your woman." Su Xiao bit her lip, ultimately making a decision in her heart. Liu Yang received a notification from his system. "Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully gained the consent of the other party to become your woman. You have acquired a new ability, Dark Space. Due to the host's success for 3 consecutive days, you have earned the title of expert, receiving a reward of 30 attribute points and an upgrade of all abilities by 1 level. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was utterly elated. Not only had he acquired a new power, but he had also received the title of branching expert, along with an increase in attribute points and an elevation in ability levels. This was simply exhilarating. Liu Yang hurriedly checked his attributes. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Stamina, 100. Spirit, 100. Abilities, 1. Future prediction level, 2. Virus immunity level, 2. 3. Ice control level, 2. 4. Dark space level, 2. Upon viewing this attribute panel, Liu Yang was overwhelmed with excitement. His basic attributes had reached 100 points, effectively doubling those of an average person. The enhancements in strength and speed granted him significantly greater capabilities in combat against zombies. His speed was now twice that of an ordinary person. While an average individual might run 100 meters in approximately 12 seconds, Liu Yang could now accomplish it in just 6 seconds. This speed far exceeded world records. Not to mention, zombies could not catch him, nor could even the fastest sprinters keep up. The increase in strength was even more critical. Even without a weapon, Liu Yang's current strength allowed him to send a zombie flying with a single punch. The elevation in ability levels would undoubtedly enhance his powers as well, prompting Liu Yang to quickly review the descriptions of each of his abilities. In the realm of future projections, at level 2, one is capable of envisioning the events of the next 2 hours, with the privilege of executing this foresight 4 times daily. This enhancement, doubling the duration and increasing the frequency, grants Liu Yang a wealth of opportunities for trial and error. Regarding viral immunity, also at level 2, one can attain resistance to the viruses of second-tier zombies. This revelation momentarily stunned Liu Yang. Second-tier zombies? What manner of creatures are these? Might it be that zombies can indeed evolve? Ultimately, he shook off these perplexities and turned his gaze to the third skill. The skill of frozen control, at level 2, enables one to expedite the process of moisture crystallization into ice, wielding the ice shards as offensive projectiles against adversaries. Liu Yang regarded this skill with a shake of his head, noting the absence of any extraordinary effects. It merely enhanced the speed at which he could generate ice. Upon testing it, he discovered that while he could previously conjure 5 ice needles, this capability had now doubled to 10. Furthermore, the speed of condensation had significantly increased. This meant that his magazine now contained 10 projectiles, and the control range had been augmented to a remarkable 20 meters. Faced with such formidable improvements, Liu Yang was filled with exhilaration. It appeared that the upgrade of the freezing skill was indeed paramount. Not only had the quantity of projectiles doubled, but the range of attack had also seen a 2-fold enhancement. This skill was undoubtedly the most significant upgrade. Finally, Liu Yang's attention shifted to the last skill. The most recent acquisition, Dark Space, at level 2. Within him resided a cubic space measuring 20 by 20 by 20 meters, allowing for the effortless retrieval and storage of any object. Such a skill is immensely powerful. This constitutes a spatial ability, likely one of the most elite even among extraordinary powers. Eagerly, Liu Yang retrieved a sausage to test this capability. With a mere thought, the sausage vanished from his hand, entering the dark space. Moments later, with another thought, the sausage reappeared in his grasp. Witnessing such formidable and convenient powers, Liu Yang was instantly filled with joy. How remarkable! With this ability, he would no longer need to carry a backpack while scavenging for food. He could effortlessly clear an entire convenience store of provisions in one go. Chapter 12. Scavenging for Food, Encountering Survivors. Liu Yang never anticipated that after 3 consecutive days of successful expansion, there would be additional rewards. Was this a reward for achieving a triple kill? If he were to secure 4 or 5 kills, would further rewards follow? What if he achieved a consecutive 7 kills? Attaining a godlike status? Would the rewards be even greater? Contemplating these prospects, Liu Yang was soon consumed with excitement. It seemed the system was encouraging him to pursue expansion relentlessly, ideally achieving success each day without interruption. To maintain a streak of kills, he would need to persistently seek out female survivors. Thus, Liu Yang made a resolute decision in his mind. Tomorrow, he will set out, not only to scour every morsel of food from the convenience store, but also to investigate whether there are any other women in the villa district to rescue. After all, expanding his circle with female survivors is the swiftest path to his own empowerment. Liu Yang retracted his thoughts. He felt compelled to reward the female celebrity. An hour later, a satisfied smile graced Liu Yang's face. At that moment, the starlet, Su Xiao, lay in bed with a vacant expression. She had already endured several days of hunger. And after being toyed with by Liu Yang for so long, she was on the brink of collapse. Noticing her condition, Liu Yang hastily produced a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread, offering them to her with concern. "Please eat something. I fear you might perish in your sleep." "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much." Upon seeing the food, Su Xiao's demeanor brightened. The emptiness in her eyes seemed to glimmer with life. She eagerly seized the bread and began to devour it. "Take your time. No one is competing with you. Besides, after joining me, an abundance of food awaits you." Liu Yang chuckled at her ravenous display. After finishing her meal, Su Xiao regained some strength, and the two embraced and drifted into slumber. With a stunning female celebrity nestled in his arms, Liu Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Previously, such a starlet wouldn't have spared him a glance. Yet now she had willingly climbed into his bed, resting peacefully in his embrace. He finally experienced the exhilaration of being a prominent director. It was an utterly delightful sensation. The following day, Liu Yang awoke refreshed and invigorated. He resolved to visit the convenience store, determined to procure every item of food available. Having awakened his spatial abilities, he knew that even if he emptied the store, his dark space could accommodate it all. After freshening up, Liu Yang approached the dining table, where Tang Mengting and others had already gathered. As the one wielding the power of food distribution, no matter how hungry they were, they could not eat until Liu Yang granted permission. This time, Liu Yang provided each person with a bottle of milk, 2 sausages, a loaf of bread, and a pack of beef jerky. Upon witnessing this, Hiyusher's face lit up with delight. "What? Another sausage? Our food supply is increasing. Liu Yang, you are amazing and so generous." Tang Mengting also expressed her gratitude. "Yes, indeed. Another sausage. Liu Yang, you are truly wonderful. Eat up. I have assured you that as long as you follow me, food scarcity will not be an issue. There will be an endless supply," Liu Yang stated confidently. Shortly, he would be raiding the entire convenience store, and once he had collected everything, there would be no need to ration their meals. They could feast to their heart's content. "Thank you so much. Following you brings such peace of mind." Yusher nodded vigorously. Tang Mengting and Su Xiao also displayed expressions of heartfelt gratitude. After finishing his meal, Liu Yang commenced today's simulation, determined to thoroughly scour for supplies, intending to empty the entire convenience store before seeking out survivors. Female survivors might be brought back, but male ones? They would be promptly expelled from the neighborhood. The simulation began. Utilizing his ice needles, Liu Yang swiftly dispatched the 20 zombies at the entrance in a mere 15 minutes. With his ammunition now totaling 10 rounds, he only needed to reload once to eliminate all 20 zombies. Having vanquished the undead, Liu Yang wielded his fire axe and charged toward the convenience store. Upon reaching its entrance, he was taken aback. The 3 zombies he had previously attracted had already been dealt with, each head brutally crushed. Evidently the work of a fire axe. Liu Yang furrowed his brow. Those who came here for food upon witnessing the three zombies guarding the entrance, had not retreated. Clearly, they possessed both strength and courage. There were likely one or several adult males. This realization heightened Liu Yang's alertness. These individuals were his competitors. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief that he had acquired his dark space ability early on. Otherwise, the convenience store might have been completely emptied by now. He entered the store and immediately began to gather resources. Previously, with a limited backpack, he could only select a few high-nutrition items to satisfy his hunger. But now, everything in the store was within his reach. Bread, milk, sausages, bottled water, all taken. Snacks, candies, cigarettes, fine liquor, all taken. Pots, pans, and daily necessities, all taken. Rice, noodles, cooking oil, all taken. Kitchen knives and utensils, all taken. And this, condoms? I'll pass on those. Before long, Liu Yang had completely cleared the store of its goods and prepared to leave. However, as he stepped out, he was unexpectedly confronted by 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, each burdened with a large backpack. The leader, a man, astonishingly brandished a fire axe identical to Liu Yang's. Upon seeing Liu Yang, their faces registered a mixture of surprise. Liu Yang, you're still alive? Are you here for food as well? As Liu Yang recognized them, his surprise mirrored theirs. It was none other than their security team leader, Zhang Jinfeng, accompanied by 2 other security guards and a beautiful female resident. I came to search for food, but everything has already been cleared out. I found nothing to eat, Liu Yang said casually. He had no desire for them to know that he had completely harvested the store supplies. Otherwise, envy would surely arise among them. Though Liu Yang was not afraid of them, avoiding trouble was undoubtedly preferable. However, despite Liu Yang's assertions, the security personnel remained unconvinced. Captain Zhang Jinfeng entered the convenience store for a brief inspection and was met with the shocking reality that it had been completely emptied, his face betraying disbelief. His gaze fixated on Liu Yang, demanding, "The convenience store has been cleared out? Just yesterday, when we came to collect food, it was teeming with supplies. How could it possibly vanish so suddenly? Speak up. Did you have a hand in this? Mind you, I am your superior, so I advise against deceit." Chapter 13. Eliminate the security captain and retrieve the female owner. Captain Zhang Jinfeng, lacking in formal education, had served as the head of security in this community for a full 5 years. During Liu Yang's previous part-time employment, Zhang had always regarded him with disdain. A youth entering the security profession could only be seen as a person without prospects. Moreover, his lack of experience rendered him unreliable in Zhang's eyes. He often grumbled about the personnel department's decision to hire such an inexperienced lad, lamenting that it was a poor choice. Most notably, Liu Yang was a university student at Donghai University, while Zhang had only completed junior high. This disparity in education fueled Zhang's contempt for those with higher qualifications. They were often younger and more attractive, which irked him greatly. In conversations with fellow guards, he frequently disparaged Liu Yang, labeling him a fool. He would boast, "What's so great about being a university student? They still end up as security guards, under my command, a mere junior high graduate. If I tell him to go east, does he dare go west?" His colleagues would echo his sentiments. Exactly. What good is a degree? They still have to heed our captain's wishes. That kid is rather submissive. If we command him, he wouldn't dare retort. Lest we all join forces to teach him a lesson. Liu Yang had overheard these remarks on numerous occasions. In the past, to retain his job, he had feigned indifference. However, with the apocalypse now upon them, the value of his employment was negligible. The audacity of Zhang Jinfeng to revert to his previous manner of speaking to Liu Yang was intolerable, prompting him to furrow his brow. He coldly retorted, "Your disbelief is your own concern. In any case, the food from the convenience store has vanished. You may search as you please, as long as you do not disturb me." Upon hearing this, Zhang's expression darkened. How dare this junior security guard speak to him in such a manner? Had he grown weary of life? He was the captain, a dominant figure within the security team. The entire community fell under his jurisdiction, especially now that the apocalypse had erupted. He had reunited with a few comrades and rekindled a relationship with his former favorite tenant, Xiao Dan, which was developing rapidly. A complete success seemed imminent. Yet, Liu Yang's unexpected presence had not only caused the disappearance of the convenience store supplies, but had also dared to challenge him in front of Xiao Dan. Was it not a blatant affront to one's dignity? Failing to teach him a lesson would only make it difficult for him to maintain his standing before Xiao Dan in the future. Thus, Zhang Jinfeng's face contorted with fury as he stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Liu Yang and declaring, "Young man, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? What do you mean by not wanting to be bothered? I am the captain of the security team, your superior. Am I not entitled to intervene? Furthermore, the provisions that were plentiful yesterday have mysteriously vanished today, and you reappear here. If it is not your doing, then whose could it possibly be? Take me to your residence at once. If I do not find a missing food there, we shall consider this matter closed. However, should I discover that you have pilfered it and deceived us, you will regret it." Upon hearing these words, Liu Yang could not help but burst into laughter, regarding Zhang with the incredulity one might reserve for a fool. "Zhang Jinfeng, has your brain been muddled? Who do you think you are? In the past, your minor authority allowed you to act arrogantly, but now, amidst this apocalypse, you still presume to be a leader? I warn you to cease your incessant pestering, otherwise, you shall not even comprehend your demise." Zhang Jinfeng, incredulous at Liu Yang's audacity, found it hard to believe his ears. The once submissive and timid security guard now dared to speak so boldly, especially in the presence of the female property owner, Xiao Dan. He could no longer restrain himself. "Liu Yang, how dare you address me in such a tone? Even in the face of disaster, we must protect the owners. Produce the food immediately, and we shall let this matter be. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay dearly." The other two security guards chimed in. "Liu Yang, what do you mean by this? How dare you speak to Brother Zhang in such a manner? Do you seek death?" One exclaimed, "Why do we never notice your rebellious nature before? Now, amidst the apocalypse, you still dare to be arrogant. Do you truly believe we would not dispose of your body if it came to that?" With a cold chuckle, Liu Yang retorted, "Oh, the property owner? In this apocalypse, when nearly everyone has perished, you still cling to that title? Have you been a lapdog for so long that you can no longer rise? Everyone in the security team knows you are merely a sycophant to owner Chindan. In times of peace, your flattery was tolerable, but now amidst the end of days, you continue to grovel. You squander this opportunity with this woman. What use are you now? You are worthless. Women are not objects for adulation. Do you understand? With the apocalypse upon us, you still choose to fawn over someone. Such a sycophant deserves a grim fate. And do you think you possess the capability to kill me?" Upon hearing Liu Yang insult even Shindan, Zhang Jinfeng's expression darkened with rage. "You fool! If I do not slay you today, I shall cease to bear the surname Zhang." He charged at Liu Yang, wielding a fire axe. Yet, as he advanced a few steps, a resounding crack echoed, and his head exploded in a shower of crimson mist. Liu Yang had dispatched him with a frost needle. If he sought death, Liu Yang was more than willing to oblige. Zhang Jinfeng's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Owner Chun Dan, witnessing the gruesome scene, let out a piercing scream. The other two security guards stood frozen in disbelief. "What on earth happened, Zhang?" they exclaimed, utterly bewildered. They had not observed Liu Yang's actions, as the ice needles were exceedingly fine and transparent, virtually invisible in the air. They were completely oblivious to the ice needles Liu Yang had launched. With just a glance, their leader, Zhang Jinfeng, suffered a fatal blow. The two guards were instantly paralyzed with fear, trembling as they pointed at Liu Yang and stammered, "What? What did you do? Do you really need to know?" Liu Yang replied with another glance, and the two young guards met their demise as well. These guards, who looked down upon themselves during their duties and often targeted one another, displayed a sycophantic demeanor towards the owners, embodying the essence of the weak preying on the strong. It was as if their monthly salary of 3,000 yuan was a mere act of charity from the owners. Did they not realize that their wages were earned through labor, not dependent on anyone else's favor? Liu Yang felt no pity for them. At that moment, owner Chun Dan was utterly terrified, crouching on the ground, clutching her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Hey, get up. Don't play dead on the ground," Liu Yang said, startling her further. 3 guards had just perished before her eyes. This young guard seemed utterly remorseless. She feared she might be next. Therefore, she pleaded incessantly, "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. I can be your woman. Just tell me what to do. I will absolutely obey you." In Chun Dan's eyes, Liu Yang was a merciless fiend, executing the 3 guards without a second thought, each death a brutal execution. She had no desire to meet the same fate. As long as she could survive, she was willing to do anything. Liu Yang looked at her, somewhat bemused. How perceptive this woman is. I haven't even hinted at anything yet, and she is already offering to be my woman? A promising student indeed. He said to her, "Get up and come with me. I want to kill you." "You haven't wronged me." "Really? You want to kill me? Where do you intend to take me?" Little Dan's face reflected her fear. This security guard named Liu Yang was undeniably ruthless. Without a word, he had dispatched 3 burly men, employing an unknown method to execute them with such brutality and savagery. She was utterly terrified. Rest assured, I'm taking you to a safe place. Didn't you just say you'd be my woman? Now is your time to prove it. With that, Liu Yang seized Chen Dan's hand and led her toward the villa. Chapter 14. Dare to disagree? Liu Yang successfully brought owner Chen Dan back. As per the unfolding plan, in the past, the security chief Zhang Zhenfeng often remarked, I am but a guard, working merely to clock out, relishing teddy bear biscuits, and harboring affection for the owner, Xiao Dan. Alas, he can no longer indulge in those biscuits, for he has met a grisly fate, his head blown apart, leaving his mouth suspended grotesquely from a tree. Xiao Dan, too, has been taken away by Liu Yang. I shall care for your wife, fret not. Upon arriving at Liu Yang's quarters, Chen Dan's face was marked by terror. Witnessing 3 men meet their demise before her, she remained ensnared in a state of shock. Meanwhile, within the villa, Tang Mengting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao observed Liu Yang returning with yet another female survivor, their expressions reflecting a spectrum of emotions. Notably, the renowned star Su Xiao's face contorted into one of disdain. The other 2 had arrived before her. She could not concern herself with that. After all, she was the third. However, the arrival of a 4th raised questions. Irritated, she confronted Liu Yang. I thought you were out scavenging for food, yet you returned with another woman. Is your mind solely preoccupied with females? We already have 3 exquisite beauties here. Is that not sufficient for your indulgence? Are you a creature of mere desires? With food already scarce, are you intent on starving us by introducing another mouth to feed? The arrogance and confidence inherent in her celebrity status made it unbearable for her to accept this situation, especially after sharing an intimate night with him just the previous evening, only to find him returning with another woman. Did it imply she had failed to satisfy him? As a prominent star, could she not fulfill his needs? Thus, she could not restrain herself from voicing her grievances to Liu Yang. Tang Mengting furrowed her brow and added, indeed, you already have us 3 and still seek out other women. What are you trying to achieve? Are your thoughts consumed by such matters? It seems men truly think with their lower halves. Instead of focusing on finding food for us, you bring back another person to share our meager rations, hastening our demise. Discontent brewed in their hearts as they noticed Liu Yang returning empty-handed, only to bring back another woman to partake of their dwindling supplies. Each additional person equated to another mouth to feed, exacerbating their already precarious food situation. He Yushi observed the 2 women addressing Liu Yang in such a manner, and a sneer formed within her. Clearly, they did not comprehend the gravity of their circumstances. Abandoning Liu Yang would surely spell their doom, whereas he would suffer little loss, easily seeking out another woman. To him, they were entirely dispensable. Yet, they failed to recognize their precarious position, daring to speak to Liu Yang in such a tone. In terms of both intellect and emotional awareness, these 2 women were profoundly lacking. A hint of relief flickered across He Yushi's face. If Liu Yang surrounded himself with such intellectually challenged women, she was certain that she could navigate her way to success, perhaps even secure Liu Yang's exclusive affection. Indeed, just as He Yushi had envisioned, upon hearing the words of Su Xiao and Tang Mengting, Liu Yang furrowed his brow, his icy gaze sweeping over their faces. Then, with a sharp crack, he delivered 2 resounding slaps to their cheeks. In the midst of their astonished and fearful expressions, Liu Yang coldly remarked, Who granted you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Do you truly believe that by climbing into my bed, you have ascended to the role of mistress here? Providing you with sustenance is merely an act of my benevolence, not an invitation for you to overstep your bounds. Do you harbor grievances against me? If so, you are welcome to leave at once. I shall not impede your departure. As Liu Yang's frigid gaze bore into them, Tang Mengting and Su Xiao suddenly realized the gravity of their missteps. Indeed, they had mistakenly thought that their relationship with Liu Yang conferred upon them a sense of dominion here, a notion that was utterly erroneous. They were merely burdens clinging to Liu Yang's coattails for survival. Their only contribution to Liu Yang was the mere satisfaction of his desires. Beyond that, they were nothing more than idle consumers of resources, offering him no substantial assistance. This meant that Liu Yang would incur minimal loss should they depart. He could easily seek out new companions. Conversely, without Liu Yang's protection, their fates would be dire. hunger, and even the threat of being devoured by zombies loomed large. Realizing this, Tang Mingting glanced at He Yushi. Among the three, only He Yushi had escaped the slap, and at that moment, an unmistakable sense of triumph was etched upon her features. Upon witnessing this expression of pride, Tang Mingting instantly grasped the situation. It was indeed this campus beauty who had overshadowed her in both appearance and intellect. At that moment, Liu Yang also turned his attention to He Yushi, inquiring, "Why do you not say a word?" "Me?" He Yushi replied, taken aback as she pointed to herself, then broke into a sweet smile, mischievously stating, "I am available tonight." "Oh, I have brought back a new woman. Do you have any objections?" Liu Yang asked curiously. "What objections could I possibly have? This secure villa is yours, the food belongs to you, and everything here is yours. Is it not your prerogative to bring whomever you desire?" He Yushi responded, matter-of-factly. From the very beginning, she had never considered herself Liu Yang's girlfriend, nor had she entertained thoughts of monopolizing him. In this apocalyptic world, romance was a luxury. Everything was merely an exchange of interests. These women were nothing more than Liu Yang's dependents, with no aspirations of becoming mistresses. He Yushi was remarkably astute. She had long since grasped this reality. Upon seeing He Yushi's response, even Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback. He turned to He Yushi and remarked, "You truly are an astute campus belle." "Astute? So clever. Yet still ensnared by your tricks, humph." He Yushi pouted, expressing her displeasure. "Ha ha ha. That merely indicates that I am even more clever than you." Liu Yang chuckled, affectionately ruffling the hair of this campus beauty. It must be said that conversing with intelligent individuals is a source of immense joy. Among the three women, He Yushi undoubtedly excels in both emotional and intellectual intelligence. At that moment, Liu Yang began addressing the newly acquired female proprietor, Chun Dan, saying, "You need not be so fearful. I will not harm you. You have not provoked me. The reason I eliminated those 3 security guards was solely because they intended to kill me. Therefore, I shall ensure your safety and provide you with sustenance. All you need to do is submit to me and become my woman. Absolutely no problem. I will comply with your every command, as long as you do not kill me." The female proprietor, Xiao Dan, promptly replied. Chapter 15. Is the female proprietor a ballet teacher? After finishing her bath, Xiao Dan entered Liu Yang's room, where he had been waiting. The reason Xiao Dan had managed to capture the attention of Zhang Zhengfeng, the devoted admirer, was her exquisite beauty and perfect figure. It is said that she is a ballet teacher. The mere thought of her graceful form filled Liu Yang with excitement. Moreover, despite Zhang Zhengfeng's prolonged efforts, he had failed to win her affection, while Xiao Dan sought Liu Yang out within a day. This clearly illustrated that persistent admirers often meet unfortunate fates, particularly in a post-apocalyptic world. Being an admirer then is akin to being the most foolish of fools. At that moment, Xiao Dan appeared quite anxious. Observing her demeanor, Liu Yang found it somewhat amusing. "Why are you so tense? Surely, you have had a boyfriend before?" To his surprise, she nodded, "Yes, I have never had a boyfriend and am unsure how such matters are conducted." "What? Is that true? How old are you that you have never dated?" Liu Yang questioned, incredulous. The female proprietor, Xiao Dan, was fair-skinned and stunningly beautiful, with a tall and graceful stature, exuding the charm typical of a ballet instructor. Those trained in dance possess a unique allure in their movements. Such a beautiful woman, who had captivated even the head of security, Zhang Zhengfeng, leading him to willingly assume the role of an admirer. How could she possibly have never had a boyfriend? Indeed, I have been preoccupied with my dance career for years, leaving no time for relationships. Furthermore, I have never encountered a man who has made my heart flutter, Xiao Dan shyly confessed. "Ah, you are quite fortunate. Today you have met someone exceptional. I am not an ordinary man, and when you encountered me, your heart must have raced. Does that not count as infatuation?" Liu Yang teased with a playful grin. Chun Dan recalled the moment she first witnessed Liu Yang commit murder. The rapidity of her heartbeat exceeded 250 beats per minute. It was not merely a fluttering of the heart, but rather, it felt as if it might leap from her chest. She found amusement in Liu Yang's words. Observing her demeanor, Liu Yang displayed a satisfied expression. "This is how it should be. There is no need to be overly anxious. Although you have never had a boyfriend, I possess ample experience with numerous girlfriends. I can teach you, especially when it comes to women who have never been in a relationship. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. So, do you agree to be my woman?" As he spoke, Liu Yang placed his hand upon Chun Dan's body, gently caressing her to alleviate her tension. Shindan nodded in response. Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced the other party to agree to be your woman. You have earned a system reward. All basic attributes enhanced by 10. Another reward? Liu Yang was elated. Although this reward did not manifest as a supernatural ability or an enhancement of his powers, it directly increased all his attributes by 10 points. This reward was quite commendable. Liu Yang's 4 basic attributes had already reached 100 points. With the additional 10 points, they now soared to 110, surpassing that of an ordinary person. Even without supernatural abilities, he could easily contend with 30 or 50 strong men. Dealing with ordinary zombies would pose no challenge. The speed of this attribute enhancement was astonishing. It seemed that rescuing female survivors was indeed a prudent choice. Tomorrow, he would continue the search for survivors. Today, Liu Yang had reaped substantial rewards. Not only did he secure all the food from the convenience store into his dark space, but he also gained Chun Dan as a survivor, further elevating his basic attributes by 10 points. Liu Yang felt immensely satisfied. He prepared to rest, planning to resume his actions the following day. Before resting, he cast a glance at Chun Dan, who lay beside him, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Observing her, Liu Yang felt a sense of accomplishment. He produced some food and offered it to her. Here, eat something to regain your strength. I will take a nap. Upon seeing the food, Chun Dan regained a semblance of vitality and hurriedly embraced the provisions to consume them. After finishing everything, she gazed at the slumbering Liu Yang, her heart awash with complexity. She never anticipated that her first man would be a mere security guard. Yet, this guard was entirely different from the rest. He was resolute, remarkably powerful. Even in the face of apocalypse, he managed to gather such an abundance of food, and when confronted with enemies, he showed no mercy, executing his intentions without hesitation. Setting aside his identity as a security guard, it seemed that following him was not so difficult to accept. Well then, with that in mind, she resolved to steadfastly accompany him from this moment forth. As thoughts drifted away, the female homeowner, Xiaodan, gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 16. The dance instructor can also cook. By the time the two awakened, darkness had enveloped the sky. Liu Yang rose, stretching his back. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he prepared to rise for dinner. At this moment, Xiaodan also stirred awake. The pair stepped outside together. Tang Mengting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao had been eagerly awaiting them on the first floor. All the food was allocated by Liu Yang, who had not awakened before they had their dinner. Upon seeing Liu Yang descend the stairs, He Yushi promptly greeted him with a smile. Liu Yang, you're awake? We're quite hungry. It must be time for dinner now. Yes, I overslept. My apologies. Liu Yang replied with a chuckle. He Yushi's face broke into a mischievous grin as she jested with Liu Yang. It seems you've grown stronger. The time spent in intimacy with her was even longer than with me. What special qualities does this homeowner possess? Does she excite you more than I do? Upon hearing this, Xiaodan's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, feeling so bashful that she wished to vanish into the ground. Liu Yang was aware that He Yushi and the others had overheard the exchange on the first floor. However, he paid it no mind, instead affectionately ruffling He Yushi's hair and boasting. After all, she is a ballet instructor. What do you expect? Her shoulders can serve as a pillow for her knees. What's the matter? Are you feeling a bit jealous? Don't worry. Next time we indulge, I'll aim for 2 hours, he teased. Last time I nearly perished in bed, and now you're suggesting 2 hours? Forget it. He Yushi hastily retreated, recalling the terror of that night when Liu Yang dominated her. Even pleading for mercy had proven futile. Observing her retreat, Liu Yang chuckled softly before beginning to unveil the dinner provisions. This time, he produced a package of noodles, a bag of rice, a jug of cooking oil, along with chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, salt, and an array of other ingredients. Even fresh vegetables, all of which he had scavenged from the convenience store. The others were taken aback by the sheer volume of supplies Liu Yang had gathered. Liu Yang, where did you obtain all these items? Do you have a hidden stash? He Yushi's expression was one of disbelief. It was clear that Liu Yang had returned with nothing but a female homeowner and had no belongings. How could he now produce such a bounty? Moreover, where could he possibly have concealed it, especially that bag of rice, which must weigh at least 100 pounds? There was no way he could carry it all. It was truly astonishing. Of course I do. As for where I hid them, that is a secret you need not know. He replied with a smile before asking the group. Does anyone know how to cook? Tang Mingting and He Yushi shook their heads. They like Liu Yang. are all freshmen and come from affluent families, having been pampered and raised in comfort. Cooking is far from their realm of expertise. Su Xiao shook her head as well. As a star, albeit a third-tier one, culinary skills were entirely irrelevant to her. Her assistant typically handled all matters related to food. In fact, Su Xiao had never even set foot in a kitchen. At that moment, Chundan nodded her head. I can cook, though I'm unsure if it will please everyone's palate. Yushu's eyes brightened at this. Wow. Sister Dan, you can cook? That's truly impressive. After so many days since the apocalypse began, we've only been eating bread and sausages, and we're nearly tired of it. It's wonderful that you can cook. We will surely enjoy it, no matter how it turns out. It must be better than sausages and bread, right? Indeed. Sister Dan, we can assist you. Just tell us what you need us to do. Tang Ming Ting chimed in eagerly. Even the celebrity Su Xiao added, I can also try to help. Although I may not be very skilled. Sausages and vacuum-packed chicken legs might suffice as snacks, but having them as main meals daily was enough to make anyone weary. They had grown tired of it after just a few days. The prospect of fresh rice, paired with any dish, would be a culinary delight. All right, let us get started. You wash the vegetables. Su Xiao and Meng Ting, you two can chop the vegetables. Today, I will prepare fried noodles for you. Chun Dan instructed the other three women. Okay, everyone nodded in agreement, rolling up their sleeves to begin. Initially, they found the situation quite dull. Confined to the villa due to the zombie apocalypse, with little to do but play cards. Now, the opportunity to assist in cooking was a welcome distraction, marking the first time for the three of them to engage in such an activity. They felt a mix of curiosity and excitement. Soon, the kitchen buzzed with organized activity. Su Xiao began frying the noodles, and the delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen into the living room. Liu Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smells amazing. It was now the 5th day since the apocalypse had erupted, and the chance to enjoy a long-awaited home-cooked meal was immensely satisfying. No longer would they have to endure packaged foods like sausages and vacuum-sealed chicken legs, which left a lingering taste of preservatives. In no time, Chun Dan emerged with the first bowl of fried noodles, presenting it to Liu Yang with a beaming smile. Liu Yang, give it a try. All right, Liu Yang replied, picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite. The delightful flavor made his eyes widen in surprise. He had not anticipated that his first meal in the apocalypse would be so delicious. Liu Yang Brisetchen den enthusiastically. The flavor is truly delightful. Chun Dan, you are not only a dance instructor, but also a chef, weren't you? Oh no, I merely enjoy cooking as a hobby. Tomorrow, I shall prepare something different for you all. Complimented by Liu Yang, Chen den esselorded her head. Observing Liu Yang relishing the stir-fried noodles she prepared, she felt a sense of worth, realizing she had some value after all. You can cook other dishes as well? That is simply wonderful. Henceforth, you shall have full authority over our culinary needs, Liu Yang cheerfully declared. In this era, girls are often pampered, so finding one who loves to cook is indeed rare. Chun Dan is not only beautiful and flexible, but also possesses culinary skills, embodying numerous admirable qualities. No wonder Zhang Zhenfeng was so enamored with her. Alas, the one who has won her heart is none other than myself. If Zhang Zhenfeng were to learn of this, would he be so enraged that even a coffin lid could not contain him? Chapter 17. It is decided, you shall be the one. Su Xiao, et Yusi. And Tang Mengting savored the stir-fried noodles, their faces reflecting sheer enjoyment. Having consumed countless vacuum-packed and processed foods, they had long grown weary of the taste of preservatives. A simple bowl of fried noodles, in a time of peace, would have gone unnoticed by these affluent young ladies. They would have never indulged in such greasy and salty street food. Yet now, this ordinary bowl of stir-fried noodles surpasses any delicacy they had previously tasted. The three beautiful girls could not help but exclaim, delicious, simply exquisite. I cannot believe we can still enjoy hot stir-fried noodles in this apocalyptic world. I am truly moved. Nothing we've ever eaten compares to this. This bowl of noodles is incredible. Thank you, Sister Dan. Oh, this is just like my mother's cooking. It brings me to tears. Seeing how much everyone enjoyed her stir-fried noodles, a joyful expression spread across Chun Dan's face. It was truly wonderful that everyone liked it. It affirmed her sense of purpose. She was not entirely ineffectual after all. Once they finished their noodles, Yushu and the others eagerly rushed to wash the dishes and tidy up. After all, since Chun Dan had cooked for them, they felt it necessary to contribute something in return. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. Chun Dan, the female owner, was the fourth to arrive at this villa, Yet upon her arrival, she created a dish that even Liu Yang praised effusively. It seems she is the most capable woman here. The newcomers, in comparison, felt overshadowed, inducing a sense of urgency within them. If this continues, shall we not become obsolete? It appears we must devise some means to contribute. Soon, they had finished washing the dishes and clearing the dining table. Liu Yang sat contentedly, digesting his meal while observing those around him. He remarked, "Having had our fill, we can now rest. Who among you would like to join me upstairs for respite? Is there anyone willing to volunteer?" Liu Yang's room was located upstairs, while the quarters of the four women were situated below. The following day, when Liu Yang awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky, and he noted that it was past 10 in the morning. He glanced over to see Yusher still peacefully slumbering beside him. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her flawless, cherubic cheeks, which bore a hint of youthful plumpness, and called out, "Hey, Yusher, it's time to wake up." With her eyes still closed, Yusher let out a soft murmur, displaying her fatigue. "I haven't had enough sleep. I don't want to get up. Last night nearly exhausted me. Please, let me rest a little longer." "Ha ha ha. You are quite amusing," Liu Yang chuckled, entertained by the beauty beside him. His objective for the day was to thoroughly search the entire community, rescue any survivors, and eliminate the zombies. Ideally, he aspired to clear the entire neighborhood, transforming it into a safe haven. Once the main gate was secured, the zombies outside would no longer pose a threat, allowing everyone within to move about freely. This place would become his first secure base. Chapter 18. The pitiful survivors. Thus, the plan commenced. This time, Liu Yang took the initiative to scour the entire community. The neighborhood comprised 45 villas and 10 high-rise buildings. The villas, being sparse in population, were unlikely to harbor many survivors or zombies. However, the high-rise buildings housed at least several hundred households, with a minimum of 1,000 residents. Of these, at least 700 had succumbed to zombification. Even among those still alive, many had likely fallen victim to the zombies. The probability of infection leading to zombification was alarmingly high, exceeding 23. This meant that in a family of 3, 2 individuals were likely to become zombies, leaving only one as a potential survivor. It was improbable for a solitary person to combat 2 zombies, resulting inevitably in being devoured. Consequently, the number of survivors within the high-rises was expected to be scant. Thus, Liu Yang focused his primary efforts on the villas. Each villa boasted 4 floors, and even if 2 members of a family had turned into zombies, as long as they were not on the same floor, the occupants on the upper levels would remain safe, increasing the likelihood of finding survivors. Therefore, Liu Yang resolved to search for survivors in the villa area while locking the entrance to the high-rise buildings, effectively trapping the zombies inside. Liu Yang commenced his search in the first villa. His recent deduction was not aimed at directly rescuing individuals. Rather, it was to ascertain which villa harbored survivors and which was home to the undead. This preliminary assessment would allow for a more targeted and efficient operation when the time for action arrived. In the first villa, there was no sign of life. The front door stood ajar, suggesting that it had not been secured when the apocalypse erupted, or perhaps the survivors had fled upon the outbreak of the zombies. Thus, the villa was devoid of both the living and the dead, lacking sustenance of any kind. Liu Yang proceeded to the second villa. Inside, he encountered 2 zombies, alongside a gruesomely mangled corpse on the floor. Clearly, this residence had once been home to a family of 3. 2 members had succumbed to the transformation, while the remaining one had tragically been devoured by her own parents. The lifeless body appeared to be that of a young girl. It was likely that her parents had turned into zombies, while she had not, only to meet a horrific fate at their hands. Witnessing this scene stirred Liu Yang's emotions. Parents, who should have been the protectors of their child, had lost all humanity upon becoming zombies, capable of inflicting harm even on their own flesh and blood. The virus, it seemed, transformed humans into mindless, emotionless monstrosities. The moment they were infected, they had effectively perished. Liu Yang raised his fire axe and swiftly dispatched the 2 zombies, granting them a merciful release before moving on to the next villa. The third villa revealed no survivors or zombies. He then approached the fourth villa, which yielded similar results, no signs of life or the undead. However, on his way to the fifth villa, he encountered 2 zombies. Without hesitation, he employed ice needles to eliminate them, preferring not to engage in close combat that might attract further attention from other zombies. The fifth villa, too, was devoid of survivors, leading Liu Yang to the sixth villa. Its door was firmly locked from within, piquing Liu Yang's curiosity. He scaled the 3-meter-high wall with agility and, upon entering, was immediately met with a strong, metallic scent of fresh blood, distinct from the foul stench typically associated with zombies. A frown creased his brow. Could there be zombies inside that had recently fed on humans? He ventured deeper and soon came across the bodies of a man and a woman, both zombified, their skulls crushed as if struck by a blunt object. The blood on their heads had long since dried, indicating that they had perished quite some time ago, likely in the initial chaos of the apocalypse. Liu Yang continued his advance, sensing a disturbance within the kitchen. He cautiously approached, and upon peering inside, he was instantly struck with horror. 2 men were viciously attacking a woman with kitchen knives. The woman lay helplessly on the ground, bound hand and foot, blood pooling around her as she emitted faint cries for help. The brutality of their actions, even in Liu Yang's hardened heart, evoked a sense of shock. The woman shook her head desperately, pleading with them, "Help. Please don't kill me. It hurts. I'll do whatever you want for the next few days. Why are you doing this to me?" The faces of the 2 young men contorted with madness. "Stop screaming. Just endure a little longer. After having drained us for so many days, it's time you return the favor," one of them exclaimed, continuing his assault. Yes. We haven't eaten in days. We're on the verge of fainting from hunger. Since you are mine, I can do as I please," the other man raved. The woman let out a harrowing scream. Unable to witness this atrocity any longer, Liu Yang brandished a fire axe and addressed the 2 men. "Hey, what on earth are you doing?" Startled by his voice, the men turned to face Liu Yang with caution. One of them, recognizing him, stammered, When did you arrive?" "You are that security guard, Liu Yang, from our school, right?" The other man's expression turned menacing as he warned, "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and get lost, or you'll end up like her. Don't think just because we're from the same school, we'll show you mercy." "Oh, you think you could take me down as well?" "How impressive," Liu Yang retorted, narrowing his eyes, coldness emanating from his gaze. Li Zihao, sensing the murderous intent, felt a wave of fear wash over him, his previously menacing demeanor replaced by trepidation. Zhou Zixuan quickly interjected, "Liu Yang, we're all classmates here. Let us keep the peace, shall we? How about we share a little?" He gestured towards the barely conscious girl on the ground, viewing her as nothing more than a possession to be exploited. In his eyes, she had never been a girlfriend, merely an object of amusement. Initially, the group consisted of 3 men and 3 women in the villa, but during the apocalypse, 1 man and 2 women had succumbed to becoming zombies. After a hard-fought battle to eliminate the zombies, they found themselves bereft of food and too fearful to venture out in search of sustenance, thus casting their gaze upon the women. Now, with Liu Yang uncovering their heinous deeds, they sought to placate him with a share of their grim spoils, hoping to dismiss the small security guard. After all, they had been starved for several days, rendering them utterly weak. In stark contrast, Liu Yang appeared invigorated and robust. They believed that, even combined, they would not stand a chance against him. Chapter 19. Did he save another campus belle? These 2 wealthy heirs realized that their own abilities would likely fall short against Liu Yang, so they immediately resorted to a strategy of appeasement. Liu Yang glanced at the woman lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, and then at the 2 affluent young men wearing ingratiating smiles. With a hint of regret, he remarked, "What a pity, such a beautiful woman, wasted by you. She could indeed be a fine prospect for future endeavors." Yet, these wealthy scions show no regard for her beauty and instead treat her as mere sustenance. Seeing the look of disappointment on Liu Yang's face, the 2 heirs seemed to have an epiphany and quickly added, "Buddy, do you fancy her?" "No worries. She's merely a plaything of mine. As long as she still breathes. Why don't we just leave this place, and you can take her while it's still fresh?" Upon hearing this, the woman's already dim eyes filled with a deeper sense of despair. Faced with imminent death, these individuals were not contemplating her rescue or release, but were instead fixated on exploiting her further. The abyss was empty, and demons roamed the earth. In that moment, all she desired was to escape the agony that enveloped her existence. Each additional second of life felt like a torturous ordeal. Liu Yang was taken aback by the callousness of the 2 heirs. He had always believed himself to be inherently detached, conditioned by a world that had shown him no kindness. He felt he had been sufficiently indifferent towards ordinary individuals. However, he was unprepared for the depths of depravity that these wealthy youths exhibited. Despite being born into privilege, enjoying pleasures unattainable to many. They seemed to hold no respect for life. To them, others were mere playthings, objects to be dismantled, discarded, or even tormented at will. Though Liu Yang was cold-hearted, he had not descended to such a grotesque level of amusement. He coldly stated to them, "Honestly, you do not deserve to inhabit this world, and I shall assist you in your departure." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two heirs shifted dramatically. Yet, before they could retaliate, Liu Yang's fire axe had already struck one of them on the head. The other, wielding a kitchen knife, attempted to strike Liu Yang, but as he raised the blade, his head was abruptly shattered. In less than 2 seconds, Liu Yang had dispatched both adversaries with his fire axe and ice needle. He turned his gaze towards the woman who was on the brink of death. Upon witnessing Liu Yang eliminate the two wealthy heirs, she perceived him as a savior, and a flicker of hope reignited in her eyes. Though she had once succumbed to despair, the demise of those two demons had rekindled her spirit. He appeared as a savior before her. The woman seemed to clutch at a lifeline, uttering in a feeble voice, "Save me, please, I beg you, save me." Liu Yang regarded her with an unflinching gaze, his expression tranquil. He spoke, "Your legs have been severed, and under the dire medical conditions of this apocalyptic world, survival is beyond your reach. You are merely prolonging the inevitable. You will soon feel the gradual ebbing of your life, and there is nothing I can do. Therefore, all I can offer is a swift passage, allowing you to depart without suffering." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words and observing his cold demeanor, the woman regained her composure. Indeed, without legs and with substantial blood loss, even in times of peace, a delay in reaching the hospital could lead to demise. How could she possibly survive in this post-apocalyptic era? She closed her eyes. Liu Yang unleashed a frost needle, ending the tragic life of this suffering woman. After completing this grim task, Liu Yang began his search for the next villa. Along the way, he dispatched numerous zombies. However, no survivors were found within any of the villas. It was not until he reached the final villa that he noticed something peculiar. A zombie was relentlessly assaulting the door of a bedroom. This piqued Liu Yang's curiosity. Ordinarily, zombies cease their attacks when they fail to perceive survivors, becoming aimless wanderers. Yet this particular zombie exhibited a singular determination, incessantly battering the door, its head already dented from impact. Could it be that zombies had begun to acquire a semblance of intelligence? Liu Yang brandished his axe and called out, "Hey!" Upon hearing his voice, the zombie instantly turned, its blood-soaked visage contorting into a grotesque snarl before charging at Liu Yang. He swiftly retreated into a room and closed the door behind him. As expected, the zombie began to ram against the door with fervor. Liu Yang arrived at a definitive conclusion. Indeed, the aggression of zombies had intensified, rather than it being a consequence of any peculiarities of the door. Now, on the 6th day of the outbreak, the zombies' desire to attack had escalated significantly. At this rate, they might evolve to possess intelligence. The experiment concluded, and Liu Yang opened the door, delivering a lethal blow to the zombie with his axe. He then approached the door that had been the target of the zombies' relentless assault and slowly opened it. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 female survivors inside. Upon seeing Liu Yang enter, the pallid faces of the 2 women transformed with surprise, followed by expressions of hope as they inquired, "Are you the security guard from the entrance? Are you here to rescue us? Has the apocalypse ended?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No, the apocalypse has not concluded, and I am no longer merely a security guard. I have come to seek out survivors. You may speak freely with me, for I can provide sustenance, and all I ask in return is your submission." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the glimmer of hope upon the faces of the 2 young women dimmed at an alarming rate. It became clear that the calamity was far from over. This security guard was not solely a rescuer, but rather sought to compel their allegiance. The 2 women hesitated momentarily, but that hesitation lasted less than a heartbeat. Liu Yang's next statement stirred their hearts even more. He could indeed offer food. They had endured 5 days without nourishment. The prospect of food made submission seem trivial. Thus, they resolutely chose to accompany Liu Yang. After rescuing these final 2 survivors, Liu Yang concluded his search for others. He had no intention of entering the high-rise buildings. The inhabitants there were too densely packed, primarily families. Unlike the villa district, which housed affluent youths, a single family member turning into a zombie would likely doom the rest. The chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Liu Yang decided to seal the doors, allowing the undead to perish within. With his strategy in place, Liu Yang set forth. Following the course of his plan, he successfully returned with the two young women. Upon his arrival at the villa with the two new female survivors, Tang Mengting and Su Xiao, among others, fell silent, no longer daring to voice their opinions, instead whispering amongst themselves. Tang Mengting turned to He Yushi and remarked, "Did I not see correctly? One of those two seems to be Zhao Lina, the top scholar among the 4 campus beauties." He Yushi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is Zhao Lina. As one of the 4 campus beauties, He Yushi was well aware of the identities of the others. The one Liu Yang had rescued this time was none other than the academically gifted Zhao Lina. A mischievous smile crept across Tang Mengting's face as she proposed to He Yushi. "Shall we make a wager? Let us bet on whether Zhao Lina will receive a slap from Liu Yang." Among all the women present, Tang Mengting had been slapped by Liu Yang 3 times, the highest count of any. She had long harbored resentment over this matter. Now, she hoped Zhao Lina would retain her aloof demeanor from before the disaster and subsequently be subdued by Liu Yang's hand. He Yushi's expression changed as she hastily shook her head. "A wager? I shall not engage in such folly." Having been ensnared by Liu Yang once, she had developed an aversion to gambling. She added, "Though I will not bet with you, I can assert this conclusion. Zhao Lina will not be struck. As a top scholar in beauty, she is not foolish. I refuse to believe she would submit without at least one slap." Zhao Lina had often ranked first in her class at school, embodying an unapproachable demeanor. Countless affluent suitors had faced rejection from her. She would not yield so easily. Even the highs and lows must bow to Liu Yang. Tang Mengting Pokalim Gon Feed In. Chapter 20. Is she the academic beauty? Liu Yang paid no heed to the whispers of the girls, but instead addressed Zhao Lina and her friend, Zhou Qiuping. "You should go take a shower. If you desire food, feel free to come to my room later." The two lowered their heads in silence, merely nodding before seeking an empty room to settle down and then proceeded to bathe. After their showers, they lay on the bed. Zhou Qiuping's face betrayed her dissatisfaction. "What does a mere security guard have to be so arrogant about? He used to rely on the wages we provided, and now he dares to dictate to us, even expecting us to submit to him. It's utterly infuriating." "Enough, don't say too much. Be careful not to be overheard," Zhao Lina urged Zhou Qiuping. "So what if they hear us? What's so impressive about that?" Zhou Qiuping scoffed with disdain. "Oh, so you prefer to return to that wretched state of being trapped in the bedroom, starving to the point of desperation?" Zhao Lina retorted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiuping shuddered. They had been confined in that room for 5 long days, and from the 3rd day onward, the zombie had relentlessly battered the door for a full 2 days. During that time, they had no food and could hardly sleep, enduring a torment both physical and mental. The mere thought of that experience sent shivers down her spine. "See, you're scared now, aren't you? If we hadn't arrived at this villa, do you really think we could have enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep?" Zhao Lina continued. "Though he may be a security guard, we must shed our former identities and roles. The world has changed. We're no longer wealthy young ladies. Our homes are gone. What wealth can we speak of now? You must grasp this reality." Zhao Lina had spent countless days trapped in thought. When confined to that room, she contemplated how to escape, where to flee, and how to survive. Ultimately, she concluded that even if they managed to break free, the two of them, as frail women, would struggle to survive. If they encountered malevolent survivors, they could easily face violence, death, or worse, becoming mere sustenance. Zhao Lina had already prepared for the worst. Yet, Liu Yang's demeanor towards them was surprisingly non-coercive, far exceeding her expectations. In a world stripped of moral and legal constraints, what might a strong man do to vulnerable women? The implications were all too clear. Upon hearing Zhao Lina's words, Zhou Qiuping's expression turned even more despondent. "I understand that, but I can't wrap my head around it. Just a few days ago, we lived as wealthy young ladies with everything handed to us. We were popular at school. I even had dozens of suitors and you, thousands. Whatever we desired, a simple post would attract a swarm of admirers. But now, Sai, the disparity is simply overwhelming." Zhou Qiuping found herself in a perplexing state. Despite her family's circumstances, her appearance, and even her academic performance being inferior to that of Zhao Lina, she was nonetheless surrounded by dozens of admirers daily, basking in the adoration of those infatuated with her. The sense of fulfillment it brought her was indescribable. However, to be threatened into submission by a mere security guard was an affront she found hard to accept, and her feelings of discontent were not entirely unfounded. What baffled her most was the apparent calmness of Zhao Lina, who, despite facing an even greater disparity, seemed entirely unperturbed, devoid of any grievance. Lena, do you truly intend to yield in such a manner? In the past, you rejected lavish gifts from wealthy heirs, yet now you consent to a mere security guard? Zhou Qiuping gazed at Zhao Lina with incredulity. That was in the past. The present is different. Back then, I had my own plans for life, aspirations to fulfill, and I was not swayed by the allure of those affluent individuals. Gifts, bags, luxury cars. These are but superfluous material possessions that contribute nothing to my ideals and ambitions. Thus I remained unmoved by their offerings. But now, without sustenance, we face death, a stark reality. Once life is extinguished, everything ceases to exist. From a biological perspective, even the most insignificant organism, such as a bacterium, resists death. All living beings strive for survival, and I am no exception. First, one must survive, and only then can one contemplate ideals and the future, Zhao Lina articulated with a serene composure. Zhou Qiuping, taken aback by Zhao Lina's profound realization, shook her head in admiration. Lina, I truly admire you. You possess the remarkable ability to maintain a calm mind in any situation, ungoverned by emotion. Perhaps this is what distinguishes a truly exceptional individual. Zhao Lina's tranquility was indeed admirable. It seemed to stem from the rationality that a scientific-minded academic possesses, transcending ordinary thought. Your emotions are merely those of an ordinary person. Do not dwell on them too much. You'll come to terms with it after enduring one more night of hunger. I must go find him now, Zhao Lina consoled Zhou Qiuping. Yet, Zhou Qiuping found this reassurance rather awkward. Enduring one more night of hunger will lead to clarity? Can I choose not to be hungry? However, before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Lina had already departed the room and ascended to the second floor. Zhou Qiuping opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. It appeared that she was destined to endure hunger tonight, having been preempted by Zhao Lina. This brilliant friend certainly seemed to be a step ahead in every regard. Meanwhile, Liu Yang lay resting on his bed upstairs. After clearing the entire villa area, he felt utterly exhausted. However, saving 2 female survivors made it all worthwhile. Soon, there was a knock on his door. Oh, have you come to a decision so soon? It appears that hunger indeed sharpens one's senses, though it remains uncertain which of the two it affects. Please come in. Liu Yang called towards the door. Upon seeing the person who stepped inside, his eyes sparkled with delight. How exquisite, truly breathtaking. Liu Yang never anticipated that the survivor he casually rescued would possess such stunning beauty. In terms of appearance and figure, she could rival He Yushi. As Liu Yang observed her, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Upon closer inspection, he finally recalled her identity. With a hint of astonishment, he addressed her. Aren't you the one known as the academic goddess, Zhao? What was it again? It's Zhao Lina, the academic goddess replied, her cheeks flushed. Ah yes, Zhao Lina. I remember you well. Not only are you extraordinarily beautiful, but you also consistently rank first in your grade. Students at our school often extol your virtues, claiming you are the most unattainable girl in the entire institution. I can't believe the person I saved is you. Chapter 21. The Scholar's Superiority. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Lina commands more admirers at school than even He Yushi and the other 3 campus beauties. This is not solely due to her physical allure, which rivals that of the other beauties, but rather her esteemed status as an academic prodigy. A superlative student who frequently achieves top ranks in her grade, she is also strikingly beautiful and possesses an enviable figure. How many affluent heirs yearn to prove their worth and superiority by winning her affection? Wealthy individuals often feel an insatiable need to validate themselves, despite their riches. They frequently struggle academically. After all, those with wealth tend to indulge in a lavish lifestyle, diverting their focus from their studies. Yet, the more they falter academically, the greater their desire for a high-achieving girlfriend. Consider the prestige of securing the affections of the scholarly goddess Zhao Lina. Not only would one possess the title of the most beautiful girl on campus, but also that of the top scholar in the grade. With these dual accolades, wouldn't T1's social standing be significantly elevated? As some might say, even if one cannot attend university, they can still associate with university students. Likewise, even if one cannot achieve the top rank, being with the top scholar holds similar prestige. Thus, Zhao Lina has become the goddess with the most suitors in the school. Bar none. Even the other 3 campus beauties pale in comparison. Yet now this academic goddess, who ranks first in her grade, has chosen to open my door and enter my room. The exhilaration this brings Liu Yang is immeasurable. Those wealthy heirs may look down upon my humble position as a security guard, but here I stand, having garnered the affections of not one, but two of the most sought-after beauties. Not only he Yushur, but also the elusive Zhao Lina. This fills Liu Yang with immense excitement. Kulme, let me see how this academic goddess differs from other women, he said, patting his bed. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Zhao Lina's cheeks flushed crimson. What an audacious fellow! How could he speak of such matters with such nonchalance? It was utterly embarrassing. She languidly settled onto the bed and addressed Liu Yang. Liu Yang, I am in dire need of sustenance. You must understand, I have been famished for several days now and lack the strength to carry on. Please provide me with some food. Only when I am satiated can I better attend to your needs. This was Zhao Lina's subtle stratagem. Upon arriving at the villa, she discovered that Liu Yang was surrounded by several women. Given the meager resources of this post-apocalyptic world, sustaining so many was no trivial endeavor. Her request to eat before engaging in their tasks was a ruse to ascertain the extent of Liu Yang's provisions while he fetched her food. If Liu Yang possessed an ample supply, she might consider yielding to him. However, if his resources were scant, submitting to him would likely yield little longevity. What significance was there in extending her life for merely a few days? Thus, there would be no need for her to barter her body. Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback by her request. This was the first time a woman had asked to eat before attending to business. Nevertheless, he would not refuse her. Did not the scholarly beauty proclaim that nourishment was merely to restore strength, thereby allowing one to serve better? Ultimately, it was he who would reap the benefits. With a flicker of thought, he conjured a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread from the depths of the dark space. Zhao Lina was utterly astonished by this spectacle. How did you accomplish that? My heavens! Do you possess magical abilities? Is it possible to conjure food out of thin air? No, that defies the law of conservation of mass. As an academic overachiever, Zhao Lina held a firm belief in science. What Liu Yang demonstrated was beyond any scientific explanation. How on earth did he achieve this? Could it be that he truly wielded magic? Even you, a paragon of intellect, find it hard to fathom the principles at play, do you not? Liu Yang remarked, pride evident in his tone. The dark space is a manifestation of spatial abilities. Naturally, it eludes conventional physical explanations. Then, as if a light bulb had illuminated in her mind, Zhao Lina's eyes sparkled with realization. She inquired of Liu Yang, could it be that you possess extraordinary abilities akin to those in films? Are you perhaps a mutant or a superhuman? Well, one could say that. Liu Yang nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing his admission, Zhao Lina's eyes shone even brighter. This is splendid, truly splendid. Rest assured, I shall serve you well henceforth. I will be your woman. I shall comply with your every command, provided you protect me. Zhao Lina exclaimed joyfully. If Liu Yang were merely an ordinary survivor, the odds of enduring alongside him would be rather slim. However, the narrative shifts entirely if Liu Yang possesses extraordinary abilities. With such formidable powers in a post-apocalyptic world, he could thrive spectacularly. Clinging to his strength would render concerns for one's safety utterly unnecessary. You, the academic prodigy and campus belle, certainly respond swiftly. I heard you were rather aloof. Why do you seem so approachable now? Liu Yang inquired with curiosity. That aloofness was reserved for those foolish, rich, second-generation heirs, who, lacking any real talents, believe that their family wealth grants them the right to pursue every girl. How absurd! They ought to take a good look in the mirror. I, Zhao Lina, not only possess unparalleled beauty, but am also an academic superstar. The man I seek need not be the pinnacle of the world, but should at least excel in some domain. If those affluent heirs were to be the richest in the world, I might consider them, but alas, they merely flaunt their wealth in our city, far from the realm of true elite tycoons. Zhao Lina stated, munching on her bread, her cheeks adorably full. Liu Yang asked, and what about me? But you are the strongest man in the world. You are an extraordinary being. Perhaps you are the only one of your kind. Does that not signify your superiority? Zhao Lina admired. Your past as a poor student is irrelevant. Do not feel inferior. You are now a noble superhuman. Not only can you attract ordinary girls, but you are also worthy of a queen. Her words filled with admiration made Liu Yang shyly touch his chin. No one had ever praised him so profoundly before, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment from such compliments. This academic belle was indeed different from the rest. articulating her thoughts with remarkable insight and sincerity. Liu Yang had a penchant for forthright women, and tonight he resolved to engage in a profound exchange with her. Chapter 22. Quintuple Kill. Attributes enhanced once more. This academic prodigy was not only brilliant in her studies, but also exceptionally beautiful. Her skin was as fair and delicate as porcelain, complemented by a tall stature and strikingly straight, white legs that captured attention effortlessly. Her slender waist incited a fervent desire for conquest. Liu Yang proposed, "Would you be willing to be my woman?" Zhao Lina nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Liu Yang received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully secured her agreement to be your girlfriend. New ability acquired. Zombie control. Base attributes increased by 50 points." Receiving this notification, Liu Yang was overjoyed. Indeed, the quintuple kill came with additional rewards. His base attributes had surged by a remarkable 50 points, a figure equivalent to that of an ordinary person multiplied by 2. Originally, he possessed a foundational attribute score of 110, which has now surged to an astounding 160, exceeding 3 times that of an average individual. His current strength surpasses that of 3 robust men combined, and his speed has also seen a remarkable enhancement, allowing him to cover 100 meters in a mere 4 seconds. Liu Yang clenched his fists, feeling the burgeoning power within him. Setting aside the peculiarities, the mere augmentation of these fundamental attributes has transformed him into a veritable superhero. He is filled with anticipation regarding the potential richness of the rewards from the 7 Kills Super God. He glanced at his newly acquired extraordinary ability, Zombie Control, Level 1, enabling the host to manipulate ordinary Level 1 zombies, directing their actions and gaining access to their vision. This attribute is astonishing. Liu Yang was utterly astounded. The prospect of directly controlling zombies, capturing their perspective, and dictating their movements is remarkable. This capability could allow him to send zombies ahead to scout paths, or even to search for survivors and sustenance. With this skill, many perilous tasks could be delegated to zombies, sparing him the need to intervene personally. Coupled with future predictions, it constitutes a pair of life-saving techniques. If Liu Yang so desired, he could utilize this extraordinary ability solely to command zombies in the search for food, remaining safely ensconced in the Villa district until the very end. As long as no large-scale, indiscriminate weapons of mass destruction emerged, he need not fret about his safety. Simultaneously, Liu Yang reviewed his current attributes. Today, while searching for survivors, he had dispatched 120 zombies, thereby earning 12 attribute points. Although these points are not as plentiful as those awarded by the system, every little bit contributes to his strength. Thus, he resolved in his mind that today, having located all survivors in the Villa district, he would commence the eradication of the zombies tomorrow, aiming to eliminate as many as possible to accrue additional attribute points. After all, rescuing survivors in the apocalypse is an act of benevolence, and aiding female survivors in giving birth is a contribution to the continuation of humanity. Given the apocalyptic landscape and the parallel world devoid of legal constraints, who would concern themselves with such matters? Therefore, tomorrow he must persist in his quest for resources and survivors, ideally seeking out female survivors. Having reviewed his rewards, it was time to bestow a reward upon Zhao Lina. After more than an hour, Liu Yang wore a contented expression. Subsequently, he embraced Zhao Lina, the campus beauty, and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, after breakfast, Liu Yang returned to his room to strategize the task of clearing the zombies. Zhao Lina joined them for breakfast, but he had deliberately reserved a sausage for her. She left half a piece of bread uneaten, which Liu Yang noticed but chose to overlook. As Liu Yang returned to his room to strategize, Zhao Lina stealthily made her way back to her quarters, carrying the remaining food. Upon seeing Zhao Lina, Zhou Qiuping's face lit up with excitement. "Lina, you have finally returned." Zhao Lina presented the food, saying, "Qiuping, this is the food I saved for you." Witnessing this, Zhou Qiuping's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Ah, food? Lina, you truly saved some for me. You are incredibly kind. You are indeed my dearest friend. Thank you so much." Having endured hunger for several days, Zhou Qiuping eagerly seized the food and devoured it hungrily. Chapter 23. Clearing the community, listening to Zhao Lina, Zhou Qiuping's expression shifted to one of surprise as she inquired, "Is he really that formidable?" "Indeed," Zhao Lina affirmed. "I only managed to eat beforehand last night to endure the ordeal, nearly exhausting myself. That is why I saved food for you. I feared you would be overwhelmed tonight." Zhou Qiuping's face reflected a mix of fear and anticipation upon hearing Zhao Lina's words. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was engaged in envisioning the events that lay ahead. Today, he aimed to eradicate all the zombies within the entire villa community. Having already eliminated a significant number while searching for survivors yesterday, his current task was to dispatch the scattered zombies lingering in various corners of the estate. Once accomplished, the entire villa area would be transformed into a secure zone, allowing his women to roam freely. The villa community boasted exceedingly high-end amenities, including a stadium, swimming pool, gym, and various sports equipment. A vast artificial lake graced the center of the community, suitable for boating and fishing. Once cleared, they could fully relish the conveniences offered by the estate, indulging in any activities they desired. After wandering through the villa area for a while, Liu Yang had yet to encounter any zombies. The region, being expansive with a sparse population, combined with the considerable number he had already dispatched while saving survivors, meant that only a few scattered zombies remained. The zombies from the 10 high-rise residential buildings had been confined within, unable to escape. After a few minutes of exploration, he finally encountered his first zombie. Liu Yang's physical prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than double. He refrained from using his powers, instead charging at the zombie, wielding his axe, effortlessly dispatching it. The fire axe cleaved into the creature's skull, becoming lodged in its cranium. Stepping upon the zombie's head, Liu Yang forcefully extracted the axe. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Though the fire axe delivers powerful blows capable of penetrating armor, it lacks sharpness, being too thick. It tends to get stuck in bones, requiring time to dislodge, significantly diminishing my efficiency." Presently, Liu Yang's fundamental attributes have surpassed those of an average human by a factor of 2. His close combat prowess is formidable. Even without his extraordinary abilities, he can single-handedly eliminate dozens of zombies. Regrettably, his weaponry is subpar, hindering his ability to strike repeatedly. Each swing risks his weapon becoming lodged in a zombie skull, necessitating considerable effort to extricate it. Should the number of zombies increase, such delays could potentially place him in peril. If only he were granted a superior weapon. Even if surrounded by 100 zombies, he would remain unperturbed. While these thoughts occupied Liu Yang's mind, his hands remained busy, dispatching one zombie after another with his axe. In less than an hour, he had eradicated all the zombies within the villa district. His swift success can be attributed to 2 factors: his prior experience as a security guard in the area, which afforded him intimate knowledge of the neighborhood, and the sparse population of the villa district itself. The 10 high-rise residential buildings had been securely locked, preventing the zombies inside from escaping. As Liu Yang passed by the high-rise area, he heard a loud banging emanating from one of the building's doors. Upon investigation, he discovered a zombie relentlessly ramming its head against the iron gate. The cacophony attracted the attention of other zombies, and soon dozens had gathered around the door, effectively blocking it. When the zombies caught sight of Liu Yang through the wrought iron gate, their frenzy escalated. They intensified their assaults while emitting a chorus of growls. Some even resorted to biting the gate, losing their teeth in the process yet remaining undeterred. The scene was utterly chaotic. Nevertheless, Liu Yang remained unflustered, displaying remarkable composure. Such ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. Even without the iron gate as a barrier, he could effortlessly dispatch all the zombies that might surge forth. However, this phenomenon prompted contemplation. Under normal circumstances, when the gate is closed and the zombies cannot see any living beings, they should not attack. Yet, it appeared that some zombies had begun to assault the gate without provocation, indicating an awareness of the gate as a potential means of escape. Their level of intelligence seemed to be increasing. Initially, Liu Yang had no intention of concerning himself with the high-rise buildings. His original plan was to lock all the doors of the 10 high-rises, allowing the zombies inside to perish in isolation. However, this strategy now seemed less effective. With the zombies' intelligence on the rise, there is a real possibility that the gate could be breached, allowing the horde within to pour out. Such a scenario would undoubtedly spell trouble. While the villa district is indeed spacious and sparsely populated, the high-rise area is densely inhabited. Each building houses at least 100 households, and combined, the 10 towers accommodate nearly 10,000 residents, with at least a few thousand having succumbed to zombification. If all these thousands of zombies were to surge forth, although Liu Yang had gained considerable strength, he harbored no illusions about his ability to vanquish them all. Thus, he needed to devise a solution to thoroughly eliminate the zombies residing in the high-rise apartments. Just then, a robust zombie suddenly crashed against the iron gate. Un Liang a furies roar et Liu Yang. Its eyes were filled with madness, yearning to break free and devour him. Alas, their intellect was still lacking, and they could not even perform the simple act of opening a door. However, in a few days that might change. Damn it, that startled me. Liu Yang cursed, swiftly releasing a frost needle that obliterated the head of the muscular zombie. Subsequently, he approached a luxury car parked outside the villa, retrieving a basin from a shadowy space. He then drained the gasoline from the vehicle's tank, collecting it in the basin. Once filled, Liu Yang carried the basin of gasoline and, from across the gate, doused the zombies with it, instantly coating them in the flammable liquid. He produced a lighter and ignited the gasoline. In an instant, a roaring inferno erupted. The zombies, oblivious to pain, retained their frenzied expressions, relentlessly battering against the iron gate. The flames swiftly engulfed them, spreading upward through the building, which soon ignited. The results were promising. Within a day, the entire structure would be consumed, and the zombies within would be reduced to charred remains. It appeared that all 10 buildings needed to be incinerated to ensure the demise of the zombies within. Otherwise, as their intelligence evolved, they might breach the iron gate. Chapter 24. An Unexpected Gain. Liu Yang subsequently employed this method to ignite the other 9 buildings. The flames roared fiercely, crackling through the 10 high-rise apartments. At that moment, from the top of one of the buildings, a survivor plunged downwards, crashing heavily to the ground with a sickening splatter of brain matter. Liu Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of a survivor within the high-rise. Had they managed to endure being besieged by zombies for days, only to leap to their demise due to the raging inferno? Yet, Liu Yang felt no empathy or guilt. Their lives had been on a countdown since they were trapped in the building, merely lingering in a state of survival. Starvation was inevitable. They could never escape. The final outcome was merely death by starvation or being devoured by zombies while foraging for food. By igniting the fire that compelled them to jump, he had inadvertently granted them an early release. A truly noble act. As the flames continued to blaze, Liu Yang received a notification from a system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed 600 zombies, earning 660 attribute points. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was filled with elation. Having already slain over 6,000 zombies, the count in the Villa District was still less than 300. After incinerating the residential buildings, the total surged to 6,600. This indicated that the zombies within the residential complex surpassed 6,000. With 660 attribute points, he could augment 4 fundamental attributes, averaging an addition of 616 5 points. This effectively doubled his attribute points. It is noteworthy that he had previously received a triple kill reward, granting a mere 30 points to all attributes, and a quintuple kill reward adding 50 points, cumulatively raising his attributes by 160. Yet, after setting ablaze 10 residential buildings, he was astounded to find an increase of 165. With the successful allocation of these points, his 4-dimensional attributes could achieve 325. This was an astonishing 65 times greater than the 50 points of an ordinary human. What does this signify? While a typical individual requires 12 seconds to run 100 meters, Liu Yang would need less than 2 seconds. He was nothing short of a true Superman. Without hesitation, he opted to allocate his attributes. Notification. Congratulations, host. Attribute points allocated successfully. Current attributes. Strength 325, Speed 325, Stamina 325, Spirit 325. Upon seeing this notification, Liu Yang clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. He believed that with his current strength, even without his abilities, a single punch could shatter a zombie skull. Merely igniting a fire had bestowed upon him such a plethora of attribute points. The reward was utterly exhilarating. Liu Yang pondered. It seems I must eliminate even more zombies. Earning 1 attribute point for every 10 zombies slain is an incredibly tempting reward. The university is in close proximity to the Villa District, separated by merely a wall. A quick climb over would grant access. This proximity explains why many affluent second-generation individuals reside in this Villa District. It appears I must scale the wall and infiltrate the school, perhaps igniting a few fires there as well. Additionally, I could pillage the school store and cafeteria, claiming all the food for myself. The 10 high-rise residential buildings had allowed Liu Yang to dispatch over 6,000 zombies, filling him with exhilaration. The university houses approximately 30,000 students. Aside from those wealthy enough to rent accommodations off campus, most students remain within the school. The disaster coincidentally erupted on a weekend morning, and many students might still be slumbering in their dormitories, yet to awaken. This suggests that the zombies within the school are primarily concentrated in the 10 dormitory buildings, 5 for males and 5 for females. If he were to incinerate these 10 dormitories, it is conceivable that he could eliminate 20,000 zombies. Would this not yield 2,000 attribute points? The mere thought of this filled Liu Yang with uncontainable excitement. Thus, he commenced the next phase of his future simulations. In the simulation, he found himself adjacent to the wall, with the school merely a barrier away. Liu Yang crouched down and, with a powerful leap, effortlessly cleared the more than 3-meter-high wall, landing smoothly within the confines of the school. Nearby, a handful of zombies, upon witnessing his descent, displayed expressions of exhilaration and lunged towards him with wild abandon. Grasping a fire axe, Liu Yang dispatched them with swift precision, eliminating each one in mere seconds. He then made his way towards the school cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he noted that since the outbreak had not coincided with mealtime, there were few students present. Only a handful of staff members had succumbed to the infection, totaling no more than several dozen. With his axe raised, Liu Yang swiftly dispatched all the remaining zombies. Subsequently, he ventured into the kitchen's storage area. As he beheld the storehouse brimming with provisions, excitement surged within him. To his astonishment, there were over 50 bags each of 50-kilogram rice and flour. All of it was to be taken. There were numerous 10-liter barrels of cooking oil, more than a dozen. All of it was to be taken. A plethora of fruits and vegetables. All of it was to be taken. An assortment of fresh meats and prepared delicacies. All of it was to be taken. Induction stoves, gas burners, gas canisters. All of it was to be taken. In dire circumstances, the gas canisters might even be employed to combat the zombies. Liu Yang thoroughly scavenged the school cafeteria, for his dark space was ample. Whether useful or not, everything was collected. It may not serve a purpose now, but who could tell what the future held? After organizing the cafeteria, he proceeded to the convenience store. The store was replete with packaged foods, bread, sausages, biscuits, vacuum-sealed chicken legs, milk, and beverages. Liu Yang collected all of these into his space as well. Such an abundance of food would sustain him and Su Xiao, among others, for years. Having completed this endeavor, he prepared to leave, intent on setting fire to all 10 dormitory buildings. Before entering the school, he had filled several bottles with gasoline, which he stored in his space. All that remained was to pour the gasoline upon reaching the dormitories. Just as Liu Yang was making his way to the dormitory buildings, he passed by the infirmary and noticed several zombies wandering outside, one of which was repeatedly ramming its head against the infirmary door. Liu Yang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Zombies typically exhibit such behavior only when attempting to attack survivors, and it was a sign of a certain intelligence. The wooden door of the infirmary had already begun to splinter under the assault. It was only a matter of time before it succumbed. As the zombies turned their attention to Liu Yang, he wasted no time, raising his axe and striking them down. In short order, 5 zombies were dispatched. Approaching the infirmary window, he peered inside. Sure enough, there was a terrified female student trembling in fear. Liu Yang opened the door and entered. Upon seeing him, the woman's face contorted with fear as she cowered in the corner. Liu Yang spoke to her gently. "Do not be afraid. I'm not a zombie. I can guide you to a safe place. Just follow me." The girl, upon seeing Liu Yang's arrival, displayed a countenance filled with hope. "Are you part of the rescue team? Have you come specifically to save us?" Liu Yang replied, "No, I'm merely here to search for food. However, if I happen to rescue you along the way, it does not trouble me." The light of hope in the girl's eyes immediately dimmed. Observing her disappointment, Liu Yang added, "I do have food." At the sound of those words, a spark of hope rekindled in her gaze. Liu Yang felt fortunata. He had originally intended to set fire to the dormitory building to gain some attribute points, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a beautiful woman. This was truly a serendipitous find. Chapter 25. Encountering an athlete, I have matters to attend to, so just stay behind me and remain silent. Otherwise, you might attract the zombies. I trust you do not wish to be besieged by them. Liu Yang warned the woman while assessing her. He noted her tall, voluptuous figure and graceful curves. Although her face bore signs of fatigue and pallor, it could not overshadow her exquisite features, revealing undeniable beauty. She was undoubtedly a stunning woman. Particularly striking were her long, alluring legs, straight, fair, and perfectly proportioned. They surpassed the beauty of any other woman's legs Liu Yang had encountered. They were indeed a pair of exquisitely proportioned feet. Understood. The woman nodded. For days, she had been hiding in the infirmary, while the zombies outside relentlessly battered the door, instilling fear in her heart. All right, let us make our way to the dormitory, Liu Yang declared. Ah, the dormitory? It must be teeming with zombies now. Perhaps we should avoid it, the woman exclaimed, startled. The zombie outbreak had coincided with a weekend when most students and teachers were in their dormitories. Consequently, the dorms, both student and faculty, had become a veritable hotspot for zombies, with at least tens of thousands inside. Wasn't venturing there tantamount to seeking death? I am precisely looking for zombies. Rest assured, you will be safe with me. Let us proceed, Liu Yang stated confidently. Observing the assurance on Liu Yang's face, the woman ultimately nodded in agreement. The 5 zombies at the entrance had already been dispatched by Liu Yang, a testament to his strength. He was unafraid of zombies and capable of eliminating 5 simultaneously. Thus, all she could do now was place her trust in him. Very well, the woman affirmed, then followed Liu Yang as they both headed toward the dormitory. Along the way, she spoke to Liu Yang. Hello, I do not yet know your name. I am Zhao Yuding. I am Liu Yang, a student at this school, Liu Yang replied. Ah, a student? The woman, somewhat astonished, then remarked, My name is Zhao Yuding, and I am a teacher at this school. It is the duty of a teacher to protect their students. I never expected you to be the one providing protection instead. How embarrassing. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yang scrutinized her. This young female teacher appeared remarkably youthful. Initially, he had mistaken her for a student of the school. Now, having heard her words and taking a closer look, he noted her attire. A crisp white blouse paired with a fitted pencil skirt, complemented by sheer black stockings, which, due to the apocalypse, had been torn during her escape, yet exuded a unique allure. Her ensemble was quintessentially professional, and now that he learned she was a teacher, her appearance made perfect sense. I can't believe you are a teacher. You look so young, Liu Yang replied. Thank you, Zhao Yuding said, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. At the age of 23, she had only recently begun her career, and with skin as flawless as porcelain, she was often mistaken for a student. Each time she was perceived as a student, it brought her great joy, a testament to her enduring youth. As they walked and conversed along the road, suddenly, several burly men emerged from seemingly nowhere, blocking their path. Armed with baseball bats, javelins, and makeshift spears, these individuals exuded a menacing aura. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes as he assessed the situation. The men, with their sun-kissed skin and robust physiques, bore the unmistakable signs of athletes. They were indeed students from the school's sports program. During the outbreak, these athletes had been practicing on the field rather than hiding in the dormitories, which accounted for their survival. While some of their peers had succumbed to the zombie plague, they had managed to eliminate those threats. The spaciousness of the field allowed for mobility, unlike the dormitory, where encountering zombies would have been perilous, leaving no room for escape. Upon spotting Liu Yang and the beautiful woman behind him, the athletes' faces broke into malicious grins. One of them called out, Oh, aren't you that guy? What's his name? The one who became a security guard while still in college. Liu Yang, right? Who would have thought that a pathetic security guard like you would still be alive? Ha ha ha. This is what we call a disaster that lasts 1,000 years. Look at this poor soul. Who would have imagined he survived to this day? They laughed mockingly at Liu Yang. In more peaceful times, Liu Yang had become the subject of ridicule at the school due to his part-time security job. Nearly everyone recognized him, and some had even posted photos of him standing guard at the community entrance on the school's forum, inviting others to mock him. Liu Yang couldn't comprehend why this was so. During his school years, he had worked hard and been self-sufficient. What was wrong with that? Wasn't he better off than those wealthy heirs who relied solely on their families for funds? What shame was there in being a security guard? Wasn't it simply a testament to his diligence? Must professions be ranked by status? Observing the disdainful smiles on their faces, Liu Yang's expression turned icy. Warning them, he exclaimed, You fools, are you tired of living? These individuals merely appeared at school. Had they shown up in their own residential community, Liu Yang would have swiftly dealt with them. He had no intention of establishing anything here, which is why he chose to ignore them. However, Liu Yang's words unexpectedly provoked their wrath. There were 4 athletic students, each robust and armed. How dare a mere security guard utter such bold words? It was tantamount to courting death. What did you just say? One of them sneered. Did I hear you correctly? You wish for us to perish? Ha ha! Have you lost your mind? A mere waste dared to speak to them like this. They were in an apocalyptic world where no laws applied. Even if they killed him, there would be no consequences, did he not realize? Kneel and apologize, hand over all your food, leave your weapon, and give us this woman. Then you may leave. The leader of the athletes menaced Liu Yang. Liu Yang let out a cold laugh. Indeed, in this lawless world, killing you would bear no repercussions. Since they sought their own demise, he would not hold back. Just as his attributes had strengthened from battling zombies, he had yet to engage in combat with humans. Now, he was curious to see how long these four slightly stronger than average athletes could endure against him. What do you intend to do? Can't we speak civilly as classmates? Why resort to quarrels? Don't bully us just because you're more in number. At that moment, a female teacher stepped in front of Liu Yang, shielding him. To her, these athletes were merely leveraging their numbers to intimidate him, and as a teacher, she felt compelled to intervene. Though trembling with fear, she resolutely protected Liu Yang. Touched by her actions, Liu Yang felt a surge of gratitude. The athletes, upon hearing Zhao Yuding's words, chuckled mockingly. Huh, classmates in Apocalypse? How naive. Zhao, is it? I've heard of you. You are the youngest and most beautiful teacher in our school. My friends and I have had our fun with many female students. But we haven't yet had our way with a teacher. Come, join us in the equipment room. We'll have a grand time, and hopefully, you won't end up like those girls who didn't tea last a few days. Upon hearing their vile remarks and seeing their lewd expressions, the female teacher gasped in shock, but stood her ground. Liu Yang could no longer tolerate the situation. Grabbing a fire axe, he charged at them. The moment they saw Liu Yang rushing forward, their expressions shifted. What incredible speed! What is this guy? A scream echoed through the air. A student athlete's arm was severed by Liu Yang's axe, and blood gushed forth in an instant. Ah, my arm, my arm! The athlete cried out, collapsing to the ground, clutching his wounded limb. Damn it! This person is formidable. Tiger, take action! The leader of the athletes bellowed. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air. It was a surprise attack. Liu Yang, with astounding reflexes, reached back and seized an arrow mid-flight. Turning around, he discovered another athlete hiding behind a nearby tree, bow in hand. Yet, the athlete's face was marked by shock, trembling as he stammered. How can you catch an arrow with your bare hands? Are you even human? Liu Yang sneered. Whether I am human is uncertain, but you shall soon become ghosts. He then charged at them, a veritable harbinger of death, swiftly eliminating all the athletes. Chapter 26. They Deserve to Die. The simulation concluded successfully. However, Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback by the actions of the female teacher. Upon witnessing the assault on him by the athletes, she boldly stepped forward, placing herself in front of him. Although she was no match for the 5 athletes, she did not cower or flee. Instead, she sought to protect him. This teacher was indeed a rarity. Though this event was merely a glimpse into the future and not a reality, Liu Yang etched her kindness into his memory. In the past, he had been impoverished, never having experienced the goodwill of others. It is said that when one achieves success, those around them appear as benevolent figures, treating them with utmost kindness. Yet upon failure, one becomes akin to a speck of dust, with others eager to trample upon them, surrounded solely by malice. Liu Yang had never felt the warmth of anyone's kindness until this teacher, making her gesture profoundly memorable. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yang prepared to act according to the simulation. This time, he resolved to eliminate the athletes the moment he laid eyes on them. The simulation commenced. Liu Yang efficiently gathered all the supplies and rescued the teacher. Upon returning to the dormitory, they encountered the 4 athletes once more. Oh, isn't this the little security guard Liu Yang? I didn't expect him to be here, they sneered. Faced with their contemptuous smiles, Liu Yang uttered not a word. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of 5 gunshots echoed as each athlete was taken down in an instant. In their final moments, they remained bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Zhao Yuding let out a piercing scream, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. She recalled Liu Yang's warning not to make a sound, lest it attract the zombies. Why did you kill them all? Zhao Yuding asked Liu Yang, her voice trembling. If I don't kill them, they will kill me, Liu Yang replied. That's impossible. They're also students of this school. How could they kill indiscriminately? Zhao Yuding exclaimed, incredulous. Liu Yang smiled coldly and responded, not only will they kill me, but they will also capture you and turn you into their outlet for release. From that moment on, you will become their slave. Those 5 athletes could end your life in less than 3 days. No, that's not possible. Zhao Yuding shook her head vigorously. She could not fathom that humanity could sink so low. She firmly believed that within the confines of the school, the teachers had a duty to educate and protect the students, especially in times of adversity. Likewise, students should support one another, even amidst an apocalypse. They should not descend into mutual slaughter. Only through cooperation could they overcome calamity. Yet, she was unaware of the harsh reality. Especially in the apocalypse, one must prioritize self-preservation. If you do not kill others, you will inevitably be killed. In a world where resources are scarce, every individual becomes a competitor. The more people searching for food, the greater the difficulty in finding it. If you don't believe me, I will take you to their lair, Liu Yang declared, leading Zhao Yuding toward the sports equipment room. During their last simulation, he had overheard the athletes discussing taking Zhao Yuding to the equipment room. Clearly, their stronghold was there. Before long, the two arrived at the equipment room. Upon entering, they discovered a naked female student, chained by her neck to the security bars, her hands brutally severed, bound tightly with rope to staunch the bleeding. The pallor of her face indicated she was barely clinging to life. Her skin bore numerous scratches, bite marks, and burn scars from cigarette stubs. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Yuding instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes instantly welling with tears. She could not comprehend that these athletes could commit such atrocities against a fellow student. How could this happen? Monsters. They are absolute monsters. The female student, upon seeing Liu Yang and Zhao Yuding, opened her despairing eyes and weakly uttered, "Kill me, just kill me." She had endured relentless torment at the hands of the 5 athletes for days. Initially, they merely assaulted her, relishing in her suffering. At that time, she thought enduring their torment was preferable to being devoured alive by zombies. However, as her hunger grew and food became elusive, the athletes hesitated to seek sustenance from the cafeteria, where dozens of zombies lurked. Thus, their gaze fell upon the female student. They devoured her 2 arms. In that moment, she realized that the human heart could be more terrifying than the undead. Consequently, she yearned for death. However, despite her pleas over the past 2 days, the athletes showed no mercy in granting her release. Even after they had consumed her hands, their excitement escalated, as if her mutilation awakened their long-buried curiosity. They tormented her with fervor, leaving her in a state far worse than death. "We can save her. We must take her away with us, can't we, Liu Yang?" Zhao Yuding implored, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet Liu Yang merely shook his head. "Do not be foolish. She has lost both arms. She cannot survive. All I can do is grant her a swift end." "No, she is still alive. We can surely save her," Zhao Yuding cried, her sobs echoing in despair. The sight of a gravely injured student, powerless and suffering, filled her with guilt and helplessness as a teacher. She felt burdened by an overwhelming sense of sin. "Kill me. Please, I understand I cannot live," the student uttered weakly, her gaze fixed upon Liu Yang, continuing to plead, "Can you not grant me a swift end?" Liu Yang nodded slightly. "Thank you." A look of relief spread across the student's face as she closed her eyes. With a swift motion, Liu Yang ended her life. The sound of Zhao Yuding's anguished cries filled the equipment room. Chapter 27. Taking the beautiful teacher back to the villa. Before her stood the lifeless body of a student, a victim of Liu Yang's act. Though it was the student's request, and Zhao Yuding understood, it was a merciful release. She could not reconcile with the sight of a student despairingly departing from life before her. "Those people are demons. They are not human." Zhao Yuding wept, cursing in disbelief. She could never have imagined that the students could commit such horrific, inhumane acts, far more terrifying than any zombie. Liu Yang cautioned the teacher, "Thus, Teacher Zhao, you must understand that in the apocalypse, all previous identities have become mere wisps of smoke. Teachers are no longer teachers, and students no longer students. All that remains is one identity, survivor. And in this state of survival, there are no restraints, allowing for actions you could never fathom. If you were to encounter someone else instead of me, it is possible that your fate would mirror that of this female student. Therefore, please protect yourself. Abandon any notions of saintly compassion, for if you do not, you shall descend into an abyss of despair. Those people deserve to die 1,000 times over." Zhao Yuding sobbed. "Let us go. We cannot afford to linger here any longer. I have my own matters to attend to," Liu Yang proclaimed, striding out of the equipment room. Although Zhao Yuding felt a profound sadness, she dutifully followed Liu Yang. After this ordeal, she realized that this apocalyptic world was fraught with dangers, not only from the zombies, but also from humanity. Initially, she believed that everyone was simply a classmate. When Liu Yang asserted that he would not kill the athlete, she dismissed his warning, thinking that the athlete would not harm him. However, upon witnessing the grim reality within the sports equipment room, Zhao Yuding was utterly convinced. Had it not been for Liu Yang eliminating those athletes, it could very well have been Liu Yang who fell victim to them, and she herself might have been captured, facing a fate even more pitiful than that of the unfortunate female student. She finally grasped the harshness of this world. Surviving in such a brutal reality was an exceedingly daunting task, and Liu Yang had become her sole reliance for survival. Soon, they arrived at the base of the dormitory building. What do you plan to do next? Zhao Yuding inquired with curiosity. There are tens of thousands of zombies within these dormitories. Hence, I intend to incinerate all 10 buildings, Liu Yang replied calmly. Ah, Zhao Yuding gasped in astonishment. But there might still be surviving students inside. If you set the dormitories ablaze, won't that mean their demise as well? Liu Yang responded with equanimity. Whether in the male or female dormitories, most rooms accommodate 4 to 6 people, with an estimated 70% having transformed into zombies. Do you think the remaining individuals stand a chance of survival? Even if they do, that is not my concern. You must have witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse. If we do not eradicate these tens of thousands of zombies, once they evolve intelligence, even more survivors will likely perish at their hands. Zhao Yuding wished to voice her thoughts, but recalling the horrific scene in the equipment room, she ultimately fell silent. Even if there were survivors, perhaps they were akin to those athletes, preying upon their own kind. Thus, she retracted her sympathy. Meanwhile, Liu Yang had reached the entrance of the dormitory. The zombies inside, sensing Liu Yang's presence, became agitated and began to thrash against the door. Liu Yang retrieved gasoline from the shadowy recesses and began to douse them liberally. He then ignited a flame. The roaring fire consumed the zombies, yet they remained oblivious to the pain, continuing to batter the door. Despite the inferno raging upon them, they remained unfazed. Liu Yang disregarded them and proceeded to the next dormitory, continuing to pour gasoline. In no time, all 10 dormitory buildings were engulfed in flames. Observing the 10 structures ablaze, Liu Yang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He turned to Zhao Yuding and said, "Let us depart. The school's dormitories are vast. They may burn for an entire day and night. We should return to a place of safety." A place of safety? Where might that be? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, is there still a sanctuary to be found? Zhao Yuding inquired, her voice tinged with astonishment. Upon witnessing the devastation within the sports equipment room, she could not help but question the very fabric of the world around her. Was this still the familiar realm she once knew? In this dilapidated world, could there truly exist a place of safety? Where could the fragile survivors like them possibly find refuge? Liu Yang, however, spoke with unwavering confidence. The place I inhabit is indeed a sanctuary. With that, he took Zhao Yuding by the hand and led her toward the villa district. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words and observing the confidence radiating from his gaze, Zhao Yuding was momentarily taken aback. How could he exude such assurance? It was as if he emanated a brilliance that was difficult to behold. In this apocalyptic landscape, he shone like a beacon, dazzling and resplendent. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Yuding felt that Liu Yang was the most exceptional and handsome man she had ever encountered. He appeared so reliable, so imbued with a sense of security. Liu Yang successfully brought Zhao Yuding back to the villa, and their mission concluded without incident. Thankfully, this endeavor bore no unforeseen complications. Liu Yang had successfully ignited the school dormitory and managed to escort Zhao Yuding back. As Zhao Yuding stepped into Liu Yang's villa, he Yusher hurried over. Upon recognizing Zhao Yuding's visage, she was taken aback. Teacher Zhao. Zhao Yuding was indeed their mathematics teacher. To encounter Teacher Zhao in this dire time was a delightful surprise for he Yusher. She excitedly grasped Zhao Yuding's hand, exclaiming, "It truly is you, Teacher Zhao. What a joy to see you." Liu Yang, where did you happen upon Teacher Zhao? As far as I know, she doesn't reside in this villa. I was hiding in the school's infirmary when Liu Yang rescued me. Yusher, I cannot believe you are here too. I am so overjoyed. This apocalypse is simply terrifying. I thought I would never see you students again. Zhao Yuding began to weep once more. The horrific scene in the sports equipment room was indelibly etched in her mind. At that moment, she had been wondering if her students would endure similar fates. The mere thought of such images filled her with nausea and despair. Now, seeing he Yusher alive and exuberantly bouncing before her, Zhao Yuding felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and joy. Chapter 28. How indecent you are. When Liu Yang returned with Zhao Yuding, it was precisely mealtime. On the table lay a delectable feast prepared by Xiao Dan. The aroma wafting through the air was utterly tantalizing. Zhao Yuding had endured several days of hunger in the infirmary, surviving solely on glucose water. Now, upon catching a whiff of the freshly cooked dishes, her stomach could not help but grumble audibly. Embarrassed, she flushed crimson, lowering her head and covering her unruly belly. Liu Yang remarked, "Teacher Zhao, please go ahead and have something to eat. I have already shared my portion with you. I shall return to my room for a bath, as I am covered in the blood of zombies and feel quite unclean." "Oh." Zhao Yuding paused, then shyly replied, "Isn't that rather inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it? Are you not hungry?" "If you are, then please eat," I responded. "I have assured you that the place I inhabit is safe, and there is no need for you to worry about food." With that, Liu Yang ascended the stairs. He Yu Shi then took Zhao Yuding by the hand and seated her at the dining table. With a beaming smile, she began to introduce her. "This is Su Xiao, a renowned celebrity. And this is Sister Dan, the best cook among us. All the delicious meals we have are prepared by her. This is Tang Meng Ting, the class monitor of Class 1. And this is Zhao Lina. There is also Zhou Qiuping, who remains in her room." "Oh, I did not expect so many people reside here. How did you all come to be here?" Zhao Yuding inquired with curiosity. "Just like you. We were all rescued by Liu Yang," He Yu Shi replied cheerfully, serving Zhao Yuding a bowl of rice. They had initially prepared a meal for Liu Yang, who had not yet returned, so it was fortuitous that Zhao Yuding could enjoy it instead. Upon seeing the fragrant bowl of rice, Zhao Yuding felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Before picking up her chopsticks, she asked, "Did you not mention a Zhou Qiuping? Why isn't she joining us for the meal?" "Ah, she hasn't had her encounter with Liu Yang yet, so how could she possibly eat?" He Yu Shi said matter-of-factly. "What encounter?" Zhao Yuding was taken aback. "Oh dear, teacher, why the surprise? It's just that encounter. Or are you so remarkable that Liu Yang couldn't resist wanting you as his partner before even bringing you back?" He Yu Shi gave Zhao Yuding a thumbs up. "Truly impressive, Teacher Zhao." "What?" Zhao Yuding's mouth fell agape. Observing He Yu Shi's tone and her mischievous smile, she began to comprehend the implications of what they were suggesting. Tang Meng Ting, Su Xiao, Chun Dan, and others regarded Zhao Yuding with curious expressions, appraising her from head to toe. She was tall and voluptuous, with skin as fair as snow. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhao Yuding suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her cheeks flushed a delightful shade of red, reminiscent of a charming apple, and she instinctively lowered her head. Having only recently graduated and begun her career, she had never even had a boyfriend, let alone engaged in any intimate activities. Now, her students were brazenly inquiring about such matters. "My heavens, are you not university students? How can you be so lewd?" Their expressions suggested that discussing such personal topics was as commonplace as asking what one had for lunch. Surely, such private inquiries shouldn't be approached with such calmness and ease. "Help! Someone save me. I am on the brink of embarrassment." He Yu Shi, noticing Zhao Yuding's bashful demeanor, continued to tease her. "Oh dear, teacher, please do not be shy. Each of us here has shared moments with Liu Yang. Otherwise, we wouldn't be dining together. For instance, Zhou Qiuping has yet to reach Liu Yang's room. Thus she has nothing to eat. We are all in the same situation. So why the shyness? Do share with us." "Indeed, Zhao teacher, do enlighten us." "Ha ha." He Yu Shi and the others laughed unabashedly. However, Zhao Yuding felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Tang Mengting exclaimed, "My goodness. Zhao teacher, you are truly impressive." Zhao Lina remarked, "Could it be that Liu Yang prefers someone more mature?" The star, Su Xiao, interjected, "Not at all. Am I not mature enough?" Zhao Yuding, blushing profusely, listened to the ongoing discussions, her head bowed as she continued to eat. The girl's gossip truly felt intimidating. After finishing her meal, Zhao Yuding quickly sought an excuse to take a shower, rushing into the bathroom. Once she had bathed, she immediately found a room to hide in. Continuing the conversation with this group of girls made her feel increasingly embarrassed, though she had never even dated. They had transformed her into someone who had battled with Liu Yang for hours. How mortifying! Chapter 29, My First Experience as a War Correspondent. At this moment, Liu Yang had already bathed and was reclining on his bed, feeling weary after vanquishing numerous zombies and several athletes that day. He retrieved bread and milk from the dark space and began to eat, contemplating his next course of action. The food from the community convenience store and the school cafeteria would sustain us for quite some time, yet in this apocalyptic world, one must remain vigilant. What if fortune smiled upon me and I stumbled upon hundreds of female survivors? This meager supply would be insufficient. Moreover, the dark space of 202,020 remains vast and largely empty, only a third filled, which is rather displeasing to me. I must fill it to the brim. Thus, I have resolved to scour for food outside the community. A large supermarket lies over a kilometer away, and it boasts a far greater supply than the cafeteria and convenience store. If I can gather everything, I should be able to fill the dark space. Furthermore, with my current abilities, even if I encounter dozens of zombies outside the community, I possess the strength to fight back. Should I face hundreds or thousands of zombies, I am confident in my ability to escape. My speed is 6 times that of an ordinary person, which is no trivial matter. Even if I cannot win, I can certainly flee. Those zombies would never catch up. Thus, Liu Yang firmly resolved in his heart to begin his expedition to the large supermarket tomorrow. At that time, he would truly have an abundance of food. Just then, as Liu Yang was deep in thought, a knock echoed at his door. He was taken aback. At this moment, who could be knocking on the door? Could it be the esteemed teacher Zhao Yuding? Yet, I have never subtly hinted to Zhao Yuding to seek me out in my room. After all, during the incident, she bravely stood before me while I was being assaulted, which deeply moved Liu Yang. This teacher has shown him ample kindness, and he feels compelled to reciprocate with utmost goodwill. Those who possess pure and benevolent hearts deserve to be treated well by the world. Thus, he encouraged Zhao Yuding to join Su Xiao and He Yushi for a meal together, without ever coercing her with material possessions. Guoming, Liu Yang called out to the figure beyond the door. If it were Zhao Yuding, he would clarify everything with her. However, the person who entered was not Zhao Yuding, but rather Zhou Qiuping, a name Liu Yang had nearly forgotten. Ah, so, it is you, he remarked with a look of realization. Zhou Qiuping, rescued alongside Zhao Lina, could be considered a beauty in her own right. Fair-skinned, attractive, and possessing a tall and curvaceous figure, she was the object of affection for many boys at school. Yet, in comparison to the academic and social elite Zhao Lina, Zhou Qiuping's beauty paled slightly. Consequently, after his encounter with Zhao Lina, Liu Yang had inadvertently overlooked Zhou Qiuping. Now, seeing her at the door, he realized she must have been starving for several days. It seemed she could no longer endure the hunger. One cannot deny that Zhao Lina is undoubtedly astute. She had knocked on his door on the very first day of her return, thus avoiding prolonged hunger. Zhou Qiuping, on the other hand, had been less clever and had unnecessarily endured another day without sustenance. The disparity in intelligence between individuals is vividly apparent. With a smile, Liu Yang addressed Zhou Qiuping. So, have you finally come to your senses? Are you willing to become my partner? Yes, I am willing, Zhou Qiuping replied. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze lowered as she nodded shyly. Chapter 30. You are truly remarkable. 2 hours later, Liu Yang received a notification from the system. Congratulations. The host has successfully convinced the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. Dark space ability has leveled up. To his astonishment, the spatial skill had indeed advanced a level. Liu Yang examined the skill description. Dark space, level 3, now encompasses a dark space of 303,030 within him. Previously, it had been 20,202,020, 8,000, and now it had expanded to 30,303,027,000, an increase of nearly fourfold. Having scavenged from a convenience store and the school cafeteria, he had barely filled the space to 1/3. Now, with the capacity quadrupled, the supplies took up even less room, leaving only a meager 112 behind. The interior appeared quite desolate, empty, and forlorn. Zhou Qiuping, already exhausted, soon closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. When the two of them awakened, night had already fallen. After Liu Yang finished his morning routine, he brought Zhou Ji to the hall, where Chun Dan and He Yushi had already begun preparing dinner. Even the newly arrived teacher, Zhao Yuding, was assisting in the kitchen, washing vegetables. Upon seeing Liu Yang, joyful expressions illuminated everyone's faces as they cheerfully urged him to sit and rest, assuring him that dinner would soon be ready. Liu Yang, however, expressed his curiosity about their culinary endeavors and made his way to the kitchen. The women were bustling about in an orderly fashion. Liu Yang noticed that the rice and dishes procured from the convenience store were nearly depleted. The meals they had consumed over the past few days had been rather plain. as the convenience store lacked fresh meat. Therefore, he retrieved 2 bags of 100 pounds of rice from the dark recesses and some fresh meat salvaged from the school cafeteria's kitchen, placing them in the refrigerator. He announced, "Allow me to enhance your meal. Please do not hesitate to indulge. Just let me know when you have finished." The women were taken aback by Liu Yang's actions. He Yusher exclaimed, "My goodness, am I seeing correctly? Is that beef?" Tang Mingting added, "It's been so many days since the apocalypse began. Where on earth did you find beef?" The celebrity Su Xiao remarked, "It seems there are even spare ribs. Tomorrow we can savor braised ribs. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Shindan inquired, "Liu Yang, you are truly remarkable. How did you acquire such provisions?" Zhao Lina expressed, "To have access to fresh meat in this apocalypse is utterly heartwarming. It feels as though we have returned to a peaceful era, living in a villa and enjoying delicious food. It's simply wonderful. Thank you, Liu Yang." The crowd conveyed their heartfelt gratitude to Liu Yang. He smiled and replied, "There's no need for thanks. I've always said that with me, the issue of food will no longer be a concern. Moreover, I have cleared all the zombies from the entire villa complex, and the main gate is securely locked. This means the entire complex is now a safe zone. And starting today, you may roam freely within it. However, do exercise caution and avoid approaching the gate and perimeter walls, as being seen by the zombies outside may provoke an attack." "What? The entire complex is a safe zone now. We can move about freely?" exclaimed one of them. "Goodness, there must be thousands of zombies in the area. How did you manage this?" "Liu Yang, you are incredible." The women gazed at Liu Yang with disbelief, their eyes brimming with admiration. In just one day, Liu Yang had not only procured fresh meat, but had also eliminated all the zombies in the vicinity. This was no small feat. Was he even human? Liu Yang wore a proud smile. "I possess remarkable abilities. Have you not already witnessed them? Therefore, what is there to be astonished about? In any case, you need not remain confined within this villa any longer." He Yusher was the first to reveal a joyful expression. "How wonderful! Truly magnificent! Ha ha! I never anticipated that we could escape this villa so swiftly. I'm absolutely elated." Amidst the cheerful smiles of the crowd, the meal was finally prepared. Everyone gathered around the dining table to partake in the feast. Zhao Yuding, initially indifferent, became shy ever since the students misconstrued her relationship with Liu Yang as something indescribable. She could hardly bear to meet his gaze. While everyone engaged in laughter and conversation, she kept her head down, blushing, and continued to eat her meal. Chapter 31. Have the plants mutated as well? The following day, Liu Yang awoke to find it was already past 10 in the morning, the sun having risen high in the sky. He stretched his body, feeling quite content with this life of waking up naturally every day. In his school days, he had to rise early for classes, and even on weekends, he had to wake up early to stand guard as a security officer in the community. He could hardly indulge in a leisurely sleep throughout the year. How different it was now, being able to sleep in every day. Moreover, several stunning beauties resided downstairs, a pleasure that far surpassed even the indulgences of ancient emperors. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Liu Yang began a plan for the day. Just then, he received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated a total of 22,000 zombies, earning 200 attribute points." Liu Yang was taken aback. "What? 2,200 tribute points?" He quickly realized, exclaiming, it must be that the 10 dormitory buildings at school burned down overnight, directly incinerating over 20,000 zombies. How exhilarating! At this moment, Liu Yang's total base attributes stood at 325 points. Dividing 200 by 4, each base attribute could be increased by 550 points. Adding it all together, he would gain a total of 875 attribute points. His base attributes had now reached 165 times that of an ordinary person, undoubtedly a superhuman among superhumans. The dark space had also upgraded. With such a vast area unused, it was a sheer waste. Thus, he needed to seize the opportunity to gather food from the large supermarket. As time passed, the survivors grew increasingly hungry, and they might begin to scavenge for food. If he delayed, the supermarket might be thoroughly looted, leaving little behind. With his base attributes being 165 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, it was time to venture outside the community and test his combat prowess. Consequently, Liu Yang commenced his first simulation of the day. This marked his inaugural step beyond the villa area and into the streets, where he needed to exercise caution. After all, Those 5 athletes at school had nearly caused him to falter. The streets could prove to be even more perilous. The simulation began. Liu Yang executed a leap, vaulting over the 3-meter-high gate of the villa. Outside, the road was congested with vehicles, rendering the thoroughfare impassable. Some cars had careened into the roadside, charred remnants of flames, reduced to mere heaps of ash. The unfortunate drivers had been consumed by the blaze, leaving behind nothing but blackened skeletons. Others met a grim fate within their vehicles. Devoured by zombies before they could escape, their remains reduced to mere bones. Observing these harrowing scenes, Liu Yang felt a pang of melancholy. The luxury cars, worth hundreds of thousands, were once symbols of wealth that many could never hope to attain in a lifetime. Now, they had transformed into mobile coffins, becoming the final resting places for their affluent owners. Liu Yang continued onward, the supermarket a mere kilometer away from the villa. As he advanced, he encountered no zombies initially. However, as he drew nearer to the supermarket, the number of fallen zombie corpses lining the roadside increased dramatically. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these zombies had all met horrific ends, many severed in two by a single blow. Some had their heads cleaved off entirely, while others had been bisected at the waist. The upper halves of those decapitated still writhed on the ground, desperately clawing at the earth. There were even instances where the bodies had been vertically sliced, both head and torso evenly divided. Liu Yang was taken aback by the gruesome sight. Who could have executed such a feat? Was it the work of another supernatural being? In such a short distance, he had already encountered a dozen or so slain zombies, a testament to the formidable strength of this mysterious individual. What astonished Liu Yang even further was the weapon employed. Each zombie had been effortlessly cleaved as if slicing through tofu, regardless of the angle of the strike. He glanced at his own well-worn fire axe, feeling a wave of inadequacy wash over him. Though the axe boasted the capability to pierce armor, each strike against a zombie-esque skull left it lodged within. In stark contrast, this unknown assailant's weapon was capable of delivering a clean, decisive cut. Liu Yang felt a surge of caution. If this individual was indeed a supernatural being, they would be the first he had encountered, and he had no way of knowing their true strength. Thus, prudence was imperative. As Liu Yang pressed on, the number of zombie corpses continued to rise. Eventually, he arrived at a large tree in front of the supermarket, where he discovered a cluster of slain zombies. A dark katana was plunged into the ground nearby. Stunned, Liu Yang paused to assess the scene. What had transpired? The corpses of the zombies lay lifeless, and the weapon, stained with their blood, suggested it had been used to slay them. Yet, with the zombies dispatched, why was the weapon left abandoned? Had some unforeseen event occurred? Approaching cautiously, Liu Yang contemplated retrieving the sword. After all, it was an exceptionally sharp blade, and it would be a shame to let such a treasure go to waste. At that moment, Liu Yang heard a faint cry for help. Help! Startled, he quickly surveyed his surroundings, yet found no survivors. Help! The weak voice echoed once more, and Liu Yang finally discerned its origin. He looked up abruptly, and to his astonishment, a woman was suspended in mid-air, her hands and feet bound. Beside her lay an unconscious man. Additionally, surrounding them were dozens of zombies tethered in the air. Some had already begun to desiccate, while others continued to writhe, indicating that they had been tied up for varying lengths of time. Liu Yang instantly became alert and took a few steps closer to the woman, inquiring, "Who has bound you there?" However, as soon as he spoke, a vine shot out rapidly, ensnaring his feet and hurling him into the air. Liu Yang felt the world spin around him, and by the time he regained his senses, his hands and feet were also bound, leaving him dangling in midair. He was taken aback. What a formidable foe. He had not even detected their presence before being ensnared. This was undoubtedly a superpowered individual. Just then, the woman beside him spoke in a feeble tone. This tree has mutated and learned to capture prey with its vines to siphon nutrients. I'm so sorry. It is all my fault. If I hadn't called for help, you wouldn't have been caught. A tree? Liu Yang was astonished by her words. He had thought that in the apocalypse, only humans would turn into zombies, never imagining that even plants could mutate. Furthermore, this tree not only ensnared humans, but also zombies. How incredibly fierce. As Liu Yang pondered this, a delicate vine, resembling a tentacle, extended from the tree, aiming directly at his heart. Chapter 32. Acquiring a Precious Blade. Zhang Jingyu. The vine pierced towards Liu Yang's chest. However, in that instant, Liu Yang encased himself in a layer of ice armor. The vine failed to penetrate his icy shield, colliding instead with the thick, hard ice wall, causing the entire tree to tremble as if in pain, shedding leaves in its wake. The dark red, delicate vine recoiled, deterred from attacking Liu Yang any further. Subsequently, the 4 vines binding Liu Yang began to freeze, becoming rigid and frail. With a powerful tug, Liu Yang snapped the 4 vines apart and executed a flawless backflip, landing on the ground. Witnessing Liu Yang break free from his restraints, the female survivor's eyes widened in disbelief. You succeeded? Hurry, save us. You must help him first. He is fading. Acknowledging her plea, Liu Yang swiftly drew the katana embedded in the ground and leapt into action, swiftly severing the vines that bound the man. The man fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Immediately, Liu Yang leapt once more, severing the vines that ensnared the woman, who then plummeted down, yet was caught in Liu Yang's arms like a princess. This woman was strikingly beautiful. As Liu Yang held her, he could feel her slender waist, devoid of any excess flesh, her figure remarkably perfect. Upon closer inspection, her skin appeared flawless, her features exquisitely delicate, with not a single blemish on her face. Indeed, in terms of beauty, she could rival Zhao Lina. She was undoubtedly a rare jewel among millions. Having rescued both individuals, Liu Yang swung his blade again, delivering a powerful strike to a tree trunk thick enough to be embraced by 2. With a resounding crash, the massive, mutated tree toppled to the ground. Simultaneously, dark blood oozed from the smooth cut. Liu Yang was taken aback. Was this knife truly that formidable? He had expected to need a dozen strikes to sever such a thick tree. It had been as easy as slicing through tofu. This was indeed a remarkable weapon. A good sword deserves a hero, and in ancient times, it would surely befit a great general to wield its power. He's not going to make it. Please, you must save him. The woman's desperate plea interrupted Liu Yang's thoughts. He shifted his focus from a knife back to the situation at hand. Who is he? Liu Yang inquired. If the woman were merely his girlfriend, he would certainly refrain from aiding her. He is my brother. We have depended on each other in this apocalypse, and I never imagined we would be caught by this mutated tree. She sobbed, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. Oh, so it is your brother, Liu Yang exclaimed, rushing to the man's side. He found that the man had regained some consciousness after falling from the tree, his eyes fluttering open. However, a dark red vine had already pierced his heart. As Liu Yang severed it, crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. I fear I won't last much longer, brother. Take care of my sister. This knife is my last and most treasured possession. Protect her with it, brother. No. The woman, Zhang Jingyu, wept uncontrollably. Do not cry, Jingyu. In this world of despair, I have long anticipated this day. I am unafraid of death. My only regret is that I can no longer protect you. He coughed, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Ultimately, his hand fell heavily, and he succumbed to silence. Brother, brother. Zhang Jingyu grasped his hand, calling out incessantly. Yet there was no response. He had departed. Do not grieve too deeply. The most important thing now is to survive. Liu Yang comforted Zhang Jingyu. He is my last remaining relative, my brother, my own flesh and blood. Zhang Jingyu wept, her eyes brimming with tears, utterly heartbroken. Witnessing her in such despair, Liu Yang enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back in an attempt to console her. However, Liu Yang's gaze soon fell upon the dark red vine, piercing Zhang Jingyu's chest. A look of puzzlement crossed his face. How curious. Your brother was pierced through the heart by this dark red vine. Even rescuing him from the tree was futile. Yet you too were pricked by the vine. And yet you seem unharmed. How is that possible? Huh? Me? Zhang Jingyu finally registered his words, realizing that another vine dangled from her chest. Though severed, it now appeared limp and powerless. She tugged at her clothing to inspect further, and in an instant, a striking sight met Liu Yang's eyes. Goodness, she is even more impressive than Zhao Lina. He thought to himself, if she were to become a mother, her child would never go hungry. She could easily nourish 5 at once. Oblivious to Liu Yang's gaze, Zhang Jingyu noted that while the vine had pierced her outer garment, it had been thwarted by the thick bra beneath, never having penetrated it fully before Liu Yang came to her aid. Liu Yang, observing the scene, found himself at a loss for words. If only her brother had worn a bra as well, perhaps he would have survived. Hail to the cross-dressing champions. At that moment, Zhang Jingyu noticed the look in Liu Yang's eyes, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She grasped the vine and yanked it out, hastily fastening her clothing. After this brief interlude, her sorrow seemed to lift slightly. Turning to Liu Yang, she said, "Hello, my name is Zhang Jingyu. Thank you for saving me. What is your name?" "I am Liu Yang. I ventured out to search for food and happened upon you. It was merely a small act of kindness. Now, let us bury your brother's body, lest it be discovered by zombies, leaving nothing but a fragmented corpse." "Yes, yes," Zhang Jingyu responded. Though her heart ached, she could only nod with tears in her eyes. The two found a suitable spot, dug a grave, and laid her brother to rest. Despite her sorrow, Zhang Jingyu understood that in this apocalyptic world, time for grief was a luxury they could not afford. "Now, you shall accompany me, since your brother entrusted me with his fine blade. I shall take it upon myself to look after you. First, we will search for food, and then I will escort you to a safe haven," Liu Yang said, wielding the katana with purpose. "Very well," Zhang Jingyu nodded, following closely behind him as they made their way to the supermarket. As they walked, conversation flowed between them. Liu Yang inquired, "Where do you hail from? What were your plans?" "My brother and I came from the Black Tiger survivor base, seeking a new refuge. Who would have thought we would encounter such misfortune along the way?" Zhang Jingyu lamented once more. "The Black Tiger base? Is it far from here? What is the relationship between you and your brother? And how does he possess such formidable weaponry?" Liu Yang furrowed his brow. If any survivor from this so-called Black Tiger base is as formidable as Zhang Jingyu's brother, then they should not be underestimated. Moreover, the weapon in his brother's possession is evidently not an ordinary one. Even in the peaceful era of the 21st century, it would be challenging for anyone to forge such a razor-sharp blade, let alone in the apocalyptic world. Chapter 33. Scavenging the Supermarket. The Black Tiger base is situated approximately 20 kilometers away, which is not insignificant. It took us 3 days to arrive here. I'm a first-year female student at a police academy, and my brother is a retired Special Forces soldier. We were originally survivors within the Black Tiger base, but due to my circumstances, we had to leave. Zhang Jingyu explained to Liu Yang. "A female police academy student? Such a beautiful student must surely become a stunning police officer upon graduation." Liu Yang expressed his interest, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke to Zhang Jingyu. Although he had already attracted several beauties, he had yet to encounter a breathtaking police officer. "Oh no, that's not the case." Zhang Jingyu blushed at Liu Yang's compliment. "Why did you choose to leave the base? If you had remained there, you surely wouldn't have faced any danger?" Liu Yang continued to inquire. "It's all because of me. The leader of the Black Tiger base, known as Black Tiger, took a fancy to me and wanted me to submit to him. However, he is dark, old, and unattractive, and he already has 13 wives. I could never agree to that. My brother was even angrier than I was and had a falling out with him on the spot, which is why he brought me away from the Black Tiger base. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have had to sob. I should have just submitted to Black Tiger." Zhang Jingyu lamented, tears streaming down her face as she recalled the past. "Who is stronger, the leader of the Black Tiger base or your brother?" Liu Yang probed for the crucial information. "Most likely, the leader of the Black Tiger base is stronger. He ranks higher than my brother on the yellow list. However, in a life-and-death struggle, even if my brother were to be slain, the leader would suffer greatly, at least sustaining severe injuries. Once he is wounded, others would undoubtedly seek to usurp him, causing him even greater losses. Thus, when we left the Black Tiger base, he dared not impede us too much," Zhang Jingyu candidly recounted. "The yellow list? What is that?" Liu Yang was taken aback. "It is the ranking of ability users. It is said that only those who have passed the test of the stone tablet can be listed. I'm not an ability user, so I'm not entirely clear on the details. I only know that each time an ability user passes the test, they receive rewards from the stone tablet. This blade was the reward my brother obtained after passing the test," Zhang Jingyu explained. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yang felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had never encountered such knowledge before. Who would have imagined that just a few days after the zombie outbreak, a ranking of ability users had already emerged? Furthermore, rewards could be obtained through testing the stone tablet. No wonder Liu Yang believed that this knife did not appear to be crafted by human hands. It was in fact a product of the so-called steel. Where might the steel be located? Liu Yang continued to inquire. If rewards were to be obtained from each test, he too wished to partake in the examination. It was said that steel had emerged across the globe, with the Black Tiger base constructed around one of them. Thus, there existed a segment of the steel at the very heart of the Black Tiger base. However, I would not advise you to venture there. The inhabitants of the Black Tiger base are exceedingly malevolent and possess formidable strength. It would be wiser to seek out a new steel and establish your own base. Zhang Jingyu remarqued to Liu Yang. Liu Yang nodded in understanding. Ah, now I see. Never mind that for now. Let us first gather supplies. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Before they entered, Liu Yang cautioned Zhang Jingyu. During the outbreak, there were likely many shoppers inside the supermarket. So it is possible there are numerous zombies lurking about. Once we go in, remain calm and refrain from shouting. Understood? Yes, no problem. In recent days, my brother and I have encountered quite a few zombies, so I'm not as fearful anymore. Zhang Jingyu quickly nodded. That's good to hear. Upon receiving the response, Liu Yang brandished his knife and stepped forward, entering the supermarket. Indeed, within the supermarket, a multitude of zombies were wandering aimlessly. However, Liu Yang was no longer the same. His strength and speed had escalated to several times that of an ordinary human. With the addition of an extraordinary knife, he charged into the horde of zombies, resembling an invincible deity of war. With a swift slash of the ebony katana, the zombies before him were instantly severed in two. What a remarkable blade that slices through iron as if it were mud. Liu Yang grew increasingly exhilarated, dispatching dozens of zombies within mere minutes. It turned out that Liu Yang's speed and strength were indeed a dozen times greater than that of an ordinary person. What he lacked was a weapon of unparalleled caliber. Now this weapon felt like a pair of wings for him. Liu Yang felt an attachment to it, truly a treasure. This knife was exceptionally suited to him. How powerful! How formidable! Even stronger than my brother. Zhang Jingyu watched Liu Yang's actions with wide eyes. It is worth noting that Zhang Jingyu's elder brother was a retired Special Forces soldier with a solid foundation, far surpassing the average person. After the apocalypse, he awakened as an ability user, further enhancing his prowess. Yet, even so, Liu Yang eclipsed him at this moment. Though Zhang Jingyu was an ordinary person, she could discern who possessed greater strength and swifter speed. It was evident that Liu Yang outclassed her brother in both aspects. After a mere 10 minutes, Liu Yang had eliminated over 300 zombies, nearly clearing the entire supermarket. He still felt somewhat unsatisfied. With this exquisite blade, dispatching zombies is as effortless as slicing through fruit. Akin to a game of Fruit Ninja, these zombies are hardly a challenge. However, once they are cleared away, I can proceed to gather resources. A thought crosses Liu Yang's mind, and in an instant, the food from the shelf before him vanishes into his dark space. An abundance of chocolates, candies, and cookies. All of it collected. Milk, beverages, cigarettes, fine wines. Collected. Bulk rice, green beans, yellow beans, black beans, potatoes. Collected. Packaged foods, a variety of breads, assorted vacuum-sealed items. Collected. Fresh meats, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits. Collected. Various dried goods, cured meats, dried fish. Collected. Before long, Liu Yang had nearly cleared the supermarket of its entire stock. Zhang Jingyu gazed at Liu Yang's actions, her eyes wide with astonishment. How did you do that? All the food seemed to vanish with a mere wave of his hand, as if by magic. Where did he transport the food? That is my secret. Liu Yang replied with a smile. Although Zhang Jingyu could not comprehend how Liu Yang accomplished this feat, she was increasingly convinced that he was indeed a formidable supernatural being, far stronger than her own brother. Soon, Liu Yang had nearly stripped the shelves bare, not even sparing items like toilet paper, clothing, towels, various utensils, and everyday necessities. After all, his dark space boasted an immense capacity of 327 cubic meters. If filled entirely with water, it could hold 27,000 tons. If packed with rice, it could similarly accommodate 27,000 tons. Should he acquire 27,000 tons of rice, he could feed 1,000 survivor women for at least a century. Even if he filled his space with everything from the supermarket, it would still not reach its limits. Furthermore, once items were placed into his dark space, there was no need for organization or neat arrangement. They could simply be piled together. When he needed something, a mere thought would summon it forth, unlike the tedious search required in the real world. Thus, it sufficed to stack everything high within. Soon, Liu Yang had effectively scavenged the shelves of the supermarket, and his attention turned to the warehouse. The contents of the warehouse would surely exceed those on the shelves. However, the location of this warehouse remained unknown and warranted a search. Let us go. Next, we shall seek out the supermarket's warehouse, Liu Yang said to the future police flower. Zhang Jingyu. Zhang Jingyu replied obediently, following closely behind Liu Yang. Upon witnessing Liu Yang's formidable prowess, she resolutely decided to align herself with him, believing that such a course was essential for her survival. Consequently, she became exceedingly obedient, complying with Liu Yang's every request. Chapter 34. The emergence of the abilities. The two of them navigated the aisles of the supermarket together, during which Liu Yang dispatched several stray zombies with ease. With the enhancement of a splendid blade, Liu Yang found the act of slaying zombies to be an exquisite pleasure. For the undead, it was nothing short of catastrophe. To Liu Yang, the movements of the zombies appeared as though they were in slow motion, and before they could even approach him, they were severed in twain by his blade. The smoothness of the action resembled slicing through tofu, providing immense relief from stress. This knife was so invaluable that he would willingly exchange half of his current resources for it. Simultaneously, his resolve to test his fortunes at the stone tablet grew stronger. Zhang Jingyu, his brother, had obtained such a powerful blade after merely one trial. Perhaps he, too, could be rewarded with even greater treasures. This thought filled Liu Yang with anticipation. After half an hour of exploration within the supermarket, they finally discovered the storeroom hidden in the back corridor. The storeroom was replete with an abundance of resources, categorized into sections for clothing, fresh produce, grains, and frozen goods. The clothing section housed a variety of garments for both men and women, including an array of undergarments, sleepwear, and swimwear, all of which Liu Yang swiftly claimed for himself. The fresh produce section overflowed with an impressive assortment of fruits and vegetables, all of which Liu Yang gathered without hesitation. However, it was the grain section that truly exhilarated him. Neatly stacked within were thousands of bags of rice, each weighing 100 pounds, an astonishing total of over 50 tons. This bounty would easily sustain him and Su Xiao along with others for a decade. Moreover, the storeroom contained various legumes, including soybeans and mung beans, amounting to several tons collectively. Wealth had come upon him. Such an abundance of resources was sufficient to support an entire base of survivors. Liu Yang's face lit up with excitement. In the apocalypse, food was of utmost importance, and this was merely one large supermarket. If he were to plunder several more, he could amass thousands of tons of grain. Food was the cornerstone of his strength in this desolate world. It is no exaggeration to assert that in the wake of a zombie outbreak, 100 pounds of grain could procure 10 beautiful maidens. If he were to successfully expand his influence through these maidens, the rewards would far exceed what even 10 tons of grain could offer. This established a transformative cycle of resource generation and explosive growth. With exhilaration radiating from his countenance, Liu Yang began to transfer all the treasures into his dark space. As he gazed upon the increasingly crowded dark space, now occupying an area of 15, a wave of joy washed over him. Outside the supermarket, however, a group of over a dozen individuals had gathered beside the mutated tree that Liu Yang had just felled. Each one appeared travel-worn and menacing, their eyes brimming with hostility. Clearly not of virtuous intent. The tree, evidently mutated, bore a smooth cut, severed cleanly, a testament to the actions of that individual. Among them was a man with a prominent nose, its tip flushed crimson, who incessantly inhaled, as if sifting through the scents in the air. The blood here belonged to that individual. The considerable spillage indicated that his clash with the mutated tree had not been without consequence. He must have sustained severe injuries. This was advantageous for us. Following the scent of blood, he continued to sniff the air intently. After several attempts, he turned to a towering figure beside him, a man exceeding 6 feet 3 inches in height, robust as a black bear, and said, "Brother Giant Bear, that fellow is hiding over there." The group followed his lead to a mound of earth. As they surveyed the dirt pile, a silence fell among them. Huanggo nodded and murmured, "Based on the scent, he is within." The burly man's expression turned grave. What could that individual be doing buried in the mud? Nevertheless, he commanded his subordinates to begin digging. Before long, the corpse of Zhang Jingyu's brother was unearthed. Dead, the rugged face of the burly man displayed a look of astonishment. Zhang Jinglin's prowess was well known. Even among the Black Tiger survivor base, ranking among the top 3, it was unfathomable that he had succumbed to the mutated tree. Another individual rummaged through Zhang Jinglin's belongings. "Where's his knife? That was a fine blade. I've coveted it for ages. It must have been taken by his sister," remarked a man with a scarred face. "Could it be that his sister buried him here?" "That seems unlikely. Zhang Jinglin, as a supernatural being, should not have met his end here. His sister is merely an ordinary person. How could she possibly escape? It is likely he perished while protecting her. Otherwise, with his strength, self-preservation would have been trivial." Another added, "This is fortuitous. With Zhang Jinglin dead and Zhang Jingyu fled, capturing Zhang Jingyu will suffice for our report, and we can avoid a grueling battle." The man with the prominent nose declared nonchalantly, "Let us hope Zhang Jingyu remains alive." The Black Tiger leader specifically instructed that she must be brought back. The burly man expressed his concerns. With Zhang Jinglin's demise, Zhang Jingyu had lost her ability to defend herself, making her vulnerable to the undead. If she were to fall victim to a zombie, they would have no explanation for the Black Tiger. The burly man turned to the man with the prominent nose. "Sing. Huanggo, quickly ascertain Zhang Jingyu's location." I know. Don't rush me. I'm concentrating," Huanggo replied, inhaling deeply, his expression suddenly turning serious. Beyond the essence of the sea, apart from Zhang Jingyu, another man had made an appearance. He seemed to possess a woman's aura, or perhaps the man bore the scent of other women. A look of confusion crossed the face of Huanggo. "Regardless of gender, we shall locate them directly. The man will be dealt with swiftly, and as for the woman, let us engage her first before eliminating her," the burly man stated impatiently. He was fully responsible for this operation and wished to avoid any complications, eager to find Zhang Jingyu and return to report to the Black Tiger. "Very well. Let us proceed in that direction." Huanggo followed the scent, leading them onward until they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. As they entered, Huanggo pointed towards the store's entrance. "All right, we shall enter as well. Huanggo, you lead the way. Scarred Rat, remain behind and keep an eye on the movements inside, while the rest of you follow closely behind me," commanded the burly man. "Understood, Brother Giant Bear." The others nodded in agreement. Huanggo ventured ahead, and as soon as he stepped into the supermarket, a putrid stench invaded his nostrils. It was the odor of zombie blood. The scene before him left him astounded and somewhat fearful. The supermarket was littered with the lifeless bodies of zombies, each cleaved in twain. He inhaled sharply. This method bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Jinglin's style of attack. Wasn't that fellow already deceased? Giant Bear frowned. "No, there is another skilled individual. Someone must have acquired Zhang Jinglin's sword and brought his sister, Zhang Jingyu, to the supermarket, slaughtering hundreds of zombies. This individual may even surpass Zhang Jinglin in prowess. Everyone, exercise caution." Chapter 35. Eliminate them all. Upon witnessing the scene within the supermarket, all were taken aback, their faces betraying a sense of vigilance. For the supermarket resembled a battlefield, strewn with the remains of zombies. Initially, their mere dozen had sufficed to confront Zhang Jinglin alone. However now, the individual wielding Zhang Jinglin's katana appeared to be far stronger than Zhang Jinglin himself. This warranted serious attention. As they ventured deeper into the eerily empty aisles, the confusion only intensified. Huanggo was the first to voice his thoughts. "What on earth is happening? The entire supermarket is stripped bare. This is inconceivable. Even basic necessities like clothing and utensils have been taken. How many survivors are in this vicinity? In search of supplies, even with a large backpack, one could scarcely carry more than a week's worth of food. To empty an entire supermarket requires an astonishing number of survivors working together. Moreover, the blood of the zombies on the ground is still fresh. They must have been slain recently. Could it be that someone looted the place before the zombies were killed? How is that even possible?" Everything about this situation felt exceedingly strange. Giant Bear shook his head. Regardless of everything else, the first order of business was to locate Zhang Jingyu. His primary objective was to assist the Black Tiger in finding Zhang Jingyu, and he had no desire to involve himself in other matters. Huanggo nodded in agreement, continuing to sniff the air, which ultimately led him to the supermarket's warehouse. At that moment, Liu Yang's keen sense of hearing detected the approach of someone nearby. He furrowed his brow. The zombies outside had all been dispatched by him. Was it possible that someone had ventured out in search of food upon realizing the supermarket was free of zombies? He had no intention of sharing provisions with anyone. Fortunately, he had already collected everything from the warehouse, and it was an opportune moment to confront these survivors. Liu Yang, wielding his katana and accompanied by Zhang Jingyu, stepped out of the warehouse, and the two parties abruptly came face to face. Upon seeing Zhang Jingyu, the burly figure known as Giant Bear widened his eyes and then broke into an expression of elation. "Zhang Jingyu? Wonderful. You're still alive. Now I can report back." Zhang Jingyu couldn't help but gasp, her face paling in fear. "What is happening? Who are they?" Liu Yang inquired, his gaze fixed warily upon the individuals before him as he whispered to Zhang Jingyu. "They are all members of the Black Tiger survivor base. That robust man is the second in command, known as Giant Bear. He is a powerful ability user, only slightly weaker than my brother. The two beside him are Huang Go and Dao Ba Shu, also ability users. The others are formidable individuals from the Black Tiger base. Before the disaster struck, some were mercenaries, while others were professional assassins, each boasting considerable strength. Zhang Jingyu's face was etched with trepidation. I can't believe the Black Tiger survivor base has dispatched 3 ability users and a dozen elites to capture us. 3 ability users? Liu Yang tightened his grip on the katana. This was his first encounter with ability users. However, judging by their demeanor, they did not seem overwhelmingly strong. A few ice needles should suffice to deal with them. Yet, Liu Yang did not wish to eliminate them so swiftly. He was rather inclined to test just how much stronger he was compared to ordinary ability users. This would give him a clearer understanding of his potential ranking in the trials ahead. Thus, he resolved to refrain from using his abilities and instead rely solely on his melee skills to confront them. As Liu Yang observed Giant Bear and his companions, they too were scrutinizing him. With both sides unfamiliar with one another, Giant Bear's group hesitated to act hastily. Huang Go, however, took note of the katana in Liu Yang's hand. "Kid, we are from the Black Tiger survivor base. Which base do you belong to? It is ill-advised to wield another's belongings. Hand over that woman and the sword, and perhaps we may spare your life." "Oh, and what if I refuse?" Liu Yang replied with a smirk. "Then don't blame us for being uncivilized." Huang Go snarled, baring his teeth as he produced a gleaming, menacing machete from behind him. "Then let me see how you handle this." As Liu Yang's words echoed, he swiftly charged towards the brute known as Huang Go. Before the latter could even react, Liu Yang's katana sliced through the air with a swift strike. In an instant, Huang Go's expression contorted in agony as his head fell to the ground, a fountain of crimson erupting from his severed neck. Liu Yang, undeterred, dispatched several more of Huang Go's hulking companions with a flurry of precise strikes. Such astonishing speed. Witnessing this, the colossal bear's face registered shock. They hastily retreated, their eyes brimming with terror as they glanced at Liu Yang. Why are you running? Don't retreat. I haven't even finished my fun yet." Liu Yang remarked with a cold smirk, his dark blade dripping with blood. The air in the supermarket was thick with the scent of iron. On the ground lay 4 headless corpses. After a brief confrontation, Liu Yang discerned the capabilities of these superhumans. Their basic attributes of strength and speed were roughly twice that of an ordinary person. In contrast, Liu Yang's own strength and speed were a staggering 16 times that of a typical human. The disparity was immense, rendering the opponent's movements painfully slow in Liu Yang's eyes. As for their supernatural abilities, he remained uncertain, but he surmised they could not be particularly formidable. Otherwise, they would not have fallen so easily without unleashing their powers. A cold sweat broke out on the bear's brow, while the expressions of the other base members morphed into sheer horror. This man is extraordinarily powerful, so much so that they could scarcely perceive his movements. It was clear that even He Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger base, would not stand a chance against him. Panic surged within the bear's mind. If he considered his own combat strength to be 800, then He Hu's would be 1,000. This man before them possessed a strength of at least 5,000. They were on completely different planes. How could they possibly contend with such might? Unless the entire Black Tiger base mobilized, they stood no chance whatsoever. With a wary expression, he addressed Liu Yang. "Brother, let us speak civilly. It's all a misunderstanding. Take the woman and the weapons. We'll leave right now. What do you say? As long as you let us go, we swear we will never cross paths with you again." "That simply won't do. I'm not finished having my fun," Liu Yang retorted, immediately charging towards the bear and his cohorts. The bear bellowed, "Run back to the base and fetch reinforcements. I will hold them off." With a roar, the bear's physique swelled, sprouting a mass of fur, transforming him into a true grizzly. "Oh, your ability allows you to turn into a bear? How terribly weak." Liu Yang taunted, advancing with his blade raised and swiftly severing the bear's head before it could even respond. He then plunged into the throng of fleeing mercenaries. Reveling in the slaughter, these hired guns and professional assassins were as helpless as lambs to the slaughter before him. In less than a minute, Liu Yang had dispatched them all. Chapter 36. Back to the villa. Gosh, the overwhelming stench of blood caused Zhang Jingyu to retch incessantly. The ground was littered with the corpses of survivors from the Black Tiger base. Simultaneously, Zhang Jingyu was astonished by Liu Yang's prowess. The formidable bear, the third in command of the base, had been caught so off guard that he was swiftly eliminated. Was this man a reincarnation of a war god? Liu Yang was not only her savior, but he also exuded immense strength and a sense of security. He was truly remarkable and handsome. Zhang Jingyu resolved in her heart to follow Liu Yang closely, hoping to become his woman. Upon noticing that there were no living souls left, Liu Yang wiped the blood from his katana and said to Zhang Jingyu, "Let us go. We've gathered all the supplies, and it's time to return." Zhang Jingyu nodded, obediently trailing behind Liu Yang. As they exited the supermarket, they remained oblivious to a large hole in the ground behind a shelf. The two returned to the villa at the school. The simulation had concluded. This time, Liu Yang reaped significant rewards. Not only had he acquired a close combat artifact, the katana, but he had also secured the entire supplies of a large supermarket. Most importantly, he had gained the company of a stunning policewoman with fair skin, long legs, and a beauty that rivaled Zhao Lina's. One could say he had struck gold. To be honest, Zhang Jingyu's appearance perfectly aligned with Liu Yang's aesthetic preferences. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated. This type was genuinely to his liking. He resolved in his heart to swiftly take this police academy goddess to his bed and propagate their lineage. Liu Yang immediately began to act in accordance with the simulation as progression. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. When he returned to the villa from the supermarket, he had truly acquired a precious sword and brought back the extraordinary beauty that was Zhang Jingyu. Liu Yang was overjoyed. It seemed he could explore the future policewoman's charms tonight. Imagining her angelic visage and devilish physique, he anticipated an exhilarating experience. "Liu Yang, you're back. Come dine with us." Chen Dan and the others greeted Liu Yang with cheerful smiles, inviting him to the dining hall. Liu Yang nodded and said to Zhang Jingyu, "Let us eat something first. I'm sure you're hungry too." "All right," Zhang Jingyu replied, somewhat shyly. She observed Chen Dan and the others in the villa, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. Initially, she had thought Liu Yang was alone and had resolved in her heart to become his woman. However, she now realized that he seemed to have several female companions, each uniquely beautiful. Although she was confident in her appearance, the prospect of becoming one of Liu Yang's multiple women made her feel a bit uneasy. Would these women accept her? Would they target her? Would they make things difficult for her? Zhang Jingyu sat in silence, her thoughts a whirlwind of anxiety and fear as she ate her meal. Opposite her, Chen Dan, Tang Mingting, Zhao Yuding, and Zhao Lina observed her intently. Tang Mingting felt an intense resentment brewing within her. What a stunning girl. In terms of beauty, she could easily rival the likes of He Yushi and Zhao Lina, the renowned beauties of their institution. Where had Liu Yang found such an exquisite gem? In this sanctuary, there were not one but 4 individuals more beautiful than herself. The glamorous star Su Xiao, the leggy teacher Zhao Yuding, the aloof campus belle He Yushi, and the scholarly Zhao Lina, along with this new arrival with an impressive figure. Her beauty was striking, and her physique surpassed even Chen Dan's. It was simply a devilish allure. Tang Mingting felt on the verge of collapse. She couldn't compete in looks or in the fullness of her form. What was the point? Yet, despite her inner turmoil, she dared not show it on her face. The fact that this beauty could dine with them shortly after being brought back to the villa indicated Liu Yang's special regard for her. Even Zhao Lina, the academic queen, had to attend to Liu Yang before she could eat. Zhang Jingyu, however, had nothing to do except sit and eat. This was not something just anyone could achieve. Chen Dan was acutely aware of this distinction. With a beaming smile, she offered Zhang Jingyu a piece of meat. "Dear sister, do indulge. You look so slender. Aside from your ample bosom, you're quite petite. I prepared these dishes myself. Do let me know if they suit your palate." "Oh, yes. They are delicious. Thank you." Zhang Jingyu responded, somewhat flustered. She had not anticipated such warmth from these individuals. Back at the Black Tiger base, relationships among survivors were fraught with tension, each wary of one another. They were competitors for survival resources, and betrayal was always a looming threat. "Please eat more. I'm delighted that my cooking pleases your taste. What is your name, and where do you come from?" "I am Chen Dan, the former owner of this villa and a dance instructor," Chen Dan said, her demeanor warm and approachable. I am Zhang Jingyu, a former student of the police academy. I encountered Liu Yang on the road. He saved me, and I'm very grateful to him." Zhang Jingyu replied candidly. "Oh, so you're a police academy student. Actually, we all owe our lives to Liu Yang. We each feel immense gratitude towards him. From now on, you shall join our family. and we will surely coexist harmoniously. Chindan no dedria suringli. Thank you, Chindan. I appreciate it, Zhang Jingyu said, smiling and feeling a sense of joy. She found Chun Dan exceedingly personable, exuding warmth and kindness. As Chun Dan conversed with Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mengting and the others displayed a complex expression, silently acknowledging Chun Dan as charm. Indeed, she was remarkable. In a display of remarkable social finesse, Zhang Jingyu, the newcomer, was swiftly drawn into the united front with just a few words. Experience truly is the greatest teacher. Tang Mengting and Zhao Lina, among others, beamed with warm smiles as they addressed Zhang Jingyu. Indeed, good friends should eat heartily. There is no need for formality. Everyone here is quite amiable and speaks pleasantly. Consider this place your home. Feel free to relax and be at ease. Oh, okay. Thank you, everyone. I am genuinely happy that you all accepted me so quickly. Zhang Jingyu expressed sincerely. Liu Yang, observing the harmonious interaction, nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, the beautiful teacher Zhao Yuding, with a complex expression, sat nearby, engrossed in her meal. After a day of internal conflict, she had resolved to visit Liu Yang's room that evening, aiming to engage in a more substantial relationship, as the rumor suggested, ideally for several hours of passion. However, with Liu Yang returning with a stunning young lady, it seemed her plans were once again postponed. When would her turn come? Sigh. She felt akin to a fragile blade of grass in the desert, on the verge of wilting, desperately in need of life-giving rain. If this continued, she feared she would wither away. Chapter 37. A heartfelt thank you. After dinner, the new police officer Zhang Jingyu found a room on the first floor to settle in. Liu Yang, returning to his own room, took a shower and reclined on his bed, gazing lovingly at his long, sleek katana. His foundational strength had been augmented, and his close combat prowess had seen a dramatic enhancement. He had merely lacked the perfect melee weapon. To his astonishment, having expressed this need for a weapon yesterday, he had received a prize sword today. What extraordinary luck! Extracting a new towel from the dark space, he diligently polished the exquisite weapon. The obsidian blade gleamed with a chilling radiance, its straight form emanating sharpness and resilience, as if it could pierce through any foe. Having dispatched hundreds of zombies and dozens of survivors today, the sword remained razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through hair. Liu Yang gazed at it, his eyes brimming with affection. A wise master once remarked that one should treat their weapon as they would a lover, for a weapon may accompany you longer than any lover ever could. And while a weapon can be a lifesaver, a lover merely drains your energy. As Liu Yang relished the moment, meticulously tending to his blade, a sudden knock resounded from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, he calmly sheathed his sword. He had admired it sufficiently. It was time to reveal his own prowess. However, he pondered who might be at the door today. He hoped it was the enchanting police officer Zhang Jingyu. Liu Yang licked his lips in anticipation and called out, "Come in." The door swung open. Indeed, it was Zhang Jingyu who entered. Having just finished her bath, her long, dark hair remained slightly damp, cascading smoothly over her pristine shoulders. Her long, slender legs were strikingly beautiful, and her alluring figure drew attention effortlessly. Upon noticing Liu Yang's cheerful expression, Zhang Jingyu's cheeks flushed with a gentle hue. Hesitantly, she spoke to Liu Yang. "I came to express my gratitude for saving me today." I know. Come here. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation about our future and aspirations." Liu Yang replied with a mischievous smile. "All right, let us converse about the future then. And being your girlfriend?" Zhang Jingyu's face reflected her confusion. Once she grasped the implication, her cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson. "I thought we were merely friends. Is it too soon to start dating?" "What friends? Your brother entrusted you to me. How could I possibly consider you just a friend? At the very least, I should be your boyfriend." Liu Yang exclaimed as he pulled Zhang Jingyu into his embrace. Zhang Jingyu shyly murmured. "What's so great about being friends? There is a saying, a friend is someone who helps you once, but a girlfriend is someone who helps you repeatedly. Therefore, if we're to be, let it be as boyfriend and girlfriend." Outside the door, as Zhang Jingyu entered Liu Yang's room, a group of girls including Su Xiao, Tang Mengting, Chun Dan, and Zhao Yuding began to whisper among themselves in the corridor. "She went in again. This woman, as if she were so pure," one remarked. "And I heard voices from inside. Liu Yang asked her to be his girlfriend? My heavens! Among us, which girl could ever be recognized as Liu Yang's girlfriend? Only Zhang Jingyu has achieved that status." And it was Liu Yang who made the first move. Indeed. Oh my. He treats Zhang Jingyu exceedingly well. We must be kinder to her from now on. She has won his exclusive affection. Listening to the murmurs, Tang Mingting's expression darkened considerably. She had longed to be Liu Yang's girlfriend herself, and had placed herself in that position more than once, only to be met with cold indifference. Yet, this Zhang Jingyu, having just arrived on the first day, had somehow elicited Liu Yang's proactive desire to date her. Such treatment had never been afforded to any other girl. Previously, Tang Mingting had viewed He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhao Yuding as potential rivals. But now she realized that the true adversary was this newcomer, the formidable Zhang Jingyu. The sense of rivalry filled the air, and the others were envious of Zhang Jingyu's newfound status. Zhao Yuding, the tall teacher, however, did not dwell on such matters. She cared little for the hierarchy among them, or who garnered Liu Yang's favor. Her only concern was when she might capture Liu Yang's attention. Her face flushed a delicate shade of pink. Upon returning to her room, Zhao Yuding's face was flushed. 2 hours later, Liu Yang received a system notification congratulating him on successfully persuading someone to willingly become his girlfriend. The dark space's anomaly level increased by 1 tier. Due to Liu Yang's consecutive success in gaining a girlfriend for 7 days, he received an additional reward of elevating all his abilities by 1 level. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was overjoyed. He examined his progress. The dark space had ascended to level 5, expanding from 30,303,027,000 cubic meters to an astonishing 50,505,012. 500 cubic meters. This represented an increase of nearly 4-fold. The resources he had previously gathered from the supermarket, which had begun to accumulate significantly, now appeared as a mere small pile. Liu Yang shook his head, realizing that his rate of resource collection could not keep pace with the rapid expansion of the dark space. He needed to continue gathering resources to fill this vast expanse. Though Zhang Jingyu felt utterly exhausted, she was not yet ready to sleep. As she gazed at the peacefully slumbering Liu Yang, her affection for him deepened. Her brother, Zhang Jinglin, had tragically perished at the hands of a mutated tree, and had it not been for Liu Yang, she would likely have met a grim fate herself, either at the hands of that tree or the monstrous bears that lurked nearby, ready to drag her back to the Black Tiger base. The mere thought of the Black Tiger survivor base's leader, with his yellowed teeth and rotund figure, was enough to make her nauseous. Compared to Liu Yang, that leader seemed like a pile of filth. She felt incredibly fortunate to have crossed paths with Liu Yang and to have become his beloved. It was as if fate had smiled upon her. Even amidst the apocalypse, Zhang Jingyu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in that moment. With a gentle smile, she leaned down and planted a soft kiss on the sleeping Liu Yang before gradually succumbing to slumber herself. The next day, when Liu Yang and Zhang Jingyu awoke, it was already midday. Su Xiao and the others had prepared lunch, and upon seeing Liu Yang and Zhang Jingyu emerge, they greeted them with cheerful smiles. Liu Yang, Jingyu, lunch is ready. You woke up just in time. We just finished cooking. All right. Liu Yang nodded, and alongside Zhang Jingyu, he made his way to Su Xiao's dormitory, which was nearly filled with girls at that moment. Upon catching sight of Zhang Jingyu, every girl present displayed expressions of envy. Zhao Yuding, in particular, blushed fiercely the moment she saw Liu Yang, her gaze evasive. However, Liu Yang noticed Zhao Yuding's unusual behavior, her flushed complexion, averted eyes, lowered head, and slightly rapid breathing. This seemed eerily reminiscent of the early signs of a transformation into a zombie. He furrowed his brow, concerned, and inquired, Yuding, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The others halted their activities, their attention swiftly turning towards Zhao Yuding, and the room fell into a sudden silence. Zhao Yuding was taken aback by Liu Yang's unexpected initiation of conversation. Startled, she instinctively lifted her gaze, meeting Liu Yang's concerned eyes. That fleeting glance stirred her heart, leaving her in a tumult of emotions. The silence in the air was daunting, as was the sudden attention from friend. At that moment, Zhao Yuding felt a tempest of yearning swirling within her, an ache that refused to subside. The desires within her gaped wide, yearning for the nourishing rain. How she longed to utter the words, I wish to be your woman. Alas, she was a shy and traditional woman, only able to blush and shake her head. It's nothing. Oh, as long as it's nothing, Liu Yang responded, visibly relieved. The zombies that once roamed the campus had long been cleared by him. There was no way Zhao Yuding could be infected. Perhaps he had been overthinking. The phrase worry breeds chaos seemed to apply to him. Liu Yang felt grateful that Zhao Yuding had protected him during his injury, and he hoped for her safety above all. Hearing her claim that all was well reassured him. Zhao Yuding's gaze shifted from Liu Yang, her tension easing, though a flicker of disappointment lingered. She feared his attention, yet craved it simultaneously. Caught in this conflict of emotions, her focus on the meal waned. Despite Chun Dan's delicious cooking, each bite tasted bland to her. Soon, Liu Yang finished his meal and returned to the dormitory, intent on further strategizing and raiding a few more supermarkets. There were 3 large supermarkets near the school, albeit farther than the first. However, with Liu Yang's newfound strength, distance was no longer a concern. After successfully expanding his dark space following an intense encounter with Zhang Jingyu, it had grown to a staggering 5,050 meters. Yet the items within barely filled 1/10 of it. The emptiness was unsettling. He could not abide such desolation in his dark space. It was unbecoming of his style. Therefore, it was imperative to fill it to the brim. Chapter 39. The Ability User, Black Tiger. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger survivor base, a middle-aged man with a long scar across his face returned, breathless. Upon arrival, he rushed straight to Black Tiger's quarters. Collapsing outside the room, he cried out, "Boss Black Tiger! Boss Black Tiger! There's trouble. They've all been wiped out. What on earth is going on? Is Zhang Jingyu back? What about the giant bear?" A corpulent, dark-skinned man with a greasy mustache emerged, astonished by the sight of the scarred man in such disarray. What could have transpired to render the usually composed scarred mouse in such a state? "Boss, the giant bear is dead. Huang Go is dead. They've all perished. Were it not for my swift escape through the earth, I too would have perished there." Reflecting on that harrowing moment, a look of dread crossed the scarred rat's face. "What? The giant bear has been slain." Upon hearing this, a look of disbelief instantly overtook the Black Tiger's countenance, soon replaced by a fierce ire. In a voice thick with menace, he exclaimed, "Is Zhang Jinglin truly so formidable? You, a dozen strong, stealthily followed, and upon locating them, did you not ambush? Yet he dispatched you all? Are you utterly useless? Did some unforeseen circumstance arise?" Nay, it was not Zhang Jinglin. By the time we arrived, he was already dead. It was another young man, remarkably powerful, wielding Zhang Jinglin's blade, who swiftly felled a dozen of our comrades without employing any abilities, merely engaging in close combat. Even the giant bear was caught unawares and was instantaneously vanquished. Had I not fled swiftly, I too would have met a grim fate. The scarred rat recounted with a shudder. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. In close combat, my third brother, the giant bear, is unrivaled. Without the use of abilities, even I might not stand a chance against him. How could anyone dispatch him without employing their powers?" The Black Tiger clearly remained skeptical. The giant bear, once a professional mercenary in peaceful times, possessed formidable strength. In the apocalypse, he awakened the ability to transform into the giant bear, harnessing its might. It is to be said that, without the use of abilities, the giant bear ranks among the most elite of all level 1 powers. How could he possibly be so swiftly dispatched? Doubt flickered in the Black Tiger's gaze. Could it be that the scarred rat, fearing retribution for his failure, exaggerated the enemy's prowess? It is true, brother. I do not deceive you. Zhang Jingyu was taken by that very individual, who also slaughtered hundreds of zombies, all with his blade. An awe-inspiring display of strength. Until the end, we remained oblivious to the nature of his abilities. The scarred rat asserted passionately. Upon hearing that Zhang Jingyu had been abducted by this individual, the Black Tiger seethed with anger. "Damn it, a dozen of you could not even subdue a single foe. You cannot even manage to bring back a woman. What use are you? When the falcon returns, I shall have him assess the situation, and I will personally confront this so-called abilities user to ascertain his true strength. Should I discover that you have exaggerated, you shall face dire consequences." The Black Tiger growled menacingly. "I speak no falsehoods. Brother, every word I utter is the truth. If you doubt me, let the falcon investigate. That man is genuinely formidable. If you choose not to believe me, so be it." The scarred rat, feeling slighted, departed in a huff. He had just escaped death, navigating the perilous route with trepidation, fearing pursuit, and had traversed over 20 kilometers through the earth using his abilities. This had drained his strength significantly, leaving him utterly exhausted. Who would have thought that upon his return, he would be met with such ire from the Black Tiger, further darkening his already foul mood? Leaving the lair of the Black Tiger, Scarred Rat muttered curses under his breath. All this loss for a woman, over a dozen brothers gone. Not a single word of concern, only reproaches directed at me. Damn it, if it weren't for my inability to defeat him, I would have taken him down long ago. What a wretched fate. Why must I awaken a tunneling ability? If only I had manifested a combat ability, would I be in this predicament? After venting his frustrations internally, Scarred Rat gradually calmed himself and began contemplating his escape route. With the Black Tiger's significant loss of his two capable aides, the giant bear and the yellow dog, his strength had diminished considerably. It was likely that the combined forces of the survivor base would not match that of the young man. The Black Tiger, in his pursuit of Zhang Jingyu, would undoubtedly clash fiercely with the youth. Was I merely waiting for death by remaining here? Damn it, rather than await my demise. I should leave ahead of time. The Black Tiger does not regard his brothers as human. Following him offers no future. Scarred Rat made up his mind. He resolved to return to his dwelling, gather his belongings, and depart stealthily. Although his ability was not combat-oriented, it proved quite useful for escape. His diminutive stature and the small tunnels he created rendered him elusive, making it nearly impossible for anyone to chase him down if he wished to flee. As he traversed the Black Tiger survivor base, the civilians noticed Scarred Rat and approached him with greetings. Greetings, Rat Master. Have you had a bountiful day? Not too bad. Scarred Rat smiled at the crowd. Suddenly, a grimy, frail little girl hurried over to him, gazing up with her large, innocent eyes, and asked, Rat Master, where did you venture for adventure today? Did you encounter any terrifying zombies? The sight of the adorable child stirred a tender feeling within Scarred Rat. Despite being an ability user, his tunneling power rendered him somewhat ineffectual among his peers. He was scorned by other ability users, who often sent him to the front lines to explore perilous areas. Yet, the civilians regarded him with great respect, while the ability users called him Scarred Rat. The common folk reverently referred to him as Rat Master. Hence, Scarred Rat treated these civilians with more kindness than other ability users did. The latter often exuded an air of superiority, readily kicking any civilian who dared to provoke them, without a moment's hesitation. Scarred Rat crouched down and said to the little girl, I traveled to a faraway place. I, Rat Master, took down dozens of zombies. Quite impressive, isn't it? Here, let me give you candy. With that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of candy, offering it to the girl. Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if a radiant light had suddenly ignited within them. In a world ravaged by despair, even a single piece of candy held immense value. The little girl accepted the candy, cradling it like a treasure in her palm, and repeatedly thanked Scarred Rat. Thank you, Rat Master. Thank you. As the other children observed the little girl receiving a piece of candy, they immediately gathered around her. Mouse Master, you are so handsome. You are the most handsome person in this base. Is there more candy, Mouse Master? Ha ha. I adore children like you who speak their minds. Yes, yes, yes. Each of you shall have one. Hearing the children praise his looks, Scarred Mouse revealed a beaming smile, distributing a piece of candy to everyone. The children erupted with joy. Candy. White rabbit milk candy. Mom, I have candy again. Wah. Tears of happiness streamed down the little ones' faces. Mouse Master is truly wonderful. Long live Mouse Master. The children bounced away, their spirits high. In the distance, their parents cast grateful glances at Scarred Mouse. For those with abilities, a piece of candy might seem inconsequential. Yet for the common folk, mere survival each day was a struggle, rendering such luxuries as candy a distant dream. Witnessing the survivors gaze at him with eyes akin to those looking upon a savior, Scarred Mouse clenched his teeth, ultimately resolving in his heart. Chapter 40. Encountering the campus bell as the children reveled in their sugary delight, another group of weary survivors entered the base through the main gate. Leading them was a robust man, upon whose shoulder perched a majestic eagle. The moment they appeared, the children fell silent, their faces betraying fear as they hastily concealed their candy and scurried back to their parents. As this group of survivors passed by Scarred Mouse, the leading man wore a bemused expression, tauntingly inquiring, Scarred Mouse, what is this? You look like you've just crawled out of the ground. Have you completed the task your leader assigned you? Where's the giant bear? Haven't seen him around. Did you sneak back while the fighting was still ongoing? Ha ha ha. I wouldn't be surprised. Scarred Mouse, hiding in a hole while others fought, only to emerge once victory was secured. A tunneling ability, and yet you seem to have no idea how to utilize it. Ha ha. You're no different from those commoners. It's no wonder you mingle with them. Truly a rat of a person. The companions of the robust man joined in the mockery directed at Scarred Mouse. He had long grown accustomed to such derision, having faced it time and again. In the past, he would laugh it off when in good spirits, but today he found himself in a foul mood. Moreover, he was on the verge of leaving the space. Why continue to endure and play the part of a timid turtle? Enough of your nonsense. The leader requires your attention. So hurry along and cease your incessant prattle. You'll find out soon enough. Scarred Mouse retorted sharply. As a fellow level 1 ability user, why should he be derided simply because his power was related to tunneling? Why should he tolerate such treatment? A bunch of rubbish. Your time is running out. The Black Tiger is about to lead you into provoking a deity of death. At that moment, prepare to meet your demise. Oh, do you dare to speak to me in such a manner? A threatening glint appeared on the rugged face of the burly man. I shall speak to you as I please. What of it? Foolish wretch. The Scarred Rat straightened his diminutive frame, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Just as the burly man was ready to explode with rage, he was restrained by a younger associate beside him. The young man urged him, "Enough, Brother Eagle. This fellow typically cowers in fear, yet today he dares to retort against you. This is rather unusual. Perhaps we should first consult with Chief Black Tiger to discern the situation." The burly man regained his composure. The young man's words bore wisdom. Indeed, the Scarred Rat's demeanor was peculiar today. Had they ever failed to bully him whenever they encountered him before? Yet never had he shown such audacity to resist. Now he stood defiantly, unabashed and aggressive. Clearly, something was amiss. Could it be that he had achieved some significant feat, earning a promise from Chief Black Tiger? If that were the case, it would be wise to avoid provoking him for now. Just you wait. Once I ascertain the situation with Chief Black Tiger, I shall deal with you. Brother Eagle snorted dismissively and then led his companions toward Black Tiger's residence. Watching their retreating figures, the Scarred Rat smirked coldly. A bunch of short-lived fools. Prepare to meet your end. I shall not indulge you any further. I am leaving at once. The Scarred Rat returned to his dwelling and immediately began to gather his belongings. Originally, he had burrowed in, having excavated a tunnel of over 20 kilometers. Now, as he prepared to depart, he merely needed to continue along the tunnel without the need to dig anew, allowing for a swifter exit than his arrival. In less than an hour, he would reach the supermarket where the giant bear had been vanquished. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was deep in strategizing. He was en route to another supermarket, situated approximately 2 kilometers from school. Armed with his prized sword, he engaged any zombies he encountered along the way, dispatching each with a single stroke. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived outside the supermarket. However, he soon encountered a male and a female survivor, both of whom were acquaintances from his school. Though Liu Yang had limited interactions during his time at school, he was familiar with some of the more prominent figures. The pair consisted of the student council president, Chun Hao, and one of the 4 most popular girls, known as the goddess of sports, Zhou Kiki. As they witnessed Liu Yang wielding his sword like a harbinger of death, having eliminated all the zombies in his path, they cautiously emerged from their hiding place, intent on following Liu Yang in search of sustenance. Yet upon noticing them, Liu Yang's countenance grew icy. "What do you two intend to do? Do not follow me." Liu Yang? Upon recognizing Liu Yang's visage, Chun Hao's face lit up with surprise. Liu Yang was once a well-known figure in school. As the student council president, he was naturally acquainted with many. In the past, he had even looked down upon Liu Yang and had led efforts to trouble him. However, in this apocalyptic world, who cares about past grievances? Seeing Liu Yang so formidable now, and recognizing a fellow alumnus, it was only natural to cling to him for support. "What's the matter? Do you not understand my words? I told you not to follow me," Liu Yang warned again. He was tirelessly battling zombies, and these 2 individuals intended to simply take advantage of his efforts, treating him as a fool. "Liu Yang, it's me, Chun Hao, the student council president. Don't you recognize us? Your weapon is impressive. I see you can slay zombies with a single strike. How about this? You protect me and Zhou Kiki, and when I return home, I will pay you 1 million. What do you say?" Chun Hao said, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Liu Yang looked at him as if he were a simpleton. In this desolate world, someone still thought they could buy others with money. Was this person out of his mind? "Get lost," Liu Yang replied coldly. 2 million. How about 2 million? Chun Hao gritted his teeth and insisted. "Are you an idiot? What good is money in the apocalypse? You can't even buy a loaf of bread. If you refuse to leave, then stay. I'll simply take Zhou Kiki back to the base. As a sports goddess, she should be quite suitable for bearing children," Liu Yang mused, a playful expression crossing his face. Zhou Kiki was not only one of the 4 campus beauties, but also a sportswoman. She was stunningly beautiful, with delicate features and a slender figure, complemented by long legs that boasted healthy muscle definition, exuding an impressive dynamism. Her tan skin and defined waistline radiated vitality, making her exceedingly alluring. It was said that children born to athletic women tended to be healthier. Furthermore, a goddess of sports would possess remarkable stamina. While other girls might struggle after 2 hours of exertion, Zhou Kiki would surely endure with ease. Chapter 41. A chicken leg for a campus beauty. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Chun Hao's expression shifted dramatically, casting a wary glance at Liu Yang while shielding Zhou Kiki behind him. With a hint of panic, he exclaimed, "Liu Yang, what are you planning? You mustn't act recklessly. Zhou Kiki is my girlfriend. Just a girlfriend, nothing more. And even if she were married, what of it? Chow Chow even fancied married women. Chen Hao, you can leave now. Zhou Kiki is coming with me," Liu Yang said nonchalantly. "No, that's impossible. She's my girlfriend." "You want to steal my girlfriend? I'm the student council president. My family has assets worth over 100 million. What makes you think you can compete with me?" "Zhou Kiki would never look at you," Chun Hao exclaimed with an expression of sheer fury. Although he was wary of the knife in Liu Yang's possession, the mere thought of Liu Yang attempting to take his girlfriend provoked an uncontrollable rage within him. As the president of the student council, he had once held a position of high esteem within the school. Every student greeted him with respect. Not to mention, his family owned a company valued in the hundreds of millions, marking him as a quintessential wealthy heir. He typically arrived at school in a BMW. In the past, he reveled in the admiration of his peers, basking in their adulation. Yet now, this worthless Liu Yang dared to confront him for his girlfriend? How could Chun Hao tolerate such insolence? Were it not for the knife in Liu Yang's hand, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. "Impossible?" Chun Hao scoffed. "What do you mean impossible? You think you can prevent me from claiming the woman I desire? You may be wealthy, but your appearance betrays you. You look pale and weak, likely unable to command even the respect of your subordinates. What good is having such a beautiful girlfriend if you cannot satisfy her? You seem as though you haven't eaten in days. Since the outbreak, you haven't found anything to eat, have you?" Liu Yang observed him with a bemused expression. Chen Hao, struck by the painful truth in Liu Yang's words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He stammered, "So what if I haven't found anything to eat? In any case, my girlfriend will never be with you. Our relationship is strong. You can forget about it." "Oh, is that so?" Liu Yang replied, his tone shifting. "I initially intended to forcefully take her, but now that you mention your bond, I wish to see just how deep your feelings truly run. Tell me, what do you see here?" Liu Yang produced a vacuum-sealed chicken leg from his pocket and, with a flourish, unveiled it. The aroma wafted towards Chun Hao and Zhou Kiki, enticing their senses. Both Chun Hao and Zhou Kiki inhaled deeply, greedily savoring the long-forgotten scent of food. They could not suppress their salivation. Hunger gnawed at them. They had gone 4 days without sustenance at school and, in desperation, had ventured out in search of food. However, after 2 fruitless days, they had only managed to catch 2 rats in the sewers, which they cooked and devoured. But those 2 rats were hardly enough to sate their hunger. During their quest for food, they had narrowly escaped being captured by zombies, exhausting their energy in the process. Now, their stomachs were painfully empty. "1 chicken leg in exchange for your girlfriend. Do we have a deal?" Liu Yang proposed playfully. Chun Hao, who had just proclaimed the strength of his relationship, now faced a moment of hesitation in his gaze, questioning the true value of their so-called unbreakable bond in terms of sustenance. However, he soon shook his head. "Impossible. Coco and I have been together for an entire year. How can my girlfriend be exchanged for merely a chicken leg? Do you think I am someone of lesser worth? My family possesses assets worth over 100 million. What kind of world have I not witnessed?" A resolute expression emerged on Chun Hao's face. Hearing him speak this way, Zhou Coco felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Initially, she believed that this wealthy young man was merely indulging in a fleeting romance. Throughout their year-long relationship, she had regarded Chun Hao as a partner still in the trial phase, never allowing him to take advantage of her. Their relationship had lacked intimacy. Now, it appeared that Chun Hao's feelings were genuine. In such a moment of hunger, he would not trade a precious chicken leg. It would not be an exaggeration to say that upon seeing that chicken leg and catching a whiff of its aroma, even Zhou Coco felt a fleeting temptation to lean towards Liu Yang. Now, Witnessing Chun Hao's steadfast expression, she suddenly realized how shameful her own thoughts were. How could she betray herself for a mere chicken leg? She must learn from Chun Hao. She would never succumb to the allure of food. Just as Zhou Coco was resolutely deciding to remain loyal to Chun Hao, she was taken aback when he extended 5 fingers towards Liu Yang and said, "If you want my girlfriend, you'll need to offer more. 5. Unless it's 5 chicken legs." Liu Yang stood frozen in place upon hearing this. Initially, seeing Chun Hao's unwavering stance, he thought he would refuse, but it turned out he simply wanted a few more chicken legs. Truly, Chun Hao is a shrewd negotiator. 3. Otherwise, there's no deal. Liu Yang retorted decisively. "Deal! Quickly!" Chun Hao exclaimed, fearing Liu Yang would change his mind. Liu Yang promptly produced 2 more chicken legs from his coat and tossed them at Chun Hao's feet. Chun Hao hurriedly bent down to pick up the chicken legs and tuck them into his clothing. This entire exchange left Zhou Coco in a state of astonishment. 3 chicken legs, and this boyfriend had effectively sold himself? Just moments ago, she had been quietly touched, but it seemed her sentiment had come far too soon. Angrily, she confronted Chun Hao. "Chun Hao, what do you mean, you? If I don't eat soon, I might starve to death. Do you want to watch me perish? Aren't women in the apocalypse merely here for men to relieve their urges? Who cares who the outlet is? I've been with you for a year, and the gifts I've given you amount to no less than $1 million. Yet you refuse to even share a hotel room with me, pretending to be virtuous. I've never liked you. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, I intended to take you by force, but who knew you would be stronger than me? After a few days of hunger, I even thought about consuming your flesh. If you weren't an athlete, I could never have kept you around this long. Now that I can exchange you for 3 chicken legs, it shows you have worth, understand? Enjoy your secret joy." After Chun Hao finished speaking, he swiftly grasped a chicken leg and hurried towards the safety zone, fearing that Liu Yang might have a change of heart. Hearing Chun Hao's words, Zhou Kiki felt utterly despondent. She never imagined that in her boyfriend's eyes, she was merely a disposable object. Yet, she also felt a twinge of relief. For throughout their year of dating, she had preserved her chastity, preventing Chun Hao from taking advantage of her. Otherwise, she might have been discarded long ago. It was clear that this wealthy playboy was merely toying with her feelings. Zhou Kiki finally saw through Chun Hao's true character. Disappointment washed over her, her face ashen, and she slowly walked to Liu Yang's side. "Look, this is your boyfriend. He sold you for 3 chicken legs," Liu Yang remarked with a smile. "This is the apocalypse. This is reality. Just a second ago, he was professing eternal love, and now he has betrayed you for 3 mere chicken legs. Give me 3 chicken legs, and I shall sell myself to you." "I will do whatever you ask," Zhou Kiki said hollowly to Liu Yang. Having been sold out by her boyfriend, she had lost the light within her heart and no longer cared about what fate awaited her. First, she needed to fill her stomach. After all, death was merely a possibility. She could at least die with a full belly. "Here, take this." Liu Yang handed her a chicken leg and continued, "Rest assured with me, you will have an endless supply of chicken legs. Not just 3, but 300 if you wish. I would never sell my woman so easily. Now, let us raid the supermarket together." With that, Liu Yang prepared to lead Zhou Kiki into the supermarket. Before entering, he took the precaution of controlling a zombie to guard the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Upon entering the supermarket, they were met with hundreds of zombies. Given the lack of hiding spots within, an ordinary person would likely face a swift death from being overwhelmed. However, Liu Yang moved among the horde as if he were a wolf among sheep, encircling the hundreds of zombies single-handedly. With a swift swing of his long knife, he cleaved each zombie in 2 with every strike. Witnessing Liu Yang's prowess, Zhou Kiki, who had been so sorrowful and ashen-faced, was suddenly filled with astonishment. Incredible. So fast. So powerful. How's he do it? Hundreds of zombies stood before him like ripe crops awaiting harvest. How can his athleticism be so extraordinary? Even the strongest athletes would struggle to match him. His speed and strength surpass that of ordinary humans, transcending the limits of the human body. Is he a superhuman? As an athlete herself, Zhou Kiki understood human limitations better than anyone else. At that moment, Liu Yang's speed with the knife, his reflexes, and his mobility had undoubtedly surpassed the bounds of human capability. Observing Liu Yang's movements, Zhou Kiki's face revealed a glimmer of admiration. As a student of physical education, she naturally held a greater affection for men who exhibited strength in sports. Liu Yang, at this moment, transcended mere athletic prowess. He had surpassed the limits of humanity itself, which was undeniably awe-inspiring. What woman does not harbor admiration for the strong? Zhou Qi felt a stroke of fortune. Had she continued to follow Chen Hao, she might have faced starvation. Only by aligning herself with someone as formidable as Liu Yang could she hope to thrive. In less than 10 minutes, Liu Yang had vanquished all the zombies, his countenance displaying a lingering exhilaration. Wielding this knife to dispatch the undead was a sheer delight, a form of catharsis. Liu Yang, how can you be so powerful? Zhou Qi could not suppress her curiosity. Because I am inherently strong, and I possess even greater strengths that you shall experience tonight. Liu Yang replied with a mischievous grin. Realizing his implication, Zhou Qi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart fluttering with a mix of shyness and anticipation. After teasing Zhou Qi, Liu Yang commenced the task of scavenging resources, transferring everything from the supermarket into a shadowy space. Upon completing this endeavor, he led Zhou Qi to the next supermarket, employing the same successful tactics to leave it utterly depleted. Once both supermarkets had been thoroughly looted, Liu Yang returned to the villa district with Zhou Qi in tow. The simulation concluded flawlessly, devoid of any unexpected incidents, and Zhou Qi was a delightful bonus. A goddess from the sports department was indeed a rare find, and even Liu Yang looked forward to nurturing a relationship with her. Following the simulation's conclusion, he promptly initiated actions in accordance with the outlined strategy, ultimately bringing this goddess back successfully. Upon their arrival at the villa district, Su Xiao and others had already gone to engage in physical activities within the area. With the entire district having been cleared and transformed into a safe haven, they often enjoyed playing basketball or volleyball after meals. Thus, the villa was currently deserted. You may choose any room on the first floor to settle in, and then take a shower to freshen up. Tonight, come to my room. I wish to showcase another of my talents, Liu Yang said with a playful smirk directed at Zhou Qi. Understanding his intent, Zhou Qi shyly nodded. Although she had mentally prepared for such an encounter upon returning with Liu Yang, a sense of nervousness still enveloped her. Despite having been in a year-long relationship with Chen Hao, they had never even held hands. Now, as she was on the verge of intimacy with another, her heart raced with both anxiety and excitement. Meanwhile, on the volleyball court within the villa district, Liu Shi and others were engaged in a game of volleyball. Each participant was thoroughly immersed in the game, perspiring profusely in sheer delight. In this post-apocalyptic world, engaging in a game of volleyball beneath the sun was truly a rare pleasure. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that an eagle was soaring above them in the sky, at a distance of over 20 kilometers away at the Black Tiger base. The Falcon reported to Black Tiger, "Boss, we've located Zhang Jingyu in a villa district, along with several other young women. They must all be students from that area, and each one is a beauty." Upon hearing this, a lecherous grin spread across Black Tiger's face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Several female students? This is a windfall. I not only intend to capture Zhang Jingyu, but also those lovely girls. They will all be my little wives. Falcon, you may choose one first." "Thank you, boss." The Falcon also lecherously licked his lips, immediately commencing his selection through the eagle's vantage point, contemplating which one to choose. Meanwhile, Scarred Mouse had traversed the underground passage to the supermarket where the giant bear had been eliminated. As he emerged from the hole, he discovered the giant bear's corpse lying nearby, now decaying and infested with maggots. He hastily exited the supermarket, following the trail of slain zombies to locate the villa district where Liu Yang resided. Since Liu Yang had carved a path through the zombies on his way to the supermarket, Scarred Mouse could easily trace his route. The gates of the villa district were firmly shut. Inside the guardhouse, two individuals clad in suits, wearing sunglasses and masks, sat quietly. These were zombies controlled by Liu Yang's manipulation skills. With his skill now elevated to level 2, he could command second-level zombies, increasing the number he could control to 2. The zombies stationed at the guardhouse had been specifically placed there for security, dressed in suits and masks to avoid drawing attention. Even Scarred Mouse was deceived as he approached them. "Brothers, open the door. I'm here to deliver a message," he called out to the zombies. Although they did not respond, the sound reached Liu Yang's ears. As Liu Yang directed his sight toward the source, he recognized Scarred Mouse, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. "Wait, isn't he one of those survivors? Didn't I eliminate all of them? How did one escape?" Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback, having thought he had dispatched them all. Uncertain of the visitor's intentions, He wondered if this could be an attempt at revenge. In a swift motion, he grasped his knife and rushed to the entrance of the villa district. Upon seeing Liu Yang, Scarred Mouse immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, because he was aware that Liu Yang could eliminate him in an instant. He raised his hand and quickly exclaimed, "Young hero, I am not here to cause trouble. I come bearing a warning. The Black Tiger has discovered your location and is preparing to exact revenge upon you." Oh, Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. He then opened the door, allowing Scarred Mouse to enter. In a cold tone, he demanded, "Tell me the situation regarding the Black Tiger survivor base and your reason for delivering this message. Be thorough, for if I find your words untrustworthy, I shall eliminate you." Chapter 43. No time to wait. Once Scarred Mouse entered the villa area, he spotted an eagle soaring above the volleyball court. He pointed towards the sky, stating that is one of the telepods from the Black Tiger base, known as the Falcon. He utilizes the eagle's vision to monitor everything here. You have been marked, especially the female students, as the Black Tiger is quite lecherous. The Falcon must have reported your situation to him. Had it merely been a matter of vengeance, he might have refrained from coming, for the journey is perilous and long. However, with so many female students present, his lust will surely compel him to arrive. Is that so? Liu Yang furrowed his brow. With a wave of his hand, a needle of ice formed in the sky, swiftly striking down the eagle. To Scarred Mouse's astonishment, Liu Yang merely waved his hand, and the eagle plummeted. He could not discern what had transpired. An expression of shock spread across his face. Such formidable abilities. The eagle was soaring at least 100 meters high. The opponent simply waved his hand and brought it down, leaving him utterly bewildered by the means employed. His skill was at least that of a high-tier combat ability. Scarred Mouse felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having made the decision to deliver this warning. It was undoubtedly the right choice. Otherwise, had he followed the Black Tiger to confront Liu Yang, he might have perished before even laying eyes on him. Meanwhile, in the Black Tiger base, the Falcon, who was observing the situation, suddenly experienced a searing pain in his head, collapsing to the ground and rolling about in agony. "What is it, Falcon? What happened?" Black Tiger was taken aback by the scene. "Damn it, my informant has been eliminated. Shot in the head. I couldn't retract my consciousness in time. The pain has struck me." The Falcon's face turned pale, his lips trembling. The visceral sensation of being shot left him gripped by terror. Your eagle can fly hundreds of meters high. Even a sniper would struggle to hit it. How could it have been taken down? Black Tiger's expression grew grave. "I do not know. I was merely observing those female students when it was suddenly taken down. I could not see the assailant, nor can I discern the method employed." The Falcon replied, still shaken. Black Tiger recalled Scarred Mouse's earlier words, remembering that he had mentioned the extraordinary strength of that ability user. A dozen elites proved no match for the opponent, falling swiftly in a single encounter. At this moment, it appeared to be all too real. Immediate action was required to summon him for clarification. He promptly instructed the subordinate outside, "Go fetch Scarface Mouse. I have matters to discuss with him." The subordinate hurried off in search of Scarface Mouse, only to discover an empty room. He quickly returned to report, "Boss, Scarface Mouse's room is vacant, and his belongings have been taken." Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you mean? Has he fled? Has he betrayed our base?" A cold sweat broke out on the subordinate's back as he stammered, "It seems so." The notion that someone could possess the strength to compel Scarface Mouse to betray them troubled Black Tiger, who furrowed his brow. Sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, a grave expression crossed his face as he grappled with indecision. Meanwhile, in Liu Yang's villa, he turned to Scarface Mouse and inquired, "So, Black Tiger is a lecher who covets women? Yet, in a post-apocalyptic world, there are plenty of women. Surely he wouldn't risk it?" Scarface Mouse nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there's no need for such risk. However, Zhang Jingyu is the woman he desires, and the entire base is aware of it. He will undoubtedly pursue her. This is not merely about a woman. It pertains to his pride and authority. If he fails to secure Zhang Jingyu, how can he maintain his status as the leader of the base? He may forego other women, but Zhang Jingyu is a must. Zhang Jingyu is now my woman." Liu Yang declared coldly. "Anyone who dares to covet her shall face death." How far is Black Tiger's base from here? If he intends to attack, how long will it take him to arrive? Black Tiger's base is over 20 kilometers away. I have informed him of your strength. If he wishes to confront you, he will surely need to rally all the elites from his base, which would take at least a day. Some of the ability users are out scavenging for supplies and might not return until evening. So if he decides to come, it will likely be tomorrow, Scarface Mouse analyzed. Tomorrow? I cannot afford to wait until then. Allowing the one who dares to target my woman to live until tomorrow would be a grave insult. I will set out for Black Tiger's base immediately to eliminate him. You will lead the way, Liu Yang asserted resolutely. Initially, Black Tiger had not intended to seek trouble, nor had Liu Yang planned to instigate conflict. However, upon hearing of Black Tiger's continued interest in Zhang Jingyu, Liu Yang could no longer contain himself. Scarface Mouse hesitated. Considering the distance to Black Tiger's base, which would require significant time to reach, along with its formidable defenses, attacking there may prove quite challenging. It would be easier to confront him here, in your familiar territory, he suggested. This young man is audacious, Scarface Mouse thought, reflecting on the vigor of youth. Wherever the battle occurs, it ultimately leads to his demise, Liu Yang replied confidently. Scarface Mouse continued, at the very least, we should devise a battle plan first. I have long since devised my plan, to eliminate all who dare to resist, whether it be a distance of 20 kilometers or 200. I shall undertake the journey overnight to extinguish anyone who covets my beloved. Not even the coconut tree shall remain unscathed. As Liu Yang approached the volleyball court, he waved his hand at the girls playing below. Instantly, they rushed over to him, surrounding him like stars orbiting the moon. Liu Yang, you can watch us play? What a delightful surprise. We've never seen you come out to support us before. Have you been out gathering supplies again? The girls, glistening with perspiration, eagerly chattered around him. At that moment, Zhang Jingyu noticed the scarred rat beside Liu Yang, and her expression shifted dramatically. Aren't you the scarred rat? Relax. There is no need to be alarmed. He has come to ally with us. Today, I have matters to attend to outside, so I advise you all to stay indoors for now. The outside is somewhat perilous, Liu Yang informed the group. Upon hearing his words, the girls' expressions grew somber. All right, we'll return to the villa immediately. Liu Yang nodded affirmatively. Yes, let us head back together. He instructed the scarred rat to wait outside while he escorted the girls back to the villa. Once inside, he introduced them to the athletic goddess, Zhou Kiki, and advised them to remain within the villa and refrain from wandering about. Finally, he retreated to his room to commence a combat simulation. The simulation unfolded without a hitch. No unexpected occurrences transpired. He effortlessly dispatched the individuals from the Black Tiger base. During this exercise, he also gleaned a wealth of information, understanding the motivations behind the scarred rat's betrayal and uncovering the routes and strength of the Black Tiger base. Even without the scarred rat's guidance, he now possessed the knowledge of how to navigate there. Thus, he promptly exited the villa and addressed the scarred rat. Let us commence our operation. You shall take the underground route while I proceed above ground. The scarred rat was taken aback. How did Liu Yang know about his underground passages? When had he discerned his unique abilities? Could it be that Liu Yang had intentionally allowed him to escape last time? In that moment, the scarred rat perceived Liu Yang as an omniscient deity. Nonetheless, he inquired, if I take the underground route, do you know the direction? Indeed, Liu Yang responded with certainty. During the first simulation, he had relied on the scarred rat for navigation, but the latter's pace was excruciatingly slow. Covering the 20-plus kilometers had taken them an entire hour. Liu Yang could not afford such delays. Should he travel at full speed, he could reach the destination in under 20 minutes. He did not wish to grant the Black Tiger any additional time to exist. The thought of allowing anyone who dared to lay a hand on his beloved to survive even a second was utterly intolerable. Do not underestimate the distance of over 20 kilometers, even if it were in the farthest reaches of the empire of the White Eagle. Who would dare to lay a hand on his woman? Liu Yang would traverse the vast Pacific Ocean overnight to confront him. Thus, he resolved to venture forth himself while allowing Scarred Mouse to navigate through the underground passage. In truth, it mattered little whether Scarred Mouse accompanied him or not. Liu Yang merely sought to prevent any mischief in the Villa District while he was away. He certainly did not wish for chaos to erupt behind him while he was on his quest. Chapter 44. I shall decide for you. After ensuring the safety of Su Xiao and the others, Liu Yang promptly set out. Scarred Mouse, on the other hand, burrowed into the tunnel alone. 20 minutes later, Liu Yang arrived at the entrance of the Black Tiger survivor base. This base was also a vast villa district, spacious and sparsely populated, with considerable distance between the villas, affording the former affluent residents ample privacy. Thus, the number of zombies in this area was relatively few, which is why Black Tiger and his group chose to establish their base here. In peacetime, a single villa in this area would command a price of no less than 50 million. Those who resided here were either wealthy or noble. Regrettably, at this moment, most had succumbed to zombification, and those who had not had already been dealt with by Black Tiger and his faction. Upon arriving at the gate, Liu Yang leaped effortlessly over the 4-meter-high wall, landing within the confines of the villa district. Next to the wall stood numerous makeshift tents erected by ordinary survivors who had taken refuge in the Black Tiger base. As the lowest tier of survivors, they were relegated to the outskirts and barred from entering the villas. When they witnessed Liu Yang's entrance, they were momentarily startled. "Hush!" Liu Yang brandished his blade in one hand while placing the other to his lips, signaling for silence. "Make no sound, or it shall cost you your lives. Do you understand?" Nodding vigorously, the survivors complied. Anyone capable of leaping over a 4-meter wall was no ordinary individual. He was undoubtedly an ability user. For these ordinary folk, ability users were akin to deities, and they dared not resist. Naturally, they followed Liu Yang's instructions without question, pleased by their obedience. Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction and proceeded directly towards Black Tiger's residence, guided by the intelligence gleaned from the first simulation. Meanwhile, the elites of the Black Tiger base had gathered within, deliberating on how to contend with Liu Yang. At that moment, Eagle was pressing a warm towel against his head, nursing the pain inflicted by the recent loss of one of his informants, whose head had been blown apart. His pallid visage turned towards Black Tiger. He spoke, "Boss. As you mentioned, even the likes of Grizzly were dispatched in an instant. This individual may prove to be formidable. Perhaps we should reconsider our approach." The other extraordinary individuals echoed in agreement. The giant bear, the yellow dog, and the scarred rat, all recognizing that none of them stood a chance against their adversary. Their current strength had been severely diminished, and facing the opponent now would likely result in a futile struggle. Moreover, the confrontation would take place on the adversary's home turf, where they were well acquainted with the terrain, and there might be traps awaiting them. Black Tiger pondered the words of Brother Falcon and considered the option of abandoning the pursuit. After all, it was merely a woman. Their base was filled with various types of women. "Indeed, boss. Perhaps we should let it go. We can search for new survivors outside and bring back a few beautiful ladies. Let's forget about Zhang Jingyu. What do you say?" Upon hearing Black Tiger relay the words of the scarred rat, the others grew anxious. The giant bear was among the top experts in their base, and if even he could be swiftly eliminated, what chance did they have? Witnessing the fear etched on his comrades' faces, Black Tiger felt conflicted. He turned to the only woman in the room, the second in command of the Black Tiger survivor base. This striking beauty had smooth, short white hair and donned sleek, form-fitting agent outfit, reminiscent of a white-haired Black Widow. Her face exuded competence and composure, with a hint of a smile that set her apart from the other terrified members. Black Tiger inquired, "White Fox, what is your perspective on this matter?" "I am indifferent. I will follow your arrangements." Frankly, based on the scarred rat's description of the opponent, I am somewhat curious to see what they look like. "I wonder if they are handsome," White Fox replied, licking her alluring red lips. "What's there to see? Don't provoke them. White Fox, please do not lead us into danger. Let's reconsider." Yes, let us drop it." The other members quickly shook their heads, fully aware that White Fox was the most unpredictable. Despite her formidable strength, her decision-making often lacked rationality, leaving others bewildered by her thought process. Ultimately, she embodied a spirit of spontaneity, and they had no desire to accompany this wild woman to her demise. As the group erupted into a cacophony of voices, Black Tiger rubbed his forehead, exuding a sense of helplessness. "I will deliberate further and reach a final decision later." In truth, he too felt a twinge of apprehension. Zhang Jingyu was merely a woman. His insistence on capturing her was not born from affection, but rather a matter of pride. Now, realizing the extent of the opponent's strength, the risks involved in provoking them seemed excessively daunting. Internally, he was reluctant to engage, yet as the leader, he found it difficult to voice his reservations directly. Thus, he sought the opinions of his subordinates. White Fox, as the second in command of the base, held considerable weight in her words, which is why Black Tiger consulted her. Little did he know that her lack of foresight would lead her to express a desire to confront the challenge. The Black Tiger could not help but mentally chastise himself, regretting ever seeking the opinion of the mad White Fox. Had she, like the other subordinates, expressed a reluctance to go, he would have readily accepted that and decided against attending. Now, with the White Fox expressing a desire to go, he, as the leader, found himself in a predicament. His woman had been taken, and he felt too embarrassed to voice his unwillingness to go. How could he, as a leader, allow his woman to be taken without attempting to retrieve her? The black tiger was left in a state of awkwardness, contemplating postponing the matter until nightfall, hoping that with time, it would resolve itself. However, just as he was lost in thought, a cold voice resonated from outside, declaring, "No need to deliberate. I shall make the decision for you." The suddenness of the voice stunned everyone present. Moments later, a handsome young man strode through the door, wielding a pitch-black katana, dripping with fresh crimson blood, the remnants from when Liu Yang had dispatched 2 guards at the entrance. The black tiger's expression morphed into one of shock as he questioned, "Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards?" "They're dead, and soon, you shall join them," Liu Yang replied coldly. One of the members, witnessing Liu Yang's audacity in addressing the leader, leapt to his feet, brandishing a machete and charging at Liu Yang, shouting, "What audacity! How dare you speak to our black tiger leader like that?" In a flash, Liu Yang swung his katana, and the assailant's head fell to the ground, the speed of his movement leaving the others bewildered. The scene left everyone in shock, their faces pale with fear as they recognized the blade. Wasn't it Zhang Jinglin's? Could this man truly be the formidable figure referred to by the scarred rat? The black tiger's lips began to tremble as he stammered, "Why, you are the one who killed the giant bear." Chapter 45. A love-struck fool? Indeed, it is I. You must be the black tiger. Surrounded by subordinates like the giant bear and the yellow dog, running a veritable zoo. And with your appearance, you dare to covet my woman? Have you looked in a mirror lately? Liu Yang sneered at the grotesque figure of the black tiger, who was rotund, with dark skin and a stature that could only be described as squat. His belly was so pronounced it resembled that of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. It was likely that even if he were to disrobe, he would be unable to discern the whereabouts of his manhood, instead only viewing his vast expanse of flesh. How could such a creature, with a harem of wives, dare to extend his hands toward Zhang Jingyu? Was that not a death wish? Liu Yang's words ignited a fire of rage within the black tiger. Though he feared Liu Yang's strength, he could not let such humiliation stand before his many subordinates. Gritting his teeth, he retorted to Liu Yang, "My dear young brother, I would advise you to temper your arrogance. Although you possess a modicum of strength, daring to act so brazenly within my black tiger's domain may very well lead to your demise. Moreover, Zhang Jingyu is a woman I have long coveted. It is you who have usurped her from me, yet you still have the audacity to flaunt your prowess here." Upon hearing the words of his adversary, Liu Yang could not help but chuckle. Is this individual in possession of a sound mind? The woman he desires is solely his by right? Who does he think he is? Liu Yang retorted with a cold sneer, "The woman you fancy? Just because you fancy her, does that make her yours? Do you believe you are worthy of such entitlement? Should you dare to covet what belongs to me? Do you truly think I would depart from this place before dealing with you? Furthermore, I have heard whispers of your numerous wives. If you set your sights on my woman, I shall reciprocate by pursuing your wives. Should you meet your end, I shall graciously care for them in your absence. You have gone too far." Black Tiger was incensed by Liu Yang's words. He gestured to his subordinates, "Charge! Brothers, eliminate him." Yet not a single soul moved. Fear was etched upon their faces as they stood vigilantly, their gazes fixed on Liu Yang, none daring to strike first. After all, Liu Yang had dispatched one of their own instantaneously upon his arrival, his speed so formidable that it left them in awe. They all understood that had Liu Yang aimed his blade at them, they would have perished before even comprehending the threat. It was evident they were not on the same level of combat prowess. Why would one willingly walk to their own death? Moreover, since Liu Yang's entrance, his eyes had been solely fixed upon Black Tiger, clearly targeting him. As for the others, he bore no ill will towards them. Why would they extend their necks to provoke a confrontation? Such folly. Thus, despite Black Tiger's command, none of his subordinates heeded him. Falcon, Black Tiger, taken aback by the failure of his orders, began to call upon individuals by name. "Oh, my head aches," Falcon groaned, clutching his temple, remaining seated. He was not a fool. His ability was of a reconnaissance nature. In terms of combat capability, he could not even measure up to a giant bear, let alone contend with Liu Yang, who could dispatch a giant bear in an instant. Therefore, he feigned a headache. White Fox, Black Tiger, turned his gaze to the fervent woman. While the others quaked in fear, this woman should possess the courage to charge forth. If she led the charge, the others would surely follow. However, White Fox merely stood there with a beaming smile, gently biting her red lip, her gaze fixed intently on Liu Yang, undeterred. As she appraised him from head to toe, even casting flirtatious glances his way, her expression betraying an infatuated demeanor. This brazen woman dared to swoon at such a moment? Black Tiger was on the verge of a breakdown. As the leader, if she did not spearhead the charge, how could anyone else be expected to follow? Come now, let me witness your prowess. Rest assured, your skills are so feeble that I shall not employ my abilities. I shall rely solely on ordinary attacks. Ensuring your demise is not swift. I shall allow you to witness how I engage with your wife. Observing this so-called leader of the survivor base, who is incapable of mobilizing even a single subordinate, Liu Yang could not help but chuckle. It seems this leader does not command much respect, as none of his followers heed his words. Or perhaps he is simply too formidable, instilling fear in all around him. Alas, how solitary it is to be invincible. Do not overreach, young man. I, Black Tiger, am not to be trifled with after having navigated these treacherous waters for so long. If you dare to challenge me without your abilities, do you truly believe I am but a mere plaything? Have the courage to stand by your words. Wait and see how you meet your end. Black Tiger snarled, his gaze menacing. He intentionally employed provocation to agitate Liu Yang. For an ability user, fighting with or without their powers represents two entirely different realms of combat prowess. In a state devoid of their abilities, they are merely twice as strong as an ordinary human. This explains why Scarred Rat, upon awakening a tunneling skill, is regarded with disdain by all. His powers offer little assistance in actual combat. When the time for real confrontation arrives, he is nothing more than a super soldier, hence the scorn he endures. Now, Liu Yang audaciously claimed he would engage without his abilities, effectively tying his own hands and transforming himself into a super soldier. In such a scenario, even if Liu Yang were exceptionally strong, Black Tiger believed he might still possess a chance of victory. There is no need for provocation. I have asserted that I will not use my abilities. Should I choose to employ them, you would be vanquished in an instant. Liu Yang declared confidently. Excellent. You possess spirit, but do not fault me for my ruthless nature. Black Tiger replied through gritted teeth. He then extended his clawed hand, raking it across his own arm, causing blood to flow profusely, each fingertip stained crimson. Flying blade blood claws. With a swift motion, 5 blood-laden claws surged toward Liu Yang. This was Black Tiger's ability, allowing him to harness his own blood to assault his foes, even enabling ranged attacks. This capability is precisely why he is recognized as the most powerful ability user among the survivors. Yet, when faced with the onslaught of the flying blade blood claws, Liu Yang deftly evaded with a mere sidestep. His speed had reached an astonishing 165 times that of a normal human, while the foundational attributes of a level 1 ability user were merely twice that of an ordinary individual. To Liu Yang, what appeared to be rapid strikes from the blood claws seemed nothing more than a slow-motion display. With a thunderous crash, the blood claws struck the ground, carving 5 deep grooves, each measuring 10 centimeters into the hard earth. The onlookers, including Eagle and the others, were taken aback. Is this the ultimate technique of Black Tiger? How formidable! If that were to strike a person, it could sever them into 5 pieces in an instant. They had always known Black Tiger was powerful, but had never witnessed him wielding his abilities. Now, it was abundantly clear how fierce he truly was. However, the figure opposing him was equally impressive. Such a swift assault from the blood claws was effortlessly dodged by Liu Yang. Chapter 46. A direct plea for mercy. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of the Black Tiger's ultimate technique, astonishment swept across the faces of his subordinates, prompting a flurry of discussions. Truly, the Black Tiger reigned supreme. Had it been any of us facing that flying claw, we would have surely been cleaved in two. Indeed, we had never seen the Black Tiger in action before. But now it is evident that he is as formidable as the legends suggest. The expressions of the Falcon and his companions were marked with shock, accompanied by an undercurrent of concern. With the Black Tiger exhibiting such strength, their fear of Liu Yang had led them to ignore the Black Tiger's commands and launch an attack against Liu. What if the Black Tiger triumphed? Would they still have a favorable outcome? Consequently, they harbored a secret wish that the Black Tiger would not emerge victorious. Yet they were equally apprehensive about Liu Yang's potential triumph. No one knew whether Liu, after defeating the Black Tiger, might turn his attention towards them. Thus, they secretly hoped for a scenario in which both would be gravely injured, allowing them to deliver the final blow and seize control of the base thereafter. Meanwhile, the White Fox interjected, "You all understand nothing. The Black Tiger's assault is indeed powerful, yet it has proven entirely ineffective. This only underscores the strength of that individual. He evaded it entirely with his speed, without resorting to any supernatural abilities. To this day, we remain unaware of what his powers truly entail. Thus, this young man has maintained his composure, likely not exerting even half of his strength. In my estimation, he has barely tapped into his potential. What? He may not have even used half of his strength? The falcon and his companions were struck with disbelief. If Liu Yang had not even exerted 50% against the black tiger's formidable technique, how potent could his true capabilities be? The white fox scoffed, stating, Mark my words, even without supernatural powers, the black tiger stands no chance against him. Not even the slightest prospect of victory. The opponent has yet to take this seriously. He is merely toying with him. As if to confirm the white fox's words, barely had they echoed when Liu Yang swiftly maneuvered to the black tiger's flank, brandishing his katana with a flourish. In an instant, the black tiger's right hand was severed, blood gushing forth in a crimson fountain from the stump. A look of agony marred the black tiger's face as he bellowed, a bloody tempest. In that moment, the blood spewing from his severed limb crystallized mid-air into bullets, raining down upon Liu Yang in a relentless barrage. Liu Yang, taken aback by this unexpected counter, wondered if the more blood the black tiger shed, the stronger his techniques became. He swiftly retreated, leaping back several paces to evade the onslaught. The blood bullets collided with the ground, leaving deep craters that penetrated the earth by several centimeters, transforming the once solid terrain into a veritable sieve. Subsequently, with a forceful stamp of his feet upon the ground, he surged forth like a cannonball, once again swinging his blade. Slash! The left hand of the black tiger was severed, blood gushing forth anew. The black tiger, now devoid of both arms, let out a wretched cry. His face contorted in a frenzied expression, baring his teeth as if he wished to devour Liu Yang whole. Observing the blood spraying into the air, the black tiger gritted his teeth and shouted, "Heavenly net!" Slash! The crimson blood coalesced mid-air into a vast web, descending upon Liu Yang. Yet, Liu Yang's speed had escalated to 165 times that of an ordinary person. To him, this assault appeared as mere slow motion. How could it possibly strike him? With a casual sidestep, he evaded the heavenly net once more and charged toward the black tiger, swinging his blade again. Slash! The black tiger's legs were severed at the thighs, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed into a pool of his own blood, with both arms and legs incapacitated. The black tiger found himself utterly immobile. The blood that had been gushing forth was instantaneously staunched, while he could endure the blood spilling from his hands. With both legs now severed and 4 grievous wounds simultaneously bleeding, it would not take long before he succumbed to the loss of blood. The black tiger also realized that his blood attack was utterly ineffective against Liu Yang. Continuing to attack would merely squander his energy. He thus chose to halt the flow of blood, instantaneously staunching the bleeding from his 4 massive wounds. His face lost its manic expression, replaced instead by one of despair and terror. In that moment, he truly felt the specter of death looming near. Looking at Liu Yang, he humbly pleaded, "I was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. Spare me, please. Zhang Jingyu is yours. You may take everything in my base. Just let me live. You can do as you wish." Witnessing this scene, the falcon and others were left dumbfounded. The abilities wielded by the black tiger were already formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that none of the superhumans present could withstand him, let alone endure a single strike, as they would be eliminated in an instant. Yet, the black tiger, capable of vanquishing them, found himself utterly powerless before Liu Yang. Could the disparity between superhumans truly be so vast? They had never anticipated that such a formidable black tiger would be utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon Liu Yang, who had dispatched him within mere seconds, leaving him on the ground begging for mercy. The opponent was nothing short of a divine being. Even if all the individuals in this base banded together, they would likely be unable to withstand him for 3 minutes, unless a woman were to willingly offer herself. Perhaps her beauty could delay him for 2 hours. Upon witnessing the black tiger submit, Liu Yang's face broke into a cold smile. "Oh, have you surrendered so swiftly? I observe that your extraordinary ability grows stronger with the more blood you shed. Thus, I endeavor to assist you by offering my own. To my astonishment, you relinquished your struggle entirely. I was mistaken. I was gravely mistaken. I should not have provoked you. Please, grant me mercy. Truly, I offer you Zhang Jingyu. I vow never to trouble you again. Simply allow me to escape with my life." He who continued to plead with Liu Yang. However, Liu Yang, upon hearing his words, furrowed his brow and replied, "You intend to gift me Zhang Jingyu? Do you think my woman requires your endorsement? Who do you believe you are?" Startled by Liu Yang's frigid tone, Heihu quickly responded, "Brother, I was wrong. I did not mean to imply I was gifting her to you. She was always yours. It was my mistake, a miscommunication on my part." Liu Yang remained icy, retorting, "Oh, so you acknowledge that Zhang Jingyu has always been mine. Yet, you still dared to covet her?" Heihu was taken aback once more. "No, I never dared to covet her. She was initially my woman, but upon your interest, she became yours." Liu Yang narrowed his eyes, questioning, "Are you suggesting that I am merely picking up your discarded treasure?" Heihu was on the brink of despair. "Brother, that was not my intent. Please clarify. Whoever you say she belongs to, she is theirs." Liu Yang inquired, "You dare question me?" Heihu, feeling increasingly vexed, realized that the more he explained, the less clarity he achieved. What response could possibly convey the correct answer? Chapter 47. A distinctive woman. Care to spar? Liu Yang placed his foot upon Heihu's face, stating, "Observe, you have no retort left, do you? I have said from the beginning that I could defeat you without my abilities. Furthermore, should you dare to lay your hands upon my woman, I shall take care of your wives. I hear you possess a dozen or more. Is that correct?" Heihu hastily replied, "Indeed, I have. And all of them are yours if you spare my life. They are all yours." Liu Yang paused, taken aback by the lengths to which the man would go to save himself, even offering up his wives. He addressed Heihu, "Oh, you are quite generous, offering them without hesitation. It is only fitting. Beauty deserves a hero. A worthless man like me does not deserve such women." Heihu quickly added. Unexpectedly, Baihu interjected, "Those wives were all taken by force from commoners. He coerced them into becoming his wives, lacking any genuine affection. His first wife perished when the apocalypse struck, yet he does have a biological daughter." Upon hearing this, rage manifested on Heihu's face as he shouted at Baihu, "Baihu, you wretched woman, you traitorous harlot, how dare you stab me in the back?" Seeing Heihu regain his composure enough to hurl insults, Liu Yang pressed down harder with his foot, twisting his mouth, rendering him speechless save for the sounds of pain. Liu Yang discerned that Heihu cared little for his wives, but it seemed his daughter was indeed his Achilles' heel. Subsequently, Liu Yang turned his gaze towards Baihu and the others. Just moments ago, during the fierce confrontation, Liu Yang found himself the center of attention, with Baihu, Ying, and other elite members of the Black Tiger base watching in stunned silence. Witnessing Liu Yang effortlessly sever the limbs of the Black Tiger in less than 10 seconds, transforming him into a mere human stick, they dared not utter a sound. They were acutely aware that they stood no chance in a fight, nor could they hope to escape with the opponent's speed. They would be eliminated before they could cover even 10 meters. Thus, they remained still, awaiting the judgment of fate, striving to remain unnoticed, hoping Liu Yang would overlook their presence. However, an unexpected remark from Baihu drew Liu Yang's gaze. When his eyes fell upon them, it felt as though they were under the scrutiny of a malevolent deity, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, their body hair standing on end. Soon, their legs gave way, and with a resounding thud, they knelt before him, save for Baihu, who remained standing. Liu Yang observed her closely and was taken aback by her striking beauty. Initially, he had focused all his attention on the greasy Black Tiger, failing to notice the exquisite woman beside him. She sported a stylish mane of short white hair, exuding a remarkable charisma. Her delicate features radiated an air of confidence, and she donned a form-fitting black outfit reminiscent of the cinematic Black Widow. Tall and possessing flawless skin, her visage bore an icy, proud demeanor. Yet, there was a hint of disappointment. Despite her many virtues, she lacked a certain voluptuousness. The phrase delicately slender flickered through his mind. "Who are you?" Liu Yang inquired, directing his question at Baihu. With a seductive smile, she replied, "I am Baihu, once an ability wielder of this survivor base and its second in command. But now, I am your woman." Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Oh, have I agreed to this? You declare yourself my woman just like that?" He hadn't anticipated such directness and initiative from her, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "You will agree," Baihu asserted confidently. "You have never encountered a woman as uniquely special as I." In an instant, she darted towards Ying and the others. Unbeknownst to them, she had drawn a gleaming dagger, her movements ghostly as she weaved through the crowd, leaving a trail of crimson in her wake. Before anyone could react, their throats were mercilessly slit by Baihu's swift hand. Ying clutched his gushing neck, disbelief etched upon his face, trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at Baihu, exclaiming, Baihu! Even in their final moments, they could not fathom why their demise came at the hands of a companion rather than Liu Yang himself. Liu Yang, astonished by Baihu's actions, questioned her. What are you doing? I never indicated I wanted them dead. The Black Tiger stands as their leader, yet despite his command for them to ascend, they remain stagnant, illustrating their nature as fickle individuals who heed no orders. What purpose do they serve? Thus, I shall eliminate them on your behalf, White Fox asserted, licking her crimson lips. However, Liu Yang interjected with a bemused smile. Are you not also disregarding the Black Tiger's orders? Without hesitation, White Fox retorted, I am different. Liu Yang continued to probe. In what way are you different? With a confident smile illuminating her face, White Fox replied, I could become your woman, yet these worthless individuals cannot. Surely, you are not inclined towards men? A leader may betray, but one's partner must remain loyal. Therefore, you need not worry. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, he thought, this woman possesses a compelling logic that leaves me speechless. Yet, a flicker of curiosity lingered within him. I must ask, are you truly this open? Declaring your desire to be my woman upon our first meeting? White Fox stepped closer, her delicate fingers resting on his chest, her tone sultry. Handsome. Has no woman ever told you how charming and attractive you are? Ah, no one has ever said that. Liu Yang admitted, a bashful hand brushing through his hair. Those people are truly dishonest. I, on the other hand, am different. I am drawn to handsome men, to the strong, and you perfectly fit my taste. Hence, I speak plainly, I wish to sleep with you. White Fox's boldness caught Liu Yang off guard, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Typically, it was he who implied invitations for intimate encounters. Yet here stood a woman who bypassed all subtlety. You wish to sleep with me? Well, who has to say no? Liu Yang proclaimed defiantly. Shall we find a room right now to spar? I could show you my prize ham. Yet White Fox countered. Let's postpone our sparring. The Black Tiger is on the verge of death, and you must attend to his daughter first. Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's fury flared. White Fox, you wretched creature. You vile harlot. May you suffer for this. Huh, you dare to insult me? I shall fetch your daughter immediately. White Fox responded coolly, departing towards the residence of Black Tiger's daughter. Black Tiger, witnessing her departure, felt a tightening in his chest and shouted, No, please, White Fox. If you dare touch my daughter, I will ensure you suffer for eternity. Even in death, I shall not spare you. Chapter 48, A Severe Punishment. Shortly after White Fox's departure, the scarred rat emerged swiftly from the underground, arriving at the scene. Upon his arrival, he was momentarily stunned. The ground was drenched in blood, littered with over a dozen lifeless bodies, and their once mighty leader, the Black Tiger, was reduced to a mere husk, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. The scarred rat gazed incredulously at Liu Yang, unable to restrain his astonishment. My heavens, what transpired here? Have I stumbled into a hellish battleground? I rushed here with utmost speed, yet I arrived too late to witness this clash. You are truly formidable. He then approached the corpse of the falcon, spitting disdainfully upon it. You foolish fool, always flaunting your power before me. Where is your bravado now? You cannot die more completely, can you? This is what happens when you dare to look down on me. Upon witnessing the scarred rat's arrival, the Black Tiger's expression darkened as he realized the truth. It was the scarred rat's treachery that led Liu Yang to this place, resulting in this tragic outcome. Through gritted teeth, he shouted at the scarred rat, you traitor, it is your betrayal that has brought about this calamity. Had I known you were a traitor, I would have dispatched you long ago. The scarred rat, however, wore a smug grin, unconcerned as he retorted, in this base, not a single soul ever regarded me with respect. I revel in your demise. What betrayal are you speaking of? You acted as though you ever considered me one of your own. Besides, have you considered whom you have provoked? Even without my informing on you, you would have drawn his ire. Death was inevitable. The Black Tiger spat back. Bah, you wretched fool dare to argue. A coward like you is despised wherever you go. Do you believe you have secured favor? Will they trust a traitor like you? That is no concern of yours. You ought to ponder how long you have left to live. With that, the scarred rat dismissed the Black Tiger, surveying the fallen around him. However, he soon noticed one absence, and his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned to Liu Yang, exclaiming, Brother, we are missing one. The deputy of this base, the White Fox. That madwoman possesses formidable strength and is utterly unpredictable. If we do not eliminate her, We may face her wrath. Within this base, although the black tiger was the strongest, the white fox was no insignificant foe. Her erratic thought processes rendered her actions unpredictable. She acted without consideration for consequences or plans, doing whatever crossed her mind, following whims without restraint. One moment, she could be engaged in jovial conversation, and the next, she could draw her blade to kill. Thus, the scarred rat harbored an intense fear of the white fox, even more so than of the black tiger. "Who dares to speak ill of me?" a woman's voice echoed. Upon hearing it, the scarred rat's countenance paled, fear washing over him as he quickly sought refuge behind Liu Yang, whispering, "It is the white fox. That is her voice." Immediately, the white fox entered with the daughter of the black tiger. Upon witnessing this scene, the black tiger's eyes widened in fury, and he shouted at the white fox, "White fox, may you suffer a wretched fate. You wretched woman, I shall ensure your demise is without a trace." The scarred rat glanced between the black tiger and the white fox, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had the black tiger lost his senses? Why was he cursing at the white fox, his second in command? It was evident that she was the only one left alive, his last beacon of hope. Why was he hurling insults at her? However, the white fox paid no heed to the black tiger's vitriol. Instead, she smiled at Liu Yang, saying, "Handsome, I have brought you a prize. The black tiger's biological daughter, just turned 18, as fresh as spring water." Liu Yang appraised the black tiger's daughter from head to toe. The girl had a delicate face, still carrying a hint of baby fat. Her skin as white as snow, tender and seemingly able to drip with moisture. It was evident that the black tiger was formidable, as the apocalypse had not subjected his daughter to suffering. She had lived a life of luxury, comparable to that of peaceful times. Judging solely by her appearance, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty, rivaling the likes of Hiyusher, the campus belle. However, upon witnessing the carnage surrounding her, the black tiger's daughter trembled in fear. Her face reflected terror, yet curiously, when she beheld her father transformed into a mere husk. No hint of sorrow crossed her features. Observing this exquisite young lady, Liu Yang nodded, "Indeed, a fine specimen. I shall take her as my woman." Such a beauty was a prime opportunity for expansion. Even if she were not the black tiger's daughter, had he encountered her by chance, he would have seized her without a second thought. After all, with the system's support, every woman was a potential asset for his strength. For Liu Yang, it was better to mistakenly eliminate than to miss an opportunity for growth. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the black tiger screamed, "No, please, kill me instead, spare my daughter." The white fox plunged a knife into the black tiger's mouth and violently twisted it, instantly reducing his tongue to fragments. She then coldly remarked, "Silence. Do not disturb the gentleman's interest." Chapter 49, Truly Eager. As Liu Yang prepared to take his daughter away, the black tiger attempted to speak, but his tongue was shattered. The moment he opened his mouth, blood gushed forth, and all that emerged were muffled sounds. His face twisted in rage as he glared at the white fox, seemingly intent on etching her visage into his memory forever, vowing that even in death, he would not forgive her. The scarred rat stood by, not daring to breathe, fully aware of the formidable strength of the madwoman, the white fox. At present, Scarred Mouse finds himself perplexed regarding the true stance of the white fox. He is the first to have betrayed the base, and he is acutely aware that should he be eliminated, he would remain oblivious to the reason. Consequently, he remains highly vigilant, ever prepared to dig a tunnel and make his escape. Restlessly fidgeting, Scarred Mouse could no longer restrain himself and inquired of the white fox's sister, "What exactly is the situation now? Have you also betrayed the base?" The white fox shot him a disdainful glance, causing Scarred Mouse to break into a cold sweat. He nearly succumbed to the impulse to flee. The white fox retorted, "What do you mean by betrayal? Can't you articulate yourself, little mouse? Besides, you should acknowledge that handsome fellow as your new elder brother, right?" "Indeed," Scarred Mouse replied proudly, convinced that his most astute decision in life was to align himself with Liu Yang. Having latched onto such a formidable ally, his future appeared exceedingly promising. The white fox smiled and remarked, "That settles it. From now on, do not address me as sister. Call me sister-in-law." "Ah." Scarred Mouse was left utterly bewildered. Sister-in-law? Liu Yang had arrived here merely 10 or 20 minutes prior. Yet he not only defeated Black Tiger, but also vanquished the other elites, and even managed to subdue the notorious White Fox. My goodness, this was truly remarkable. It is no exaggeration to say that taming the White Fox was far more formidable than vanquishing Black Tiger. The latter's prowess had its limits. whereas the erratic mind of the white fox followed no discernible pattern. Upon learning that the white fox willingly became Liu Yang's woman, Scarred Mouse's admiration for Liu Yang deepened significantly. His previous fears dissipated entirely. If the white fox had already been tamed by Liu Yang, how could he, as Liu Yang's new subordinate, possibly be in any danger? They were all part of the same family now. Witnessing this scene, the nearly defeated Black Tiger's eyes flared with renewed fury. He sputtered and coughed up copious amounts of blood, and it was evident what he longed to express, merely a string of invectives. Liu Yang wore a cold smirk as he remarked, "What's the matter? Feeling rather agitated? But hold your horses. I have yet to inform you that your daughter willingly chose to accompany me." Black Tiger became even more agitated, his eyes bulging like brass bells, nearly popping from their sockets as he shouted, blood spewing from his mouth. This is the consequence of infecting my woman. Now even your daughter will be taken away by me. Do you understand your folly?" Upon concluding his statement, Liu Yang merely cast a glance. In an instant, Black Tiger was struck down by an icy needle to the head, ending his nefarious existence. Until his last breath, Black Tiger remained oblivious to the nature of Liu Yang's extraordinary abilities. Observing her father's demise before her, Black Tiger's daughter displayed no sorrow. Instead, her expression mirrored relief. The scoundrel has finally met his demise, and it unfolded right before his very eyes. Ever since the apocalypse erupted, she had fantasized about this moment daily. Now it has come to fruition. In the past, in a desperate bid for survival, Black Tiger had callously thrust his own mother towards the zombies, and Wang Feifei had long regarded him as her sworn enemy, obliterating any semblance of paternal affection. Witnessing the villain's downfall now, she felt a sense of closure for her mother, who could finally rest in peace in the afterlife. Meanwhile, the expressions of surprise on the faces of the nearby White Fox and Scarred Rat were palpable. Initially, Scarred Rat had witnessed Liu Yang's prowess as he dispatched an eagle soaring 100 meters above. However, at that moment, he had no inkling of the method Liu Yang employed. He had imagined Liu Yang wielding the power to control lightning, even envisioning him electrocuting the eagle from the sky. Now, having observed the manner of Black Tiger's demise, Scarred Rat suddenly comprehended that Liu Yang must have executed a headshot on the eagle from that height. But what technique did he utilize for such a feat? Was his ability truly capable of guaranteeing a headshot, even at close range? They could not discern how Liu Yang executed the headshot skill. To them, it appeared as though with merely a glance, Black Tiger's head had exploded. Indeed, Liu Yang's strength was as he had claimed. Had he wished for the demise of everyone present, they would have all met the same fate in an instant. Scarred Rat couldn't help but marvel at the disparity between ordinary ability users and powerful ones, realizing that the gap was even more pronounced than that between ordinary ability users and common folk. Observing Liu Yang's actions, White Fox licked her crimson lips, her face alight with delight. "Truly worthy of my admiration. His prowess is simply formidable." She pointed at Black Tiger's daughter and inquired of Liu Yang, "What about this woman? Shall we dispose of her?" At White Fox's words, Black Tiger's daughter trembled, having discerned the icy intent behind them. This madwoman truly wished to end her life. However, Liu Yang's demeanor offered her some relief. Liu Yang shook his head, declaring, "She is now mine. Why would I kill her?" White Fox, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "You've already taken her virtue. Why keep her around? Is she not merely a fleeting novelty? Moreover, you killed her father before her eyes. Are you not afraid of her vengeance?" "I certainly am not. He is not my father," the girl hastily retorted. White Fox smirked coldly. "Oh, to survive, you've renounced even your father? It seems your cunning runs deep, making you all the more despicable." With that, she unsheathed her glimmering dagger, poised as though to sever the girl's throat in the next heartbeat. "Do you truly believe I would fear the hatred of mere girl?" Liu Yang responded with confidence, then shot a glance at White Fox, asserting, "Put the knife away. I shan't repeat myself." All right. You are the boss. Your word is law." White Fox acquiesced, retracting her blade. As Liu Yang's confident gaze met by Hu's admiring expression, her face radiated an even greater sense of reverence. This man was not only powerful, but exuded an air of self-assurance that was truly captivating, leaving one utterly spellbound. Chapter 50. Entering the Testing Stone. Liu Yang addressed Scar Mouse, instructing, "Have someone take care of these corpses. With Black Tiger deceased, you will be responsible for all matters concerning this survivor base." "What? I can't manage that. My strength is insufficient." "It will be better for Sister by Hu to oversee the base," Scarred Mouse quickly replied. Previously, He had ranked low in strength within the base and felt unworthy of overseeing the entire establishment. With Baihu's prowess, she could easily eliminate 10 scar mice. Liu Yang responded, Baihu is already my woman and will accompany me when we leave here. The supernatural beings in this base should all be dead, and you will be the strongest remaining. Why fear management? Moreover, with Black Tiger's corpse to establish your authority, no one would dare oppose you. Scarred Mouse still appeared troubled, saying, if you want to manage, then go ahead, but you're only to assist in the administration. Liu Yang is busy every day. How could he oversee such trivial matters? It's not as if I am handing you the whole base. What do you fear in declining? If you cannot manage, I will question you directly. Baihu retorted, exasperated. She had already warned him to address her as sister rather than big sister, but was disappointed that he constantly forgot. This little mouse was truly infuriating. However, upon hearing Liu Yang affirm her status as his woman, Baihu felt a surge of joy within her heart. Liu Yang continued, indeed, Baihu is correct. I have also heard that this base possesses a testing stone that can evaluate the strength of supernatural beings. Am I right? Scar Mouse nodded. There is such a testing stone. The only supernatural beings who have made the rankings in this survivor base are Black Tiger, Baihu, and Zhang Jinglin. Individuals like me and Falcon do not possess the strength to qualify for the rankings. Excellent, lead me to see it. Liu Yang exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm. His primary objective in coming to this supernatural being base, aside from eliminating Black Tiger, was to evaluate his own strength and perhaps discover what rewards awaited him. Zhang Jinglin had obtained a remarkably sharp katana through the test. If he were to pass, what formidable reward might he receive? The thought alone filled him with eager anticipation. Soon, under the guidance of Scarred Mouse and Baihu, Liu Yang arrived before the testing stone of the survivor base. The stone towered impressively, reaching a height of 4 stories, a magnificent rectangular monument. Its surface was densely inscribed with the names of supernatural beings, categorized into 4 lists: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Each list contained 1,000 names, meaning only those ranking within the top 1,000 would qualify for recognition. Those ranked beyond 1,000 lacked even the qualification to be listed. Liu Yang discovered that the top 10 of nearly every ranking was composed of individuals from various nations. The abilities of these extraordinary individuals from different countries were remarkably balanced. The foremost contender on the yellow list was named Li Tianba, a name that unmistakably belonged to someone from the Divine Dragon Empire. The top of the Xin list was occupied by Jackson, evidently hailing from the White Eagle Empire. The premier position on the D list was claimed by Chmeev, clearly from the Barbarian Bear Empire. Lastly, the leader of the Tian list was known as Rishan Shan Tian, unmistakably a representative of the Little Sun Empire. This suggests that this ranking system had indeed gained global recognition. A mere individual from the Little Sun Empire could attain the pinnacle of the Tian list. Liu Yang scoffed, pondering how he would soon overshadow him. Where's your name? Liu Yang inquired of the White Fox. Here, the White Fox replied, pointing to one of the names. Liu Yang looked over and discovered that the White Fox's real name was Bai Ling, ranked 897th on the yellow list. The White Fox expressed dissatisfaction, exclaiming, how frustrating. Just a couple of days ago, I was in the 830s, and now, after just a short time, dozens of others have surpassed me. It seems that more and more individuals are awakening their abilities, and their powers are quite formidable. Indeed, Liu Yang acknowledged. Rankings are not static. Whenever a new person enters the testing phase and ranks above you, your position is pushed back. You could even be entirely removed from a list. Perhaps you could try testing again, Liu Yang suggested to the White Fox. The White Fox shook her head, stating, I've already tested, but it was futile. The testing is exceedingly taxing in terms of energy and time. Only the initial test yields rewards. Subsequent tests can only improve your ranking without any incentives, unless you manage to ascend, such as moving from the yellow list to the Xian list. Otherwise, rewards are unattainable. Ah, I see. Liu Yang nodded, then inquired, what does the testing entail? The White Fox replied, each person's testing differs. Essentially, it involves battling monsters. The testing monument consists of 100 levels. During my time on the yellow list, I only reached the 12th level. Is that so? I would like to give it a try, Liu Yang said, his enthusiasm evident. The White Fox explained, you simply need to place your hand on the monument, and it will detect you, allowing you to enter within. All right. Liu Yang nodded and placed his hand upon the monument. Immediately, he felt a subtle current coursing through his hand, enveloping his entire body with a tingling sensation. In an instant, a flash of red light enveloped him, and he vanished from his spot, entering the monument. Inside the monument was an exceedingly vast space, resembling a square hall, each side measuring 100 meters. Above him, several lines of text appeared. Detection confirms the individual possesses a level of extraordinary ability, reaching the standards for the Tian list test. Shall we commence this Tian list testing? Upon seeing this prompt, Liu Yang was taken aback. This monument can directly assess my strength? It can even determine the level of extraordinary abilities? Does this imply that those who qualify for the Tianbang test are at least level 2 ability users? Level 2 abilities correspond to the Dibang, and so forth. Without hesitation, he declared, commence the test. The test began, and soon 10 zombies materialized from thin air. These zombies were unlike ordinary ones. Their eyes were not vacant, but instead mirrored those of normal humans, capable of silent communication and exhibiting tactical cooperation. Each zombie wielded a long knife. With their ability to coordinate and their possession of weapons, they could be classified as at least level 2 zombies. The sudden appearance of 10 level 2 zombies is indeed formidable. A typical ability user would likely find them insurmountable. However, I am no ordinary ability user. Without further ado, Liu Yang charged forward with his great sword. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 zombies were dispatched. Liu Yang's fundamental attributes are an astonishing 165 times that of an average person. The strength and speed of level 2 zombies are roughly twice that of a regular human, comparable to the basic attributes of an ordinary level 1 ability user. Yet, level 1 ability users retain an advantage due to their powers, while level 2 zombies rely solely on basic attributes and standard attacks, lacking significant intelligence. In one-on-one scenarios, level 1 ability users can easily overcome level 2 zombies. However, a coordinated group of 10 poses a challenge that typical ability users cannot confront. Nevertheless, Liu Yang perceived their speed as painfully slow. Even against 10,000, he would remain undeterred. The inscription on the stone tablet shifted once more. Congratulations, you have passed the first stage. Shall we proceed to the next? Affirmative. Let us advance. Liu Yang replied without hesitation. The scene before him transformed again, revealing 20 level 2 zombies. Liu Yang smirked. The disparity in strength is so vast that mere numbers cannot compensate. Could we not have a more challenging encounter? Armed with his long knife, he charged at the 20 zombies, swiftly eliminating them all. Chapter 51. A desire to test the zombies. As Liu Yang engaged in his test, Baihu Daoskar Rat and others were outside, engaging in their own discussions. Daoskar Rat remarked, given brother Liu Yang's prowess, he should at least qualify for the Xianbang, right? With his own capabilities, Daoskar Rat could barely break into the Huangbang rankings. He believed that those who could secure a position on the Huangbang were already exceptionally strong, while entering the Xianbang was almost unimaginable. Each leaderboard displays only 1,000 names, yet this does not imply that only 1,000 individuals exist. There may be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, who are unranked. For instance, Daoskar Rat is not without a ranking. He is merely positioned beyond the 15,000th mark on the Huangbang, a status not reflected on the stone tablet. Thus, the distinction between the first rank on the yellow list and the 1,000th rank on the Xian list is not merely a matter of 1,000 individuals. It may in fact encompass tens of thousands. Consequently, Scarred Mouse opines that if Liu Yang can ascend to the Xian list and secure a position within the top 1,000, such an achievement would already mark him as an extraordinary powerhouse. Those who occupy the Earth list and the Heaven list are, without a doubt, unparalleled beings, entities beyond the realm of imagination. However, White Fox chuckled softly and remarked, I do not share that sentiment. Liu Yang's strength is unparalleled among all the survivors I have encountered. Thus, I believe he should be able to participate in the Earth list trials. As for whether he can secure a ranking, I remain uncertain. Scarred Mouse, taken aback, responded, Sister-in-law, you hold Liu Yang's prowess in such high regard? With a confident smile, White Fox replied, of course. The man I have chosen could never fail to make it onto the Earth list. I believe he can even ascend to the Heaven list. He is the strongest and might very well claim the first position. At that moment, a melodious voice interrupted. The daughter of Black Tiger, Wang Fei, had spoken. Upon hearing her words, White Fox merely smiled and retorted, what would an ordinary person like you understand? Can you even grasp the nuances of superhuman abilities? Wang Fei, unperturbed, asserted, I may indeed be an ordinary person and possess limited knowledge of superhumans, but I understand Liu Yang. I have engaged with him deeply, and, in my eyes, He is the most powerful man in the world. Thus, he will undoubtedly achieve the first rank on the heaven list. White Fox chuckled lightly and said, the naivety of an ordinary person. You fail to comprehend the chasm that exists between superhumans. Your words are filled with confidence, yet lack understanding. We shall see. Regardless, I believe Liu Yang is the strongest. Wang Fei, feeling obstinate, replied, Are you so certain? How about we make a wager? If you lose, you shall become my subordinate, and you will do as I say. If I win, then I will be your subordinate, and I will follow your commands. What do you say? Let's wager. I refuse to lose. Wang Fei pouted defiantly. Though she may lack knowledge of superhumans and their capabilities, it mattered little, for after her profound exchange with Liu Yang, she harbored absolute trust in him. As long as it is Liu Yang, there is nothing he cannot accomplish. Meanwhile, as the crowd outside engaged in lively discussions, Liu Yang had reached the 10th challenge in his trials. The foes he faced in the 10th round were no longer mere second-level zombies. Instead, he encountered 10 third-level zombies, each commanding 100 second-level zombies, over 1,000 zombies in total. Moreover, they exhibited organization, discipline, and coordination. Upon witnessing the third-level zombies for the first time, Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. The appearance of the third-level zombies bore a striking resemblance to humans, albeit with slightly pallid skin. They no longer bared their teeth or drooled. From a distance, they appeared almost like ordinary people. Astonishingly, Liu Yang observed these third-level zombies engaging in communication with one another. In other words, the third-tier zombies are capable of speech. Such an extraordinary level of intelligence. Liu Yang gazed at one of the female third-tier zombies, noting not only her ability to converse, but also her striking beauty. Her skin, pale as snow, lent her an air of aloofness and allure. It was a pity her lips were equally pale. If adorned with lipstick, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. One cannot help but wonder how this zombie differed from ordinary human females. Liu Yang even found himself curious about the sensation of being a zombie. He quickly shook his head. Damn it, what am I thinking? I'm in the midst of a crucial battle. Liu Yang resumed his assault on the horde of zombies. Under the leadership of the third-tier zombies, the creatures became increasingly organized and disciplined. They even attempted to encircle him. 1,000 zombies surrounded Liu Yang. It seemed imperative to eliminate those 10 third-tier zombies. Once those 10 leaders were dispatched, the remaining zombies would be reduced to mere chaos. Without hesitation, Liu Yang drew his sword and charged at the 10 zombies, engaging in direct combat with them. The strength and speed of the third-tier zombies were 4 times that of an ordinary human, and they possessed the intelligence to wield weapons. Alas, compared to Liu Yang, their abilities were still woefully inadequate. In less than 10 seconds, he swiftly dispatched all 10 third-tier zombies, each met with a decisive beheading. The remaining second-tier zombies, now leaderless, fell prey to Liu Yang's onslaught as he charged into their ranks, initiating a one-sided massacre. After clearing the 10th level, Liu Yang gained some insight. Given the recent outbreak of the apocalypse, most ability users remained at the first level. Even first-level ability users, when compared to lower-tier ones, exhibited only minor differences in their powers, as their fundamental physical attributes were essentially the same, roughly twice that of an ordinary human. Thus, in the absence of their abilities, first-level users were not particularly formidable against third-tier zombies. They would need to employ their powers to stand a chance against them. However, utilizing abilities was immensely taxing on one's mental energy and could not be relied upon indefinitely. Consequently, it would be a daunting challenge for first-level ability users to pass the 10th level of the ranking test and defeat such a multitude of zombies. Those who succeeded in clearing the 10th level would likely rank within the top 1,000. This explains why the number of zombies increased at each stage of the test. For ordinary ability users, this escalation signified a rise in difficulty. Yet, Liu Yang was an anomaly. Thanks to the system's enhancement, killing zombies fortified his attributes, rendering his power 165 times that of an ordinary person. Even in the ranking test, he was capable of executing a one-sided slaughter without even needing to utilize his abilities. This led to an overwhelming number of zombies being of no consequence to Liu Yang, as he had no need to utilize his supernatural powers, nor would he suffer from mental exhaustion. Armed with a formidable sword, he could dispatch a zombie with a single stroke, making the act of slaying the undead as effortless as chopping vegetables. For him, the increase in the number of zombies posed no challenge whatsoever. Liu Yang was akin to a mere variable within a program. Even the stone tablets seemed unprepared for the emergence of someone whose foundational attributes in the early days of the apocalypse could reach several times that of an ordinary person. The so-called heavenly ranking test was, to Liu Yang, exceedingly simple. He confidently declared, if the subsequent levels merely increased the number of zombies, I could easily surpass even the 100th stage. Chapter 52. First in the heavenly ranking? Half an hour later, Liu Yang severed the head of the final level 6 zombie. Concurrently, new text appeared on the stone tablet. Congratulations. You have cleared the 100th level. The heavenly ranking test has concluded. You are now ranked first and have received the reward. Dark Cloak. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Huh, it's over? I wasn't even finished having fun. To be honest, reaching the 100th level had not presented any difficulty for him. Rather, he found himself increasingly exhilarated. Thus, upon receiving the notification that the test had ended, he felt somewhat unfulfilled. After all, while others had attributes merely twice that of an average person, Liu Yang had achieved an astonishing 165 times. This dimensional disparity rendered his test exceedingly effortless. He hastily examined the attributes of the reward. Dark Cloak. This equipment grants you temporary flight capability, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown time of 1 hour. Your flight speed is double that of your movement speed. Upon reading this, Liu Yang was utterly astonished. Such a modest cloak possessed the ability to enable flight. Wow, how incredibly impressive. It was truly befitting of a reward for ranking first in the heavenly ranking. Flight is the dream of many men. To traverse the skies as if one were a celestial being is an extraordinary feat. Now with just a cloak, he could soar through the air. How magnificent! Although Liu Yang had already attained a speed 165 times that of an ordinary person, doubling that with flight would propel him to 33 times. An ordinary human's maximum speed is approximately 89 meters per second. Thus, Liu Yang's speed would be an astonishing 297 meters per second. This was approaching the speed of sound. To fly at such velocity with the human body, no one could possibly achieve that. This equipment was remarkable. Moreover, regardless of the extent to which the ability to fly might enhance his capabilities, the sheer stylishness of it was enough to complement the dark cloak. Liu Yang rummaged through his dark space and selected a black outfit collected from the supermarket, pairing it with the cloak. Instantly, he embodied the essence of a solitary, gallant ranger. Satisfied with his striking appearance, Liu Yang nodded in approval. It seems I must seize an opportunity to tread the path of glory and reveal my prowess before others. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of my extraordinary ability to traverse the shadows? With this thought in mind, Liu Yang departed from the stone tablet space. In the next moment, he found himself outside the monument. At that moment, Scarmouse and White Fox were still waiting outside. Upon seeing Liu Yang emerge, White Fox was taken aback and incredulously exclaimed, "So soon?" During her own trial on the yellow list, she had battled for a full 3 days before advancing to the 12th level. Why did it take her so long? The reason lies in the limited mental capacity of the ability users. After completing a level, if one utilizes their powers, their mental energy depletes. It is imperative to wait until one's mental energy is fully restored before daring to enter the next level. Otherwise, one would be unable to employ their abilities and would undoubtedly face defeat. Many challengers adopt this strategy, as the timing to enter the next level is flexible, allowing ample opportunity to recuperate both physical and mental strength. Of course, if both physical and mental energies are fully restored, yet one still cannot advance, it indicates a cap on their potential. Liu Yang, however, had accomplished this feat in merely half an hour. Did this not suggest that he had hardly any time to recover his mental energy? If White Fox were to know of this thought, Liu Yang would likely scoff at the notion, questioning the necessity of utilizing abilities for a mere trial. With no depletion of mental energy, why would there be a need for recovery? Just as White Fox was still in shock, Scarmouse exclaimed, "Goodness!" Liu Yang's name did not appear on the mystic list. Could it be that his time was too brief for a ranking? Upon hearing this, White Fox immediately turned her gaze to the Earth list, swiftly scanning it. Although a completion time of half an hour might not even allow an ordinary ability user to pass the first level, Liu Yang was different, albeit the odds were slim. What if he had made it to the Earth list? Yet, as White Fox perused from the 1000th position to the very top, she found no trace of Liu Yang's name. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed her eyes. Indeed, was it not so? Even someone as formidable as Liu Yang, if only taking half an hour, could still fail to rank. Perhaps he had exhausted all his mental energy in the first level and thus abandoned his attempt at progression. White Fox felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have advised Liu Yang to wait until his mental energy was fully restored before attempting to advance, rather than conceding defeat outright. Just as White Fox was engulfed in her remorse, a voice of surprise from Wang Feifei broke through. "Hey, look! Look at the name at the top of the heaven list." Instantly, White Fox and Scar Mouse turned their attention to the highest heaven list, and when they beheld the name of the first place, they were momentarily rendered speechless. In every ranking, the name of the first place shines with a brilliance that dwarfs the names of the second place and all others, radiating a dazzling golden light. At this moment, the name that gleams in the top position is none other than Liu Yang. Bai Hu was taken aback. How could this be possible? In merely half an hour, he had achieved the first place on the celestial ranking. This is utterly unimaginable. Every ability user within this survivor base has undergone the test of the stone tablet. Following the tests, they would engage in exchanges, from which they learned that although each individual's challenges varied, the level of difficulty corresponded closely to their respective strengths. This implies that the stone tablet tailors its challenges according to each person's capabilities. Typically, it would take around an hour to clear the first level, and the second level's completion time could extend to 2 hours. The subsequent levels became increasingly arduous, with completion times lengthening. Eventually, it might even take an entire day to clear just one level. Yet, Liu Yang accomplished this feat in just half an hour, securing the first place. Who exactly is he? To what extent must his abilities be so formidable to achieve such a miracle? Bai Hu could not fathom it. As a fellow ability user who had also faced the stone tablets test, she understood more than anyone how difficult it was to attain the top position. Yet Liu Yang had done so in merely half an hour. Could it be that while others reached the first rank through their capabilities, Liu Yang's ranking was merely a reflection of the highest position being the first? If a divine ranking were to exist, could he not ascend to the pinnacle with just a bit more time? After all, half an hour is certainly not Liu Yang's limit. This indicates that even the stone tablet cannot gauge Liu Yang's true potential. With this realization, Bai Hu gazed at Liu Yang with an awe akin to that reserved for deities. This man is truly extraordinary. To call him divine would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 53. Manifesting Divinity Before Others. All right, you've won. Henceforth, I shall be your follower, Bai Hu said to Wang Feifei, her face filled with resignation. Though she was a noble ability user, she adhered to the principle of accepting the consequences of a wager. Since she had initially gambled with Wang Feifei, she naturally had to honor the agreement. Wang Feifei, fidgeting, replied, "Who would dare? Just don't bully me in the future." "Oh, you little one. How dare you feign that I bully you? Are you trying to play the victim in front of Liu Yang? How cunning you are. Watch me squish you," Bai Hu exclaimed, reaching out to pinch the soft flesh at Wang Feifei's waist. "Ah, help! Liu Yang, look, she is always bullying me," Wang Feifei shrieked, darting away to hide behind Liu Yang, clutching his black cloak, resembling a fledgling seeking shelter from a hawk. The bond between Bai Hu and Wang Feifei seems to have deepened significantly following their recent wager. The two engaged in playful banter, while Scar Mouse's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon Liu Yang. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "Boss, you look absolutely dashing. That cloak, its fabric exudes such quality. It hardly seems crafted by human hands. Truly stunning." Upon hearing Scarred Mouse's words, Bai Hu and Wang Feifei snapped back to reality. Initially astonished by Liu Yang's ranking, they had overlooked the remarkable transformation in his attire. Now, upon closer inspection, they found it breathtaking. The cloak, a deep black, was not merely dark. It seemed to absorb all light, emanating an aura of pure elegance. Wang Feifei, unable to resist, grasped a corner of Liu Yang's cloak and ran it against her delicate cheek, her expression revealing pure delight and satisfaction. She then incredulously remarked to Liu Yang, "It's so smooth and comfortable. I've never encountered such fabric. Where did you acquire this cloak, Liu Yang? It must be incredibly pleasant to wear as undergarments." Liu Yang chuckled, gently ruffling Wang Feifei's hair. "This dark cloak is meant for enhancing my charm, not for showboating. It is a reward I received from the Tianbang test. How do I look? Dashing, right?" The mention of the Tianbang test reward astonished everyone present, and their eyes were drawn to the cloak, filled with envy. Scarred Mouse inquired, "Since it is a reward from the Tianbang test, it surely must possess more than just aesthetic appeal, right? It must have other functions as well?" Liu Yang smiled and replied, of course. A reward for achieving first place in the Tianbang cannot merely be for looks. As for its true purpose, I will reveal it to you all soon. Gather everyone in the survivor base. I have something important to share. But first, tell me how this base operates. Though Liu Yang had a secure villa, it housed only a few beautiful residents, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with the workings of a genuine survivor base. Scar Mouse explained. The primary source of resources for the survivor base comes from collection efforts. Besides teams led by ability users, ordinary survivors must also band together to gather supplies. To survive in this base, everyone must contribute resources. Typically, a family is expected to submit 1 loaf of bread or 2 eggs daily, or useful medical supplies of equivalent value. Failure to provide resources may result in expulsion. Thus, the more civilians there are in the survivor base, the wealthier it becomes. At any moment, population is an exceedingly vital resource. In contrast, the psychics were tasked with ensuring the safety of the survivor's base, guaranteeing that civilians within the stronghold were shielded from the threat of zombies. I see. Liu Yang nodded. The operation of a true survivor's base was indeed different from what he had envisioned. In the villa area he inhabited, he was solely responsible for gathering supplies while caring for numerous women. Conversely, a genuine survivor's base relied on civilians to collect and submit resources. Liu Yang addressed Scarred Rat, saying, all right, I understand now. Gather everyone, and once assembled, inform me. I wish to deliver a speech. Furthermore, I must announce to the entire base that I, Liu Yang, have become a new master of this survivor stronghold. Understood, boss. I shall notify everyone immediately to gather at the gymnasium in the villa area. Once they have arrived, I will escort you there. Scarred Rat nodded eagerly and hurried off to relay the message. Soon, Scarred Rat had successfully gathered all the survivors in the gymnasium. At this moment, Liu Yang arrived with the 2 women, White Fox and Wang Fei Fei, entering the gymnasium. Liu Yang acknowledged Scarred Rat with a nod. Scarred Rat understood and dragged out the corpse of Black Tiger, tossing it before the crowd. All the survivors gasped in shock. It was a gruesome sight. The once formidable Black Tiger had been reduced to an unrecognizable corpse, his arms and legs completely severed, leaving only 4 bloody stumps. His eyes bulged wide open, forever staring, while his skull was shattered, with his brain having vanished. To assert his dominance, Liu Yang had deliberately spared the destruction of Black Tiger's face. Now, the corpse was drenched in blood, its mouth mangled beyond recognition. Witnessing the once mighty Black Tiger transformed into such a pitiable figure, the survivors exchanged nervous glances. Too fearful to utter a sound, they were uncertain of what would unfold next, left to anxiously await the judgment of fate. At that moment, Liu Yang, clad in striking black attire, stepped forward and addressed the crowd. I am Liu Yang. It was I who killed Black Tiger. Therefore, from this day forth, I am the leader of this survivor's base. Who is in favor, and who dares to oppose? The survivors exchanged glances, hesitant. Oppose? With the indomitable Black Tiger slain. How could they, mere civilians, dare to voice dissent? Noticing the silence, Liu Yang continued, since there are no objections, this survivor's base shall henceforth be governed by my word. Anyone who dares to disobey or engage in treachery will meet a fate akin to that of Black Tiger. The latter part of Liu Yang's statement was delivered with a chilling finality, exuding an oppressive aura. The survivors felt a shiver run down their spines, unwittingly drenched in cold sweat. Immediately, Liu Yang, under the gaze of all, stepped forward, walking upon the void, ascending into the air. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, everyone was rendered speechless. How could he accomplish such a feat? He was treading upon the very air itself. Was he human or divine? Chapter 54, Utterly Dazzling. Suspended in midair, Liu Yang gazed down upon the crowd below. His black cloak billowed dramatically in the sky, reminiscent of the wings of a war deity. The onlookers regarded Liu Yang as if he were a celestial being, their eyes betraying an involuntary reverence. With a resounding thud, one survivor succumbed to Liu Yang's overwhelming presence, collapsing to his knees. Following suit, the other survivors knelt in unison, while even the nearby Scarface rat struggled to suppress the urge to bow. Liu Yang was simply too magnificent. At that moment, a realization dawned upon him. This must be the power of Liu Yang's black cloak. Walking upon air, hovering above like a divine entity, it was breathtakingly impressive. Amidst the throngs of kneeling worshippers, Liu Yang spoke with a measured calm. From this day forth, the resources you submit daily shall be halved. Moreover, I shall lend each of you 50 pounds of potatoes for cultivation. The expansive villa area, with its soccer field, green belts, and lawns, may be transformed into arable land for planting. However, after 1 year, you must return 200 pounds of potatoes to me. Furthermore, all crops harvested in the villa area henceforth must yield 20% to me. Having spoken, Liu Yang began to scatter potatoes from the void. It was as though a rain of potatoes descended from the heavens. Beneath his feet, the ground began to accumulate into small mounds. The sight left all survivors in utter astonishment. How could he conjure such an abundance of potatoes from thin air? Was he not merely godlike, but an actual deity? As the divine proclaimed, "Let there be seeds," the sky responded with a rain of seeds. This was nothing short of a miracle. Black Tiger, that wretched tyrant, merely exploited these ordinary survivors. In stark contrast to the godlike Liu Yang, he was but a mere nuisance. Just look at him, he was simply stunning. Expressions of adoration illuminated the faces of all present, intertwined with a sense of joy. Liu Yang's arrival meant that their daily resource contributions will be halved, significantly easing their future lives and sparing them the perilous task of scavenging for supplies. Even more importantly, Liu Yang had provided them with potato seeds for planting. Could it be that they would no longer need to collect resources, achieving complete self-sufficiency? Contemplating this, tears of gratitude welled in the eyes of all survivors. Every day, they venture out in search of supplies. These ordinary survivors live in constant trepidation, for even a single zombie poses a significant threat to them. If they were to encounter a horde of 3 or 5 zombies, escape would be nearly impossible. They have witnessed their friends and family being mercilessly devoured by the undead. Yet, without scouring for resources, they cannot remain within the safety of the survivor base. Within this sanctuary, they can form teams to gather supplies without the looming fear for their safety. Alone outside, their chances of survival diminish greatly, and each day is fraught with anxiety about being discovered by zombies, making even the prospect of a restful sleep elusive. Thus, to ensure their continued presence in the base, they take the risk of venturing out every few days in search of provisions. However, if they could cultivate their own food, they would no longer need to scavenge. They could reside daily in the secure base, subsisting on their crops. Would it not be akin to life in peaceful times? The beacon of hope for their return to such tranquility is none other than Liu Yang, a figure seemingly divine. A little girl, unable to contain her curiosity, pointed at Liu Yang and exclaimed, "Mommy, why is he flying in the sky? Why does he have so much food? Is he the savior sent from above?" The woman beside her quickly grasped the girl's hand, anxiously whispering, "Bow your head, do not point." When the presence of a deity, one must lower their gaze. From that moment on, the little girl etched this lesson into her memory for life. In the heavens, that shadowy figure became an everlasting light in her heart. After Liu Yang completed his tasks, he gently descended to the ground and addressed Scarred Rat, saying, on a per capita basis, each individual can receive 50 pounds of potatoes. Ensure you keep a record, and in 1 year, they must return 200 pounds, with 20% of their future harvest to be surrendered. Understood, boss. I've got it covered. Scarred Rat nodded eagerly. He recognized the significance of Liu Yang's actions. These were truly benevolent measures. For the ordinary survivors, this was an immense boon. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, food is a precious commodity. To lend them food as seeds is an extraordinary act of kindness. It is no exaggeration to say that in this wasteland, 50 pounds of potatoes could be exchanged for 5 beautiful maidens. Yet Liu Yang, without hesitation, distributed these invaluable resources. Once cultivation succeeds and their yields stabilize, they would no longer need to risk their lives seeking supplies. Moreover, as resources outside dwindle, there will inevitably come a day of depletion. In contrast, cultivation can yield an endless supply, even increasing with each harvest. It is no exaggeration to declare that Liu Yang is the savior of all ordinary survivors in this base. Unlike the Black Tiger, who solely focuses on depriving these survivors of their resources, he contemplates how to enable these survivors to achieve sustained development. The disparity in mindset between the two is vast. Leaders like Liu Yang, at the helm of survivor bases, epitomize true leadership. The faces of the other survivors radiated joy as they lined up to receive their allocation of 50 pounds of potatoes. A pair of parents approached Scarred Mouse with their little girl, the very child to whom Scarred Mouse had given candy. The little girl bounced over, her face alight with happiness, and embraced Scarred Mouse. Looking up with her innocent, sparkling eyes, she asked, "Mouse Grandpa, Are you the one who brought the savior? Yes, I am indeed the one who brought the savior. Scarred Mouse replied proudly and affirmatively. Yay, Mouse Grandpa is truly the most handsome in this base. The little girl exclaimed with delight. Other adult survivors behind her began to chuckle as well. Observing the happiness around him, Scarred Mouse felt a swell of joy. Previously, all the ability users had looked down upon him. Only these ordinary survivors valued his efforts. Now, witnessing these survivors receive such abundant resources, Scarred Mouse couldn't help but feel elated for them. Once the 50 pounds of potatoes are cultivated, they could yield tenfold in just 45 months, resulting in 500 pounds. Even after repaying Liu Yang 200 pounds, 300 pounds would remain. If this 300 pounds were further utilized for planting, it could transform into 3,000 pounds. This exemplifies the explosive growth of resources. The agricultural era represents a pivotal period in human development, allowing humanity to thrive without the peril of hunting. Now, it seems this survivor base is on the brink of replicating that magnificent era. Liu Yang departed the gymnasium accompanied by two beautiful young women, entrusting Scarred Mouse with the distribution of supplies. Along the way, Baihu remarked to Liu Yang, "You were so impressive just now. I nearly couldn't suppress the urge to kneel." Upon hearing Baihu's words, Liu Yang wore a mischievous grin. "Wait to kneel until we reach my room." Baihu licked her red lips, swallowing hard, eagerly anticipating what was to unfold. Beside them, Wang Feifei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, fully aware of the implication behind Liu Yang's words, recalling her own actions in the room a moment ago. The thought still made her blush. It was quite audacious for them to discuss such matters in broad daylight, leaving her feeling shy. Chapter 55, Global Shock. Just as Liu Yang was preparing to find a room to engage Bai Ling in a friendly spar, showcasing his Golden Ham King, he was unaware that his achievement of securing first place in the heavenly rankings had already reverberated across the globe. The information inscribed on all the tablets was shared universally. When Liu Yang ascended to the pinnacle, his name superseded all others inscribed upon the esteemed celestial rankings. Within the White Eagle Empire, nestled within a secure refuge over 50 meters underground, the presidential secretary rushed in a flurry to the president, exclaiming, "President! President! The first rank has changed hands." Has General Bob managed to subdue Nishang Shantian? A smile of delight graced the president's countenance. The first position was held by Nishang Shantian of the Little Sun Empire, with General Bob of the White Eagle Empire in second, followed by Zhou Xingqian of the Divine Dragon Empire in third, and Mahashev of the Barbarian Bear Empire in fourth. The top four were in a constant state of rivalry. Despite Nishang Shantian's lead, the three contenders were relentlessly testing their limits in pursuit of elevation in rank. After all, to attain the number one spot signified one's prowess as the most formidable esper. The geopolitical maneuvering among great nations persisted, not only in times of peace, but also amidst apocalyptic circumstances, as each sought to assert their dominance over the world. Attaining the top rank was the ultimate testament to one's strength. Thus, upon hearing of the change at the apex, the president's initial thought was that General Bob had ascended to first place. The secretary shook his head. "No, it is not General Bob. It is a newcomer named Liu Yang. Judging by the name, he appears to be from the Divine Dragon Empire." What? The 80-year-old president of the White Eagle Empire, whose visage was once gentle, suddenly darkened with a fierce intensity. The Divine Dragon Empire has seemingly subdued the Little Sun Empire? This implies that two of the top five are from the Divine Dragon Empire. He promptly resolved, "Order General Bob to continue his trials. I want him to secure the first position within 10 days. Furthermore, dispatch a team of espers to the Divine Dragon Empire to locate this Liu Yang fellow. I demand to know all intelligence regarding him within a month. Also, what is the status of the biomodification and mechanical enhancement troops? And what about the aliens in Zone 9? This was the first instance since the onset of the apocalypse that such an expression appeared on the president's face, causing the secretary to break out in a cold sweat as he nervously replied, "They're still undergoing experimentation and have yet to meet operational standards. As for Zone 9, the alien weaponry is still in testing." The 80-year-old president resolutely declared, "Conclude the experiments within 3 days and deploy these 2 units into combat. Actual combat serves as the best test. Simultaneously, instruct the scientists in Zone 9 to expedite their progress." The secretary stood upright, saluted, and then exited the president's office to commence the delegation of the orders. In the Little Sun Empire, within the Prime Minister's office, a secretary rushed in, breathlessly shouting, "Prime Minister, a grave matter has arisen. Prime Minister, a grave matter. Bakayiru, what a disarrayed state you present." The Prime Minister of the Little Sun Empire displayed an expression of discontent as he reprimanded his secretary. The secretary, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, hurriedly exclaimed, "Prime Minister, there is troubling news. The #1 ranking on the celestial list is no longer General Rishang, but has been replaced by a new name." "What?" The Prime Minister's face contorted in disbelief. "How can this be? General Rishang possesses extraordinary talent, unmatched by anyone. How could he be surpassed by another? Summon General Rishang at once. I have matters to discuss with him," the Prime Minister commanded. The secretary replied, "General Rishang, upon discovering that his ranking has been usurped, is extremely furious and has already entered the monument to begin testing." "Very well," the Prime Minister nodded. Initially, he intended to order General Rishang to proceed with the testing. But it seemed the general had already taken the initiative. Clearly, General Rishang holds his honor in high regard. "Who has usurped General Rishang's ranking?" the Prime Minister inquired further. The secretary responded, "Is a person named Liu Yang. Based on the name, he appears to be from the Dragon Empire." With a resounding slap on the table, the Prime Minister's anger intensified. "So it is the Dragon Empire? Infuriating. Relay my orders. Immediately dispatch the most elite team of superhumans to the Dragon Empire to locate this Liu Yang and eliminate him at all costs. Furthermore, what is the status of the ninja village?" The secretary, still sweating, replied, "The Vice Prime Minister is currently engaged in urgent communications. The Little Sun Empire is at a critical juncture, and this group from the ninja village remains indifferent. Are they not citizens of the Little Sun Empire? Outrageous. Issue a command to the Vice Prime Minister to expedite the negotiations. We must enlist the elite of the ninja village at all costs." The Prime Minister issued a final, resolute decree. With a deep bow, the secretary departed from the Prime Minister's office. In the Bear Empire's presidential office, the secretary rushed in, breathless. "Mr. President, the #1 ranking has changed. The name is Liu Yang, presumably a superhuman from the Dragon Empire." The president, whose face often bore a stern expression, now displayed a look of gravity. "Oh, the Dragon Empire has produced such talent. It seems we must hasten our efforts. How is the research on the superhuman enhancement serum progressing?" The secretary responded anxiously, "We are still in the animal testing phase." The president began issuing orders. Within 3 days, commence human trials and restart the Poseidon project. Additionally, instruct General Mahashev to enter the celestial ranking test immediately. Simultaneously, dispatch a team of superhumans to the Dragon Empire to investigate the true nature of this Liu Yang. Also, instruct our infiltrators in the Little Sun Empire to enter stealth mode. From now on, all efforts must focus on the Dragon Empire. Mr. President, the Poseidon Project has been a halted initiative since the era of the former coalition states. Restarting it now may. Proceed as I have commanded." The president's expression was resolute. "Yes, Mr. President." In the subterranean refuge, the secretary's face radiated with sheer excitement. "Commander Wang, the top rank on the heavenly list has been changed. The new name is Liu Yang. Given the name, he must be from our Dragon Empire." "Oh!" Commander Wang's expression mirrored surprise, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ah, excellent, excellent. At last, the Little Sun Empire will think twice before being so arrogant. Our Dragon Empire has regained some pride. Relay my orders. We must dispatch all members of the Hidden Dragon Unit immediately to locate this extraordinary individual named Liu Yang. We shall spare no effort to recruit him into our ranks. We must find Liu Yang before the Flying Eagle Unit does." The Hidden Dragon and Flying Eagle units are two factions of extraordinary individuals within the Dragon Empire. While they cooperate, they also fiercely compete against one another, each unwilling to yield. Commander Wang leads the Hidden Dragon Unit. Meanwhile, Commander Zhang of the Flying Eagle Unit also received this news and swiftly issued orders. "Everyone, your primary mission is to locate Liu Yang. Spare no expense to ensure he joins our Flying Eagle Unit. I will not tolerate any excuses, whether through coercion, persuasion, or even seduction. I demand to see Liu Yang before me within a month. We must beat old Wang to it." Originally, with the presence of Zhou Xingxian, who held the 3rd rank on the heavenly list, the Hidden Dragon Unit had a slight advantage. However, acquiring Liu Yang, the new top ranker, would spell doom for the Flying Eagle Unit. "Understood, Commander Zhang." As the subordinates departed the office, A grave expression settled on Commander Zhang's face. He muttered to himself, "What are these soldiers doing during their daily training? They practice tirelessly, yet cannot achieve the top rank on the heavenly list." This Liu Yang is an unfamiliar name. He seems to be just an ordinary, extraordinary individual, yet he has secured the first place. Truly, the youth are formidable and possess exceptional talent. I fear Liu Yang is likely training diligently as we speak. Chapter 56. Testing the extraordinary powers at this moment. Liu Yang was indeed quite occupied. However, his busyness did not stem from training, but rather from engaging in profound conversation with the stunning beauty, Bai Hu. Several hours later, Liu Yang received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully persuaded the individual to willingly become your girlfriend. Ice power level has increased by 1 tier. Another enhancement to his ice power?" Liu Yang felt a surge of joy. Ice power was his primary offensive ability, and each level gained brought the most significant improvements. Every upgrade allowed him to extend his attack range and control more effectively. Now that his ice skill had risen another level, it surpassed his other abilities by a full 2 levels, filling him with elation. Bai Hu lay beside Liu Yang, gazing at him with eyes brimming with affection and admiration. Nearly entranced, unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Liu Yang," looking at the red plum blossom on the white sheet, "I find it astonishing that someone as open as you has never had a boyfriend before." Upon encountering the white fox for the first time, she boldly proclaimed her intention to sleep with him. Liu Yang perceived her as an extraordinarily open woman, yet he was astounded to discover that she had never truly indulged in romantic escapades. The white fox remarked, "I have certainly had boyfriends in the past, but alas, ordinary men do not pique my interest. I prefer to toy with them rather than allow them to toy with me. I relish the notion of having them kneel before me, gazing up from a position of power. When interacting with typical men, I embody a masculine demeanor, rendering them the feminine counterparts. Only a man as formidable as you could compel me to willingly ascend to your bed. Furthermore," she continued, "even though I have had boyfriends, it does not detract from my current state." As she spoke, she swiftly drew a dagger, slicing her palm. In an instant, a crimson gash appeared. Yet before the blood could even flow, it began to coagulate, and astonishingly, the wound healed at a visibly rapid rate. Witnessing this spectacle, even Liu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Observing his astonished expression, the white fox smiled triumphantly, declaring, "This is my extraordinary ability. I possess a remarkable healing power and formidable resistance. Even the viruses of ordinary zombies cannot infect me. They label me as a madwoman. Yet they fail to comprehend the strength inherent in my madness. With this power, I can heal from even the gravest injuries. Thus, everything you inflicted upon me earlier has been restored to its original state." Liu Yang, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Does that mean every day is like the first time for you?" Indeed, the white fox nodded affirmatively. Impressive. Liu Yang could not help but give a thumbs up. The following day, Liu Yang awoke feeling invigorated. That he had not exhausted her was a testament to his restraint. He stretched his back, and upon hearing the commotion, the white fox slowly opened her eyes. On her typically icy visage, a sweet smile emerged as she greeted him. "Up so early? What are your plans for today?" Liu Yang replied, "I intend to return to my villa. However, before that, I wish to select a few young, beautiful maidens from this survivor base to accompany me." The white fox noted, "In their eyes, you are akin to a savior. With just a word, all the women would follow you." Liu Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his display of power the previous day was precisely to elicit such reverence. He aimed to establish himself as a godlike figure among the survivors, instilling fear of betrayal and mischief. After completing his morning routine, Liu Yang enjoyed breakfast, dressed, and then took a stroll through the area inhabited by ordinary survivors. Upon his return, he found himself followed by 15 enchanting maidens, each gazing at him with admiration, gratitude, and even a sense of devotion. Being chosen by Liu Yang filled them with surprise and joy, leading them to believe themselves to be the chosen ones. Bai Hu, observing the beautiful maidens selected by Liu Yang, couldn't help but nod in approval, exclaiming, "Not bad at all. Each one is a beauty with a splendid figure." Liu Yang chuckled, remarking, "No worries, even though their figures surpass yours, you are still quite adorable in your own petite way." "Ah, how rude." Bai Hu's usually stoic demeanor betrayed a hint of blush as she playfully punched Liu Yang on the arm. She was aware of her small stature, perhaps only at a diminutive level, but surely not to the extent of being excessively cute. It was not as if she were a child. Oomph. Liu Yang was truly going too far. Thus, Liu Yang, accompanied by Wang Feifei, Bai Hu, and the 15 beautiful survivors he had chosen, set forth towards his villa. As for the survivor base, he entrusted its management to Scarred Rat, only needing to check in occasionally and make a grand appearance from time to time. Chapter 57. The sports goddess must not be outdone. As Liu Yang returned to his villa with Bai Hu, Wang Feifei, and the 15 beautiful survivors, dusk was nearly upon them. The 15 maidens, being commoners, moved slowly, taking several hours to return. Upon seeing Liu Yang, the Yushi and the others instantly displayed expressions of joy. Although it had only been a single night apart, their longing for Liu Yang surged like a relentless river. The apocalypse was rife with uncertainties and dangers. Despite Liu Yang's formidable strength, they remained deeply concerned for his safety. Now, seeing him return unharmed, their anxious hearts finally found solace. Chen Dan approached with a smile, saying, "Liu Yang, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll start cooking right away." "Wow, we have so many new sisters. It seems I'll need to make a larger meal today." Tang Mingding chimed in busily. "I'll help." Zhao, Lina added. "I will help too." Me too, me too." The renowned celebrities Su Xiao, Zhou, Kiki, and Zhang Jingyu also rushed into the kitchen, and soon everyone was bustling about. The newly arrived survivors exhibited a slight air of discomfort. Having held Liu Yang in high esteem, viewing him as a figure akin to a deity, they felt a mix of respect and nervousness upon seeing the women surrounding him. Noticing their unease, Liu Yang reassured them, "You needn't feel tense. Everyone here is quite amiable. Please find a place to settle down. The entire villa area is safe, so there is no need for fear. Go take a shower, and feel free to take some of this food for yourselves." With that, Liu Yang retrieved an assortment of packaged foods, fresh rice, flour, and vegetables from the shadows, handing them over to the 15 maidens. "Oh, okay. We will go right now." The girls exclaimed eagerly as they took the food and headed towards the nearby villa. The White Fox and Wang Feifei settled directly into the upper floors of the villa. Liu Yang returned to his own room, preparing to take a shower. Meanwhile, the young ladies in the kitchen began to engage in discussion, having noticed that the others had ascended. Yushi remarked, "I never expected that in just one day, Liu Yang would find so many survivors. It seems our competitiveness will only continue to grow." The most anxious among them was Zhou Kiki, the sports goddess whom Liu Yang had rescued last. However, shortly after her rescue, the Scarred Rat had come knocking, prompting Liu Yang to leave the villa. Thus, until this moment, Zhou Kiki had yet to experience any intimate interaction with Liu Yang. Having spent a day in the villa, she found herself quite familiar with the Yushi and the others, given that they were all renowned campus beauties who had previously known one another. Yushi, the art school beauty, Zhao Lina, the academic prodigy, and Zhou Kiki, the sports goddess, were all equals in their own right. Now, amidst the apocalypse and residing in the same villa, their bonds naturally deepened, evolving into sisterly affection. Everyone noticed the unusual expression on Zhou Kiki's face. Wasn't he Liu Yang supposed to invite you to his room tonight? But with the unexpected events, he left, and now he has brought back so many young ladies. I wonder if you will still have a chance. Zhao, Lina added. Indeed, Kiki Ui and Yushi are among the 4 campus beauties. We're like sisters, and we certainly do not wish to see you forgotten by Liu Yang. Yushi suggested, I have an idea. Eat quickly, be the first to finish. Then hurry to take a shower, and sneak into Liu Yang's room right after. Don't give the other women a chance. Zhang Jingyu nodded vigorously. Yes. I think this method is quite effective. We do not want you to be overshadowed by the newcomers. As her friends plotted strategies for her, Zhou Kiki felt her cheeks flush, a mix of shyness and gratitude washing over her. Yet, deep down, she was genuinely worried about being forgotten by Liu Yang. Through conversations with her sisters over the past few days, she had learned of Liu Yang's formidable prowess, combined with the memory of witnessing him dispatching zombies in the supermarket. He appeared to her as a veritable warrior. Hence, she had already accepted Liu Yang in her heart, envisioning him as the man she would follow for a lifetime. The thought of being forgotten by him at this juncture was indeed disheartening. Bashfully, she inquired, is this really a good idea? What if Liu Yang prefers more reserved girls and does not appreciate such overt behavior? Yushi immediately displayed a look of disdain, exclaiming, Nonsense. You wouldn't know unless you had been in his room. If you had, you would understand. Does he prefer reserve? What man does not enjoy a woman being modest in public, but open in private? The celebrated star, Su Xiao, chimed in, exactly. Go ahead with confidence. You can trust your sisters. Zhou Kiki shyly nodded, saying, all right, but I'm still a bit nervous and frightened. You all say Liu Yang is formidable. Just how powerful is he? Will I be able to withstand it? Zhao Lina, tilting her head in contemplation, responded for Liu Yang. I can only describe him with 5 words. An 8th-level tempest. Zhou Kiki was taken aback and inquired, an 8th-level tempest? Are you implying that he is as fierce and powerful as a raging storm? Zhao Lina shook her head, saying, my statement can also be read in reverse. Zhou Kiki paused, muttering to herself, crazy. Realizing the implication, her face flushed crimson. She playfully punched Zhao Lina's arm, exclaiming, Lina, you are truly insufferable. Witnessing this scene, He Yushi and the others burst into laughter, particularly He Yushi, who laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down her face, exclaiming, haha, truly deserving of the title of academic prodigy and campus belle. Lina, you are quite the character. Tang Mingting quipped. No wonder people say that a rogue is not frightening. What is terrifying is a rogue with culture. Lina, you are indeed a female rogue. Shindan added, indeed, the youth of today are truly remarkable. I couldn't wrap my head around that. It seems we have aged and fallen behind the times. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. The youth today truly know how to have fun. Joyful sounds emanated from the kitchen. As everyone chatted, they busied themselves with meal preparation, each face illuminated by expressions of happiness. Soon, they had finished cooking. At that moment, Liu Yang and Bai, who had also completed their showers and made their way downstairs. The fragrant aroma of the dishes wafting from below brought expressions of delight to everyone's faces. Bai, who could not help but exclaim, wow, this smells incredible. Ever since the apocalypse began, I haven't encountered such a delightful scent of food. In their previous time at the Black Tiger base, although they were not deprived, their meals consisted mainly of packaged foods. Fresh ingredients were a rarity. They did not possess the spatial abilities like Liu Yang to keep food fresh. Indeed, it smells divine. My stomach is growling. I'm so eager to eat. Wang Fei chimed in. Then come quickly. I hope the meal I prepared today suits your tastes. Chundan said with a smile to the group. Liu Yang nodded, saying, all right, everyone, let us head to the dining room to commence our meal. At the table, Liu Yang introduced the group. Allow me to present to you this lovely lady, Bai Ling, known as Bai Hu. She is an ability user, and this is Wang Fei, who, like you, is an ordinary person. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, astonishment spread across everyone's faces. An ability user? This remarkably beautiful lady with flowing white hair is actually an ability user? He Yushi and her companions were suddenly met with envious gazes. In this apocalyptic world, the ability to awaken supernatural powers is indeed a source of great admiration. Possessing such powers signifies a means of self-preservation. An individual endowed with abilities would never fear ordinary zombies. Liu Yang then introduced He Yushi and her group to Wang Fei and the others. Bai Hu and Wang Fei both displayed warm smiles, saying, it is a pleasure to meet everyone. We will be living together from now on, so we humbly ask for your guidance. Although Bai Hu is a supernatural being and had once exuded pride at the Black Tiger base, things were different now. Since she had chosen to follow Liu Yang, it was imperative that she accorded the women around him due respect. Compared to these women, she was a latecomer and dared not overshadow them. Oh, there is no need for such formalities. You're a supernatural being, while we are merely ordinary people. It is sufficient for us to coexist harmoniously. He Yushi and her companions hastily replied. Bai Hu responded, of course. I'm quite amiable. Rest assured. Should any danger arise in the villa area, I will protect you. Upon hearing these words, expressions of delight spread across He Yushi's face as she exclaimed, that is truly wonderful. With a supernatural protector, we can feel at ease. The studious beauty Zhao Lina added. It would be best if you could share with us how to awaken our powers. We too wish to experience such an awakening. Tang Mingting and the others nodded eagerly. Yes, indeed. Please teach us so that we may also awaken our abilities and gain the means for self-defense. Bai Hu replied, awakening supernatural powers does not involve many techniques. It primarily depends on talent and genetics. If I were to teach you, I would struggle to articulate the reasons behind it. However, if you wish to learn about supernatural beings, I can certainly share everything I know. Zhao Lina nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Tell us about supernatural beings, and we can conduct our own research to see if we can uncover the techniques for awakening. As everyone chatted and dined, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. However, Zhou Kuku appeared disinterested in the conversation, focused intently on her meal. Midway through the gathering, she set down her bowl and announced, "I am full. I will go take a shower now. You all enjoy your meal." Liu Yang found her rapid consumption of food peculiar and remarked, "Why is Zhou Kuku eating so quickly? She seems a bit off. Her complexion appears flushed. Is she perhaps unwell?" He, "You sure?" with a mischievous grin, nodded yes. "Indeed, her health is somewhat compromised. You should check on her." While the others laughed joyfully, Liu Yang felt utterly bewildered. It was so amusing. I cannot comprehend their sense of humor at all. Never mind, I shall eat. With that, Liu Yang, unable to decipher the women's laughter, focused on his meal. After finishing his meal, he returned to his abode. However, the moment he opened the door, his keen sense of observation detected the presence of someone within the room, accompanied by the alluring fragrance of a woman. Chun Hao, the student council president, had bestowed gifts worth millions upon Zhou Kiki, yet failed to win her affection. Now, this goddess of athletics had taken the initiative to visit Liu Yang's quarters, desiring to become his partner. Should Chun Hao become aware of this development, he would likely be infuriated to the point of devouring 3 large chicken legs. Liu Yang turned to Zhou Kiki and inquired, "Does this mean you consent to be my partner?" Zhou Kiki nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am willing." Liu Yang glanced at his system notification, which indicated that the other party had internally agreed to be his partner. Reward: all basic attributes of the host have been elevated to 1,000 points. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was overjoyed. Remarkably, his previous basic attributes were 850 points, now surging to 1,000 points, representing an increase of 150 points. This reward was exceedingly formidable. An attribute of 1,000 points is 20 times that of an ordinary individual. Previously, at 165 times, Liu Yang had effortlessly dispatched level 6 zombies as if they were mere vegetables. Now, with the enhancement to 20 times, he was on the verge of becoming invincible. To Liu Yang, ordinary ability users seemed no different than ants. Exhilarating, Liu Yang felt a surge of confidence. Such formidable attributes should permit him to declare, "I do not consume beef." He examined his attribute panel. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 18. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Strength: 1,000. Speed: 1,000. Stamina: 1,000. Mentality: 1,000. Possessed abilities: 1. Future projection level 4-2. Virus immunity level 4-3. Ice control level 6-4. Dark space level 5-5. Zombie control level 2. Equipped items: Dark cloak, Black light saber. Special talent: enhanced genetic inheritance. Gazing at this panel, Liu Yang was filled with elation. Not only did he possess 5 abilities, with his primary offensive skill, Ice Control, elevated to level 6, his ice needles were virtually inexhaustible. He could even conjure ice shields or create frozen armor to envelop his entire being. The sheer potency of this 20-fold ordinary attribute was sufficient to obliterate numerous ability users. For reference, the basic attributes of an ordinary level 1 ability user are merely around 100 points. Liu Yang's basic attributes were 10 times that of a standard level 1 ability user. Such prowess was ample to eliminate opponents before they even had the chance to react. Chapter 59. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once. After reveling in his triumph, Liu Yang rose to wash up, preparing to embark on the day's endeavors. Today's endeavor is to gather a greater quantity of sustenance. The potatoes collected from the supermarket have been entirely allocated to Scarred Mouse for distribution. Presently, within Liu Yang's dimly lit sanctuary, only rice and sweet potatoes remain among the available provisions. Despite the abundance, Liu Yang possesses a keen sense of urgency. He anticipates that the number of survivors within his base will gradually increase, rendering even a large stock of food insufficient. Furthermore, until the cultivation system is fully established, the food supply for the survivors will rely heavily on foraging. Even if crops are planted now, they will not yield a harvest for several months. Thus, Liu Yang must rely on the existing resources to endure in the interim. Once the survivors' crops are in full swing, the need for foraging will diminish. With a 20% tax on the gains of the survivors, Liu Yang's wealth will flourish as the number of survivors increases. At that point, his focus will shift to enhancing the survivor base to attract even more individuals seeking refuge. The larger supermarkets within a 5-kilometer radius have already been thoroughly scavenged by Liu Yang. He has resolved to extend his search to a 20-kilometer radius, encompassing all supermarkets, convenience stores, and small shops within that range. Additionally, he recalls a wholesale market located 15 kilometers away, where he once shopped for affordable goods during his financially constrained days. This market offers a wide array of items, including staple foods such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and flour, as well as cooking oils, various salts, and seasonings like monosodium glutamate. They even stock pet food for cats, dogs, and poultry. Liu Yang has decided to raid this market today as well. He no longer harbors concerns about the situation within his community, as he has a controlled second-level zombie stationed at the entrance, granting him a shared visual perspective of the gate's condition. Originally, he had controlled 2 second-level zombies. One remains in this community, while the other is positioned at Scarred Mouse's survivor base. This arrangement allows him to remain informed about both locations. Furthermore, the villa is under the watchful eye of the ability wielder known as White Fox, whose power of infinite healing is formidable even among other ability wielders. It is important to note that not all ability wielders possess combat-oriented powers. Very few awaken such abilities. For instance, Yellow Dog and Scarred Mouse have awakened powers that are relatively inconsequential. One has enhanced olfactory senses, while the other has improved burrowing capabilities. Their basic attributes are merely double those of an ordinary person, rendering their abilities largely ineffective in combat, akin to regular soldiers. Therefore, encountering an ability wielder stronger than White Fox is likely a rare occurrence. With their presence safeguarding the villa area, few would dare to provoke them. Thus, Liu Yang sets forth on his mission. Although his objective was the wholesale market located several kilometers away, Liu Yang did not overlook the small shops, convenience stores, and mini markets encountered along the way. After all, even the tiniest morsel is still flesh. A modest convenience store harbors a variety of beverages, snacks, and tobacco. Liu Yang's dark space was, after all, quite ample, allowing for the storage of both useful and useless items alike. Furthermore, when he retrieves something, he does not need to search meticulously. With a mere thought, the items will reveal themselves. Thus, Liu Yang never concerns himself with the current utility of what he collects. Anything that might prove useful in the future is gathered without hesitation. While Liu Yang was gathering supplies at a convenience store located 10 kilometers from the villa area, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Peering through the window, he spotted 3 burly men, each bearing a backpack, stealthily approaching. These men were tall and robust, moving with a steadiness and swiftness indicative of rigorous training, at least on par with retired special forces. Liu Yang immediately heightened his vigilance. Before long, the trio dispatched several zombies obstructing their path and entered the convenience store. Upon crossing the threshold, their expressions shifted to one of disbelief. The store was utterly barren. Everything had vanished, leaving only a young man clad in black. Their gazes swiftly fixed upon Liu Yang. The leader, with malicious intent, demanded, "Kid, what have you done? Did you take everything from here? Speak. Where have you hidden the goods? Hand them over, and I might spare your life." They were certain Liu Yang had cleared the store of its contents. However, the presence of the dark blade in Liu Yang's hand restrained their impulsiveness. They preferred to intimidate him into submission rather than resort to violence, for despite his youth, he exuded an unsettling aura that instilled fear, particularly with his cold, indifferent gaze, one that belied the depth expected from someone of his age. Liu Yang, amused by the leader's words, chuckled lightly. "Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me?" As the chilling smile lingered on his face, a resounding crack echoed. The leader's head exploded in a shower of blood mist, leaving the 2 remaining men utterly stunned. Boss, how did you get your head blown off? What the hell is going on? Your head just exploded? Who are you? What have you done?" The terror in their eyes was palpable as they realized that Liu Yang had obliterated their leader with nothing more than a glance. With a smirk, Liu Yang remarked, "Now, watch closely, I shall do it again." Another resounding crack followed, and yet another burly man collapsed, lifeless. "Huh? No, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me." The last robust man suddenly collapsed to his knees, utterly disintegrated. In his eyes, Liu Yang was simply terrifyingly powerful, akin to the Grim Reaper, with just a glance. He could cause one's head to explode. His pants had already become soaked. He was truly frightened to the point of losing control. Liu Yang sneered and said, "Earlier, you mentioned taking me to where you hide your food, right? You presume I have food stored, which implies you possess provisions of your own. Hence the assumption that I am akin to you. If not, those 2 would share your fate." "Why, yes, brother. I will take you there right away." The burly man stammered, attempting to rise from the ground, but his legs felt as limp as noodles, failing to support him. Liu Yang delivered a swift kick to his backside. Only then did the man, startled, manage to stand up, leading Liu Yang towards their refuge. Before long, they arrived at an opulent villa. Liu Yang was astonished to discover that these muscular men had a taste for luxury, having chosen such a lavish abode, which was even grander than his own. It was evident that the property values in this villa area surpassed those of Liu Yang's neighborhood. The inhabitants were undoubtedly wealthy elites, but alas, these affluent individuals had either perished or transformed into zombies. Upon entering the luxurious villa, Liu Yang noticed that its surrounding walls soared to an impressive 6 meters. Moreover, the walls were not mere hollow steel, they were solid, preventing any view of the interior from the outside. This clearly indicated that the villa's owner placed great importance on privacy, even at the expense of aesthetic appeal. Once inside, the lavish decor left Liu Yang astounded. In the courtyard, there was even a helipad, upon which rested a vibrant orange private helicopter. The villa's interior was several tiers above that of Liu Yang's residence. The windows were made of bulletproof glass, suggesting the villa's worth was at least in the billions. Upon entering the hall, he discovered a substantial stash of packaged food. If consumed by the 3 burly men, it would suffice for at least a week. However, to Liu Yang, this food was woefully insufficient, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast supplies in his dark space. The robust man wore a fawning smile and said to Liu Yang, "Brother, this food is what we gathered over the past few days. It's all yours. Please take it." Liu Yang's cold voice retorted, "Is this all there is?" The man, startled by Liu Yang's frigid tone, nearly lost control again. Liu Yang was a fearsome figure, known for his propensity to execute with a mere whim. One misstep could cost him his life. It was as if a blade hung precariously at his throat, ready to descend at any moment, leaving him trembling with fear. Liu Yang remarked, "You 3 burly men have gathered such a meager amount of food after all this time? Utterly useless." Observing Liu Yang's discontent, one of the strong men cautiously suggested, "The owner of this villa has constructed a safe room in the basement, containing a considerable stockpile of provisions. But we cannot access it." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's spirits rose instantly. "Oh, why didn't you mention this sooner? Let me there." The owner of this villa must have been a survival enthusiast during peaceful times. Not only did he erect towering walls, but he also fortified them with solid materials and built a safe room in the basement. Could it be that he foresaw impending calamity? Indeed, the wealthy are often the most fearful of death. Such a safe room is typically reserved for leaders of immense stature, akin to a nation's president. This affluent individual constructed one for himself, revealing his considerable wealth and constant concern for his safety. Truly a cautious and fearful type of millionaire. Under the guidance of the strong man, Liu Yang descended into the basement, where he indeed discovered a safe room. It was modest in size, resembling a steel box rather than a traditional room. Crafted from stainless steel nearly a foot thick, the rectangular box measured approximately 5 meters by 5 meters by 3 meters. The door featured a square observation window, about 20 centimeters on each side, made of bulletproof glass. Peering through this 20-centimeter aperture, Liu Yang noticed a substantial stock of compressed biscuits and, astonishingly, a beautiful young woman inside. Turning to the strong man beside him, Liu Yang inquired, "What is the situation with the woman inside?" The man hesitated, displaying a faltering expression. She is," Liu Yang interjected. "Speak quickly, or I shall end you." He unsheathed his gleaming black blade. Startled, the strong man hastily replied, "She is the daughter of the villa's original owner. We 3 are the bodyguards of the wealthy owner. When the apocalypse began, we killed him, intending to claim the villa and force ourselves upon his daughter. She took refuge in the safe room, and we are powerless against her." He spoke in one breath, without pause, before gasping for air. Liu Yang, upon hearing the strong man's words, suddenly realized, "You 3 are quite the characters. As bodyguards, you killed the villa's owner during the apocalypse, seized his estate, and even sought to assault his daughter? You outdo me." Liu Yang mused. He had only killed Zhao Ming after he had transformed into a zombie, seizing his villa and pursuing his girlfriend. These 3 bodyguards were even more ruthless. They had dispatched the villa's owner before he could change into a zombie. Alas, there was little to be done. Her daughter was simply too exquisite. A look of mild embarrassment crossed the face of the burly man. Liu Yang lamented inwardly. The owner of this villa was indeed unfortunate. In peacetime, He was a survival enthusiast, having not only constructed a secure shelter but also stockpiled a plethora of supplies within it. Who could have anticipated that when calamity struck, it would be his bodyguard who coveted his daughter, leading to his demise? The wealthy man's death was undeniably tragic. One might wager he never foresaw that his end would come due to his daughter. The adage about beauty being a source of misfortune proved true. Moreover, it is wisely said that while others hoard grain, I stockpile arms. My neighbors serve as my granary. In a world devoid of strength, possessing resources is futile, for one cannot safeguard them. After reflecting on this, Liu Yang inquired of the burly man, "Are there any other places with supplies?" "No, there are none." "Can I be released now?" "I will leave immediately and guarantee I will not return to this vicinity." The burly man replied, shaking his head, his eyes filled with longing and pleading. "Of course. Moreover, I shall escort you on your way." Liu Yang replied coldly. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, and the man's head fell to the ground in an instant. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Liu Yang dared not spare the bodyguard who had slain his employer, particularly for a reason as flimsy as a desire for the man's daughter. If it had been under life-threatening circumstances, one could perhaps justify the act of killing the employer. After dispatching the burly man, Liu Yang began to scrutinize the secure shelter. The windows, fashioned from bulletproof glass, were too small to reveal the entirety of the room within. He could not discern the true beauty of the woman inside, but judging by the bodyguard's fervent actions, it was clear she was a rare and stunning beauty. They had not only murdered their employer for her, but had also attempted various means to breach the secure shelter after she had entered. Liu Yang observed numerous marks on the door, evidence of attempts to slash, drill, and burn through it. Yet, it was evident that the affluent owner had spared no expense. The door, made from an unknown type of stainless steel, had withstood the flames and relentless drilling, sustaining only minor blemishes without any significant damage. The bodyguards, likely enraged and humiliated, had ultimately resorted to welding the door shut. This meant that the woman inside, even if she wished to escape, would find herself utterly trapped in the secure shelter. Had Liu Yang not intervened, it was likely no one would have discovered her fate. Liu Yang raised his black glinting blade and plunged it into the door. With ease, the blade penetrated the door as if it were mere tofu. The effortless nature of the act even astonished Liu Yang. The blade, formidable beyond measure, effortlessly pierced through stainless steel several centimeters thick, akin to slicing through tofu. He was aware of its sharpness, yet the extent of its lethality surpassed his expectations. The craftsmanship of the stone tablet truly attested to its excellence. Chapter 61. The cards have all been collected. Liu Yang gripped the hilt of the katana with both hands and casually slashed at the seemingly indestructible iron door, instantly creating a substantial breach. A scream pierced the air from within, emanating from a woman who could scarcely believe that her fortified sanctuary was breached. She had been told by her father when the apocalypse first loomed that the safe house could withstand even missile bombardments. For an ordinary individual to breach, it was nearly inconceivable. Crafted from special stainless steel plates several centimeters thick, even a 100mm armor-piercing missile would struggle to penetrate. Yet here was someone who had sliced through it with mere steel. Wang's Siki curled into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. She realized that this was no feat achievable by the meager security detail. The intruder was undoubtedly a being of far greater prowess. As Liu Yang, clad in sleek black attire, entered the safe house with an air of nonchalance, her eyes widened in awe. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of aloofness that his dark garments accentuated, while the cape trailing behind him added an element of regality. Tall and robust, although his musculature did not appear overtly imposing, he radiated an undeniable strength. His calm entrance belied an oppressive presence that sent a shiver down Wang Siki's spine. Upon truly observing Liu Yang's visage, a wave of perplexity washed over her. Why did he seem familiar? Likewise, Liu Yang noticed the beautiful woman cowering in the corner, echoing the same thought. She indeed appeared somewhat recognizable. In unison, they exclaimed, "Ah, you are Liu Yang. I have seen your photograph on the school forum. You are quite renowned. You are Wang Siki, the one celebrated as one of the 4 campus flowers, the wealthiest among them. It is said that any boy lucky enough to be your boyfriend would save himself 50 years of hard work." As Wang Siki recognized Liu Yang, her face lit up with surprise and joy. Initially, she had dreaded the arrival of an unparalleled powerhouse breaching her sanctuary, envisioning dire consequences. Considering the ineptitude of her 3 bodyguards, who dared to threaten her life, She feared that a truly formidable adversary might lead to her demise. In such a scenario, even the thought of suicide might elude her grasp, for this safe house represented her last bastion of hope. Much like a snail's shell, once shattered, the softest part would be exposed, laid bare before her foes. In this moment, Wang Siki found herself entirely vulnerable before Liu Yang. Fortunately, Liu Yang was an acquaintance, having attended the same school in the past. They had even heard of each other's names and recognized one another's appearances, which facilitated communication considerably. It was truly a stroke of serendipity amidst misfortune. At this moment, Liu Yang found himself somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that a casual visit to a convenience store in search of supplies would lead him to encounter 3 bodyguards. Nor did he expect to return with one of them and discover the heiress of a wealthy family within the safe house. This revelation filled Liu Yang with immense joy. He had now located all 4 of the school's renowned beauties, namely the art prodigy He Yushi, the academic achiever Zhao Lina, the athletic goddess Zhou Qiki, and this affluent beauty, Wang Siki. Each one of them was a paragon of grace and beauty, possessing not only exquisite looks, but also flawless physiques, each embodying a unique kind of allure. At that moment, Liu Yang felt as though he had collected a set of rare cards. Who could have imagined that the Exalted Four would all find their way into Liu Yang's grasp? Those privileged heirs who had pursued these school flowers for years without success would likely be infuriated to learn of this turn of events, feeling as though they might awaken from a deathly slumber if they were to hear it. As for the 3 bodyguards, Wang Siki inquired about them. Liu Yang waved a knife in his hand casually and replied, "They have been dealt with. You are safe now. I will take you to a secure location. After being confined in this safe house for so long, I imagine you must be utterly bored." Wang Siki nodded without hesitation, saying, "Indeed, although there is food here, there are no entertainment facilities. I face nothing but cold walls every day, staring into space. If this continues, I fear I may succumb to depression." Liu Yang extended his hand towards her, saying, "Then come with me." However, hesitation clouded Wang Siki's face. Although she had heard Liu Yang's name and seen his photographs on a forum, they had never exchanged a word at school. To be honest, they were hardly familiar with one another. Moreover, as a woman, she was apprehensive about following a man. Would the consequences be dire? Liu Yang discerned her uncertainty and let out a cold chuckle. "Surely, you do not believe you have a choice? The moment I entered this safe house, your options vanished. Regardless of who enters here, you must endure in silence. Fortunately, you are lucky. It is I who has come for you. Come with me. He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Qiki are all waiting for you." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Wang Siki's eyes widened in surprise. "What? The other 3 school flowers? You have already found them?" Liu Yang smiled with pride and replied, "Of course. I am merely waiting for you to return and join them for a game of mahjong." With Liu Yang's assurance, Wang Siki finally lowered her guard and cautiously stepped out from the shadows. With a sweeping gesture, Liu Yang gathered all the supplies from the safe house into the dark space and departed. Then, under the astonished gaze of Wang Siki, he took her by the hand and led her outside the villa. Without hesitation, he embraced Wang Siki and soared into the air, flying at incredible speed. Within 3 minutes, they returned to the villa. Upon landing, Wang Siki felt a bit dizzy, looking at Liu Yang in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can you fly? This is simply magical." At that moment, Liu Yang resembled a superhero. The sensation of flying through the sky was utterly enchanting. Wang Siki experienced a whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, excitement, and fear, prompting her to cling tightly to Liu Yang. Even after their descent, the thrill lingered within her. Liu Yang, with a triumphant smile, playfully pinched Wang Siki's delicate, porcelain-like face, saying, "It's merely the ability to fly. What's so astonishing about it? Hurry and take a shower, then wait for me in my room tonight. I'll let you truly soar into the heavens, and you want to stop." Hearing Liu Yang's words, Wang Siki couldn't help but blush and lowered her head. Liu Yang continued, "Go inside. He Yushi and the others are waiting for you." With that, he guided Wang Siki into the villa. Upon seeing Wang Siki, He Yushi and the others displayed expressions of shock. "Wang Siki? It's really you. My goodness. Even someone from a top-tier wealthy family like you is struggling in this apocalypse? I heard your family is incredibly rich, even the richest in the province. Can even affluent families like yours not withstand the end of the world?" Wang Siki nodded, responding with a hint of resignation. The world is unpredictable. Chapter 62. Supersonic? Raiding a street. The moment Tang Mingting laid eyes on Wang Siki, her expression became somewhat complex. Originally, Tang Mingting was the one among them with the most privileged background. As a wealthy young lady, her family circumstances were comparable to those of the affluent Zhao Ming. This was also why Zhao Ming could not forcibly take her. With her superior family conditions, Tang Mingting harbored a sense of superiority, believing it set her apart from other women. Yet now, the appearance of Wang Siki obliterated that sense of superiority in an instant. Wang Siki's background was infinitely more prestigious than Tang Mingting's. Seeing Wang Siki struggling in this apocalypse made Tang Mingting question the significance of her own family circumstances. She gazed at Wang Siki with a complicated expression, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Liu Yang observed as Wang Siki engaged in conversation with the others, and he then stepped out of the villa. After all, finding Wang Siki was merely a minor detour on his journey. Liu Yang's primary objective remained to gather all supplies within a 20-kilometer radius. Moreover, today's target was the wholesale market located 15 kilometers away. Upon ensuring the well-being of Wang Siki, he promptly set off in haste towards the wholesale market. Like a celestial being, Liu Yang leapt into the air, soaring with remarkable speed. His innate attributes were 20-fold that of an ordinary person, whose maximum velocity hovers around 8 to 9 meters per second. In contrast, Liu Yang could reach an astounding speed of nearly 190 meters per second. Furthermore, the velocity afforded by his dark cloak was twice that of his rapid sprint, culminating in an extraordinary speed of 380 meters per second, surpassing the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Liu Yang was unfamiliar with the term invincible, yet at this moment, he felt that the essence of Liu Yang embodied the notion of unrivaled supremacy. Although the duration of flight was a mere 5 minutes, it was ample time, allowing him to traverse a staggering distance of 114 kilometers. With the wholesale market located 15 kilometers away, he required only approximately 39.5 seconds. The prior 2 minutes spent returning to the villa were merely due to his concern for Wang Siki's ability to endure such rapid flight. Liu Yang, with attributes 20 times greater than that of an ordinary individual, could effortlessly withstand such velocity. At this moment, not only did Liu Yang possess the physical prowess akin to that of a superhuman, but his flight speed was likely comparable as well. Upon his arrival at the wholesale market, several survivors were gathering provisions within. They were taken aback by Liu Yang's sudden descent from the heavens. Witnessing his dark attire and the formidable black blade he wielded, fear etched across their faces. This individual could fly. Clad in such a striking ensemble and brandishing an equally impressive weapon, his strength was undoubtedly unfathomable, a true powerhouse of abilities. Several of them quickly sought refuge behind a burly man, the only ability wielder among them and the strongest of their group. Yet, even this extraordinary individual trembled upon encountering Liu Yang, his demeanor reflecting a wary vigilance. In a slightly quavering voice, he cautiously spoke, "Big brother, are you here for provisions as well? Please feel free to take what you need. We shall gather resources elsewhere and depart without conflict. What say you?" The wholesale market consisted of a lengthy street lined with wholesale stores, now desolate, as the inhabitants had either succumbed to the undead or transformed into them. Given Liu Yang's presence in this area, the survivors were preparing to seek resources in other locales. After all, the expansive street was too vast for Liu Yang to collect everything single-handedly. Listening to the burly man's words, Liu Yang nodded in agreement. "All right, no problem. However, I would advise you to hasten your collection." The individuals beheld their descent from the heavens, their eyes brimming with trepidation, and they conversed with Liu Yang, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect. Naturally, he had no intention of resorting to violence against them. After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, the number of survivors was scarce. These individuals represented valuable resources, and it would be ideal to integrate them into his survivor base. Only when the population of his base increased significantly would the resources they contributed multiply. "Thank you. Let us proceed to gather at the end of the street." Upon hearing Liu Yang's response, the survivors displayed expressions of elation, finally able to exhale, their anxious hearts now at ease. With their backpacks in tow, they swiftly made their way towards the street's terminus. Although the thoroughfare primarily served as a wholesale market for rice, wheat, flour, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, witnessing Liu Yang's formidable power soaring through the sky rendered them hesitant to compete with rumors, compelling them to head to the street's end instead. As the survivors departed, Liu Yang entered one establishment after another. Goodness, this is a wholesale rice store. There must be thousands of bags. Take them all. A flour wholesale department with thousands of bags of flour? Accept them all. A warehouse filled with potatoes? At least several dozen tons. Take it away. A warehouse of sweet potatoes? Take it all. Noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles, and sausages? All of it. This is a powdered milk wholesale store? Take it all. It will be immensely useful. Empowered by the genetic enhancement from the system, Liu Yang succeeded in expanding his collection each time. In 10 months, he would have a veritable football team of children. Powdered milk proved to be invaluable. Liu Yang continued his collection, sweeping through wholesale clothing, snacks, daily necessities, and toy stores. The fruit wholesale outlet contained an abundance of produce, yet most of it had already spoiled. Only a few long-stored fruits remained: apples, pears, pomelos, and sugarcane. As for bananas, peaches, and mangoes, which are prone to rapid decay, they were long past their prime. Liu Yang stored all the good fruits within his dark space, amassing several tons. The items within this dark space do not decay, allowing the fruits to be preserved for an extended period. As he continued to transfer goods into his dark space, he ventured further inside. Before long, he had cleared all the shops behind him and arrived at the street's end. In a wholesale store at the terminus, a burly man, accompanied by several survivors, was hastily stuffing items into his backpack, having filled only half of it thus far. Upon noticing Liu Yang's approach, they were taken aback, their faces betraying a renewed fear. The burly man, steeling himself, addressed Liu Yang. "Big brother, do you have any instructions?" Liu Yang simply shook his head. "None. I have merely arrived here." The faces of the survivors were etched with expressions of confusion. What does this mean? Arrived here? Does this elder brother not desire the wares from the storefronts up front, but instead wishes for those at the rear of the street? Surely, this must be an excuse. The front is filled with excellent shops, while the back harbors mere wholesale grocers and fruit vendors. Locating high-calorie staples would be a formidable challenge. Upon noticing that Liu Yang had also come rushing over, they couldn't help but speculate that it was Liu Yang who was unwilling to assist them in gathering provisions. The burly man cautiously suggested, "Brother, how about we depart now? Take whatever you wish from here. We shall no longer require it. Please don't imply that I am bullying you. I merely urged you to be swift, and if you are slow, can you blame me?" As Liu Yang spoke, he strode forward and with a grand gesture, he collected all the items from within the store. The survivors stood in shock at Liu Yang's actions, each displaying a visage akin to witnessing a ghost. What in the world? Where have the goods gone? Have they vanished in a thin air? Is this sorcery? Chapter 63. Absorbing survivors, strengthening the base. They had initially assumed that Liu Yang was reluctant to provide them with supplies, which led him to the rear of the street. However, upon witnessing Liu Yang's actions, they swiftly comprehended the reality. He had already gathered all the items from the other shops, and this was the last store remaining. They simply could not fathom how Liu Yang had accomplished such a feat. This wholesale street contained at least thousands of tons of supplies, all of which had seemingly disappeared within mere minutes. Liu Yang addressed the group. "I apologize, but you were still a bit too slow. Your backpacks aren't even filled yet. I have collected all the supplies from this street. You may seek elsewhere." One survivor displayed a look of despair. "This wholesale market is the most resource-rich area nearby. We have already scoured every other location. Without this market, how are we, over 100 survivors, to survive?" Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the survivors in this vicinity had banded together, forming a gathering of more than 100 individuals, led by a burly man with special abilities. It would not be long before they believed they could establish a survivor base around this wholesale market. Alas, now that the food had been completely collected, the plight of these 100-plus individuals, finding sustenance, remained a pressing concern, let alone the formation of a base. Another survivor chimed in, "Indeed, it seems we are destined to starve. Among us, only Brother Wang possesses special abilities and strength. The rest are largely frail or unwell, utterly incapable of contending with the zombies. We are doomed." In this vicinity, spanning several kilometers, the only wholesale market boasts the most abundant food supply, while the number of zombies remains relatively low. It took us several days to clear this area of the undead. Other supermarkets are teeming with people, and undoubtedly, many have succumbed to zombification. With our current strength, we dare not venture inside. One survivor lamented helplessly. They had managed to eliminate all the zombies from this wholesale street. Yet during this time, they suffered considerable losses among their comrades. To their dismay, Liu Yang arrived here and simply took away all the food, effectively reaping the benefits of their labor. Regrettably, Liu Yang's strength was overwhelming, leaving them with nothing but silent resentment. They could only vent their frustrations among themselves. A robust man named Brother Wang addressed the group, stating, "If we are to blame anyone, it can only be ourselves for our sluggishness. We cannot fault others. Do not speak carelessly." He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Liu Yang. As fellow supernatural beings, he understood all too well the extent of Liu Yang's power. The mere aura of pressure emanating from Liu Yang was enough to instill fear. It was likely that with a mere flick of his finger, he could annihilate everyone present. The audacity of these individuals to complain was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, in this apocalypse, rules were non-existent. Food was naturally claimed by the strongest. Those who possessed the ability to seize all the food would undoubtedly take as much as they could. If one had such power, would one not desire to take all the food from street? Would one truly consider leaving it for others? Unless one were utterly foolish, it would be inconceivable to leave food for anyone else. Thus, this burly man comprehended their current predicament well. His expression bore no trace of anger, only acceptance of their fate. After listening to the crowd, Liu Yang pondered for a moment and then addressed them. "Your survivor enclave consists of over 100 individuals?" "Indeed." The strong man replied respectfully. Liu Yang continued, "Very well. Approximately 20 kilometers from here lies the Jingsua Garden Villa area. Surely you have heard of it? That is my survivor base, and you may seek refuge there. Once inside, food will not be an issue." The strong man's eyes brightened at Liu Yang's words. "The Jingsua Garden Villa area? I know it well. I used to be a taxi driver and have been there. It is an affluent district." Liu Yang affirmed, "Correct. It has now transformed into a survivor base, exceptionally secure, impervious to zombie incursions. I am the owner there, and I offer you this promise. For every survivor you lead to me, you will receive 10 pounds of food. You can promote this survivor base in this region, and along the way, the more individuals you bring, the greater your reward. For every person you guide to me, I shall grant you 1 pound of rice. Should you bring 1,000, I will provide you with 1,000 pounds. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, a look of astonishment spread across the strong man's face. At this very moment, there are already over 100 survivors gathered in their encampment. If all these survivors were brought to Liu Yang's base, it would mean acquiring more than 100 pounds of rice. In this post-apocalyptic world, such an amount of rice could sustain a single person for 3 months, a significant sum. Indeed, they spent several days clearing out the zombies from this wholesale market, and today they finally accomplished that task. Thus, they commenced their first attempt to gather supplies, but after only filling half a backpack, they were swiftly outmatched by Liu Yang, who had scavenged everything. At present, none of them had managed to secure even 100 pounds of rice. A burly man, his face alight with astonishment, turned to Liu Yang and inquired, "Is everything you say true?" Liu Yang assured him, "Of course it is. You must have witnessed my capabilities. I have taken everything from this entire wholesale street. Do you think I cannot afford to reward you?" The burly man nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was true that a powerhouse like Liu Yang, who could even soar through the skies, could gather food at a speed that dwarfed theirs by thousands of times. Even second-tier zombies would pose no threat in his presence. He likely wouldn't even need to eliminate the zombies to collect food. Regardless of the number of zombies nearby, he could probably gather provisions at will. Not to mention the quantity he had previously amassed. This wholesale street alone likely held hundreds of tons of rice. After a moment of contemplation, the burly man nodded and declared, "Very well, it is settled. I used to be a taxi driver in this vicinity, and I am quite familiar with this area. During these past few days of searching for supplies, I have traversed numerous locations and am aware of several survivor encampments. I am confident I can persuade them. At the very least, I can bring 1,000 people to your base." As the apocalypse unfolded, the scattered survivors began to band together, forming numerous encampments of varying sizes. This burly man was well acquainted with the area, and after awakening his abilities, he no longer feared ordinary zombies. Thus, he had explored many places in search of food and knew the locations of numerous encampments. These encampments housed groups ranging from dozens to hundreds of people, with the largest not exceeding 200. They were scattered like grains of sand, yet lacked a leader to unify them into a sustainable base. Liu Yang's appearance presented a splendid opportunity. The burly man was confident he could persuade these individuals to join Liu Yang's survivor base. In return for the people he gathered, He could secure himself 1,000 pounds of food, just for himself, if he rationed it. That sustenance could last him at least 2 years. Excellent. I shall await your good news, Liu Yang replied, nodding before departing from the now barren wholesale street to continue his search for food elsewhere. At the same time, Liu Yang understood that only by collecting all the food in the vicinity into his dark space would the survivors be left with no option but to unhesitatingly join his survivor base. By enticing them with 10 kilograms of rice, he anticipated that, a year later, their contributions to the base would amount to at least several hundred kilograms of potatoes. The resources from the outside world would inevitably run dry. Only through self-cultivation of food could the survivors ensure a continuous supply. Furthermore, all food produced within the survivor base would require a 20 tribute to Liu Yang. Thus, the greater the number of people, the more prosperous Liu Yang would become. After Liu Yang departed, the remaining survivors began to converse. One survivor turned to the burly man and inquired, "Brother Wang, are you truly going to follow what he said? Is that base really as remarkable as he claims? Could it be a ruse to lure us into a trap?" Another chimed in, "Yes, Brother Wang. It feels rather dubious to me. A base devoid of zombie threats, where each participant receives 10 kilograms of food. He must be a savior, practically giving away provisions." Another survivor suggested, "Shall we return and discuss this further?" The burly man shook his head and replied, "You all understand nothing. I am an ability user. You are aware of my strength. Collectively, you are no match for me. However, if my combat power is rated at 100, the opponent's is at least 5,000. Do you comprehend the gravity of that? Even 1,000 of me would be insufficient to confront them. If they wish to kill us, they could do so with the mere flick of a finger. There would be no need for deception. Do not project your sordid thoughts onto the mindset of a powerful individual. Because you lack the strength to grasp such a realm, you cannot fathom the issues from his perspective. Therefore, we shall adhere to his guidance. This is a golden opportunity to align ourselves with a strong ally. Do not squander it." The survivors had never witnessed the burly man wear such a serious expression and realized the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, they nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, since Brother Wang has spoken, we shall follow his lead. Indeed, we owe our safety these past days to Brother Wang. If he insists on joining that survivor base, then let us go together." Chapter 64. Scavenging the Hospital. After exiting the wholesale street, Liu Yang proceeded to raid 2 large supermarkets. At this moment, his dark space, measuring 50 by 50 meters, was already piled high with 14 units of resources. With such a vast quantity, Liu Yang found it increasingly difficult to quantify the specifics. However, it was apparent that even a survivor base catering to 5,000 individuals could sustain itself for several decades without concern. Emerging from the once barren supermarket, Liu Yang spotted a hospital, this city's premier tertiary care institution. Within the confines of the hospital, a multitude of patients resides, significantly increasing the likelihood of viral infection. It is, therefore, a veritable haven for zombies. Liu Yang pondered momentarily before articulating. In this apocalyptic era, pharmaceuticals hold immense significance. Otherwise, even a mere fever could prove fatal. Although my abilities have been augmented, my fundamental attributes now surpass those of an ordinary individual by a factor of 20, rendering me impervious to illness. My fellow survivors and the women in my vicinity lack such formidable resilience. Thus, procuring medicine remains imperative. With that resolve, Liu Yang decided to venture inside and scavenge. Upon entering the hospital, he was met with the disconcerting sight of numerous zombies meandering within. The moment they caught sight of Liu Yang, they lunged at him with ferocious intent. With a mere flick of his wrist, countless ice needles were unleashed, each striking a zombie and resulting in a decisive headshot. Liu Yang's mental acuity now reached 20 times that of an average person, rendering the quantity of ice needles he could conjure virtually limitless. His attack range extended beyond 1,000 meters. Rather than engaging in close combat with a blade, Liu Yang preferred the elegance of dispatching foes with a simple gesture, thereby avoiding the taint of their blood. He relished this graceful manner of combat, for elegance is eternally in vogue. As he ventured deeper into the hospital, zombies continued to fall around him. Among them were even second-tier zombies, which, before they could approach him, met their demise with a swift headshot. Observing the fallen, Liu Yang's expression turned contemplative. The prevalence of second-tier zombies is on the rise. Previously, one might encounter but a single second-tier zombie among 1,000. Yet here, on the first floor of this very hospital, I have already dispatched no fewer than 5. Who knows, perhaps a third-tier zombie may soon emerge. The fundamental attributes of second-tier zombies are approximately double that of ordinary humans, unless one possesses extraordinary abilities. A typical person encountering a second-tier zombie would stand no chance of combat, let alone escape. Third-tier zombies, on the other hand, boast attributes 6 times greater than those of an average individual. Should a common person cross paths with a third-tier zombie, they would surely meet their end in an instant. In his encounters during the Stone Tablet trials, Liu Yang faced the most formidable of adversaries, the 6th-tier zombie, whose attributes are 12 times that of an ordinary human. Even a first-tier ability user would find themselves swiftly vanquished by such a foe. It appears that as time progresses, the chances of ordinary individuals surviving in this dystopian reality diminish increasingly. Gaining entry to the survivor base appears to be the sole viable option. Furthermore, should the number of ability users within the survivor base prove insufficient, there is a distinct possibility of being overwhelmed by the zombies. Thus, the competition between ability users and zombies remains relentless. Those who evolve more rapidly stand a greater chance of triumph. Therefore, merely awakening one's abilities does not guarantee safety, for the zombies are also growing stronger. Guided by the hospital's directional signs, Liu Yang continued his journey toward the pharmacy. The number of zombies encountered on the road has dwindled significantly, which aroused Liu Yang's vigilance. Although the sound produced from a zombie's headshot is not particularly loud, it can still penetrate far within the silence of the hospital. Logically, there should be more zombies drawn to the noise, unless, perhaps, all the zombies have been eradicated by a skilled individual. However, the likelihood of that is slim, as the zombies at the entrance remain alive. It is improbable that anyone would dare to bypass them to confront the zombies deeper within the hospital. Thus, there exists only another possibility. A leader has emerged among the zombies, restraining their primal hunting instincts. Indeed, as Liu Yang ventured further, he was astonished to discover a cluster of zombies gathered at the pharmacy entrance, seemingly engaged in a conference. Liu Yang was taken aback by this scene. What on earth? Even zombies hold meetings? At the forefront stood a zombie clad in a white coat, likely a doctor in its former life. Though its complexion was pale, it did not exhibit the disheveled, drooling demeanor typical of its kind. It appeared almost like a normal person, save for its white pupils. This zombie sat in the lead, seemingly addressing the others. An articulate zombie. Liu Yang instantly recognized it as a Tier 3 zombie. Remarkably, this was the first instance he had encountered a Tier 3 zombie outside the Stone Tablet area. The fundamental attributes of a Tier 3 zombie are 6 times that of an ordinary human. Even someone as formidable as Baihu, a yellow-ranked ability user, would likely be swiftly dispatched in this vicinity. To contend with a Tier 3 zombie, one would at least need to be a Tier 2 ability user, whose base attributes are 4 times that of a regular human. Although this is still 2 times less than a Tier 3 zombie, the zombies rely solely on physical attacks, and an ability user, bolstered by their powers, might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. At that moment, the ordinary zombies also noticed Liu Yang and immediately rose to their feet. Flanking the Tier 3 zombie were 2 Tier 2 zombies, surrounded by dozens of ordinary zombies. Such a formidable configuration would likely overpower a survivor enclave led by someone like Old Wang, the taxi driver, in under 10 minutes. Even the survivor base where Scarred Rat resides would struggle to withstand the assault of a Tier 3 zombie with just their numbers. The ordinary zombies gazed at Liu Yang with a fervent desire to attack. However, without a command from the Tier 3 zombie, they restrained their urges and refrained from acting impulsively. The Tier 3 zombie, with a stammering voice, uttered, "Human, tasty meat, you encircle." In an instant, all the zombies sprang into action. The 2 Tier 2 zombies divided the ordinary zombies into 2 teams, encircling Liu Yang from both front and rear. Meanwhile, the Tier 3 zombie remained stationary, observing the unfolding events, poised to command the assault. Observing the movements of the zombies, Liu Yang felt an unsettling familiarity. They resembled those from the Stone Tablet test. The 3rd-tier zombie commanded the others, transforming the horde into a legion of organized, premeditated, and tactical undead. Thus, the strategy was clear. Capture the leader first. Bang! The distant 3rd-tier zombie, already on high alert, met its demise in an instant, completely unaware of the impending threat. Witnessing their leader fall, the other zombies quickly lost their resolve, abandoning their organization and discipline, and charged recklessly towards Liu Yang. With a mere wave of his hand, Every zombie's head exploded. As he gazed upon the fallen, third-tier zombie, Liu Yang felt a pang of regret. My zombie control ability has only reached level 2, limiting me to commanding a maximum of 2 second-tier zombies. If I could elevate it to level 3, I would be able to control this third-tier zombie, thus sparing its life. Shaking his head, Liu Yang resolved. It seems I must continue my efforts tonight, aiming to engage the 4th wealthy school beauty to elevate my zombie control level. Chapter 65, Leading You to Impress, Leading You to Soar. After eliminating the zombies, Liu Yang finally fulfilled his desire to enter the pharmacy. He began a thorough search within, collecting every medicinal item into his dark space, including gauze, adhesive tape, syringes, saline solution, glucose injections, and various medical instruments. After completing this task, Liu Yang proceeded towards the hospital exit. As he passed by a patient room, a faint sound suddenly emerged from within. Liu Yang halted, his senses alert. Soon, the door of the room cracked open, revealing an eye peering through the gap. Upon seeing Liu Yang, the fear in the eye transformed into surprise. The door swung wide open, and a voice of astonishment echoed from within. Ah, a human. Oh my goodness, how splendid. I can't believe there are still human survivors. Upon closer inspection, Liu Yang discovered a young female doctor and a young nurse hidden inside the room. The doctor appeared to be in her late 20s, while the nurse looked even younger, perhaps just in her early 20s. Both were strikingly beautiful, though their faces bore signs of weakness and pallor, yet they could not conceal the exquisite features that radiated beauty. Additionally, there lay the body of a zombie on the hospital bed. Liu Yang quickly deduced that during the zombie outbreak, the doctor and nurse had been attending to a patient when, unexpectedly, the individual transformed into a zombie. Fortunately for them, this patient had recently undergone surgery for a double leg fracture due to a car accident, rendering them unable to move. Even transformed into a zombie, it was unable to rise and attack them. Instead, it was swiftly vanquished by the two women. This particular zombie must be the most aggrieved among all. Liu Yang inquired, "Are you the doctors and nurses of this hospital?" They nodded eagerly, tears welling in their eyes as they replied, "We have been trapped in this ward for over 10 days. We are on the brink of starvation. Fortunately, the family of a patient brought 2 boxes of milk for us to survive on. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago. By the way, has the catastrophe outside come to an end? Are all the zombies dead?" Liu Yang shook his head. No, not only are they not extinct, but they have also evolved into Tier 2 and Tier 3 zombies, which are 100 times more terrifying than ordinary ones. The 2 girls gasped in shock, their faces draining of color. When the apocalypse erupted, they had witnessed the horror of zombies. And now the thought of even more terrifying 2nd and 3rd-tier zombies was overwhelming. "Help us!" they cried. "How can we, as fragile women, survive this? It's over. We're doomed." The female doctor's face reflected despair, and the nurse, too, buried her face in her hands and wept. At that moment, Liu Yang reassured them. "Do not be too disheartened. Although Tier 2 and Tier 3 zombies are formidable, I can lead you to safety." The women exchanged incredulous glances. "You could take us to a safe place? Does such a haven still exist in this world?" "Indeed, where I reside is a sanctuary," Liu Yang confidently stated. The 2 women questioned, "But didn't you just say that zombies have evolved into Tier 2 and Tier 3, which are 100 times more terrifying than regular ones? However, my strength surpasses theirs by 10,000 times. Come, and you shall understand," he urged, extending his hand toward them. The female doctor and nurse hesitated, their faces betraying uncertainty. Although they yearned for salvation in this apocalyptic world, following a stranger felt perilous. What if he harbored ill intentions? How could 2 vulnerable women possibly resist? Sensing their trepidation, Liu Yang continued, "Even if I had sinister motives, could I not simply eliminate you here and now? Why would I need to deceive you into leaving? The moment you stepped out of that door and appeared before me, your choices would have been irrevocably altered." Hearing this, the female doctor clenched her jaw, as though making a difficult decision within herself. Finally, she nodded and said, "All right, you are right. We will follow you." After being trapped in a ward for so long, they had contemplated their situation extensively. They understood the harsh reality of survival in this world, and they were acutely aware of what it meant for a man to lead them away in such dire times. They merely hoped that Liu Yang was not a pervert. "Very well, let us go," Liu Yang nodded and said, leading the 2 women outside the hospital. Along the way, the women were taken aback by the sight of the zombies Liu Yang had slain. Each one had perished with its head shattered. Observing the positions and postures of the fallen corpses, it was evident that they had died mid-run. Not a single one had dared to confront Liu Yang. This implied that the man had become so formidable that even the zombies could not approach him. After witnessing Liu Yang's prowess, the two women felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he was indeed as powerful as he claimed. Thus, their chances of survival would significantly increase by following him, as long as they could endure. Even if he asked for their bodies in return, it would not be too great a burden, provided his demands were not excessively perverse. Upon reaching the exterior of the hospital, Liu Yang began to pour gasoline in several flammable corners and subsequently set the building ablaze. By this time, the hospital had already been infiltrated by Tier 3 zombies. If they continued to be left unchecked, Tier 4 and Tier 5 might soon emerge. Although Liu Yang was unafraid of these creatures, they presented a true calamity for ordinary supernatural beings. After completing this task, Liu Yang addressed the two women. "Your pace is too slow. My villa is over 10 kilometers away, and it would take several hours to walk back with you. Therefore, I shall take you flying." "Flying? What do you mean?" The two beauties displayed expressions of confusion. "As it sounds," Liu Yang replied, extending his arms and swiftly encircling their waists. "Ah!" The women gasped softly, their faces flushing with embarrassment. "Hold on tight. I am about to take off," Liu Yang declared, and in an instant, they soared into the air. "Ah!" The two women shrieked, but quickly muffled their mouths with their hands to avoid attracting zombies. Nevertheless, their eyes sparkled with excitement and fear. This was far more exhilarating than a roller coaster. They were now airborne at a height of 100 meters. Witnessing the ground shrink beneath them as they sped forward, the two women were utterly astonished. "Oh my, we are truly flying? Who on earth is this man? How can he fly?" In that moment, Liu Yang transcended into a figure of divinity in their eyes. Chapter 66. The milk powder and doctors are prepared. Liu Yang escorted the female doctor and nurse into the villa. He Yushur and the others looked upon Liu Yang's return with joy, particularly the recently rescued super-rich school belle, Wang Siki. After several hours of conversation with He Yushur, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Kiki, Wang Siki began to comprehend the situation at hand. It appears that all the individuals here are under the enchantment of Liu Yang. As they conversed, they extolled Liu Yang's formidable prowess. Each person seemed utterly captivated, with tales growing increasingly extravagant. Some even claimed he was a one-in-a-million humanoid machine, asserting that his fervor in bed surpassed his ferocity in combating zombies. Wang Siki maintained a state of ambivalence. Although she hailed from an affluent family and had been raised with strict morals, never having had a boyfriend, the wealthy heirs at school dared not pursue her. In terms of lineage, their families paled in comparison to hers. Their sole asset was their wealth, which, in her presence, became inconsequential, stripping them of any courage to court her. Each wealthy scion exhibited utmost deference, calling her Miss Wang from a distance, for their family businesses were, to some extent, intertwined with the Wang family. They would never dare offend her. Thus far, Wang Siki had not only never been in a romantic relationship, but had also seldom interacted with men, as they appeared rather intimidated in her presence. Imagine a stunningly beautiful and immensely wealthy goddess of a second-generation rich girl, who would possess the audacity to pursue her. She felt a profound curiosity towards Liu Yang and had resigned herself to her fate. The other three campus beauties had already become his women. How could she possibly be an exception? Moreover, based on the accounts of others, Liu Yang was exceptionally powerful and treated his women with utmost kindness, ensuring they wanted for nothing. In this secure villa community, their days were spent lounging by the swimming pool, playing sports, jogging, or engaging in leisurely games, living a life that resembled a perpetual vacation, far removed from any apocalyptic reality. Only Liu Yang could maintain such a tranquil existence here. Had it been anyone else, no matter how stunning, they would have been compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. In a post-apocalyptic world, idleness is a luxury one cannot afford. Furthermore, had it not been for Liu Yang's intervention, she might have perished within the confines of her safe house or succumbed to the advances of the three bodyguards. In retrospect, Liu Yang was indeed her savior. Consequently, Wang Siki bore no psychological burden. After several hours of contemplation, she had fully surrendered. She had prepared herself to ascend to Liu Yang's bed that very night. However, upon seeing Liu Yang return with a breathtaking doctor and an exquisite nurse, a wave of disappointment washed over her. It seemed that her aspirations of sharing Liu Yang's bed might not be so easily realized. Perhaps she would even have to wait her turn. He Yushi, Zhao Lina, Tang Mengting, Chun Dan, Su Xiao, Baihu, Wang Fei, and others welcomed him warmly. Upon seeing Liu Yang, they joyfully exclaimed, "Liu Yang, you're back. Wow, you've brought 2 more sisters with you. Our team is growing stronger." Judging by their attire, it seems one is a doctor and the other a nurse. Should we fall ill, we shall rely on our 2 sisters. The newly arrived doctor, Huang Xiaoxia, and nurse, Chen Xiaojing, felt slightly bashful at such exuberance, particularly as they observed the crowd encircling Liu Yang. Like stars orbiting the moon, they couldn't help but ponder the man's remarkable allure. What was it about him that drew so many women to gravitate around him in such harmonious unity, devoid of any discord? If Su Xiao and Tang Mengting were aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the 2 women, they would undoubtedly remark, "Initially, we had our reservations. But Liu Yang is not one to be trifled with." Liu Yang led Dr. Huang Xiaoxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojing into the villa, instructing them, "Please find a room to settle in and take a shower. It's still too early for dinner, but there is plenty of food in the refrigerator on the 1st floor. After your shower, feel free to have a bite to satisfy your hunger." "All right, thank you." They both expressed their gratitude before heading upstairs. This villa, comprising 4 stories, features 10 rooms on each floor, in addition to a living room, kitchen, and dining area on the 1st floor. The 2nd floor contains a gym and study, while the 3rd boasts a swimming pool and sauna. The 4th floor is home to a private cinema. With a total of 40 rooms, the villa can comfortably accommodate 40 individuals. At this moment, only 13 people resided there. Tang Mengting, He Yushi, Su Xiao, Zhao Lina, Chun Dan, Baihu Wang Fei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kiki, Zhao Yuding, Zhou Qiuping, along with Dr. Huang Xiaoxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojing. There was still a significant capacity to fill. As for the 15 young women brought back by the survivor base, they were residing in the adjacent villa, where Liu Yang had provided them with ample food. As Dr. Huang Xiaoxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojing ascended the stairs, the others began to gather around Liu Yang, inquiring, "Liu Yang, where did you venture for exploration today?" Tang Mengting asked. "You must have gathered quite a number of supplies, right?" Zhao Lina remarked. "Encountering a doctor and nurse indicates you visited a hospital, correct?" Liu Yang smiled, playfully pinching Zhao Lina's smooth cheek, and replied, "Indeed, our brilliant schoolbelle is astute. I did visit the hospital, collecting a substantial amount of medicine. I also made a trip to the wholesale market, gathering an array of food, including baby formula. After all, we must prepare adequately for the continuation of human civilization." Chapter 67. The Rapid Evolution of Zombies. Liu Yang indeed thinks far ahead. When he procured the baby formula, he had already contemplated the future implications. Due to the enhancement provided by the system, his genetic lineage has been fortified, allowing him to effortlessly branch out and succeed each time, essentially achieving a flawless record. This has resulted in the frequent births of Liu Yang's children, prompting him to seek out medical supplies at the hospital. After all, both pregnant women and infants are particularly susceptible to illness. Moreover, it would be fortuitous to find a doctor or nurse during his search for medication, as they could assist with deliveries. To Liu Yang's astonishment, he managed to locate both a doctor and a nurse simultaneously, which was exceedingly fortunate. Henceforth, he need not worry about childbirth. This also elucidates why Liu Yang refrained from hinting to Huang Xiaoxia and Chen Xiaojing to visit him. He certainly did not wish for the doctor and nurse to be on the verge of giving birth themselves when he required their assistance. It was essential to stagger their schedules. Understanding Liu Yang's busy nature, the women engaged in conversation briefly before allowing him to retreat to his room for rest, while they busied themselves in the kitchen preparing lunch for the day. After returning to his room, Liu Yang took a shower and lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's accomplishments. Not only did he scour a wholesale market, but he also gathered supplies from several convenience stores and 3 large supermarkets, and thoroughly pillaged the medical inventory of a major hospital. Remarkably, he returned with a stunning surgeon and an exquisite nurse, an undeniably fruitful haul. During his time at the hospital, Liu Yang also encountered a 3rd-tier zombie, which astonished him with the rapid evolution of the undead. He hadn't anticipated the emergence of 3rd-tier zombies so soon. Their strength was formidable, rendering ordinary 1st-tier ability users utterly incapable of facing them. Only 2nd-tier ability users stood a chance. With the system support, Liu Yang's abilities differed from those of ordinary individuals. His highest power, the freezing ability, had reached level 6, while his lowest, zombie control, was only at level 2. He found himself in uncertainty regarding whether he should be classified as a level 6 or a level 2 ability user. However, considering his foundational attributes were 20 times that of an ordinary person, he might be deemed a level 10 ability user. Nonetheless, thus far, Liu Yang had yet to encounter any other ability user at level 2. This did not imply that such individuals did not exist. Rather, it was simply that none of such caliber were within his vicinity. Yet, he had already encountered third-tier zombies, indicating that the evolution of the undead surpassed that of ability users. Ordinary survivors were in peril, and even standard ability users posed a risk. Take, for instance, the survivor base where Scarred Rat resided. If a third-tier zombie were to lead an assault on the base, with only Scarred Rat as the solitary ability user present, they would stand no chance of defense. The entire base could be utterly annihilated. It was evident that it was imperative to incorporate more ability users into the base. Liu Yang resolutely made up his mind. The following day, when he ventured further afield in search of sustenance, should he encounter any superhumans, he would strive to persuade them to join his base. Only in this manner could his stronghold grow increasingly formidable, rendering it impervious to the onslaught of the undead. As Liu Yang pondered this, he was suddenly alerted by the system notification. Congratulations, host. You have slain 2,000 zombies, earning 200 attribute points. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He had set the hospital ablaze, and it appeared that the inferno had consumed all the zombies within. However, the number seemed rather incongruous. That hospital was the largest in the city, housing at least 5,000 zombies within its 3 inpatient buildings. To receive a notification for only 2,000 suggested that the remaining zombies had escaped under the guidance of second or third-tier zombies, evading the flames. It seemed that as the zombies' intelligence evolved, merely setting buildings alight was insufficient to eradicate them entirely. He distributed the 200 attribute points evenly, raising all his fundamental attributes to 50 points. Meanwhile, at the survivor base, situated 20 kilometers away, Scarred Mouse was leading a group of burly men on a quest for food. At this juncture, he was the sole superhuman in the base, which constrained their food sourcing to small convenience stores and modest supermarkets. Unlike in the past, when a team of superhumans could confidently raid a large supermarket, now he found himself cautiously navigating the perilous gaps with a cohort of ordinary individuals. Scarred Mouse had never anticipated that the weakest among superhumans would evolve into the mightiest in the base. This newfound responsibility weighed heavily upon him, as the entire base now relied on him alone. The potatoes Liu Yang had lent to the survivors had been diced and planted underground. However, in the months leading up to the harvest, their food supply still depended on foraging expeditions. Thus, Scarred Mouse was compelled to venture out with the robust men, while the women tended to the crops at the survivor base. At that moment, a survivor approached Scarred Mouse, saying, "Boss Mouse, there are 4 zombies up ahead, wandering on the road just before the convenience store. We cannot pass." Despite Scarred Mouse's diminutive stature, standing under 1.6 meters, and his youthfulness at just over 20 years of age, the strong survivors beside him maintained unwavering respect for him. After all, among everyone present, only Scarred Mouse possessed superhuman abilities, and his fundamental attributes were double those of ordinary individuals. None among them could contend with him. Moreover, Scarred Mouse was a favored figure in the eyes of Liu Yang. How could these ordinary survivors dare to show him anything less than respect? Thus, everyone respectfully referred to Scarred Mouse as Mouse Master. The first matter upon discovering the zombies was to report to Scarred Mouse. Upon hearing the report, Scarred Mouse rose on his toes to peer ahead and indeed spotted 4 zombies wandering in the distance. In the past, when the survivor base was robust and well-armed, they would have charged forward and dispatched those 4 zombies without hesitation. However, circumstances had changed. Scarred Mouse had become the linchpin of the base, the sole esper among them. Contemplating the survivor's report, Scarred Mouse realized that the convenience store was their target for the day. If deterred by these 4 zombies, they would return empty-handed, and the remaining provisions at the survivor base were already scant. Gritting his teeth, Scarred Mouse declared, "You all wait here. I shall take care of them." "Master Mouse, there are 4 zombies. Alone? Although we know you are an esper, facing 4 zombies by yourself may not be wise. Shall we assist you?" "Indeed, Master Mouse. The entire survivor base depends on you. If you encounter danger, we are all doomed. While we may be ordinary people, there are merely 4 zombies ahead. We certainly can lend a hand." The others expressed their concerns to Scarred Mouse, fully aware that his awakened ability was not a combat power, but rather one of tunneling. Moreover, Scar Mouse was not immune to the zombie virus. Any injury could lead to infection. Should he falter, the sole Esper in the base would be lost. No need for that. Too many people would create noise and could attract even more zombies. Do not worry. Though my ability is not combat-oriented, I am no weakling. Scar Mouse replied earnestly before promptly burrowing underground. Chapter 68. The New Mutant Zombie. Before everyone's eyes, a distant zombie suddenly sank into the ground, becoming ensnared, leaving only its crown exposed. The other three zombies, oblivious to what had transpired, stood still in confusion. In quick succession, the second, third, and fourth zombies followed suit, all trapped underground within 10 seconds. At that moment, Scar Mouse emerged from another hole, brandishing a large cleaver, and swiftly dispatched each exposed crown with a decisive strike, effortlessly eliminating all four zombies. The zombies had perished without even seeing their assailant. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers rushed forward, unable to restrain their admiration for Scar Mouse. Wow, Master Mouse is incredible. Who would have thought he had such a trick up his sleeve? Truly, he is worthy of the title Mouse Master. A hint of pride crept onto Scar Mouse's face. His skills were not combat-oriented, but rather focused on digging. Despite his diminutive stature, he possessed an uncanny ability to prevent others from entering the holes he created. The same principle applied to zombies. By crafting a hole that a normal person could not breach beneath the feet of a zombie, and then pulling the creature down, he could effectively trap it within, rendering it immobile and at the mercy of others. This method of confrontation, conceived after much contemplation by Scarred Mouse, was not only effective against zombies, but could also be employed against human superhumans. Even a superhuman, once dragged underground by Scarred Mouse into a narrow tunnel, would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Scarred Mouse addressed the group, urging them to proceed with caution as they entered the convenience store to swiftly gather supplies. He instructed everyone to fill their backpacks to capacity before retreating to their base. Witnessing Scarred Mouse effortlessly dispatch 4 zombies in an instant, the group felt immense respect for him and nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Understood, Master Mouse. We'll be careful. Following you to search for food is truly reassuring. Indeed, if we ventured out alone and encountered zombies, we would surely hesitate." After voicing their sentiments, the group gingerly opened the door and stepped into the convenience store. However, the scene within took them by surprise. Inside, 3 zombies awaited them. 2 lay on the ground, their bodies mostly devoured, yet their eyes remained open, snarling and howling incessantly. The third zombie appeared several times stronger than its fallen companions, its muscles bulging to the point of tearing through its skin, exposing blood-red flesh coated in a viscous substance. The prominent veins snaked across its musculature, resembling countless writhing serpents, a truly grotesque sight. As the survivors entered the store, this muscular, overdeveloped zombie was seen feasting on the flesh of the other 2. Zombies consuming their own kind? This revelation left everyone astounded. Logically, zombies do not prey upon each other, but rather on humans or other non-mutated animals. What could explain the existence of this muscle-bound abomination? Was it a super-mutated zombie that spared no one, not even its kin? Scarred Mouse stood frozen, sensing the imminent danger, and swiftly alerted the others. Run. Upon hearing Scarred Mouse's command, the remaining survivors reacted immediately, retreating from the convenience store, but it was too late. The zombie had already spotted them and charged forward at an astonishing speed. Incredible speed. Scarred Mouse gasped in astonishment. The 2 slower men were swiftly struck aside by the zombie's claw, crashing heavily against the wall, rendered unconscious. Scarred Mouse, witnessing the unfolding scene, clenched his teeth and halted his advance. If this continued, aside from himself, the remaining ordinary survivors would surely perish. He had to make a stand. He turned back and delivered a flying kick to the zombie. However, the kick landed harmlessly against the creature, which remained utterly unfazed, while Scarred Mouse was sent tumbling several meters away. This was dire. In terms of both strength and speed, the creature was at least twice as formidable as he was. This mutated zombie was significantly stronger than an ordinary second-tier zombie. As Scarred Mouse lay on the ground, a grave expression crossed his face. Although the zombie had not sustained any injury from the kick, it was enraged, immediately lunging at Scarred Mouse. Yet, he swiftly burrowed into the ground, leaving behind a dark hole that the mutated zombie could not penetrate. With a furious roar, The mutated zombie clawed at the opening, seemingly intent on extracting Scarred Mouse. However, as the zombie continued its futile digging, it suddenly felt the ground beneath it give way and was pulled into another pit. Scar Mouse had employed the same tactic again, digging a hole beneath the zombie's feet, hoping to trap this mutated creature in his subterranean lair. Yet, the strength of this mutated zombie was overwhelming. It effortlessly yanked Scarred Mouse out of the pit. "Damn!" Scarred Mouse exclaimed in shock. He immediately released his grip on the zombie's feet and, in the blink of an eye, excavated another hole, vanishing once more from the surface. Meanwhile, the survivors had already fled beyond the mutated zombie's line of sight. Scarred Mouse, realizing he was no match for this formidable foe, chose not to linger and instead made his escape underground. The mutated zombie, however, continued to assault the hole left behind by Scarred Mouse. Not far away, Scarred Mouse cautiously resurfaced, covertly observing the frenzied zombie. He was gasping for breath, the recent skirmish having sent his adrenaline surging. The thrill of the encounter left his heart racing, as if it might leap from his chest. This was his first encounter with such a powerful zombie, and a slight misstep could have cost him his life. As he watched the zombie relentlessly attack the hole, Scarred Mouse concluded, although this mutated zombie possessed immense strength and speed, its intelligence was inferior to that of a second-tier zombie. Was it merely a brute force enhancement? Yet, even if this zombie lacked intellect, its power remained formidable. Should it discover the location of the survivor base, it would be akin to a wolf among sheep. Unstoppable in its rampage, a single zombie could decimate the entire survivor settlement. No, he had to urgently report this to Brother Liu Yang. If this zombie truly located the survivor base, it would spell disaster. Resolute in his decision, Scarred Mouse burrowed deep into the ground once more. This time, he personally led the expedition to scavenge for supplies, but unfortunately, they returned empty-handed and lost 2 strong survivors in the process. Scarred Mouse felt a profound sense of guilt. He needed to promptly inform Liu Yang about the situation and eliminate this mutated zombie. Chapter 69. The disparity is too great. Scarred Mouse then burrowed underground to reunite with the fleeing survivors, and together they swiftly returned to the base. Upon entering the base's gates, Scarred Mouse slumped to the ground, exhaling deeply, his body weakened by the ordeal. The dangers they just faced lingered vividly in their minds. The others also wore expressions of relief, yet they felt a twinge of sadness when remembering their 2 fallen companions. The survivors who ventured out together were all familiar faces, and witnessing their comrades fall prey to zombies evoked a profound sense of vulnerability among them. One survivor could not help but exclaim, "That zombie was absolutely terrifying. I have never encountered such a fearsome creature before." Indeed, it was more horrifying than a level 2 zombie. This one even fed upon its own kind. It was likely that consuming its peers had rendered it so powerful and fearsome. How could we ever dare to venture out for food again? If the outside world is filled with such formidable zombies, we would be doomed the moment we stepped out of the base. Scarred Mouse shared in their dread. He addressed the group, "You all should return to your quarters and rest. I will contact Boss Liu to deal with this zombie." Upon hearing Liu Yang's name, their eyes lit up with hope. They eagerly chimed in, "That's fantastic. With Liu God on our side, we can surely defeat it." The survivors then retreated to their quarters. After a brief moment of calm, Scar Mouse spoke to the guarding zombie. "Boss Liu, we have a grave situation. A super powerful mutated zombie has emerged, and I am no match for it. It's even gnawing on the corpses of its own kind. It is undoubtedly an aberration among zombies." Scarred Mouse understood that this guarding level 2 zombie was controlled remotely by Liu Yang. A simple conversation with it would allow Liu Yang to hear him, although he was unaware of the exact powers Liu Yang employed to control the zombies. Everything that transpired around Liu seemed remarkably plausible. As the people within the base had stated, Liu Yang was akin to a deity. They affectionately referred to him as Liu God. Meanwhile, Liu Yang, who had been resting in bed, was contemplating the rapid evolution of zombies and how the ability users might struggle to keep up. Little did he expect, shortly thereafter, to receive a distress call from Scarred Mouse. With a grave expression, Liu Yang rose, preparing to step outside. Descending to the first floor, he found He Yushi, Su Xiao, and Chen Dan cooking. Upon noticing Liu Yang's emergence, they approached him, greeting him. "Liu Yang, are you ready for dinner?" "Where are you headed?" Liu Yang replied, "I have some matters to attend to. You need not wait for me. Go ahead and eat." Subsequently, he arrived at the villa, which promptly ascended into the air and soared at great speed towards the survivor base. With a thunderous crash, Liu Yang made his striking entrance. Within less than a minute, he had already landed within the survivor base. The deafening sound startled Scarred Mouse, who was sprawled on the ground. Upon recognizing Liu Yang, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Goodness, I just finished speaking, and within a minute, you've already arrived? I've been to your villa area. It's at least 20 kilometers away. Can you truly fly 20 kilometers in under a minute? Are you even human? Scarred Mouse knew of Liu Yang's strength, but he never imagined it to be this formidable. The dark cloak rewarded for being first on the heavenly rankings must be extraordinarily powerful, enabling such incredible speed. This cloak was not only stylish, but also remarkably functional, leaving Scarred Mouse envious. Liu Yang looked down at the incapacitated Scarred Mouse and instructed, "Brief me on the situation." Scarred Mouse quickly recounted the encounter with the mutated zombie in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's expression grew serious. "Are you alright? Do you still have strength left? If so, take me to find this zombie. I have never heard of a zombie consuming its own kind." Scarred Mouse hastily got to his feet, exclaiming, "I still have strength. How could I not when accompanying you, Brother Liu Yang?" With Liu Yang by his side, Scarred Mouse felt reassured. Though that zombie was indeed powerful, it could not possibly compare to Liu Yang. The giant bear, transformed into its ferocious form, should be able to contend with this mutated zombie. Yet, even the giant bear would not last a second before Liu Yang. Thus, the fate of this mutated zombie would not be any better than that of the giant bear. It was merely destined to be eliminated by Liu Yang. Scarred Mouse led the way ahead, with Liu Yang following closely behind. After a short while, Liu Yang cast a puzzled glance at Scarred Mouse. "Sensing Liu Yang's gaze," Scarred Mouse nervously inquired, "What is it, Brother Liu Yang?" Liu Yang replied, "Have you not noticed any changes in yourself?" Scarred Mouse displayed a look of confusion. "What changes? Have I grown taller?" Liu Yang shook his head and playfully kicked Scarred Mouse behind. "Jesting, grow taller? At over 20, you wish for that? Dream on." Before long, they arrived at the site where Scarred Mouse had battled the zombie. At that moment, the zombie was feasting on the two survivors it had slain. One of the survivors had been reduced to a mere skeleton, while the other had been partially devoured. The mutated zombie appeared to have grown even stronger. Its muscles had become increasingly savage, its skin taut and stretched to the point of rupture, exposing raw muscle to the air. Simultaneously, its stature had increased significantly, now exceeding 5 meters. From a distance, it resembled a colossal, blood-red giant with muscles bursting forth. The scarred rat exclaimed in astonishment, "This fellow has grown larger again. Could it be that the more it consumes, the bigger it becomes?" Liu Yang furrowed his brow, having never before encountered a zombie capable of evolving at such a rapid pace. At that moment, the zombie spotted Liu Yang and his companions. Abruptly dropping the corpse it had been holding and baring its teeth, charging towards Liu Yang with astonishing speed. The scarred rat's face contorted in terror at the sight of the oncoming creature, nearly succumbing to the urge to dig a hole and escape. However, before the zombie could strike, Liu Yang delivered a swift kick. The creature shot backwards like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, the zombie collided with a distant building, creating a substantial hole upon impact. Bloodied and broken, its bones shattered, the zombie lay on the ground, howling in anguish, still alive but incapacitated. Witnessing this spectacle left the scarred rat utterly dumbfounded. Previously, he had delivered a flying kick to this mutated zombie, only to be sent sprawling several meters away while the creature remained unfazed. Yet now, Liu Yang had effortlessly sent the zombie flying dozens of meters, even demolishing the building in the process. The disparity between individuals was staggering. Chapter 70. The Celestial Being Descends. Liu Yang approached the zombie, which was now struggling to survive amidst the rubble, with the scarred rat trailing behind him. Liu Yang observed the creature and remarked, "This cannibalistic zombie has experienced rapid muscle growth, causing its skin to tear and exposing its flesh. Had a human faced such a fate, they would surely succumb to unbearable pain. Yet this zombie feels none of it. Let us name it the Shedding One. The basic attributes of a level 1 Shedding One are twice that of a level 1 Esper, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary level 1 Esper to defeat it, unless they possess a particularly formidable combat ability. However, despite the Shedding One's high combat drive and volatile temperament, its intelligence appears to be rather low, comparable to that of an ordinary zombie. With proper preparation, strategic planning, and the setting of traps, eliminating it should not pose a significant challenge. If every zombie that consumes its kin transforms into a Shedding One, then their numbers may increasingly proliferate, especially as the remaining survivors dwindle, leading zombies to prey upon their own kind in the absence of humans. Liu Yang patted the scarred rat on the shoulder and said, therefore, "You must hasten your leveling up." The scarred rat displayed a look of helplessness, replying, "We have only recently awakened our powers. How can we possibly know how to level up?" Liu Yang chuckled, saying, "Have you not realized that you have already leveled up? When you brought me here earlier, I noticed your speed had at least doubled. You didn't even notice, thinking you just grew taller? It seems you harbor some grievances regarding your height. Worry not, my young friend. Being small can be quite endearing." The scarred rat's face turned slightly embarrassed. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Have I truly leveled up?" Liu Yang nodded, encouraging him to test it for himself. Without hesitation, Scarred Rat began to burrow, swiftly disappearing underground. Moments later, he emerged from another location, his face alight with astonishment. "Indeed, my digging speed has doubled. It appears I have genuinely leveled up." He gazed at his hands, a look of sheer amazement etched upon his face. His hands had grown significantly stronger, with the skin on his fingers beginning to crystallize, becoming as hard as diamonds. Even the thick concrete floor could not impede his ability to dig deep. Liu Yang remarked, "It seems that only through life-and-death battles can one truly level up. After confronting that formidable zombie, you have transcended your physical limitations and advanced a tier." Then, glancing at Scarred Rat's fingers, he jested, "Your hands are impressively tough now. They are nearly divine. I doubt any woman could withstand your fingers." Scarred Rat shyly scratched his head in response. Liu Yang continued, "Since real combat can facilitate your growth, I suggest that when you encounter zombies in the future, you should not shy away, but engage them directly. If you find yourself overwhelmed, then retreat. Your abilities are not as feeble as they may seem. There is still much potential for you to develop, and I believe you can uncover superior combat techniques." Scarred Rat nodded earnestly, replying, "Thank you, Liu Yang, for your guidance. I will strive to improve." Liu Yang further elaborated, "Moreover, it is likely that a number of survivors will seek refuge at this base soon. When they arrive, each newcomer will receive 10 pounds of free food, along with 50 pounds of potatoes for cultivation. An ability user named Old Wong will also be joining us. For every survivor he brings, you will allocate him 1 pound of food. If he brings 1,000 survivors, that means 1,000 pounds. Ensure you manage these matters properly. When you venture out for food, try to recruit any survivors or ability users you encounter to join our base. I will leave 5 tons of rice for you to distribute to the new ability users. Once it runs out, let me know." Upon hearing this, Scarred Rat nodded vigorously, a joyful expression brightening his face. "Thank you, Liu Yang, for your trust. I will handle these matters diligently. With new ability users and survivors joining our base, we will grow even stronger." The prospect of Liu Yang leaving behind 5 tons of rice felt like an immense fortune. In this post-apocalyptic world, what could 5 tons of rice signify? Scarred Rat could hardly fathom it. Being entrusted with the responsibility of managing and distributing such a bounty filled him with immense gratitude towards Liu Yang. Previously, within this ability user base, he had felt scorned due to his seemingly useless digging ability, regarded as a figure of disdain by all. However, Liu Yang has now been entrusted with significant responsibilities, and for Scarred Rat, Liu Yang is akin to a patron. Simultaneously, he resolutely vowed to manage this survivor base diligently, ensuring that he would not disappoint Liu Yang. Thus, the two commenced their journey towards the survivor base. Upon entering, the survivors, upon witnessing Liu Yang's arrival, displayed expressions of admiration and gratitude, their joy unmistakable. They gathered around him, exclaiming, "Liu Shun, you have returned. Thank you for lending us your potatoes. We have already planted them and eagerly await the harvest. Liu Shun, are you here to help us eliminate that mutated zombie?" "We are immensely grateful." Observing the warmth of the crowd, Liu Yang nodded and reassured them. "There is no need for concern. That zombie has been dealt with." A middle-aged woman stepped forward, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "Woe is me. My husband was just slain by that mutated zombie. Thank you, Liu Shun, for avenging my family. My husband will find peace in the afterlife." Liu Yang offered her comfort, expressing his condolences, and then turned to Scar Rat, instructing, "Provide 50 pounds of food to the families of the deceased survivors." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman collapsed to her knees, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she bowed repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, Liu Shun. Thank you." With her husband gone, she would have to venture out to seek food, a daunting task for a woman. However, with the 50 pounds of food, her family could endure for at least a month, alleviating their immediate distress. Understood, boss, Scar Rat replied, his face lighting up with joy. Though he had led the search for food, resulting in the loss of 2 survivors, their families bore him no ill will. Still, Scar Rat felt a twinge of guilt. Liu Yang's compassionate actions seemed to offer him a form of redemption. This humane management instilled in Scar Rat a profound sense of loyalty and determination to follow Liu Yang wholeheartedly. At that moment, a group of children rushed over, surrounding Liu Yang, chattering excitedly. Lu Shun, you become even more handsome during our brief separation. Lu Shun, are you truly a celestial being? What is life like in the heavens? Are there fairy sisters? Do they truly possess the beauty depicted in legends? Liu Yang smiled, gently patting their heads. And from the depths of the dark space, he produced a large bag of candy, distributing it among them, saying, indeed, there are fairy sisters and many of them. Each one is extraordinarily beautiful. The children erupted in delight, exclaiming, wow, so much candy. This is wonderful. Thank you, Lu Shun. It's delicious. Watching the children skip away, Liu Yang felt a surge of happiness. Scar Mouse remarked, Brother Liu Yang, your reputation within the base is remarkably high. Many believe you to be a deity, and the tales only grow more extravagant. In times of despair, it seems people yearn for faith and solace. When their prayers to their original god yield no results, they inevitably seek out a new one. Liu Yang nodded in agreement, responding, in the apocalypse, possessing a semblance of faith and spiritual support is always beneficial. As the two conversed, they made their way to the base's warehouse, where Liu Yang summoned 5 tons of rice from the dark space into the storeroom. After completing this task and exchanging a few words with Scarred Mouse, Liu Yang soared away from the base, returning to his villa. Observing Liu Yang ascend, a sonic boom erupted in the air, and he swiftly vanished from sight. Everyone at the base watched in wide-eyed amazement, unable to contain their excitement. My heavens! Liu God's speed is astonishing. He disappeared in an instant, faster than an airplane. Truly, he is Liu God. The children were overjoyed, bouncing with glee as they exclaimed. Liu God is a celestial being, returning to the heavens. There are fairies up there. I wonder when Liu God will descend again. I hope he brings us sweets. Chapter 71. Has the woman awakened her powers? Upon Liu Yang's return to his villa, he found He Yushi and the others just finishing their meal preparations. Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing him, and they exclaimed, Liu Yang, you've returned just in time. We were about to eat. Quickly wash your hands and join us. All right, I'm quite hungry as well, Liu Yang replied, nodding as he washed his hands and entered the dining room. The women had already taken their seats and began their meal. At that moment, Chindan spoke up, I have some good news to share. Hearing this, He Yushi perked up, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she asked, what good news? Have you discovered that your period is late and you might be pregnant? Chindan's face flushed at He Yushi's teasing, and with a playful glare, she retorted, not at all. I think I've awakened my powers and become an ability user. Having been with Liu Yang for less than half a month, even if there were signs of pregnancy, it would be too early to notice. Chindan understood that He Yushi was merely joking. He Yushi gasped in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. Zhao Lina, Su Xiao, Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mingting, and the others shared the same incredulous looks as they stared at Chindan. Bai Hu, with a serious expression, scrutinized Chindan closely and remarked, it does seem like there is a change. Perhaps it is indeed true. After hearing Bai Hu, the seasoned ability user, the others were even more taken aback, exclaiming, have you truly awakened? My goodness, Sister Chindan, you are truly remarkable. You are the first among us to awaken. What extraordinary ability have you discovered? Please show us. Perform for us. The faces of the crowd illuminated with anticipation, particularly those of He Yushi, Tang Mingting, the star Su Xiao, the academic flower Zhao Lina, and Zhou Qiuping. Like Chindan, they were also among the first arrivals here and resided in the same luxurious villa community. Now that they witnessed Chindan's awakening, could it be that their own awakenings would follow in due time? The thought alone was thrilling. Even Liu Yang displayed a curious expression, urging Chindan, what ability have you awakened? Show it to us. Well, since Liu Yang has already spoken, Chindan decided to reveal her talent without further hesitation. Gripping one of her fingers, she tugged forcefully, elongating it like a strand of noodle. Exclaimed He Yushi and the others in astonishment. They then turned to Chindan, questioning, what is this ability? Have your bones vanished? Does it not hurt? It does not hurt. I seem to have transformed into a rubber person, possessing unimaginable flexibility and elasticity. Moreover, my strength and speed appear to have doubled. Chun Dan explained as she extended all 5 fingers, intertwining them into a twisted shape. Liu Yang, observing her actions, remarked in surprise, "Isn't this akin to the powers of the rubber fruit? My goodness, your ability is impressive. With proper utilization, it could yield formidable combat prowess." "Indeed," Chun Dan replied, feeling a bit bashful from Liu Yang's compliment, lowering her gaze. Yet, He Yusher chimed in, "Your ability is incredible. Not only can it be utilized in battle, but your body can expand and contract at will, entirely under your control." Liu Yang must be thrilled. "Ah," Chun Dan gasped, her cheeks reddening like an apple. Zhao Lina interjected, "Yusher, can you not think of anything more proper? Is the blood coursing through your veins yellow instead of red?" "Sister Chun Dan, ignore her. Tell me, with this ability, can you make any part of your body enlarge at will, like a balloon, inflating to any size?" "Ah, Lina, you too?" Chen Dong's bleach deepened. Su Xiao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, you all should stop. Look how shy Chun Dan has become. You are all quite lewd. How can you think of such things?" Tang Mingting added, "While you tease Chun Dan now, who knows, when you awaken your abilities, yours might be even more bizarre. Let us see how you handle that." He Yusher, undeterred, brightened with excitement and exclaimed, "Really? Is that true? How exhilarating it is to contemplate. I would relish the awakening of a fire-based ability, allowing me to heat things up and roast Liu Yang into a hot dog." Zhao Lina chimed in, expressing her desire for an ice-based power, declaring her intent to freeze Liu Yang into a popsicle. Upon finishing their banter, the two shared a glance, revealing mischievous smiles, and exchanged high-fives, exclaiming in unison, "Let us call ourselves the Ice and Fire Duo." Tang Mingting was utterly speechless, taken aback by the audacity of these 2 campus beauties. "Oh my goodness, you two are quite something," she exclaimed. In response to Tang Mingting's incredulous look, He Yusher nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, don't be so shocked. I've already envisioned your ability. You should awaken a vibration power, shaking at 10,000 times per second, making Liu Yang beg for mercy." "Ha ha ha." Tang Mingting's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly retorted, "Get lost, get lost." Though she protested, her thoughts wandered, contemplating perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all. Laughter erupted from the ladies in the dining hall, creating a jovial atmosphere. Liu Yang, listening nearby, mused, "I must admit, this does hold a certain allure. I've never encountered a woman whose body temperature could rise above 100 degrees. Perhaps a fiery passion is indeed possible." Amidst the merriment, after finishing their meal, Liu Yang returned to his room, preparing to rest. He had spent the early morning scouring for supplies. Not only had he brought back one of the 4 campus queens, the affluent Wang Siki, but also the duo of Dr. Huang Xiuxia and Nurse Chen Xiaojin. He had even made a trip to the survivor base and vanquished a molter. It was fair to say he had accomplished quite a lot that morning. He decided to indulge in a refreshing nap, planning to tackle other tasks in the afternoon. Whether or not to continue searching for supplies would depend on his mood, after all. With the provisions in his dark space sufficient to last for decades, and the survivor base steadily improving, a continuous supply of food was on the horizon. Currently, Liu Yang was in a position where he could pursue his desires freely. His strength was unparalleled, and his resources were nearly infinite. What pressure could this apocalyptic world impose upon him? If he felt inclined, he could search for more supplies. If not, he could simply stay home, nap, and enjoy games with the beautiful ladies. What a delightful existence! However, just as Liu Yang settled into his room, ready for a midday slumber, a knock resounded at his door. Chapter 72. Truly the wealthiest campus beauty. Reference image of Wang Siki. Liu Yang paused, pondering, who could be so eager to knock at his door at this hour? Was it the affluent Wang Siki, or perhaps the Dr. Huang Xiuxia, or the Nurse Chen Xiaojin? Liu Yang was not ready to expand his relationships with the doctor and nurse just yet, as he would rely on them to assist in delivering his children in 10 months. Therefore, if it were Huang Xiuxia and Chen Xiaojin, he would need to concoct an excuse to dissuade them. The door was cautiously pushed open, revealing none other than Wang Siki. Liu Yang exhaled a sigh of relief, finally spared from the need to dissuade anyone. However, this affluent and beautiful school belle appeared to have grasped the situation rather swiftly. Liu Yang's strength had indeed been augmented, and the enchanting maidens within the villa district remained steadfastly loyal, guaranteed not to betray him. In particular, He Yushi, Zhao Lina, and others in the villa area casually hinted at matters, ensuring that the newcomers readily comprehended the dynamics. Consequently, they proactively knocked on Liu Yang's door. Beholding the exquisite visage and alluring figure of the visitor, excitement surged within Liu Yang. Wang Siki was undoubtedly the epitome of a wealthy heiress, as her family held the title of the richest in the province. Her lifestyle was adorned with the finest luxuries, be it food, clothing, or possessions. She exuded an air of regal elegance, having been raised in a life of ease where every whim was indulged by her parents. Thus, Wang Siki resembled a porcelain doll, impeccably protected as a stunning young lady. Even among the affluent second-generation students at school, they felt a sense of inferiority before her, refraining from pursuing any inappropriate thoughts. Now, this extraordinary beauty and unparalleled heiress had taken the initiative to knock on his door, possibly seeking his attention, which undeniably thrilled Liu Yang. With a beaming smile, he addressed Wang Siki. "Wang, the illustrious school belle, are you now willing to be my woman?" Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Wang Siki's face flushed crimson. When asked if she would agree, Liu Yang received a notification from the system. Detection confirms the subject has consented to become your woman. Zombie Control Skill Level 1. Zombie Control Skill has reached Level 3. You can control up to 3 Level 3 zombies. Elated by this announcement, Liu Yang recalled his earlier encounter with a Level 3 zombie in the hospital. At that time, his control skill was insufficient to manage it. Now, should he encounter a Level 3 zombie again, he could effortlessly control it rather than eliminate it, assigning it to guard his survivor base and villa district. The thought of having a Level 3 zombie on watch was indeed impressive. 3 days later, outside the survivor base, a formidable army of survivors arrived, numbering in the thousands. This sight startled Scarred Rat. Although he had heard Liu Yang mention days prior that survivors might seek refuge, he never anticipated such a large influx at once. With fewer than 1,000 individuals already within the survivor base, this new wave vastly outnumbered the existing residents. The Level 2 zombie stationed at the entrance promptly opened the gates. Observing the zombie's actions, Scarred Rat finally felt relieved. Since the zombie was under Liu Yang's control, its action indicated that Liu Yang was well aware of the situation at hand. With these words, Scarred Mouse felt a wave of relief wash over him. The tension etched on his face vanished entirely, and he began to walk with his chest out and head held high. Although the phrase dogs relying on humans carries a pejorative connotation, Scarred Mouse found genuine satisfaction in having someone like Liu Yang as his pillar of support, an existence so formidable that it seemed invincible. There was no shame in serving Liu Yang. In fact, others would envy the opportunity. Even if among the 1,000 survivors, there were those with ulterior motives, Liu Yang would swiftly intervene to quell any threats. Scarred Mouse had little to fear. Thus, he led a few survivors to the entrance, watching as individuals approached from outside. At the forefront was the taxi driver, Old Wang, accompanied by several rugged men, each moving with a light step and resolute gazes, unmistakably awakened powers manifesting within them. Once they all entered the survivor's base, the second-tier zombie closed the heavy gate behind them. Scarred Mouse stepped forward to greet them, inquiring, "Are you the survivors our boss mentioned a few days ago, who have come to align with our base?" Old Wang's face beamed with respect as he nodded deferentially. "Yes. Yes. We are the newcomers seeking refuge in this base. We hope for your guidance, esteemed brother." Despite Scarred Mouse's diminutive stature and unattractive appearance, marked by a long scar across his face, he still bore the traits of an ability user, albeit seemingly lacking in strength. Nevertheless, Old Wang dared not underestimate him. One must not judge merely by appearances. Scarred Mouse was Liu Yang's man, and Old Wang was well aware of Liu Yang's formidable prowess. However, one of the ability users beside Old Wang, unaware of this dynamic, grew intolerant of Old Wang's subservience and remarked, "What are you doing, Old Wang? Is it really necessary to bow and scrape to this short fellow?" Old Wang retorted, "What do you mean by bowing and scraping? We are newcomers and must show respect to the predecessors. Is there anything wrong with that?" The burly man scoffed, "Respect, huh? In this apocalypse, only the strong deserve respect. Is this shorty really strong? Why don't I challenge him to a duel and see who is superior?" The others surrounding the burly man chimed in, "Exactly. Why should we bow to a useless person? It's the strong who are the leaders." Chapter 73. New survivors cause trouble? Old Wang's expression hardened as he replied, "Ma Feiyun, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Did we not agree to seek refuge in this survivor base? We are not here to fight. With a cold laugh, Ma Feiyun shot back. We came to this survivor base for a better life, not to serve like dogs. Your obsequiousness is an embarrassment to all of us newcomers. Old Wang insisted. Once we arrive here, we must abide by their rules. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. Ma Feiyun sneered. I have no desire to heed the words of a worthless individual. I believe there is not a single capable person in this base. I am the strongest, thus my word shall be the law. In Ma Feiyun's eyes, strength was paramount in this post-apocalyptic world. He had initially agreed to enter the survivor base upon hearing from Old Wang that its leader was formidable and that the base was abundant in provisions and security. Hence, he brought a multitude of followers with him. However, upon arrival, he was greeted by a short, unsightly man who appeared to lack any significant power. This realization inflated his ego. Since the leader of this base was seemingly weak, Ma Feiyun felt no hesitation in aspiring to become its new master. Old Wang turned to the other 6 ability users and said, Gentlemen, we agreed that upon our arrival here, we would adhere to the rules of this base. Now that Ma Feiyun is disregarding them, what do you propose we do? Among the 1,000-odd individuals, 6 possessed abilities. Ma Feiyun had brought over 100 followers, including 2 ability users, making his group the strongest. The remaining 4 ability users led their respective small teams, while several other teams lacked any abilities and were consequently the weakest. Old Wang, familiar with the others, aimed to unite the 4 remaining ability users to counterbalance Ma Feiyun's arrogance. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, the expressions of the 4 ability users turned uncertain. Hesitantly, one remarked, while that may be true, how could Brother Ma, with such strength, ever submit? Another added, indeed, Brother Ma advanced to level 2 just days ago, awakening a formidable combat ability. He is undoubtedly the strongest among us, and his reasoning seems valid. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Old Wang's face contorted with anger upon hearing their sentiments. You lot are so fickle. When we agreed to come here, you did not voice such opinions. If you wish to act as you please in this base, you must first contend with me. Ma Feiyun's expression turned icy at Old Wang's declaration, retorting, Old Wang, are you out of your mind? With your meager strength, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Given your age and the fact that you were among the first to awaken your abilities, I spared you a modicum of respect due to the half-loaf of bread you once provided me. Do not overestimate your worth. With a cold tone, Old Wang replied, Oh, do you not recall who provided you with that bread when you were on the brink of starvation? Ma Feiyun scoffed dismissively. It was merely half a loaf. Someone, bring me 100 loaves to repay that favor. One of his subordinates tossed 100 loaves at Old Wang's feet. Ma Feiyun declared, Consider this kindness repaid. The moment you dare to obstruct me again, I shall show no mercy. Beside them, the scarred rat watched their quarrel with keen interest. Although he could not comprehend the current situation or why this group had begun to turn against one another, he found the unfolding drama quite captivating. Moreover, he felt no concern. Liu Yang was already aware of the circumstances here. Should matters escalate beyond control, he could arrive in less than a minute. Thus, the scarred rat assumed a spectator's posture. Chapter 74. Liu Yang's arrival. With a deafening roar, Old Wang was hurled through the air like a cannonball. On the hard concrete ground lay a massive fist imprint exceeding 2 meters in diameter. All present bore expressions of fear, including the newly arrived survivors. They were aware that Ma Feiyun had become a level 2 ability user, but they were astonished by his newfound strength. This was their first glimpse of Ma Feiyun in action. His ability allowed him to strike the air with his fists, generating a powerful shockwave to assault his foes. This power was nothing short of terrifying. Had Ma Feiyun not restrained his strength out of a sense of past camaraderie, Old Wang could have been reduced to a pulp with that single blow. With a cough, Old Wang spat blood, clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise, a cold smirk spread across Ma Feiyun's face as he declared, I have ascended to a level 2 ability user. The combined strength of you all pales in comparison to my own. Old Wang, though you were the first to awaken, your power has stagnated. Do you truly believe you can oppose me? Out of respect for our past, I shall not hold this against you. From this moment forth, submit to me, and I promise you a place among the management of this base. Old Wang, however, was filled with indignation and spat defiantly, Bah, you wretched turncoat. We agreed to adhere to the rules of this base upon arriving, yet you seek to usurp its master? Do you think yourself worthy? Do you not realize whom you are provoking? A level 2 ability user? Is that truly impressive? Merely an ant. Upon hearing these words, Ma Feiyun's expression grew even colder, his fury boiling over as he retorted, "You dare to be so defiant." With that, he charged at the incapacitated old Wang. Yet, just a few steps in, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a deep pit, and he was pulled into it. Ma Feiyun was taken aback. He felt iron claws grasping fiercely at his legs, dragging him downward. Raising his fist, he struck downward with a roar, shockwave fist. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, and the formidable recoil propelled him directly out of the hole. Simultaneously, at the opposite opening, a surge of intense air pressure forced the scarred rat out, launching him like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the distant wall. With a sputter, the scarred rat spat blood and struggled to rise. Ma Feiyun gazed at him in disbelief. At that moment, 5 bloodied holes marred his feet, remnants of the scarred rat's grip. Blood continued to seep from the wounds, exposing bone beneath. The scarred rat had ascended to the status of a second-level superhuman, capable of burrowing into concrete with fingers as hard as diamonds. With a full-force grasp, he could shatter bones. Ma Feiyun was astonished that this diminutive, unseemly figure possessed such a remarkable ability. The strength of his hands had nearly severed Ma's feet. Incredulity washed over Ma Feiyun as he inquired, "You too are second-level superhuman?" The scarred rat nodded confidently, "Indeed. I am not someone you can underestimate." Previously, during a fierce battle against the Molter with Liu Yang, Liu had remarked that the scarred rat's ability was not as worthless as it seemed. If properly developed, it could hold its own against other superhumans. At that time, the scarred rat had been skeptical, but after battling a formidable second-level combatant today, his confidence surged. Although his ability was to burrow, it was by no means useless. His opponent was also injured, with feet wounded, rendering him slower. All that remained was to continue his underground ambush. It wouldn't be long before he would outlast Ma Feiyun. Observing the blood streaming from Ma's feet, the onlookers in the survivor base began to cheer for the scarred rat, shouting, "Scarred rat is formidable. Scarred rat is mighty. Teach these newcomers a lesson for their arrogance. They think they can usurp our leader upon arriving at our base. Do they not realize our leader is a god? A mere ant daring to replace a deity? Scarred rat, show him what you're made of." Inspired by the crowd's encouragement, the scarred rat felt invigorated and promptly burrowed underground once more, disappearing from sight. However, Ma Feiyun was no fool. Recognizing that the scarred rat had vanished, he leaped onto a rooftop. When the scarred rat emerged again, he found Ma Feiyun absent. Ma Feiyun smirked. "Do you take me for a fool? I won't fall for the same trick twice." He stood atop the roof and unleashed a mighty punch towards the scarred rat. Shockwave fist. With a thunderous boom, a massive fist-shaped imprint exceeding 2 meters in diameter appeared on the ground below. Although scarred, rat had swiftly burrowed underground. The violent tremors inflicted considerable internal damage upon him. Ma Feiyun scoffed. "Hiding underground? Let me see if I can shake you out." With that, Ma Feiyun leaped into the air, raising his fist as he descended from the rooftop, and then delivered a thunderous punch to the ground. He bellowed, "Mountain collapse strike." A resounding boom echoed, as if an earthquake had struck the entire survivor base. Even the windows of distant villas shattered. Scarred rat was propelled out from underground. With a spurt of blood, he emerged, his face pale, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Ma Feiyun reveled in the sight, laughing heartily, "Ha ha, you dare to engage in underground warfare with me? A mere rat thinks it can fight me. How utterly laughable." The veteran survivors hurried to Scarred Rat's side, assisting him to his feet with concerned inquiries. "Master Rat, are you all right?" Scarred Rat shook his head. There was no fear in his eyes, only a hint of disappointment. It appeared that his abilities paled in comparison to genuine combat prowess. The figure before him, Ma Feiyun, was undeniably formidable. At that moment, Ma Feiyun turned to the crowd, arrogantly demanding, "Who else? Who dares to oppose my claim to this base?" Initially, he had assumed that having defeated 2 ability users in front of everyone would deter any dissent. However, to his astonishment, the veteran survivors began to rise one by one, proclaiming, "I oppose." "So do I. We all oppose." Seeing these ordinary individuals stand against him, Ma Feiyun's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "You? A bunch of ordinary people who haven't even awakened their abilities dare to oppose me? Are you courting death?" The survivors retorted, "Our leader has only one. That is Liu Shun. Not you, you worthless fool." With a derisive huff, Ma Feiyun scoffed, still daring to talk back. Just as he prepared to charge at the crowd in a fit of rage, a shadow streaked through the sky at supersonic speed. Boom! A loud crash heralded the arrival of a young man clad in black, standing directly before him. Liu Shun. Liu Shun has arrived. Ha ha ha. You thought you could act so arrogantly. Now you're finished. Before Liu Shun, all are mere ants. The survivors' faces lit up with excitement the moment Liu Yang appeared. It was as though they had received a potent adrenaline shot. Their hearts swelled not only with exhilaration, but also with an ineffable sense of satisfaction. They could hardly wait to witness Ma Feiyun receiving his comeuppance. Liu Yang, our leader. Scarred Rat breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Liu Yang's arrival. He truly realized that he was no match for Ma Feiyun, and he anticipated that the opponent possessed a devastating technique known as the crushing mountain strike. Even hiding underground offered no refuge. However, the moment Liu Yang made his entrance, the ramifications for Ma Feiyun became all too clear. Ah, takadat. You arrogant fool. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the adversary you've provoked? Old Wang lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest. Yet his face was alight with laughter. Witnessing this scene, Ma Feiyun felt an immediate surge of panic. Why did the countenance of every individual shift so dramatically upon the arrival of this young man? Why were they suddenly so animated, so filled with anticipation? Could it be that this youth possessed extraordinary strength, inspiring such unwavering confidence among them? Fear began to creep into Ma Feiyun's heart. He hadn't even seen how Liu Yang had arrived. In an instant, a shadow flickered across the sky, and a man appeared. Could it be that he had awakened the power of flight? If it were merely the ability to fly, then while his speed was indeed remarkable, his strength would likely be lacking. As he pondered this, Liu Yang had already commenced his assault, swiftly appearing before Ma Feiyun and, before he could react, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. My goodness, such formidable strength. What kind of ability does this individual possess? Not only is he fast, but his power is astounding. Ma Feiyun spewed a mouthful of blood mid-air, his face twisted in shock, rendered incoherent. Yet, before he could even touch the ground, Liu Yang had once again closed the distance, stepping forward to stamp him down. Boom! Ma Feiyun was abruptly crushed into the ground, the hard concrete surface fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks. Cough! Spurt! Another torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, his eyes brimming with terror. So powerful, utterly unfathomable in strength. As a level 2 ability user, he couldn't even discern the opponent's movements. Moreover, when he was propelled away at an astonishing speed, the adversary had merely taken a step to catch up. Such speed transcended human capability. What kind of monster have I provoked? Ever since ascending to the rank of a level 2 ability user, Ma Feiyun had felt an immense surge of power, even developing an air of superiority. He believed he had become the mightiest force in this realm. Thus, upon encountering the survivor base, his first thought was to seize the position of leader. After all, in a world ravaged by chaos, strength reigned supreme. He assumed he was the strongest and rightfully deserved the title of leader. However, after being sent flying by Liu Yang's kick, he finally comprehended the truth behind the saying. There are always greater powers beyond one's own. Before this opponent, he was nothing more than a mere toy, trampled at will. As the survivors have articulated, they perceive themselves as mere ants, while the other party appears to be a divine entity. Liu Yang gazed down at Ma Feiyun, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, and coldly remarked, "Is it your desire to usurp my position and become the leader of this survivor base?" Over the past few days, Liu Yang had scavenged resources during the day and engaged in sparring with the young women by night. Today, he had observed from the watchful eyes of the gatekeeper zombies that over 1,000 new survivors had joined the base. Initially, he felt a sense of joy, only to be taken aback by the disruption caused by an ability user. Furthermore, the adversary's strength was formidable. Not only was Old Wang unable to contend with the opponent, but even Scarred Rat, who had recently advanced to level 2, was overmatched. With no other option, Liu Yang felt compelled to intervene personally. Upon hearing Liu Yang's frigid tone, Ma Feiyun was paralyzed with fear. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. In a feeble voice, he pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I shall be your loyal dog from now on. I had no idea this base belonged to you. Had I known of your strength, I would never have dared to act so recklessly." Liu Yang lifted his foot from Ma Feiyun's face and surveyed the crowd. The newly arrived survivors trembled at the sight of him. They had witnessed Ma Feiyun's prowess in defeating Old Wang and Scarred Rat, believing him to be invincible. Little did they know, in Liu Yang's presence, he resembled nothing more than an ant. How powerful must Liu Yang be? At that moment, as Liu Yang's gaze swept over them, they felt as if a living king of hell was scrutinizing them, their lives hanging by a thread. Liu Yang declared with an icy demeanor, "This base belongs to me. The rules herein are dictated by me. My rules are paramount. Anyone who dares to defy them will face only one fate, death. Today marks your first day here. I shall not punish you for your ignorance of the rules. However, should I catch anyone misbehaving again, I will not be merciful. Do you understand?" Understood. The new survivors chorused in unison, with Ma Feiyun lying on the ground, voicing the loudest agreement. Ma Feiyun was an ordinary man who had embraced a singular truth in this apocalypse. Might makes right. The strongest claims the title of leader. While he believed himself to be the most powerful in the base, he aspired to become the chief. Yet, after being subdued by Liu Yang, his aspirations evaporated, leaving him with a singular desire to align himself with Liu Yang. Liu Yang approached Scarred Rat, helping him to his feet, and inquired, "Are you all right?" Scarred Rat exhibited a look of astonishment, quickly responding, "I'm fine, boss. I only sustained minor injuries." "Good. Ensure that all the newcomers are registered. As per the previous regulations, each person may borrow 50 pounds of potatoes for cultivation. Additionally, distribute 10 pounds of rice to each individual free of charge. Lastly, keep track of the numbers and reward Old Wang according to the rule of 1 pound of rice per person. From this point forward, the matters pertaining to the size of the survivor base will be deliberated and managed by the several of you endowed with special abilities, with Scarred Rat and Old Wang assuming the lead roles." "Understood, boss. I shall set to work immediately." Scarred Rat rose, gesturing to several of his trusted subordinates before commencing the statistical preparations. Not far off, Old Wang, upon hearing Liu Yang's words, promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Aware that his abilities paled in comparison to Ma Feiyun's, Old Wang nonetheless chose to stand alongside him in battle, driven by the certainty of Liu Yang's formidable strength. Even if he were to falter, he felt compelled to make his stance known. It was evident that his declaration bore fruit, as Liu Yang had elevated his standing above that of the other special ability users, even rendering him comparable to Scarred Rat. At that moment, Liu Yang's gaze shifted towards the fallen Ma Feiyun. Upon meeting Liu Yang's eyes, Ma Feiyun was instantly seized by a tremor of fear. This formidable figure was indeed terrifying. He was uncertain of what fate awaited him. Should Liu Yang desire his demise, a mere flick of a finger could lead him to meet the king of hell. To his surprise, Liu Yang remarked, "Your strength is commendable. Within the survivor base, there exists a testing stone tablet. You ought to measure your abilities there. Given your prowess, you should rank within the top 100 of the yellow list. Perhaps you might even earn a worthy reward from the stone tablet." Upon hearing this, Ma Feiyun released a sigh of relief, his face alight with excitement as he hurriedly replied, "My abilities are hardly worthy of comparison to yours, esteemed one." Liu Yang chuckled. "Oh, so you dare to place yourself alongside me? Pray tell, is that humility or arrogance?" "Nay, not at all. I did not mean to imply that. I merely meant to say that I am quite inadequate, far from your greatness." Ma Feiyun fervently shook his head. Liu Yang patted his shoulder, saying, "Worry not. You merely perceive yourself as invincible, which breeds your hubris. I'll no ill will. However, once you undergo testing on the stone tablet, you will come to realize that many surpass you in strength. When your injuries heal, do take the time to measure yourself. From now on, find solace in this base. I assure you, I will look after you veterans. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. You speak truly, esteemed one. I shall strive to make contributions to the base henceforth." Ma Feiyun nodded earnestly. "Very well," Liu Yang concluded, making his way toward the warehouse. Chapter 76, Attribute of Invincibility Through Consecutive Kills. He observed that over 1,000 new survivors had arrived, each receiving 10 pounds of rice, which swiftly depleted 5 tons. Thus, he proceeded to the survivor base's warehouse and deposited another 10 tons of rice. Subsequently, he added 30 tons of potatoes to be distributed among these 1,000 individuals. Having accomplished this task, Liu Yang departed from the base with a sense of reassurance. The base had now welcomed over 1,000 survivors, 6 of whom possessed special abilities, with Ma Feiyun's being a notably formidable combat ability. Even if the Molters were to attack this base, the presence of several extraordinary individuals would suffice to fend them off. Witnessing the increasing strength of this base, Liu Yang felt a profound sense of joy. The number of survivors had now reached 2,000. He had lent each survivor 50 pounds of potatoes, but after a year, each would need to repay 200 pounds, totaling an astonishing 240,000 pounds. That equates to 200 tons of potatoes. Liu Yang's resources were poised for explosive growth. Potatoes are indeed a remarkable commodity, rich in starch and serving as a staple food. They can be propagated asexually. Merely cutting them into pieces and planting them in the soil suffices. One potato can be divided into dozens of pieces for cultivation. In this post-apocalyptic world, they are far easier to grow than rice. Simultaneously, Liu Yang surveyed the villa district. There were a total of 100 villas, each capable of accommodating up to 50 individuals, allowing for a maximum capacity of 5,000 residents in this survivor base. However, if all 5,000 were to engage in cultivation, the land within the villa district would be insufficient. Thus, a population density of 2,000 to 3,000 would be ideal. With over 2,000 survivors already present, it seemed prudent to establish a new base. Liu Yang resolved within himself that a thorough exploration of the surrounding terrain was necessary to identify a more suitable location for the construction of a new survivor base. Having made this decision in his mind, Liu Yang ascended before everyone, soaring into the sky at supersonic speed, departing from the survivor base. The new arrivals gazed in astonishment as he flew at such incredible velocity, exclaiming, "My goodness, what just happened? Was that a sonic boom? Supersonic? Is that still a human? Even a flying, extraordinary individual cannot reach such speed. Can the body withstand such velocity?" It is said that the fastest flying creature, the swift, only reaches speeds of over 300 kilometers per hour, while the speed of sound is 224 kilometers per hour. Moreover, he is supersonic. He is nothing short of extraordinary. Little did they know that such a formidable force resided within this base, instilling a deep sense of security in those fortunate enough to join. The astonishing speed was simply unfathomable. The older survivors, witnessing the incredulity of the newcomers, wore expressions of pride. "You all don't know about Liu Shun? It seems you're lacking in experience. Liu Shun is the most powerful, extraordinary individual. He transcends humanity, becoming a divine being. That extraordinary individual leading your group is quite amusing. He thought he could dominate here." We have been silently laughing, fully anticipating that once Liu Shun arrived, he would be utterly defeated. Ha ha ha. Indeed, his downfall was quite tragic, but he was shameless enough to beg for mercy immediately. Otherwise, his fate would have been even more dire. The old survivors burst into hearty laughter, perceiving Liu Yang as a godlike figure, omnipotent and unparalleled. Meanwhile, upon returning to his villa community, Liu Yang resumed his routine of scavenging for supplies during the day and expanding his influence by night. After 12 days, his stockpiles had doubled once more, reaching an almost unquantifiable level. It was estimated that even a survivor base sustaining 10,000 individuals could thrive for several decades on his resources alone. Additionally, he had achieved a remarkable streak of 27 consecutive kills, earning the rewards associated with a 20-kill milestone. One day, Liu Yang reviewed his attributes. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 18. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Strength: 1500. Speed: 1500. Stamina: 1500. Mental fortitude: 1500. He possessed the following abilities. 1. Future projection level 6-2. Virus immunity level 6-3. Ice control level 8-4. Dark space level 8-5. Zombie control level 5. His equipment included a dark cloak and a black light blade, complemented by the special talent of enhanced genetic heritage. Furthermore, he held a unique item, an ability advancement scroll. After achieving 15 consecutive kills in a neighboring villa, Liu Yang, somewhat unfortunate, did not acquire a new ability. Nevertheless, his foundational attributes had risen to an astonishing 1,500 points, 30 times that of an ordinary individual. His movement speed had reached 280 meters per second, and his flying speed soared to 560 meters per second. Concurrently, his other abilities had also been upgraded in level. Alongside the 20-kill reward, he obtained an ability advancement scroll for the first time. He examined the properties of the scroll, ability advancement scroll. Utilizing this scroll can elevate your abilities, transforming them into even more formidable powers. Liu Yang found himself in a state of contemplation. The abilities he currently possessed were already at remarkably high levels. His future projection allowed him to foresee the next 6 hours 10 times a day. Given his current strength, he rarely needed to employ this skill. His immunity to the zombie virus could withstand up to level 6, a level that had yet to emerge. Even should a level 6 zombie appear, with attributes 12 times greater than an ordinary human, it will be impossible for it to touch the hem of Liu Yang's attire, rendering this ability largely superfluous. His ice control at level 8 allowed him to create an unlimited number of ice needles, enabling him to fabricate any frozen object at will. With merely a thought, he could freeze the entire community, encasing all within in icy sculptures. This skill seemed exceedingly potent. The lowest level of zombie control is minimal. However, the most advanced zombies currently only reach level 3. Yet, he has already managed to control 5 level 5 zombies, their numbers amounting to 5. This skill appears utterly ineffectual. The dark space now extends to level 8, encompassing a staggering volume of 80808051200 cubic meters. It is impossible to fill it completely. Liu Yang yearned to saturate this dark space. Yet the pace of her resource gathering could not keep up with her rate of advancement. Indeed, she found herself in the predicament of being youthful in spirit, but lacking the capacity to match her ambitions. How vexing it was! Liu Yang could not help but lament internally. Invincibility can also be a source of frustration. Which path to advancement should she choose? Ultimately, Liu Yang shook her head. Perhaps it would be wise to retain this advancement scroll for the time being. Who knows? She might acquire new abilities in the future. There might even be more desirable powers to pursue at that time. Moreover, this advancement scroll was a reward for achieving 20 consecutive kills, making it appear exceedingly precious. The next opportunity to obtain such a reward might prove quite elusive. Subsequently, Liu Yang left the adjacent villa and returned to her own. At that moment, He Yushi, Su Xiao, Chun Dan, and others had prepared lunch and were eagerly awaiting Liu Yang's return. Upon seeing her, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. Thankfully, Liu Yang still remembered to come back, and had not been lured away by the enchanting spirits from the neighboring villa. Chapter 77. Changes in the Stomach? At the dining table, everyone engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their meal. He Yushi was the first to speak. I don't know about you all, but I've been feeling rather strange lately. It's been nearly a month since the outbreak, and my dear friend has yet to arrive. Could it be that she was frightened by the zombies, leading to some issue with her health? How about you, sisters? Upon hearing her words, all the women raised their heads. Tang Mingting added, I feel the same way. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. Why hasn't my dear friend come? Ballet instructor Chun Dan chimed in, me too. It's so peculiar. She was always punctual before, but now it's been delayed by over 10 days. The famous star Su Xiao remarked, I too have experienced a significant delay. I felt too shy to inquire about it with you all. Zhou Qiuping, Wang Feifei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kiki, Baihu, and others echoed. We are in the same situation. What could be the reason? Is it possible that the outbreak has altered our bodies due to the airborne virus? Observing the animated discussion, Liu Yang focused on her meal, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, Zhao Lina spoke up. Do you think it's possible? I mean, could we all be expecting? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The group responded in unison, quickly dismissing the notion. He Yushi addressed Zhao Lina, saying, as an academic achiever, you surely must understand biological principles, right? Each woman has only a 3-day ovulation period. Pregnancy can only occur within those 3 days. Even then, the likelihood is merely 14. Due to the frailty of most individuals' tadpoles, it is likely that none will successfully reach their destination. How could we all possibly be fortunate? Do you think Liu Yang is a sharpshooter, hitting the mark every single time? Meanwhile, Liu Yang's smile only grew wider. Upon hearing He Yushi's words, the women nodded in agreement, exclaiming, indeed, how could it be a one-time success? Although he possesses extraordinary abilities, he cannot possibly have enhanced even the tadpoles. Can he? Even if luck favors one individual, it is implausible for everyone to succeed simultaneously. Absolutely not. Such coincidence is unimaginable. Listening to the chatter around him, Liu Yang could hardly suppress a laugh. At that moment, He Yushi noticed him and remarked, Liu Yang, what are you secretly laughing about? What is so amusing? Speak up. Did you have a hand in this? Why is it that none of our good friends have arrived? The women turned their accusing gazes towards Liu Yang, the alleged instigator. Before encountering him, their friends had always adhered to a predictable pattern. Why then did things change once Liu Yang was involved? And there he was, chuckling to himself. Clearly up to no good. Zhao Lina demanded, Liu Yang, quickly confess, did you meddle in this? Did you secretly enhance everything? Baihu asked Liu Yang. How many extraordinary abilities do you actually possess? The celebrity Su Xiao inquired. Surely, you haven't made it so that all of us are affected? Faced with the scrutinizing stares of the women, an awkward expression crossed Liu Yang's face. What could he do? Is it truly his fault if his marksmanship is impeccable? He set down his bowl, stating, I am full. I shall return to rest. Piyushar quickly interjected. Oh no, don't leave yet. You haven't told us. When you were with us, did you use your abilities? Zhaolina chimed in. Yes, do tell us. It is certainly abnormal that our friends have been delayed for so long. By who added, if you refuse to divulge, we shall storm your room in turn and drain your energy. Liu Yang shook his head, saying, please do not. Take care of your health and avoid any undue strain. With that, he hurriedly ascended the stairs. Watching Liu Yang's retreating figure, Piyushar and the others stood in stunned silence, taking several moments to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, Piyushar let out a shriek. Avoid straining yourselves? It must be Liu Yang's doing. Zhaolina exclaimed. He's deceiving us, deceiving us, deceiving us. I knew this fellow must have used his abilities. Otherwise, how could the discrepancies with the biological text be so vast? It seems he possesses not only the power of amplification, but also the extraordinary ability to enhance genetic vitality. The renowned star Su Xiao exclaimed, oh my! In this apocalyptic world, what are we to do? How will we raise a child in such circumstances? Wang Feifei responded, what is there to fear? With Liu Yang around, he can support 5 quintuplets if need be. I am not afraid in the slightest. The white fox wore a beaming smile. Am I to bear the child of an extraordinary powerhouse? Just the thought fills me with joy, excitement, and anticipation. She tenderly caressed her flat, smooth, and flawless abdomen, murmuring, little darling, grow quickly. I can hardly wait to meet you. The group of women gathered in discussion, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Some were anxious, others exhilarated, while some were filled with expectation. After all, most of them were merely 18-year-old maidens who had not even had a boyfriend before encountering Liu Yang, and now they found themselves on the brink of motherhood. This sudden shift in identity left them somewhat bewildered. Nurse Chen Xiaojin and Dr. Huang Xiaoxiao exchanged knowing glances, both realizing their shared thoughts. Chen mused, we will certainly have our hands full. They also understood why every girl who entered Liu Yang's villa was subtly guided to his room, while they were not. Initially, Huang Xiaoxia and Chen Xiaojin questioned whether their appearances did not meet Liu Yang's aesthetic standards. They even stripped down in their room to scrutinize themselves in the mirror, pondering where they might fall short in his eyes. However, after several days of examination, they found no discernible flaw. They were adequately endowed, possessing curves where they should be. During their time in the villa, they felt restless. When Liu Yang had rescued them from the hospital, they had mentally prepared themselves for his potential demands, believing they would bear little psychological burden. Yet, more than half a month had passed without any hint from him. As young women, they hesitated to approach his bed directly. Now, the truth dawned upon them. Liu Yang possessed an extraordinary ability to achieve his desires with precision. His deliberate choice not to guide them to his room must be because he relied on them for childbirth and future medical care for any ailing children. Liu Yang's foresight was remarkable. He had anticipated everything, even the role of his supernatural powers in childbirth. Chapter 78. Invasion? None shall escape. As the apocalypse approached the 1-month mark, Liu Yang's expansion had commenced smoothly, yet turmoil was brewing across the divine Dragon Empire. When his name ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial rankings, he became a target destined for unrest. During this period, the Dragon Empire witnessed an incessant influx of extraordinary individuals from numerous foreign nations. Among them, the superhumans from the Little Sun Empire, the White Eagle Empire, and the Barbarian Bear Empire stood out as the most formidable, dispatching only the elite of the elite. They even deployed special forces still undergoing experimentation. 3 days ago, in the southern region of the Dragon Empire, outside a survivor base in Salt City, a team of extraordinary beings arrived, armed with telescopes to scrutinize their surroundings. Among them was a female superhuman, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, whose alluring figure and exquisite features caught the eye. In the language of the Little Sun Empire, she remarked, "This marks the 3rd survivor base. I hope to uncover some clues regarding Liu Yang." Beside her, a burly man wearing sunglasses and wielding a large blade exclaimed, "Let us hurry inside and wreak havoc. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Regardless of whether Liu Yang is here or not, we should strike first." The beautiful young woman furrowed her brow and replied, "In no way. I've already informed you that our primary objective is to locate Liu Yang, not to slaughter survivors. At the previous 2 bases, you left no survivors, which could easily draw the attention of the Dragon Empire's superhumans. If we become targets, it will become even more challenging to continue our search for Liu Yang. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will not hold back. This team is still under my command, and I hope you understand that. This infiltration into the Dragon Empire consisted of 20 search teams, and I do not wish to be outperformed by the other 19 due to your actions. The Little Sun Empire has invested heavily in the quest to find Liu Yang, deploying a primary team along with 20 search squads. The 5 members of the main team are all ranked among the top in the celestial rankings, led by one of the top 10 experts. The 20 search squads comprise skilled individuals from the mysterious and earthly rankings. They are strategically dispersed throughout the Dragon Empire, seeking clues about Liu Yang from various angles. Upon discovering his location, they will report back to the main team, which will then coordinate an assault on Liu Yang. Thus, the search teams are not the main force in combat. Their primary aim is to gather intelligence, and avoiding confrontation would be ideal. Even if they locate Liu Yang, they are not his match. However, in no way's arrogance is becoming a concern. TCH, the burly man scoffed dismissively. The other 3 muscular men nearby exchanged glances at in no way's blatant disrespect towards the leader, frowning. One of the bearded men spoke up in no way. Did you not hear what Senior Peach said? We are a legitimate superhuman unit, and within the unit, we must obey the leader's orders. Do you understand? Inoue retorted disdainfully. Nakata, who doesn't know about your infatuation with Peach? If you wish to play the sycophant, that's your choice. But there is no need to impose that expectation on others. Upon hearing this remark, a man known as Nakata Daibuko instantly changed his expression. His face contorted with anger as he exclaimed, "In no way. What do you mean by that? Is there anything wrong with following the captain's orders? Yes, you. If you continue with this attitude, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Inoue, undeterred, retorted, "Come on then, let us see who fears whom. I'm curious to witness just how formidable you truly are. One might think I can't hold my own against you. Don't just talk the talk, come at me. You." As the 2 men engaged in a heated argument, a woman named Momo's expression turned icy as she interjected, "Enough. You both need to silence yourselves. Anyone who dares voice dissent will face my wrath." She continued, addressing Inoue, "Don't get too arrogant. Even if you were to slaughter 100,000 ordinary survivors, what would it amount to? If you're so impressive, why not challenge Liu Yang directly?" The man named Inoue scoffed, his disdain palpable as he replied, "Isn't he merely the top of the heavenly ranking? What is so extraordinary about that? If I had the time to test my skills, I might have already claimed that title. Should I encounter Liu Yang, rest assured, I will challenge him myself. When I decapitate him, none of you should dare interfere. Once I achieve this great feat and earn a promotion, you'll all be groveling at my feet." Momo shot a disapproving glance at the boastful giant, retorting, "You're all talk, aiming too high. Ranked over 500 on the Earth ranking, and you dare to look down on the number 1 on the heavenly ranking? Inoue, with your attitude, you'll inevitably face dire consequences in this apocalypse. And you think you'll get promoted? I foresee your demise is not far off." Oomph. The giant continued to scoff. Momo, dismissing him, began to issue commands. "Everyone, heed my orders. Stealthily infiltrate the survivor base and capture any ability users inside. Extract information regarding Liu Yang. Avoid detection at all costs, and eliminate anyone who sees us." "Yes, Captain Momo." The 3 giants responded affirmatively. However, Inoue still wore a look of disdain. The 5 of them transformed into shadows, swiftly approaching the survivor base, and with a few leaps, they entered the stronghold. The 5-meter-high wall appeared non-existent before them, as they easily vaulted over it. All 5 were experts ranked on the Earth ranking, with Momo being a formidable presence within the top 100. The other 4 giants were ranked within the top 500, while the remaining 2 were around the 800 mark. These ability users were indeed the elite among the elite, capable of annihilating an ordinary survivor base with ease. After all, most ordinary ability users couldn't even make it onto the yellow ranking. The disparities between the yellow, Xian, Earth, and heavenly rankings were immense. A master on the Earth ranking could easily contend with 10 yellow ranking ability users. Moreover, there were rarely even 10 yellow ranking ability users within an ordinary base. Inside the survivor base, 4 extraordinary individuals were convening in a room, meticulously tallying the supplies they had foraged that day. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them. When they regained their senses, each found a dagger pressed ominously against their throats. Shock and fear washed over their faces. It was astonishing how swiftly the 5 intruders had acted. These were no ordinary individuals. They were all endowed with special abilities. The leader among them was a level 2 extraordinary being, yet none had perceived how the adversaries had infiltrated their midst. Before they even sensed the impending danger, they were already at the mercy of their assailants, signifying that their lives could be extinguished before they even glimpsed their foes. The leader, known as Taozi, spoke in her somewhat halting Chinese. "Excuse me, may I inquire whether there is an individual named Liu Yang in your base? Or do you have knowledge of his whereabouts?" Upon hearing her accent, the survivors' eyes widened in disbelief. People from the Little Sun Empire? Their expressions shifted from fear to fury. How audacious for the Little Sun Empire to invade the Divine Dragon Empire less than a month after the apocalypse had erupted. Did they truly believe they would go unchallenged? Seeking the top-ranked Liu Yang? I am Liu Yang. In our Divine Dragon Empire, every individual embodies Liu Yang. The hell with you. Not a single one of you marauding invaders shall leave the Divine Dragon Empire alive. Chapter 79. Death Before Dishonor. These extraordinary beings, initially paralyzed with fear as daggers hovered at their throats, suddenly regained their resolve upon realizing their assailants hail from the Little Sun Empire. They would rather die fighting than submit to such foes. Begone, a wretched band of invaders. Have you grown weary of life, daring to tread upon our soil? Indeed, you must be seeking demise. The so-called elites of your empire, barely reveling in your fleeting triumph, have already been trampled beneath our Liu Yang's feet. What now? Are you not incensed? Searching for Liu Yang? Allow me to enlighten you. He is not so easily found, and the moment you do, it shall herald your doom. You must be the la CR of your empire to have dared invade us. Yet when your elite perishes here, the Little Sun Empire shall be extinguished. This realm shall be the inferno for all your extraordinary beings, ensuring you return not at all. The most belligerent among them, in no way, furrowed his brow and pressed the dagger with force against the neck of the base leader, blood gushing forth as the blade hovered perilously close to the carotid artery. In a chilling tone, in no way demanded, "Quickly disclose Liu Yang's whereabouts, or I shall end your life." The base leader spat defiantly. "I spit on you. Your grandfather fears death. Yet he does not fear you insignificant beings. You may kill or torture as you please, but do not expect a single word of surrender to escape my lips." Slash! A knife swiftly cut across the leader of the base's neck, and a fountain of blood erupted. Nevertheless, his face remained contorted with fury, and he uttered not a single plea for mercy until his last breath. Brother, boss. The other 3 supernatural beings, witnessing the demise of their leader, wore expressions of rage, unable to restrain their cries. At that moment, their eyes blazed with fury, wishing to devour these insignificant beings alive. Inoue, wielding his bloody dagger, sauntered over to another supernatural being. He extended his tongue, grotesquely licking the blood from the blade, and spoke. He refused to speak, and thus he perished. Now I ask you, and you should comprehend the consequences. Do you know where Liu Yang is? The supernatural being, with a face full of anger, retorted, "I know where your grandfather is. I am here. I should have slapped you to death back then, ensuring that a monster like you never came into existence." Slash! His throat was instantly open, blood gushing forth. Inoue approached the 3rd supernatural being. "You refuse to speak as well? You insignificant wretch. I am your grandfather." Slash! This supernatural being also met the same fate. Inoue turned to the last supernatural being, stating, with the demise of the first 3, "You must understand that I am a ruthless individual. Thus, I shall inquire one final time. Where is Liu Yang?" I spit. The supernatural being spat upon Inoue's face, proclaiming, "I tell you, damn it, no one from our Divine Dragon Empire will ever submit to your kind. Even in death, we fear not. For once you enter our Divine Dragon Empire, your descent into hell is imminent. We shall await you below." Slash! The cold blade cut through his neck, and a torrent of warm blood erupted. The final supernatural being also fell, although they possessed no capacity to resist, nor could they even retaliate. They all stood firm in their demise. These supernatural beings were not virtuous. During the apocalypse, they engaged in plunder and oppression of the weak. However, when foreign invaders encroached upon the Divine Dragon Empire, the nature of the conflict shifted. Survivors within the Divine Dragon Empire may compete amongst themselves, as it is a matter of kin. How dare a mere insignificant nation intervene? They are unworthy. Throughout history, the Divine Dragon Empire has never erred in uniting against external threats. Anyone daring to betray their own will be condemned for millennia. Truly a wretched lot, stubborn and foul, akin to stones in a cesspool. Even in death, they dared to spit upon me. It is utterly detestable. Inoue wiped the putrid spit from his face and declared vehemently. Peach cast a discontented glance at him and remarked, "You have slain all 4 of the supernatural beings. How are we to seek out clues now? This is not my concern. They were the ones who insulted me first. In my estimation, they knew nothing at all. Even if we were to continue questioning, we would derive no fruitful results." Inoue retorted with a dismissive shrug. Peach shook her head and said, "Forget it. Let us proceed to the next base. Hith. But before we leave, I intend to unleash a massacre. Not a single soul in this base shall survive." Inoue's face contorted with a frenzied expression as he extended his long, grotesque tongue to lick his lips. Peach's brow furrowed, and in a swift motion, she appeared before Inoue, directly extending her fair, delicate hand to seize his throat. Coldly, she declared, "My order shall not be repeated. Cease your senseless slaughter. Our primary mission is to locate Liu Yang, not to indulge your perverse desire for bloodshed. Should you continue with actions that jeopardize our team, I would not hesitate to eliminate you this very moment." The icy gaze of Peach startled Inoue, causing his previously disdainful demeanor to shift to one of seriousness. It was the first time he had witnessed her wrath, and he had not anticipated her formidable strength. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his neck was firmly gripped, and a mere exertion of her strength could easily shatter his throat. For the first time, Inoue recognized the might of someone ranked within the top 100. Powerful, incredibly powerful. If Peach, being among the top 100, possessed such strength, how formidable must Liu Yang, the top of the leaderboard, be? The mere thought exhilarated him. The prospect of battling strong adversaries was truly enticing. It became evident that slaying these ordinary survivors held no significance. If one were to kill, it should be the top-ranked individual. Inoue relented and addressed Peach. "I understand. Please release me. I shall refrain from harming them." Only then did Peach loosen her grip. Subsequently, the 5 departed from the base, leaving behind 4 lifeless bodies. An hour later, a supernatural being returned with a team, pushed open the door to the room, and was instantly frozen in shock upon witnessing the corpses. After a few moments, he exclaimed, Big brother, what has happened to you? Who has killed you? Who is responsible for this?" Chapter 80. Selecting Beautiful Maidens. The room was suffused with a pungent scent of blood, the floor drenched in crimson. 4 powerful supernatural beings had perished simultaneously within the confines of this room, and the absence of any signs of struggle indicated they had been swiftly dispatched. The sole survivor among them had been out on a mission for food when this tragedy occurred. Now returned to this horrific scene, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The ordinary survivors trailing behind him were equally struck with terror. They had once been ruthless individuals. However, witnessing such a tragic scene still left them feeling a sense of dread. They were well aware of their leader's formidable prowess as a secondary ability user, ranked over 800 on the yellow list. Even secondary zombies were effortlessly annihilated before him. Yet now, their leader seemed utterly powerless, having been slain without a chance to retaliate. The strength of their adversary was beyond imagination. One survivor turned to the ability user, saying, "Brother Dong, what should we do? If even the leader has been taken down, should we not flee?" The fact that the other civilians within the base remained unharmed and the resources untouched indicated that their foes had come solely with the intent to kill. Had their leader provoked some untouchable fiend? Lin Dong shook his head and replied, "Do not be foolish. Even if we had indeed roused a formidable adversary, after slaying our leader, he would certainly seize the food as well, for in this apocalypse, sustenance is of paramount importance to any base." The other survivors wore puzzled expressions and queried, "But why then? Could it be that a mutated zombie was responsible for the leader's demise? That seemed implausible. Zombies devour humans, not leaving corpses behind and sparing others. Why target only ability users?" Another survivor exclaimed, "What shall we do? Brother Dong, we do not even know who our enemy is, and if they are that powerful, we stand no chance against them. Perhaps we should flee." They were genuinely frightened. A total of 4 ability users had been slain. Their base leader, a secondary ability user, had been taken down with ease. The enemy had utilized the dagger to slit throats, not resorting to poison or deceitful schemes, and in such circumstances, the lack of resistance was a testament to their overwhelming strength. The entire base now lay in peril, and they had no inkling when death might come for them. Naturally, they yearned to escape. Lin Dong shook his head, asserting, "If we flee, this base will truly perish. Even a single secondary zombie could massacre all the ordinary civilians." The other survivors countered, "Brother Dong, if we do not run, we may all perish here. This is the apocalypse. Each must tend to their own troubles. Who can afford to worry about others' misfortunes? Let's leave together. At worst, we can seek another base and start anew." Lin Dong pondered for a moment, his eyes filled with conflict, but ultimately shook his head. "Enough. The young and robust may depart, but what of the elderly, the sick, and the weak? Can they endure a long trek? This base was painstakingly built by me and the leader, growing from a mere 100 individuals to over 1,000. Without the protection of ability users, these survivors would stand no chance against secondary zombies. Please assist me in burying the bodies of our fallen comrades. Should any of you wish to depart, I shall not impede your choice. Conversely, those who desire to remain with me are most welcome." A few survivors nodded grimly, their hearts heavy as they interred the 4 deceased, superpowered individuals. Subsequently, they began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure, informing all members of the survivor base of their decision, allowing each to choose whether to stay or leave. Ultimately, 500 opted to leave, while those who chose to remain were primarily the elderly, infirm, and those too fearful to venture far. This once formidable small base was now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, with its strength diminished by at least 90%. As the 500 departed, several survivors approached Lin Dong, addressing him earnestly. "Brother Dong, we are all brothers bound by life. Once we find a safer haven, we promise to return and inform you. We shall take everyone with us." The survivor base had drawn unwanted attention, and lingering even a day longer posed an increasing risk. Though their acquaintance had lasted less than a month, they had shared numerous harrowing experiences, scavenging for food and battling the undead together, forging bonds of profound camaraderie. Witnessing Lin Dong remain behind in solitude tugged at their hearts, yet they understood his steadfast nature. Lin Dong was resolute, unwavering in his principles. Since he could not abandon the survivors of this base, he would assuredly refuse to leave. As long as he drew breath, he would defend this sanctuary against the encroachment of zombies. With a complex expression, Lin Dong replied, "I wish you safe travels." He then watched as the survivors faded from his sight. Time shifted back to the present. Liu Yang had successfully developed the 15 beautiful young women from the neighboring villa. To maintain his streak of consecutive triumphs, he ventured into the survivor base. It was time to scout for new beauties. This was the advantage of being within a survivor base. Previously, Liu Yang scoured the outside world for sustenance while seeking lovely companions, a slow and tedious process. If he were to fail in finding a beauty one day, it would disrupt his series of successes. However, within a survivor base, the established beauties had flourished, and he could simply select from the new arrivals. Moreover, as time passed, the girls matured further. At 16 years of age now, would they not soon reach 18? There are no girls who remain forever 18, yet the 18-year-olds will never dwindle. With the base as a stronghold, Liu Yang's streak of victories would be unbroken. Within the survivor base, as Liu Yang descended from the heavens, excitement illuminated the faces of all present. "Liu Shun, it has been nearly half a month since your last arrival." Scarred Rat and Old Wong, with faces alight with excitement, eagerly approached. Old Wong exclaimed, "Boss, you're here." Scarred Rat added, "Boss, it's been so long since you visited the base. I thought you had forgotten us." "How could I?" Liu Yang casually replied. "I've just been quite busy lately." For the past 10 days, he had been scouring for supplies during the day and working tirelessly at night to expand their endeavors. Indeed, a demanding schedule. Scarred Rat quickly responded, "Of course. With great power comes great responsibility. Boss, the matters you attend to are beyond our comprehension. It is already a rarity for you to visit our base. Come, let me show you the potatoes we planted in the villa area. They have all sprouted, and in 3 months, we should have a bountiful harvest." The survivors were filled with joy, and the entire base seemed to radiate a newfound hope, something never before witnessed. The more Scarred Rat spoke, the more animated he became. During his time with Black Tiger at this base, such prosperity was unprecedented. Black Tiger only sought to exploit the common folk. How could he ever consider sustainable development? Under Black Tiger's oppression, the civilians' lives worsened day by day, their faces devoid of vitality. Now, however, everything was transformed. Watching the green potato shoots grow taller, hope and anticipation filled everyone's expressions. Liu Yang nodded and said, "All right, let's take a look." Chapter 81. I want to follow Liu Shun too. Although Liu Yang's primary purpose for coming here was not to inspect the potato sprouts, he realized he could not allow his subordinates to think he was solely preoccupied with such trivial matters. They were unaware of his system support. His efforts to expand were merely to grow stronger, lest they perceive him as merely a lecherous figure. Thus, it was necessary to maintain appearances. Liu Yang followed Scarred Rat to the planting area. A vast expanse of land in the villa district had been transformed into farmland. Once were soccer fields, volleyball courts, and even roadside greenery, along with the lawns between villas, had been developed into orderly plots of land. The fields were filled with potatoes, their green shoots reaching half a meter high, basking in the sunlight, vibrant and flourishing. Green symbolizes hope, while yellow denotes maturity. All survivors eagerly anticipated the transition from green to yellow. Observing the organization within the survivor base, Liu Yang praised Scarred Rat and Old Wong, saying, "Well done. You have done an excellent job. This base is progressing in a positive direction, and I believe it won't be long before the survivors can sustain themselves without needing to search for food." Scarred Mouse chuckled as he rubbed his head, saying, "It's all thanks to the boss. Without him, we would have perished long ago." The better this base develops, the more gratitude the survivors feel towards the boss. Nowadays, many who do not believe in God have started to revere the boss instead. Liu Yang nodded, responding, "Do you remember the matter I spoke of last time?" "Of course. Of course." Scarred Mouse quickly nodded, but then tilted his head, pondering for a moment before awkwardly asking, "Which matter are you referring to, boss?" "It seems you have entrusted me with quite a few tasks. It's about the beautiful young girls." Liu Yang replied sternly. That rascal. The last time Liu Yang visited this survivor's base, he had privately instructed Scarred Mouse to ensure the protection of any pretty young girls encountered, to prevent them from being mistreated. Had he actually forgotten? Scarred Mouse suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Oh, I see. That's what you meant, boss. I haven't forgotten at all. I managed it quite well. Those aged 18 to 25, beautiful and inexperienced in love, I've arranged for them to reside in a villa, away from the shanty town by the walls. Moreover, I've designated an entire building just for them, filled solely with beautiful girls and no men. Currently, there are 30 lovely girls living there. Once it's full, I'll allocate another building." Hearing this, Liu Yang's stern expression finally softened. "Well, I trust you to handle matters well. However, I don't recall mentioning a rule about them being inexperienced in relationships." Scarred Mouse bashfully scratched his head, responding, "That rule was my own addition. The boss is so handsome and charming, a true paragon among men. Even celestial beings might not be worthy of you. I wouldn't dare recommend women who have had boyfriends to you. That would surely shorten my life. You rascal. You little rascal." Liu Yang playfully jabbed at Scarred Mouse with a smile, repeating the phrase several times before finally saying, "You truly know how to get things done." Seeing Liu Yang so pleased, Scarred Mouse beamed with a bright smile, shyly rubbing his head and saying, "Hee. Thank you for the compliment, boss." Liu Yang then said, "Come, take me to see the villa of beautiful girls." Of course. This way, boss." Scarred Mouse eagerly led Liu Yang to the villa, where 30 beautiful girls resided, each one a vision of grace and beauty, with fair skin and alluring figures. Scarred Mouse had meticulously selected these from hundreds of applicants among the survivors. Upon hearing that they might be chosen by Liu Yang, the girls eagerly vied for the opportunity to apply. However, the stipulation regarding their relationship status eliminated 9/10 of the candidates. Those remaining, whose looks and figures did not meet the standards, were further reduced by half. After meticulous selection, only these 30 beauties remained. Liu Yang gazed at them with a satisfied nod. "Excellent. I shall take you all to my villa shortly. You're all willing participants, correct?" Upon hearing his words, the maidens' faces lit up with excited joy, nodding fervently, as if pecking like chicks at grain. Of course. To be by the side of the divine Liu is truly a blessing from our past lives. Oh my, it is truly Liu Shun speaking to us, Master Mouse. Thank you for not eliminating me. You are like my reincarnated parents." Scarred Mouse remarked, "Do not say that. To be chosen by Brother Liu Yang is your fortune. From now on, you shall lead a life of ease and leisure that even I dare not imagine. I must address you as sisters. Please do not call me Master Mouse, for I cannot bear it. The women, upon hearing Scarred Mouse's words, looked at him with gratitude. Scarred Mouse treated every survivor equally and with kindness. Being selected by him to enter this villa of beauties was merely the first step in the turning of their destinies. Had Scarred Mouse not spared them, they would never have encountered Liu Yang, nor would they be taken away by him. One by one, the maidens bowed in thanks, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Mouse! Thank you, Master Mouse! Thank you, Master Mouse!" Observing their actions, Scarred Mouse felt a warmth in his eyes, a bittersweet sensation swelling within him. He thought, perhaps this is how a father feels when giving away his daughter. It seems that next time I select beauties, I must be more attentive, so I can assist more maidens in turning the gears of their destinies and ascending to the pinnacle of life. As Liu Yang prepared to depart the survivor base with the 30 maidens, others within the base looked upon them with envious eyes. One girl turned to her middle-aged father and said, "Father, look, those women are leaving with Liu Shun. You must speak kindly to Master Mouse and offer him a gift. So I may be chosen too. I wish to accompany Liu Shun. He is so handsome and strong. The moment I saw him, I was enamored. I must go with him. I shall marry no one else." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and replied, "Enough of this nonsense. At a height of 1.5 meters and weighing 160 kilograms, from a distance, they might mistake you for a Snorlax. I would give my life to Master Mouse. But there is no way through that back door for you. Over half of the food collected at home has been consumed by you. Can't you eat a little less? Lose some weight." The girl pouted, clearly displeased, shaking her head vigorously as the flesh on her face jiggled. "Well, but I just love to eat." She possesses a remarkable foundation. Once she sheds some weight, she is bound to become a stunning beauty. Perhaps even Liu, the god, might have a preference for those with more curves. Moreover, a woman standing at 1.5 meters is equivalent to a man at 1.8 meters. Setting aside weight, my height is indeed quite compatible with Liu's. Enough of this. Let us not continue. You can discuss it once you've lost some weight, the middle-aged man remarked impatiently. The young girl, undeterred, retorted, "Dad, have you forgotten who single-handedly defeated the zombies and saved our entire family? Can't you put in a little effort for your daughter as happiness? Can't you plead with Lord Mouse?" The middle-aged man shook his head in resignation. "Alas, I truly am at my wit's end. Consider it a debt I owe you." "Very well, I shall speak with Lord Mouse on your behalf." The woman instantly perked up, linking her arm with her father's, gleefully exclaiming, "Wonderful. I knew you were the best, Dad. Rest assured, once I become Liu's woman, I will undoubtedly move everything from his warehouse to our home. At that point, my brother will be his brother-in-law, and I will ensure he is promoted to the second-in-command of the base." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened abruptly, turning frigid as he coldly remarked, "Get lost. Do you truly believe you are worthy? If you dare speak to Liu in such a manner, it seems you are courting disaster. A man capable of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse in this apocalypse is not someone you can manipulate at will. You might as well abandon this foolish dream. I will not plead with Lord Mouse any further. From this day forth, your rations will be reduced by 23. Focus on your diet and rid yourself of the excess fat in your mind." With that, the middle-aged man departed. The girl was taken aback. Her father had always indulged her, granting her every whim with just a hint of charm. Even amidst the apocalypse, as food became scarce, her weight had only increased, a testament to her parents' affection. Yet now, her father had openly scolded her. She had never witnessed him display such gravity. Chapter 82. Survivors Seeking Refuge. Liu Yang continued his journey with the young girl towards the base. At that moment, a group of little girls, hand in hand, joyfully approached. One of the girls came to Liu Yang's side, looking up with her adorable, wide eyes and asked, "Liu God, where have your elder sisters gone?" Liu Yang smiled and pulled out a large bag of snacks from his space, distributing them among the children. "Of course, I am taking them back to my residence." Upon receiving the treats, the children were elated. They chimed, "Liu God, isn't your residence the heavenly palace? Are these sisters going to become fairies?" Liu Yang gently patted the little girl's head and replied, "Absolutely. Anyone who comes with me can become a fairy. Then I want to go with you. I want to go with you." "Me too. Me too. I also wish to become a fairy." Watching the little ones chatter excitedly around him, Liu Yang could not help but smile. As the words were spoken, "Hurry and eat your meal. When you grow up, I shall take you to visit my villa." The children's faces lit up with joy. "Hooray, that's wonderful. When I grow up, I can accompany Liu Shun," they exclaimed, eager to mature swiftly. "I will eat well and grow quickly. Once I am grown, I can become a fairy. Watching the children bounce away with glee, Liu Yang wore a smile. Just as he prepared to depart with the young ladies, a throng of survivors suddenly appeared at the door, their numbers resembling a dark cloud. Each survivor bore a weary expression, as though they had endured a long journey. Their fatigued demeanor transformed into one of anticipation upon sighting the entrance to the base. Scarred Rat and his companions were taken aback. Another group of survivors seeking refuge in our base? Liu Yang commanded the third-tier zombie at the gate to open the door, allowing the multitude of survivors to enter. The leader among them immediately fixed his gaze upon Liu Yang, for among all present, Liu Yang radiated the most charisma, exuding the aura of a formidable leader, even to those lacking abilities. The survivor respectfully addressed Liu Yang. "I presume this handsome gentleman is the leader of this base? We, the survivors, wish to seek shelter under your protection, and we pledge to abide by all the rules of your base. Please take us in." Liu Yang glanced over the group, noting at least 500 individuals. Such a number could easily constitute a survivor base of their own. Why would they venture so far to seek refuge elsewhere? Moreover, with such a large contingent, they would become an easy target for second and third-tier zombies along the way, especially without any abilities among them. A veritable feast for the undead. It was indeed remarkable that they had arrived here safely. Liu Yang inquired, "Where do you hail from? You appear to have traveled quite a distance. With so many of you, you could easily form your own survivor base. Why come all this way to seek us?" The survivor recounted, "We were indeed part of a survivor base located approximately 30 kilometers from here. However, 3 days ago, 4 out of the 5 leaders there, all powerful ability users, were killed in an instant, leaving us in shock. Clearly, that base has attracted the attention of a formidable foe. We dared not remain any longer and resolved to flee as far as possible. After 3 days of arduous travel, we finally arrived here and sought to ally with your base." Liu Yang furrowed his brow. 4 out of 5 ability users perished, yet you civilians managed to escape? The survivor shook his head in response. "We cannot fathom the nature of our assailants. They only targeted ability users, sparing civilians and refraining from seizing resources. Their motives remain a mystery. No one could discern whether they were human or zombies, nor could they ascertain their true appearance. This enigmatic adversary was the most terrifying aspect, prompting half of the base's populace to flee." Liu Yang furrowed his brow and inquired, "You only kill those with abilities, sparing civilians and even eschewing resources. Are you certain?" The leader of the survivors affirmed with conviction, "Absolutely. Every word is true." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yang made his decision. "Our base can accommodate you, but you must adhere to our regulations. Additionally, take me to your base for a visit." The burly man shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No way, brother. I endured 3 days of hardships to reach this place. I have no desire to return. That base is perilous. There is a chance I might not come back." Liu Yang reassured him, "Do not panic. I am quite formidable." The man continued to shake his head, insisting, No, the enemies might be even stronger. I barely escaped from there. I do not wish to fall into their trap again." In exasperation, Liu Yang stated, "Take me there, and I will give you 100 pounds of rice." The man's eyes lit up, and he replied earnestly, "All right, I will take you now. The rice is inconsequential. I mainly miss my old friends there and wish to see them again." In the apocalypse, the value of 100 pounds of rice was enough to compel one to risk their life. "Excellent. Now lead the way," Liu Yang said, positioning himself beside the man and grasping his collar. The man gasped, "What are you doing?" In the next instant, Liu Yang had lifted him into the air. A piercing scream, reminiscent of a woman's, erupted from the burly man in his 30s, broad-shouldered and bearded, as they soared through the sky. The newly arrived 500 survivors were left in awe at this spectacle. What on earth is happening? They just flew away. This leader of the survivor base is incredibly impressive and powerful. With such a remarkable strength among us, we shall surely be safe. Meanwhile, 1 minute later, Liu Yang arrived at the survivor base, achieving a flight speed of 580 meters per second. In 5 minutes, he could cover an astonishing distance of 580, 300, 174, 000 meters, equating to over 30 kilometers in just 1 minute. While Liu Yang would temper his speed for the women in his life, he showed no such restraint with the burly man. The man, overwhelmed by the supersonic velocity, was left dizzy and collapsed onto the ground upon landing. This man was a former mercenary, professionally trained and capable of operating tanks and aircraft. Yet, even with such experience, he could not withstand the rigors of supersonic speed. Liu Yang's sudden arrival also stirred unrest within the survivor base, prompting everyone to hide in fear. Shortly thereafter, a strong man emerged, accompanied by several robust survivors. The leader among them was Lin Dong, the sole individual with abilities in this survivor base. Chapter 83. Arrival at Base 2. Lin Dong regarded Liu Yang with a vigilant gaze and inquired, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" His expression shifted as he noticed the burly man sprawled on the ground, and he exclaimed, "What have you done, Ergo? He is not an ability user. You are not supposed to harm ordinary people." Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Liu Yang realized that he was being mistaken for the perpetrator responsible for the demise of ability users. Liu Yang shook his head and replied, "I'm not here to harm you. He merely guided me here." Upon arrival, the speed was overwhelming, and he may have experienced a touch of motion sickness. It is quite common for ordinary individuals to faint after enduring supersonic travel. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liu Yang, the leader of a survivor base. He has come seeking refuge with us, stating that your base's ability users have been killed, which prompted my visit. Lin Dong's expression reflected skepticism upon hearing Liu Yang's explanation. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Liu Yang? Are you the Liu Yang who ranks first on the heavenly list?" Liu Yang nodded, somewhat astonished to discover that his reputation had spread so widely. Could it be that even a mere ability user had heard of his name? My heavens! Lin Dong gasped in disbelief. "You are the Liu Yang who has trampled the Little Sun Empire underfoot. You represent the glory of the Divine Dragon Empire, the pride of its citizens." Meanwhile, Ergo lay on the ground, retching violently, and it took several moments before he could regain his composure. In a burst of excitement, he turned to Lin Dong and declared, "Brother Dong, I returned with reinforcements." Initially, Liu Yang had boasted of his strength to Ergo, who had been skeptical. However, after experiencing Liu Yang's supersonic flight over 30 kilometers, he was finally convinced. With such speed, one could only imagine the capabilities Liu Yang possessed. Simply capturing an enemy and dropping them from the sky could easily spell their doom. Any adversary incapable of flight would likely stand no chance against Liu Yang. In this moment, he was indeed the savior of the base. Concerned, Lin Dong asked, "Ergo, are you all right?" Ergo patted his chest to steady himself and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit overwhelmed by the speed. You should explain the situation to this esteemed Liu Yang. He is a true powerhouse." Lin Dong's gaze toward Liu Yang shifted to one of deep respect as he said, "I am well aware of his prowess. He is the one who ranks first on the heavenly list. Liu Yang, I am Lin Dong, the sole survivor of this base. Had I not ventured out in search of food, I would likely have met my demise as well." Liu Yang nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Very well. Lead me to the scene." Guided by Liu Yang and Ergo, they arrived at the chamber where the ability user had been slain. 3 days had passed. The bloodstains on the ground had dried and turned dark. Lin Dong introduced to Liu Yang. Upon entering, we immediately encountered 4 lifeless bodies. Our leader was slain in his own seat. The 4 individuals had no chance to resist before being brutally murdered. Each one met their demise by having their throats slit. The assailants were likely skilled assassins. Before our leader could even comprehend the situation, he was taken down. Liu Yang surveyed the scene and noted the absence of any signs of struggle. The chairs were soaked in blood, indicating that the abilities of the victims were rendered useless as they were taken down while seated, without even a moment to rise. This was a clear demonstration of overwhelming power. Liu Yang found it difficult to comprehend how, under such a disparity of strength, these empowered individuals had provoked their assailants. Furthermore, why did the attackers choose not to retaliate immediately, but instead wait until the empowered individuals returned to their safe haven before daring to infiltrate for vengeance? After pondering for a while, Liu Yang ultimately shook his head, arriving at a conclusion in his mind. The perpetrators must be exceptionally strong, empowered individuals, and it is possible that they were engaging in random killings. Your leader may not have known them at all. Moreover, they did not seize any resources. In a post-apocalyptic world, resources are far more valuable than human lives. The absence of resource theft suggests that they had no intention of establishing a foothold nearby, or even in the Divine Dragon Empire. Thus, it is plausible that the assailants were empowered individuals from another empire, and their motive for murder might be to diminish the number of empowered beings within the Divine Dragon Empire, thereby weakening its overall strength. Alternatively, it could be that your leader uncovered some secrets of the Divine Dragon Empire, prompting the assailants to kill in order to extract information. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Lin Dong and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. Could it truly be invaders from another empire? Our leader has always been with us, rarely venturing far, primarily scavenging within a 10-kilometer radius. It seems improbable that he could possess any significant secrets. Could it be related to that testing steel? It was from that steel that we learned your name, Liu Yang. The leader of this base once discovered a testing steel and had empowered individuals test their abilities there. He even managed to ascend to the yellow list. They saw your esteemed name on that steel. At that moment, they were all quite exhilarated, as the name at the top of the celestial list clearly belonged to someone from the Divine Dragon Empire, and their joy was palpable. In Lin Dong's view, the greatest secret they had uncovered was indeed that testing steel. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang shook his head. There are more than one testing steel. They exist all around the globe. While they're indeed remarkable, they're not particularly rare. Therefore, I doubt that is the reason. Lin Dong inquired. Then is it truly, as you suggest, merely an effort to weaken the strength of our Divine Dragon Empire? Liu Yang replied, I cannot say for certain. It is certain that the opposing force is formidable. Should they return, none among you would be able to withstand them. I shall leave a level 3 zombie here as a sentinel. Should any intruders breach this place, I will be alerted immediately. Henceforth, this base shall operate under my authority. Who among you supports this decision, and who opposes it? I support it, exclaimed Tegu, the first to voice his agreement. He had been deeply impressed by Liu Yang after supersonic flight with him. Supersonic speed, at such velocity, even a casually thrown stone would possess destructive power exceeding that of a bullet. Thus, Liu Yang's prowess is truly beyond imagination. I too, Lin Dong said passionately. To be associated with the top of the heavenly rankings promises an unlimited future. Seeing that there were no dissenting voices, Liu Yang nodded appreciatively. Very well. It is decided. This shall henceforth be my second base. I will redefine the regulations within this base, and it will operate accordingly. If any intruders appear, employ your wits to delay them, and do not allow yourselves to be swiftly eliminated. I shall arrive within minutes. Lin Dong and the others bowed their heads in unison. Yes. Boss Liu Yang. Chapter 84, A Return. After briefing Lin Dong on the matters at hand, Liu Yang turned to Ergo. I plan to return to the first base now. Let's go together. Ergo recalled the terrifying sensation of soaring through the skies, far more harrowing than a roller coaster ride. He felt as though it had nearly claimed his life. He dared not endure such an experience again. He shook his head resolutely. No. I intend to stay here with Dong Ge. What if those enemies return? How can Dong Ge handle alone? Upon hearing Ergo's words, Lin Dong was deeply moved, his eyes glistening with emotion as he fervently replied, Ergo, Dong Ge. Ergo called back as the two held each other's hands, gazing into one another's eyes with deep affection. Liu Yang observed this scene, rendered speechless. What a profound brotherly bond, filled with emotion. He could only nod and say, all right. Since you choose not to accompany me back to the first base, I shall return alone. Exercise caution here. If powerful enemies do appear, avoid direct confrontation and find ways to stall them. I will come as swiftly as I can. Understood, boss. We will be careful. Lin Dong and Ergo readily nodded. Meanwhile, Liu Yang pondered thoughtfully. With the abilities of the base's supernatural beings diminished, it would be easy for a mere skinwalker or a level 3 zombie to wreak havoc. Initially, Liu Yang had deemed Ma Fei incompetent, thinking he might be of use in the future, hence he spared him. Now, it seemed that decision was indeed wise. He could assign Ma Feiyun to this base as muscle. It was likely that ordinary level 3 zombies and skinwalkers would not pose a threat to Ma Feiyun. This way, Liu Yang would not need to rush to the scene every time something occurred. After deep contemplation, Liu Yang suddenly leapt into the air, soaring skyward. With a resounding boom, a sonic boom erupted in the sky as Liu Yang accelerated to supersonic speed, making his way toward Base 1. In the heavens, he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Approximately 30 kilometers away, in a small town, a team of psychics from the Zarahan Empire had just arrived. As Liu Yang zipped through the sky, they caught a glimpse of him. Taozi gazed upward, her eyes widening in astonishment at the vanishing shadow. Did you all see what that was? A human? Or a mutated zombie? Ishigami's mouth dropped in disbelief, nearly hitting the ground. Regardless of whether it's a human or a zombie, its power is unfathomably immense. That speed, it must have surpassed the speed of sound, Nakata remarked. ISNT that the direction where we eliminated those 4 psychics 3 days ago? Taozi tilted her head, thoughtfully tapping her delicate chin with her fair finger. Could it be that our actions have attracted this formidable individual? Is he one of the official psychic forces of the Shenlong Empire? A supersonic flying ability is certainly beyond the reach of ordinary psychics. At such velocity, even bullets would struggle to keep pace. Not just any psychic from the Shenlong Empire could possess such strength. Even irregular forces wouldn't be that powerful. So, perhaps that person is the legendary number one on the heavenly rankings. Upon hearing Taozi's words, everyone displayed expressions of shock. Nakata questioned, "Number one on the heavenly rankings?" Ishigami echoed, "Could he truly be the number one?" Another psychic remarked, "The Shenlong Empire is vast. Could we be so fortunate to find the number one in less than half a month?" They exchanged glances, astonishment mingling with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Finally, they turned to Taozi and asked, "So, should we pursue him directly?" Taozi shook her head. "No, he is supersonic. How can we possibly catch up?" Nakata suggested, "Survivors with flight capabilities can bypass obstacles while traveling, so they would likely take the shortest route to their destination. Since a straight line is the shortest path between 2 points, he probably won't veer off course. We just need to follow his flight direction, and we will surely find him." Taozi nodded in agreement. "You do make a valid point. But what if he is merely scavenging for resources? Moving from one location to another? We have no idea how many sites he has visited or where his base is." Ishigami, unperturbed, said, "Then what you propose we do? You're the captain. Make a decision swiftly." The others soared ahead with remarkable speed. Each moment of hesitation could mean they had already traversed hundreds of meters. With a grave expression, Taozi resolutely declared, "We must return to the survivor base we invaded last time. Perhaps we can extract some valuable information this time. In no way, I warn you, do not resort to indiscriminate killing again. Last time, it was because of your recklessness that we failed to gather any information before you eliminated everyone." Upon hearing this, Inoue's face was instantly filled with a bemused expression as he mockingly replied to Taozi, "Return? My heavens, has your mind been invaded by a virus? We just spent 3 days journeying from that place. Now you want us to backtrack? Moreover, it is in the exact opposite direction of that last Esper's flight. Not only do you refuse to pursue him, but you also want to head the other way?" Taozi's demeanor turned icy as she retorted, "In no way. If you continue to speak foolishly, I will have no choice but to sever your tongue." Faced with her grim countenance, Inoue felt a chill run down his spine. He conceded, Fine, you're the captain. Your word is law. However, this is our first time approaching someone who might be the top of the leaderboard. If we lose this opportunity due to your decision, I will make sure to report you to the colonel when we return." Taozi shot back, "I believe you will only return to your father, sobbing like a child. Don't think that just because your father is a colonel, you can act arrogantly. If you continue down this path, you might not even regard General Yamashita with respect." Inoue scoffed dismissively. With that, Taozi led the 4 espers onward towards the location of base Liu Yang No. 2. The journey from the base to this small town had taken them 3 days, largely due to their search for new survivor bases and clues regarding Liu Yang. However, the return would be swift, as they were now familiar with the terrain and could reach their destination in a day at most. Meanwhile, Liu Yang had returned to base number 1, finally ready to escort 30 lovely young women back to his villa. However, this time he chose not to walk, for the girls were ordinary individuals and their pace was excruciatingly slow. 20 kilometers would take them nearly an entire day. Liu Yang did not have the luxury of time to waste on foot. Ever since he acquired the dark cloak, he had not taken more than 1,000 steps. Upon exiting base number 1, Liu Yang instructed the young women to board an abandoned bus along the highway. He then placed his hand on the bus, and together they soared back to the villa. Throughout several flights with others, Liu Yang had already uncovered the secret of the dark cloak. It did not merely enable him to fly. Rather, it granted him and any person or object he touched the ability to soar through the skies. In other words, carrying others while flying was effortless for him, as was transporting objects, should he desire to do so. He could even effortlessly lift a small mountain and soar to altitudes of tens of thousands of meters, only to crash down with a force akin to that of a meteorite's descent, capable of annihilating an entire city in a single blow. The prowess of the dark cloak was not merely for swift travel. It also held formidable potential in battle. However, the adversaries Liu Yang currently faced did not necessitate such overwhelming skills. 3 minutes later, the tour bus came to a steady halt in the villa district. The faces of all the beautiful maidens were etched with astonishment. They were aware of Liu Yang's strength, but had not anticipated it to be this formidable. A tour bus weighing over 10 tons was effortlessly lifted as if it were a feather. Such power was simply beyond belief. At that moment, admiration for Liu Yang filled the hearts of the young women. Chapter 85. Who can withstand this? Within the villa district, Piyusha and her companions were initially engaged in physical exercise, but now they were aware of their pregnancy. They could no longer partake in vigorous activities such as basketball or running. Consequently, the group of 10 or so unfurled yoga mats, basking in the sun as they practiced yoga. Upon witnessing the bus descend, everyone rose to their feet, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Piyusha could not help but exclaim, "What on earth is happening with Liu Yang? How'd he manage to bring back a bus?" In this apocalyptic world, the roads were already choked with vehicles fleeing the chaos, rendering travel impossible. Zhao Lina echoed her sentiments. Indeed, what is Liu Yang up to? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a stream of beautiful maidens emerged from the bus. At that moment, the realization dawned upon them. The renowned star, Su Xiao, remarked, "Goodness, Liu Yang used to pursue women one by one, but now he's bringing them back by the busload. Truly impressive." The police academy goddess, Zhang Jingyu, also displayed a look of astonishment. "He flew here with a whole bus of people? That's astonishing." Piyusha teased, "What's the matter? Are you two feeling jealous?" Before they could respond, Tang Mingting interjected, "Jealous? Spare me. We are all pregnant now and cannot cater to Liu Yang. It's only natural for him to seek companionship elsewhere, and we should be grateful to those sisters for helping take care of him during this time." Piyusha added, "Exactly. If we were to endure an 8th-level tempest daily, it wouldn't be long before we met our demise in bed." Among them, only Piyusha had entered Liu Yang's room on 2 occasions. Thus she had the deepest understanding of his immense power. The mere recollection of being subjected to Liu Yang's overwhelming strength instilled a lingering shiver of fear within her. Chen Dan pointed to a newly arrived girl, saying, "Hey, look, that one has a wonderfully ample figure. Surely she is fit for bearing sons." Zhou Qiuping remarked, "That one is impressive indeed. Her bosom is far more exaggerated than Jingyu's. She could easily sustain sextuplets." Zhou Kiki exclaimed, "Hey, look at that girl with short hair. Her face is so pale, round, and tender. Yet her figure is remarkable, truly embodying a youthful visage. Do you think she is of age?" The crowd followed Zhou Kiki's pointing finger and indeed spotted a beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair, standing at a modest height of around 1.50 meters, yet possessing a curvaceous figure that was both prominent and delicate. Her complexion appeared porcelain-like and exquisite, with a hint of baby fat that made everyone want to pinch her cheeks. One could only wonder where Liu Yang had discovered such an extraordinary girl. Chen then interjected, "All right, everyone, it's time to head back. We've completed our workout, and now we should prepare our meal. Liu Yang, you must be hungry too, right?" Liu Yang nodded, responding, "Yes, I'm indeed a bit hungry. Let us return to the villa." Accompanying the ladies, Liu Yang made his way back to the villa, where Chun Dan began bustling about in the kitchen. Liu Yang joined her, rolling up his sleeves to lend a hand. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the women brightened with surprise. It was Liu Yang's first time in the kitchen, working alongside them. Setting aside what Liu Yang could contribute, merely his presence brought them immense joy. A smile danced on Chun Dan's face, yet she quickly urged, "Liu Yang, what are you doing? You don't need to help. Just sit and wait for the meal. We can manage." Liu Yang shook his head, saying, "It's fine. I want to try my hand at cooking. I haven't done it in a while. Back in my rented room, I used to cook for myself." At this moment, Liu Yang reflected on the drastic changes in life since the apocalypse had erupted. His transformation was the most significant. With the support of the system, he had risen from a life of destitution to become the pinnacle of power. It could be said that he was the strongest among all the ability users, with attributes that were nearly invincible. Such a monumental change left Liu Yang feeling as though he were in a dream. Now, as he re-entered the kitchen, he truly experienced a sense of reality. At least the atmosphere in the kitchen felt reminiscent of life before the apocalypse. Piyusha remarked, "Sister Chindan, let him be. It's not often he can join us in our work. Let him participate fully." Liu Yang nodded in agreement. "You sure is right. Chindan conchidet. All right. We are happy to have you with us. I just worry that you're usually so busy and tired, and now you want to help in the kitchen. I fear it might be too much for you." Liu Yang reassured her, "It's nothing. You know how strong I am." Upon hearing this, Chen Dan's cheeks flushed with color. Who could withstand such confidence? She dared not provoke him. Chapter 86. Liu Yang can cook? Soon, the dishes were ready. Liu Yang prepared a plate of stir-fried beef slices with celery. The aroma of beef, accentuated by the crispness of celery, tantalized everyone's taste buds, causing all the women to widen their eyes and inhale deeply. "Ah, it smells divine," exclaimed he. "You sure? Liu Yang, your culinary skills are exceptional. How could you have kept such talent hidden from us until now? It's truly infuriating." Tang Mingting added, "I never imagined your cooking would surpass Sister Chundan's. What a delightful surprise." The renowned star, Su Xiao, remarked, "This may very well be the most delectable meal I've had since the apocalypse began." "Liu Yang, you rascal, why didn't you showcase your skills sooner?" Zhao Lina, overwhelmed by the taste of the beef, was brought to tears. "It's so delicious, truly the best. To experience food more exquisite than during peacetime in this desolate world makes me feel incredibly fortunate." The meal was filled with laughter and lively conversation, creating a joyful atmosphere. At the table, Liu Yang addressed everyone. "In the coming period, it seems the surroundings may not be safe. Please refrain from leaving the villa and stay indoors. Activities like yoga or swimming should ideally be done in the villa's gym." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the women's expressions turned serious. If even someone as formidable as Liu Yang deemed the situation precarious, it must indeed be serious. While they knew Liu Yang was strong and capable of fending for himself, most of them had yet to awaken their abilities, with only Baihu and Chun Dan possessing such powers. Relying solely on these two extraordinary individuals to ensure everyone's safety would be challenging. They all nodded in agreement. Zhao Lina said, "Understood, Liu Yang. We shall remain indoors and embrace our inner homebodies." He Yu sure chimed in. "Let's focus on nurturing our babies, aiming to bless Liu Yang with a healthy little one." Zhang Jingyu added, "I would prefer a daughter. They're simply adorable. But if it's a girl, she must be a plump one." The group wore expressions of eager anticipation, all longing to witness the cuteness of the new life to come. Baihu declared, "As an ability user, my health is robust. I don't have high demands. Just give me twins. Either gender is fine." She laughed heartily. Wang Feifei, adjusting her posture, glanced at Baihu's chest and remarked, "Baihu, you wish for twins? Just make sure they don't go hungry." Upon hearing this, Baihu's expression shifted, revealing a hint of exasperation. Among all present, she was indeed the youngest. Feeling somewhat helpless, she thought, "Can I really be blamed? I have reached an average level, haven't I? It's merely that the women around Liu Yang are exceptionally gifted." Casting a shadow on my own abilities, turning to Wang Feifei, she retorted, "You little rascal, since we hail from the same base, is it your sole purpose to tease me? Just wait until I catch you." "Ah, Liu Yang, help!" she exclaimed with laughter. Wang Feifei suddenly let out a sharp scream, retreating behind Liu Yang. After a while of playful banter, the two collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Eventually, Liu Yang felt sufficiently rested and decided to return to his room for a respite. Meanwhile, the others began tidying up the dishes and resumed their bustling activities in the kitchen. Chapter 87. The Invasion Again. Liu Yang rested in his room for a few hours, as he pondered which of the 30 young women he should select for his 28th endeavor that evening. An extraordinary team from the small Japanese empire arrived at Base 2, more than 30 kilometers away. Outside the base, Taozi continued to use her binoculars from atop a tall building, scrutinizing the situation within. Nakatani inquired, "Captain Taozi, what do you observe?" "Anomalias." Taozi, her expression grave, shook her head. "Nothing significant, except that the number of survivors in the anomaly-ridden base has diminished considerably. They must have fled upon realizing we eliminated their leadership." After saying this, she raised her binoculars once more to inspect. This time, her brow furrowed as she noticed something amiss. A new guardian had appeared at the entrance, sitting rigidly as if carved from stone. Under normal circumstances, even a guard should exhibit some degree of nonchalance in the absence of supervision, which security personnel does not indulge in idleness. This seemed rather suspicious. Based on Taozi's past experiences, guardians stationed at the entrance typically lacked formidable strength, often being the lowest-tier survivors, and unlikely to be extraordinary beings. In ordinary bases, extraordinary individuals usually held higher positions. However, the guardian she observed sat motionless, resembling a statue. One might mistake him for a mere dummy. "Oh, a new guardian? Let me see." Nakatani expressed his curiosity, taking the binoculars from Taozi. He too observed the guardian, dressed in a suit, wearing sunglasses and a mask, sitting perfectly upright. After a full minute of observation, the figure had not moved an inch. were it not for the sunglasses obscuring his eyes. Nakatani might have suspected that the Guardian had not even blinked. Nakatani pondered aloud. Could it be that they dispatched an extraordinary being to guard the entrance due to our incursion? Tauzi shook her head, declaring, even our regular troops, extraordinary beings, do not exhibit such discipline. However, in no way, unable to contain himself, interjected TCH. It's just a guard, ISNT it. I'll take care of him. With that, he charged towards the survivor base. Tauzi urgently called out, wait. Don't act impulsively, in no way. Yet it was too late. Inoue had already leapt through the entrance with several bounds. Gritting her teeth, Tauzi had no choice but to command the others to follow. As they leaped into the survivor base, Inoue had stealthily approached the security booth. He unsheathed his sharp dagger and lunged at the guard from behind, slashing the dagger with force. The guard's throat was instantly severed. A triumphant expression spread across Inoue's face as he murmured, isn't that a swift kill? Unlike you all, who linger outside until it's too late. Yet, he was met with expressions of shock from his companions. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce rush of wind by his ear. Watch out, shouted Momoko. Inoue felt an unprecedented sense of danger, his hair standing on end. Instinctively, he dodged, but it was too late. The suited guard, masked and wearing sunglasses, lunged at him with a swift grab. Slicing sounds filled the air as Inoue's arm was instantly marked with 5 deep gashes. Even his specially designed black tactical suit torn asunder. Gripping his arm in disbelief, he exclaimed, I slit his throat. How is he still alive? Momoko quickly deduced the situation. That's a zombie. The speed of that attack indicates it's at least a level 3. Your arm has been infected by the level 3 zombie virus. It must be amputated. Nakata. Yes. Nakata swiftly moved to Inoue's side, brandishing a large knife and bringing it down decisively. A cry of agony escaped Inoue's lips as his arm fell away. Momoko immediately produced a bandage, tightly binding the stump to stem the bleeding. Meanwhile, Nakata and 2 other ability users charged towards the level 3 zombie. All were among the top 1,000 combatants, classified as level 2 ability users. Together, they swiftly dispatched the level 3 zombie. Meanwhile, Liu Yang, far away in the villa district, sensed the unfolding events. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, these fellows actually turned back? And to think they dispatched a level 3 zombie so easily. It seems their strength is formidable. It is time to meet them. With that, Liu Yang accelerated towards Base 2 at supersonic speed. The sounds of battle from Villa 2 drew the attention of the survivors within. The sole ability user, Lin Dong, dashed out with several robust survivors. Upon seeing Momoko and her companions, alongside the slain level 3 zombie, surprise flickered across his face, swiftly morphing into anger as he pointed at them, demanding, you lot killed our 4 ability users? Upon recognizing Lin Dong, Momoko's expression turned icy. Is this the level 3 zombie you controlled? You are Liu Yang? Damn you. I'm your father. Lin Dong cursed before turning to flee. The formidable level 3 zombie posed a threat he could not contend with as a mere level 1 ability user. However, the formidable 3rd-tier zombie was swiftly vanquished by these individuals, a testament to their formidable prowess. If a confrontation were to ensue, his fate would undoubtedly be more tragic than that of the 3rd-tier zombie. Thus, he recalled Liu Yang's words. When faced with a powerful adversary, one should turn and flee. Buying time is necessary. Upon witnessing Lin Dong's retreat, Tauzi and her companions furrowed their brows. If their opponent indeed possessed the ability to control 3rd-tier warriors, then his own strength must not be trifling. Yet, he chose to flee, raising suspicions of a deliberate ploy to lure them deeper into danger. Nakata urged Captain Tauzi, pursue him swiftly. He is getting away. Tauzi nodded in agreement, cautioning, chase him, but tread carefully. There may be traps ahead. Their current venture into the survivors' base was far from the smooth experience of their first encounter. They were taken aback to discover that the guard was, in fact, a 3rd-tier zombie, resulting in no way losing an arm and having their combat capability. It could be said that their expedition had met with misfortune right from the start. Thus, Tauzi and her companions hastened in the direction of Lin Dong's escape, yet they refrained from rushing too recklessly, remaining ever vigilant for potential ambushes. Nevertheless, the speed of the elite fighters from the top ranks was beyond Lin Dong's ability to evade. Soon enough, the 5 extraordinary individuals from the small nation cornered him within a house. Inside the dwelling, faced with no avenue for retreat, Lin Dong and his allies found themselves at the mercy of Inoue, who clutched his severed arm, a wicked grin plastered across his face. He licked his parched lips, attempting to suppress the pain as he taunted. It seems you have nowhere left to run. Huh? My carelessness has cost me dearly. Losing an arm to a mere third-tier zombie. All of this is your doing. Soon, I shall relish in torturing you to death. You will come to understand the excruciating price for causing me such loss. Yet, he underestimated the effect of his intimidation, rather than instilling fear in Lin Dong. It only evoked a derisive laughter from him. With his head held high and a broad grin, Lin Dong exclaimed, "Ha ha, a bunch of little pests. Even with death at your doorstep, you still dare to act arrogantly. You truly amuse me. Come at me if you dare, and witness how you meet your end." Though Inoue was typically hot-tempered and impulsive, the loss of his arm had tempered his recklessness. Now, as Lin Dong beckoned him forward, he hesitated, revealing a flicker of uncertainty. They had observed Lin Dong's escape speed and deduced he was merely a first-tier ability wielder, accompanied by a few ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their powers. Why would a mere first-tier ability wielder, flanked by ordinary companions, exude such confidence when confronted by 5 second-tier fighters ranked among the top 1,000? Something was amiss. Due to his impulsive actions, he lost an arm. He certainly did not wish to act recklessly again, for the next loss could very well be his life. Beside Lin Dong, Ergo proclaimed, "Come on, why are you hesitating? We are right here waiting for you. If you have the guts, come forward. A bunch of insignificant little pests dare to be arrogant here. Your grandfather's head is right here. If you have the courage, come and take it." With that, he brazenly raised his middle finger at Jing Shang and his companions. Ergo was merely an ordinary person, yet he exhibited such audacity. Either the people of this base had all lost their sanity, or there was a deception a foot ahead. Jing Shang and Nakata exchanged glances, each discerning the hesitation reflected in the other's eyes. Observing their indecision, Lin Dong and Ergo's expressions grew more arrogant, continuously hurling insults at their adversaries, denouncing their ancestors through generations. Yet, the more they berated them, the more their opponents recoiled in fear. Lin Dong remarked, "Has it been about a minute? The boss should be arriving soon. Truly, our leader Liu Yang is remarkable. Even a mere third-level zombie left by him has instilled such trepidation that they dare not move an inch." He relished the moment, exclaiming, "Damn it, as a first-level ability user, to insult a second-level ability user right to their face feels utterly exhilarating." Ergo, equally thrilled, whispered, "Indeed, even as an ordinary person, I can taunt them, and they don't dare to budge." Is this the formidable presence of Liu Yang? Even before making a move, they are already frightened. Peach and the others, observing their hushed conversation, assumed they were concocting strategies, which further restrained their own impulses. Just as they wavered, a shadow darted in with astonishing speed. Soon, a tall, handsome young man clad in a black cloak stood before the crowd. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Dong and the others immediately displayed expressions of joy, calling out, "Boss Liu Yang, you have finally arrived. Just as you predicted, it is indeed these little pests who have come to wreak havoc in our base. You are truly insightful." Lin Dong and the others gazed at Liu Yang with admiration. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his analytical abilities far surpassed those of others. With just a quick glance at the scene, he deduced that it was foreign ability users at play. It was truly impressive. Furthermore, with Liu Yang's arrival, everything was now under his control, ensuring their safety. Ergo and the others shouted at the little pests, "Your time of reckoning has come. You little pests, you have slain 4 of our base members, and now is your turn to pay with your lives." Peach and the others displayed expressions of shock, marveling at the incredible speed. What a formidable ability wielder. Judging by the titles those people used, this must be Liu Yang, the first on the celestial leaderboard. This is disastrous. According to their original plan, the search team was merely tasked with discreetly locating clues about Liu Yang, and upon finding such clues, they were to report back to the main unit. Engaging Liu Yang directly in combat was never part of the plan. How could a mere 5 Earth-ranked ability users hope to contend with the foremost champion of the celestial ranks? Peach's eyes darted as she contemplated an escape. Yet Liu Yang cast a chilling glance at Peach's and her companions. That single look enveloped them in a bone-chilling cold, as if the very air around them had plummeted by several degrees, causing their hearts to tremble. It felt as though they were trapped in an ice cellar. Their breaths quickened involuntarily, and soon their backs were dampened by cold sweat. Liu Yang then spoke. "So, you have come to this base to commit murder?" traveling thousands of miles to our divine dragon empire. I suspect your intentions extend beyond mere killing. Reveal your purpose for being here, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living torment." As his words settled, Peaches swiftly hissed in the language of the Little Sun Empire. Split up. However, Liu Yang had already discerned their intentions. With a mere wave of his hand, a ferocious cold front surged forth, causing the ground to instantaneously freeze into thick ice, trapping their feet in place. The frost spread rapidly over their bodies, soon encasing them entirely in ice, rendering them immobile, save for their faces. With his mental power reaching 1,500 points and his freezing ability at level 8, Liu Yang manipulated the ice with an effortless grace. With a single thought, he could transform the entire base into a realm of ice and snow. A handful of Earth-ranked ability users dared to think they could escape before him. Such notions were utterly absurd, as Peaches found herself immobilized, unable to move even a finger. Shock etched across her face as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? With such incredible speed, I thought he was a speed-type ability wielder, only to discover he wields the power of ice." Meanwhile, Liu Yang advanced step by step towards her. 10, also frozen in place, witnessed this scene and his rage ignited. Shouting at Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, what do you intend to do? If you have any grievances, direct them at me, but do not harm Captain Peaches."